Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating, so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of I Really Don't Want to Learn Forbidden Spells right here on GMT Recap. The sky was clear, and birds were flying in the breeze. At the Academy of Superpowers, on the school grounds, a male student was walking and laughing loudly, attracting the curious attention of everyone who passed by. Not giving up, huh? It turned out he was playing a video game titled Legendary. He had just defeated the opposing team, which was why he couldn't contain his excitement. Ningfeng skillfully pressed his phone, a smug grin on his face. With such a huge advantage, how do you expect me to lose? Suddenly, a slender hand was raised into the air, and its owner, without hesitation, slapped Ningfeng across the face, making him cry out in pain. Wang Yu glared at Ningfeng with a frown. Ningfeng, what are you doing? The awakening exam is coming soon, and you're here playing games instead of preparing. Ningfeng awkwardly scratched his head. Isn't this the perfect blend of relaxation and study? Besides, I'm 18 now. The best I can hope for is to awaken a normal 2-star job. Then, Ningfeng stood up and placed a hand on Wang Yu's shoulder. Unlike you, Miss Wang Yu, who awakened at 16 with 5 stars. So why should I worry about the future? Flattering you should be enough, right? Hearing this, Wang Yu grew angry and forcefully grabbed Ningfeng by the neck. Here's your flattery. Ningfeng, in one motion, reached out to wrap his arms around Wang Yu's waist, his face turning purple from lack of oxygen, on the brink of passing out. The other students stood by, watching the scene, and couldn't help but gossip. Look, is that the goddess Wang Yu over there? It is, she must have just finished special training. The crowd continued to whisper among themselves. To awaken 5 stars at just 16 in this province. It's been years since we've seen a talent like this. She's beautiful, comes from a good family, and has great potential. Why is it that people can be so different from one another? They then turned their attention to Ningfeng, puzzled. Who is the person next to her? That's Ningfeng, the notorious loser in school. Almost 18 and still hasn't awakened. Goddess Wang is the cold beauty, why would she hang out with someone like him? I heard they've been childhood friends, wasn't he from an orphanage? Someone like him doesn't deserve to be the childhood friend of a goddess like Wang. In Lanjing, a world where gaming and reality merge, anyone who turns 16 has the chance to awaken supernatural powers and become an adventurer. At this moment, the crowd was jostling each other, all eyes focused on the figures appearing in front of the door. A voice announcement echoed. Students, next I'll introduce the awakening test rules for everyone. As soon as the announcement ended, a line appeared on the screen in front of the door, the next awakening miracle. Is you. Standing in a corner, Ningfeng looked dejected and thought to himself, what's going on? Why does that girl Wang Yu have to be so stubborn? I've already taken the test 3 times, I'm no rookie. As Ningfeng and the others walked inside, a girl standing next to a large green stone spoke up, students whose names are called should go to the measurement area for the test. Those who successfully awaken will receive their basic profession equipment. Prepare for practical combat. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. I hope I can awaken as a wizard, one person said. I prefer a strength-based profession, another added. Men should face opponents head-on, agile professions also seem cool, killing enemies without them even noticing. At that moment, the announcement called out, next, Class 12-2. When Ningfeng heard his name, he responded wearily. As he stepped forward, the crowd looked at him, mocking and sneering. Isn't this the senior from Class 12? The legendary figure. He's been following Goddess Wang Yu around all day, and we thought he was some big shot, but he's 18 and still hasn't awakened. If he never awakens, he'll really be useless. Ignoring the harsh words, Ningfeng calmly walked up to the girl in front of him. Seeing him, she smiled gently, no need to be tense, just start when you're ready. Shi Weian needed guidance, pressing her hand onto the magic stone. Relaxing her mind, Ningfeng followed the instructions, placing his hand on the magic stone, but there was no reaction at all. He continued to apply more pressure. Ningfeng seemed unsurprised by the lack of response from the magic stone, as this was already his third attempt. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he realized something. It turned out the magic stone had started glowing, causing the students around to gape in astonishment. As for Ningfeng, he stood frozen in place, stunned. Shi Wei observed the scene and silently assessed, the magic stone has reacted, so it's definitely possible to awaken. The green light represents the magic system. But suddenly, the crowd burst out laughing, covering their mouths. Ningfeng regained his composure and thought to himself, as expected, awakening automatically grants the initial skill. Now let's see if I can awaken a high-star profession. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the crystal above Ningfeng's head emitted a rainbow-colored glow, and Ningfeng was taken aback by the result. He had awakened the one-star skill, acquiring the mud-tide skill. Shi Wei stood behind, her face clearly showing disappointment. A one-star result, what a pity! The crowd burst into another round of mocking laughter. I thought he was a prodigy, destined to change his fate, but in the end, he only got 1 star. Hurry up and get down, standing there just makes you look foolish. Trash will always be trash. Someone mocked, does he think he can turn into gold? Shi Wei asked with concern. Ningfeng, what skill did you awaken? Seeing that he didn't respond, Shi Wei called again, Ningfeng. Only then did Ningfeng snap out of it, replying in a daze, Miss Qi. Shi Wei felt a sense of sadness in her heart as she looked at him. It seemed like he had received a huge shock. After all, he had remained silent for so long. In the end, Shi Wei stopped, her heart heavy as she watched Ningfeng's back. Only 1 star. Shi Wei handed Ningfeng a set of clothes and a staff, advising him, these are your equipment. Change, and then move on to the next checkpoint. Ningfeng didn't respond. He held the clothes, frowning in confusion. Did I really not hear wrong just now? Suddenly, an announcement sounded, the system has detected that the host has completed their awakening and met the conditions to activate the system. Ningfeng was puzzled, what is this? The voice from the system continued, system activation successful. Host gains the passive ability, Dark Origin, along with a mysterious gift, the passive skill Dark Sky Origin. You will be affected by the backlash of dark power. When using Forbidden Curse, you will be exempt from all costs. The passive skill, your mysterious gift, allows you to release Forbidden Curse once a week without consuming any energy. Upon hearing this, Ningfeng's eyes widened in confusion. Wasn't dark power the most evil force in this world? And what about forbidden magic, the highest level of magic? What do these things have to do with him? The notification sound rang out again, mud-tide skill detected, beginning metamorphosis. This made Ningfeng frown. Metamorphosis? What does that even mean? The notification sounded once more, metamorphosis complete, mud-tide skill darkens into forbidden curse, body becomes earth. All the notifications left Ningfeng momentarily speechless, stunned and unable to comprehend. Ningfeng muttered to himself, first it darkens, then it becomes a forbidden curse. This doesn't sound right. But I'm still in the testing phase of combat. It should be fine, right? A moment later, a group of people arrived in front of a door. Shi Wei then announced, 50 people per group, enter. Everyone will fight monsters on their own, getting accustomed to the skills they just awakened in the secret realm. Contestants are not allowed to form groups or attack each other. Drones will be monitoring. Shi Wei smiled and continued to reassure them, please make sure to confirm your skills quickly, don't worry, no one will be able to see yours. Ningfeng turned to look at a notification board that appeared, the active skill body becomes earth, dark forbidden curse, summons dark power from another world, forms a protective shield, and can crush all enemies that come too close. After reading it, Ningfeng frowned and silently thought, dark forbidden curse. These words look really dangerous. If it's some kind of evil spell, and someone else discovers it, I'm doomed. Chi Wei's voice continued to echo, "Contestant, please proceed." Meanwhile, Ning Feng entered, silently cursing, "System, explain this to me."
"System, you damn system."
Soon after, Ning Feng gradually disappeared before the door, heading toward the next secret realm. What appeared before him was an endless, dense forest. Inside, contestants were doing their best to attack strange monsters. These beasts, armed with weapons, fiercely charged toward them. Ning Feng sat hidden in the grass, observing them. He was waiting for the right moment to jump out and strike. Ning Feng thought to himself, the entire exam field is filled with surveillance drones. I can't dare to use that forbidden curse recklessly, but I don't have any other attack method.
I can only hide and wait for an opportunity. The drone above was still hovering over Ning Feng, refusing to leave.
Inside the surveillance room, someone pointed at the screen and grumbled, "Everyone else is killing monsters to level up, and that kid is doing what?" Chi Wei sighed, "Captain Zhou, that child awakened a bit late, their health isn't very good, and their only skill is a defensive type magic that activates, which isn't suitable for fighting alone." Captain Zhou grew even angrier, grinding his teeth, then called them out, "No need for the test anymore. After all, it's a one-star profession, they can't be a real adventurer."
Hearing someone shout from in front of the screen, Captain Zhou turned around and asked, "What's going on?"
The person replied, "I'm not sure, it seems like the drone was attacked by something, and then the feed was interrupted." Then, he pointed at the scanner on the screen, "Surveillance measurement warning." It detected a fluctuation of power much higher than the average value within the secret realm.
"We need to investigate what happened immediately."
Inside the secret realm, a drone lay shattered on the ground.
A contestant sat on the ground, trembling in fear. How could there be such a powerful monster in this exam?
At this moment, in front of them was a huge creature with sharp claws and a towering figure, grinning in a strange manner. It spoke to the monsters behind it in encouraging words. "Get up, my kin, don't let yourselves be enslaved any longer.
Hear my command."
The monster clenched its fists and shouted loudly. "All of the invaders must be buried here." At that moment, a drone silently appeared above them.
Recognizing its presence, the lead monster swung its fist.
Immediately, the drone exploded in the sky into fragments, falling straight to the ground and causing a terrifying explosion. Unexpectedly, the drone fell right onto Ning Feng's head, causing it to swell up.
He reached up to hold it, shouting, "Why did the drone fall down like that?"
Then, he looked around in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Once he regained his composure, Ning Feng shouted loudly when he realized he was surrounded by monsters.
The lead monster sneered, "There's a little worm hiding here."
Ning Feng looked at the monsters that were about to pounce on him, a flood of questions filling his mind.
Why are there so many monsters? Moreover, there's an elite leader among them. Wait, there are no more drones.
Thinking of this, Ning Feng stroked his chin and smiled smugly.
This is the perfect opportunity to test if that forbidden curse is real.
With those words, Ning Feng resolutely pointed his hand toward the sky. Instantly, terrifying purple vortices appeared around him.
Seeing this, the lead monster widened its eyes in horror, sensing the overwhelming fear emanating from Ning Feng.
Eventually, after a moment, Ning Feng successfully summoned the spirit bones, and even he was terrified by the terrifying entities that were slowly emerging. On the surveillance side, the man holding the O-glasses checked and reported.
Report, all drones have lost connection, and dark power has suddenly erupted in the secret realm.
Suspecting the appearance of a demon beast of rank king or higher, immediately call for reinforcements and evacuate all non-combat personnel nearby.
Chi Wei, who was behind, was equally confused. A demon beast of king rank or higher, such a disaster could destroy an entire city. Why would such a terrifying existence appear in a test?
Inside the secret realm, the lead monster stammered in fear.
What? It was terrified because Ning Feng's terrifying magic was gradually annihilating the other monsters.
The space was filled with the sound of agonized screams.
Ning Feng looked at his hands in surprise. Not bad,
so this is how a forbidden curse works. Suddenly, multiple notification sounds rang from the system. Killing elite minions grants 10 experience points. The lead monster could only stand there, frozen in hunger. The dark power was too overwhelming. Wasn't he human? How could this happen? As it realized that the power was about to strike it, the lead monster tried to move away, but in panic, it realized its legs were unable to move due to something holding it in place. Something's wrong, my movements are slower. But by the time it realized, it was already too late, as Ningfeng made it widen its eyes and open its mouth, screaming, "Don't come near me!" And in the end, only its frantic screams remained, accompanied by the system's reminder. Killed Elite Vanguard, earned 6,000 experience points. After defeating the monster boss, the system immediately updated the profile of Ningfeng. Occupation, Mage, Level 10, Stamina 10, Strength 8, Agility 8, Spirit 20, Endurance 12. This made Ningfeng excitedly exclaim, "In just one go, I'm already level 10. In the practical combat trials from a few years ago, the most anyone could level up was 1 or 2 levels at most." But Ningfeng suddenly changed his expression, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. However, the experience points from the little monsters are very low, mostly relying on the elite monster we just faced. But wait, how did an elite monster even appear in the exam? As he pondered, the items on the ground suddenly began to glow. His eyes widened in surprise. It was the loot from the elite monster. To his amazement, both were of orange quality. The description of the Vanguard emblem appeared. This is a consumable item, orange quality, permanently increases agility. After reading it, Ningfeng was puzzled. A permanent attribute enhancement stamp? I've never seen this kind of item before. Then, he looked over at the orange quality weapon claw. This only made him more excited. Orange quality is already a rare treasure, it must be really valuable. And this claw, though I can't use it, it could still be sold for a good amount of money. Ningfeng clenched his fists in joy. If this keeps up, I can easily grind monsters and level up. Finally, I'm going to get rich. While Ningfeng was enjoying himself, he suddenly froze as a sound echoed down from the sky. All the candidates immediately stopped their assessments and used teleportation scrolls to retreat. This left him feeling bewildered. What's going on? Suddenly, Ningfeng noticed something strange surrounding him. He glanced to the side and was horrified to discover that everything around him was in ruins. Is this the power of a forbidden curse? It's all just a trap, this is terrifying. The announcement sound echoed once again, and all the candidates immediately halted their assessments, using teleportation scrolls to withdraw. Fearing he would attract attention, Ningfeng quickly followed suit, placing his scroll on the ground. What if someone spots me? I'm done for. I have to leave quickly. Candidates from other areas also unrolled their scrolls and stepped on them to leave. Ningfeng, now back to safety, smiled in satisfaction. Captain Zhou, who was nearby, shouted urgently, "Don't stop here, hurry up and leave, return to the city." He then grimaced, grinding his teeth as he thought, monsters of the king level and above, even if we add up all the people here, we can't handle them. I wonder if reinforcements will arrive in time. Suddenly, his expression changed, and his mouth dropped open in shock. What? The source of the dark power had suddenly vanished. He then screamed in fear, "Yes, yes. That monster, did it run out of the secret realm?" Ningfeng was walking when he ran into Qi Wei, who was urgently trying to contact someone. "Miss Qi, this is..." Seeing Qi Wei calling out loudly in distress, Ningfeng blinked and asked, "Are you okay, Ningfeng?" Ningfeng absent-mindedly scratched his head. "I am fine, Miss Qi." "If you say so, then please go ahead." A public announcement rang out, signaling that classes had been temporarily suspended at the school. If there's nothing important, don't come back. The next day, while Ningfeng was taking a walk with Wang Yu, he voiced his curiosity. Miss Qi seemed like she was about to face a major enemy. What exactly is going on? Wan Yu responded, I heard that during a school test, an unknown source of power was detected, so the entire school has been locked down. Upon hearing this, Ningfeng fell into deep thought.
An unknown source of power. Could it be that mysterious, unidentified elite monster?
It's rare to finally have a chance to test for awakening and then have it interrupted midway. Wan Yu noticed the serious expression on Ningfeng's face and thought to himself, it seems like this incident has hit him hard.
Suddenly, Wan Yu spoke up.
The magic of the defense system can save lives, but it's not suitable for leveling up.
Starting tomorrow, you'll form a team with us. I'm leaving.
But Ningfeng waved his hand to decline her kind offer, thanking her for the gesture but insisting, it's not necessary to go through all that trouble.
I can level up on my own.
After saying that, Ningfeng imagined himself using dark magic, causing Wan Yu to be frightened. It's not that I don't want to, but I only know the dark forbidden curse.
I can't just use it recklessly in front of others.
Wan Yu pointed directly at Ningfeng's face, firmly giving her command.
You can't refuse. 8 a.m. tomorrow. The West Gate. I'll be waiting for you. There's no way you'll get out of this.
With that, Wan Yu decisively turned and walked away, prompting Ningfeng to hurriedly call out to her from behind.
Wait, hold on a second.
Ningfeng helplessly covered his face, angrily shouting.
Why won't you listen to me? This stubborn woman.
Then his face darkened as he quickly thought to himself.
This is bad, this is really bad, maybe I can fake being sick. But that thought was quickly dismissed.
No, with her personality, I could maybe escape today, but not tomorrow. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ningfeng's mind.
Maybe there's a way. I wonder if it'll work.
At the Yuanchang Exchange, the bright sunlight bathed the towering skyscraper, further accentuating its grandness, causing anyone passing by to look up in awe. Ningfeng stood outside, looking at the entire building with a thoughtful expression. There were certain pieces of equipment that came with skills he could purchase, one of which included the mud-tide skill.
Tomorrow, he could try to fake it a little.
Ningfeng had just stepped inside, hoping that the system would turn the gear along with its skills into forbidden curses, and that the loot from the monsters they had just defeated could also be sold. Upon seeing him, a beautiful young woman approached to greet him.
Hello, may I assist you with something?
Ningfeng gave a polite smile. I would like to buy equipment with the mud-tide skill, anything from weapons, jewelry, to accessories will do.
The girl happily pointed the way. Are you a newly awakened student? Actually, low-level magic like mud-tide skill doesn't need to be specifically bought.
We have plenty of higher-level enchanted equipment here that's more suitable for leveling up.
I can recommend some to you. Ningfeng quickly waved his hand to decline. No need, I just need something temporary. So the level of the equipment doesn't need to be too high.
The girl's attitude immediately shifted.
Come this way, then. She flicked her hair and walked off, grumbling under her breath for a while.
It turned out he was just some poor guy. She was too lazy to serve him, leaving it to the newcomer to handle it instead. Not long after, another gentle young woman approached to welcome him.
Hello, is there anything you need that I can help you with? I just wanted to.
Immediately, the staff led Ningfeng to tour the items displayed on the shelves, the sharp swords, and Ningfeng excitedly tried on some magical gloves with a delighted expression. A few minutes later, the staff member couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Ningfeng putting all his strength into lifting the hammer. Finally, Ningfeng tried on the golden magical ring.
The staff member gently asked, Mr. Ning, are you satisfied with this ring?
Ningfeng smiled brightly, pleased.
It's quite good, quite good. Thank you for accompanying me to so many shops.
Next, Ningfeng wanted to know where to sell his spoils.
The staff member politely replied, Do you want to sell something, sir? I'll take you there.
After a while, the two of them arrived at a room with a consignment appraisal sign.
A knock was heard at the door. The man inside, with a somewhat imposing tone, invited them in.
The door opened, and the staff member, along with Ning Feng, stepped inside.
Master Wang, this gentleman wants to sell his spoils. Could you please take a look and estimate how much it might be worth?
Immediately, Master Wang took the weapon in his hand, activated his appraisal skill, and made an assessment. The weapon was orange in color, with agility attributes, requiring a low level to wield. It had excellent properties and was ideal for beginners. Moreover, the weapon also came with 3 enhancements that could be adjusted to suit the user's needs, further improving its effectiveness. Then, he looked at Ning Feng and commented, "This is a good item. We might have a few customers who would be interested in it. As for the price, do you have any specific requirements? How much is it?" Of course, the higher the better. Upon hearing this, Master Wang smiled brightly. "Got it, please wait here for a moment. I'll make a call to contact the client. Xiao Yang, right? Please take good care of Mr. Ning." With that, Master Wang entered another room and picked up the phone to call someone else. "Boss Shang, weren't you always looking for a high-quality equipment for your son?" The other person replied, yes, I happen to have one here." While Mr. Wang was talking to Boss Shang, Ning Feng was being warmly attended to by Xiao Yang outside. A little while later, Master Wang opened the door and entered the room to meet Ning Feng. He then announced, "Mr. Ning, the equipment has already been sold. The other party is willing to pay 50,000 star coins. After deducting the 8% transaction fee, you will receive 46,000 star coins." 50,000 star coins, that's a lot. Suddenly, Xiao Yang turned to look at Ning Feng with a strange expression. Master Wang continued to instruct. "Please follow me to complete the formalities. We will transfer the money to your account, it will be quite fast. By the way, I also want to buy some equipment, so let me introduce a few to you. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Meanwhile, the girl employee who had previously looked down on Ning Feng was chatting with other employees. "Didn't you like handsome guys? Why did you let that little handsome guy go?" She replied, "I only like handsome guys with money and strength. As for those poor ones, they don't even deserve to give me a thick book." From a distance, Ning Feng, along with Master Wang and Xiao Yang, appeared. They were chatting quite cheerfully, when a female employee noticed them and immediately asked, "Isn't that the customer you just attended to? Why is he with Master Wang now?" The girl suddenly excitedly shared some news that left the 2 others gaping in shock. "I heard that little handsome guy just sold an item for 50,000 star coins, and now he wants to choose another one. 50,000 star coins, that's enough to cover our wages for 3 months. Upon hearing this, the face of the girl who had snubbed Ning Feng turned pale, as if she couldn't believe she had just missed out on such a large sum of money. She lamented, regretfully exclaiming, "Why? I should have been the one to serve him, the commission should have been mine, it should have been mine." Once outside, Xiao Yang stood opposite Ning Feng and advised, "Mr. Ning, hold on a moment, next time, just come directly to me." She then shyly introduced herself as Yang Xing. Time quickly passed, and the next day, Ning Feng happily walked down the street, blowing his flute, attracting the attention of everyone who passed by. Ning Feng remembered that he had tested the previous night, items accompanied by magic spells would not be affected by the system. Then, he thought to himself, "Now I don't have to worry about being exposed." Just then, Ning Feng spotted a familiar figure in the distance and raised his hand to call out, drawing Wang Yu's attention. But before she could react, someone from the opposite side called out to her. "You and I, so you're here." Wang Yu turned to look, and it turned out to be a team led by a young mage, accompanied by a shield warrior and 2 others. The person with red hair was a giant axe mad warrior, and the girl with cute pink hair was a holy cleric. With that, Wang Yu pointed towards the group and introduced them. "Let me introduce, these are all members of my guild." In contrast to the friendly demeanor of the 2, the mage and the shield warrior looked at him with a somewhat unfriendly gaze, causing Ning Feng to withdraw his hand timidly. Ning Feng pursed his lips and muttered to himself, "What's with these 2?
They look like I owe them 800 million.
The mage then approached Wang Yu with a completely different expression than before.
You and I remember you were about to complete your second-class transfer. What happened?
Upon hearing this, Ningfeng was momentarily stunned. Great, every 30 levels allows for a class transfer.
Is Wang Yu about to reach level 60 already? No wonder she's the genius girl with a 5-star potential.
To win her favor, the mage generously pulled out a small vial and said,
It's nothing, I just wanted to give you a gift.
The vial, green in color, was a consumable item with an orange-gray quality, enhancing agility and permanently adding 3 points. The item was so eye-catching that it made the giant axe mad warrior and a holy cleric exclaim, a high-level potion that permanently boosts attributes, it must be very precious.
The man with the smirk arrogantly laughed, precious?
That's nothing, just about 20 to 30,000 star coins.
You and I remained unimpressed.
What mattered was that this kind of high-level potion was incredibly difficult to obtain, even if you had the money.
My father had to ask many friends and it wasn't easy to get one like this. But Wang Yu outright refused. Thank you for your kindness, but this potion is very valuable. Wang Yu didn't say much more, simply turned around and walked away.
No need, we still have something to do, we'll leave first.
Rejected, the man was furious and pointed at Ningfeng. Wait a minute, you really want to waste time with this useless piece of trash?
Wang Yu turned back, glaring as a warning, Zhao Chang, mind your words. But he maintained his condescending attitude, mocking him.
What's wrong?
A 1-star is a trash, will never accomplish anything in this life.
Even though Ningfeng remained silent, he was caught in the crossfire, cursing inwardly, why am I suddenly the target? Who is this guy? Is he crazy? Should I cast a forbidden curse and kill him?
Seeing the situation escalate, the pink-haired girl spoke up, Zhao Chang, let's go, stay out of this, it's none of your business. Zhao Chang looked at Ningfeng with disdain, this brat, from head to toe, can't even exchange for a single potion of attribute-enhancing elixir.
Get lost, don't embarrass me any further.
Ningfeng, however, was not someone to be easily bullied.
His face clearly showed contempt. Are you a mad dog? Do you like randomly biting people?
A mere potion with 3 additions, and you're acting all tough and threatening.
What face do you even have to bring that out? Are you looking for a death wish?
The soldier with the shield standing next to Zhao Chang also began to chime in, such big words, do you have something even more powerful? Zhao Chang still maintained his arrogant attitude, undeterred, that's right.
As long as you can bring something out, I will kneel and kowtow to you.
But if you can't, you will kneel and kowtow to me. Not afraid in the slightest, Ningfeng immediately took out an orange-colored piece of equipment that left Zhao Chang dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open in shock.
Oh? Well, prepare yourself then. Ningfeng then secretly thought, Wang Yu, this is a gift for you.
Wang Yu, much like Zhao Chang, couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the equipment, Pioneer Badge, an orange item that permanently boosts attributes.
This is something I've never seen before.
The group of Zhao Chang stood there in stunned silence, their eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing.
What? How is there a permanent +10 item? Are you trying to scam people? Ningfeng calmly smirked, is it a trick or not? Won't you know if you try?
Wang Yu hesitated, wanting to ask something, but Ningfeng understood and quickly explained, don't worry, I found this in my house. I was originally going to give it to you, just couldn't wait anymore. The red-haired guy and the pink-haired girl both urged in unison, hurry, use it.
Wang Yu reached out to touch the equipment, and it instantly turned into streams of bright orange light, entering her body.
Immediately, the orange light from the badge was gradually absorbed into her hand. The sight caused both the red-haired guy and the pink-haired girl to stare in stunned amazement. Zhao Chang's face darkened with anger. Ningfeng, on the other hand, was even more smug. After a moment, Wang Yu successfully absorbed the energy from the badge, and she joyfully exclaimed, the attributes really have increased. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl's eyes lit up with admiration. As for Zhao Chang, he still couldn't believe his eyes.
In a state of shock, he shouted, "Impossible, how could he have such a treasure? He must have stolen it."
Ningfeng scratched his ear and grinned smugly, then tilted his head and shouted louder, "I'm hard of hearing, I didn't catch that." Seeing his attitude, Zhao Chang clenched his fists and snapped, "Mr. Zheng's intention is to go back on his word." Seeing him go back on his word, the girl with pink hair and the boy with red hair both pouted, casting a disdainful glance toward Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang gritted his teeth and dropped to his knees with a thud. Ningfeng stood and watched as Zhao Chang bowed his head to him, unable to hold back his laughter. Then, he decisively turned and walked away with Wang Yu.
"Let's go, everyone. See you again."
After walking for a while, Wang Yu spoke up.
"Sorry,
Ningfeng quickly interrupted and stopped.
Our relationship isn't based on this."
He turned to her with a smile.
"Actually, you don't need to stay with me. I'd rather you focus on passing the 2 transfers and getting into the best university."
As he said this, he thought to himself, "Moreover, with you by my side, you can't possibly level up." Wang Yu misunderstood his words and quickly tried to encourage him.
"No, don't underestimate yourself, I'm not."
Suddenly, Wang Yu took out a book and handed it to Ningfeng.
"By the way, this is for you." Ningfeng was surprised it was a skill book.
Wang Yu replied cheerfully,
"Yes, once you level up to the corresponding rank, you can learn from it."
Ningfeng flipped through the book, observed it, and then spoke up.
"They're all purple quality, they can't be cheap, right?" Wang Yu smiled gently.
"It's not much, not even comparable to the badge you gave me." Hearing this, Ningfeng smiled brightly.
"Well then, I'll accept it."
Outside the secret realm, a sinister graveyard saw a huge hand rise from beneath a tomb, followed by a wave of aggressive zombies wielding weapons, charging forward to attack. Magic beams shot toward them, slicing off the heads of 2 zombies, causing them to scream in agony. Ningfeng sat behind, watching Wang Yu easily take down the monsters, cheering her on loudly. Then, he curled up alone behind, his face expressionless as he silently complained inside, "The experience points here are too low, but I can't tell Wang Yu.
I'm already level 10, what else can I do? I feel so helpless." Suddenly, Wang Yu's phone rang, drawing her attention. She picked up the call. "Hello?"
The voice on the other end spoke urgently, "You and I, we just received news.
The boss, Fallen Law Necromancer, is about to appear."
On this side, the pink-haired girl looked tense, silently thinking, this opportunity is rare.
"Should I go?" Seeing that Wang Yu didn't respond, the pink-haired girl asked again, "You and I, will you come?" Behind her, Zhao Chang shot a displeased glance at the girl, ordering, "You have to come. If you don't, how can we fight the boss?"
The Fallen Law Necromancer might drop rare mage items, which are extremely important to me.
Hearing that, Wang Yu fell silent, as if she was thinking about something.
Ningfeng, who was standing behind, waved his hand and suddenly spoke up.
"You go ahead, it's fine. Anyway, we're both in this secret realm. If I cultivate a bit later, it won't matter."
Upon hearing this, Wang Yu nodded in agreement.
"Alright, then you go to the safe zone and wait for me."
Upon hearing this, Ningfeng flashed a bright smile and made a thumbs-up gesture. Wang Yu immediately rushed out of the secret realm, while Ningfeng, eagerly waiting for this moment, waved his hand.
"Take your time, my lord. When you're free, come visit often." Wang Duwei angrily shouted. "Shut up."
After Wang Yu left, Ningfeng immediately broke into a mischievous grin, now left alone.
"Boss, huh? Today seems to be the day."
Luckily, I prepared early last night and learned 2 skills. After all, I can use them for free once, and of course, the more forbidden curses, the better. The system screen displayed the passive skill, a mysterious gift. All your forbidden curses can be released for free once per week. Ningfeng stretched and loosened his muscles.
"Too bad, my current level only allows 3 skill slots, the skill book that Miss gave me.
I'll need to reach level 15 to use the passive ability of Ningfeng's 3 skill slots, since I've only reached level 10 so far." Inside the ominous tomb, the undead monsters were wandering everywhere. Among them, a zombie with fiery red eyes, wearing a black hood, was the boss. On the cliffside, a small team of 4 stood observing below. The one in armor analyzed. The boss, Shua, is located in the tall tower deep within the secret realm. We need to fight our way through from here to there, and we must be very careful. This dungeon has a very high difficulty level, and the monsters inside are extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a flame burst into existence in front of them, startling all 4 of them. The only girl in the team exclaimed in surprise. "Look! A team of adventurers has already charged ahead. How did they get so far?" The guy wearing the cap also noticed the other team. "That's the Talisman Guild of Wan Yu and Zhao Chang. It seems that across the entire kingdom, they're the rising stars with immense strength. Their reputation is well deserved. Looks like the others don't stand a chance now." Meanwhile, the 4 members of Wang Yu's guild were using all their strength to wipe out the monsters. Zhao Chang activated his skills and laughed heartily. "This boss is definitely mine. What do those trash teams think they can compete with me?" Seeing Wang Yu shooting powerful arrows, the 2 behind couldn't help but discuss. "Do you think Wang Yu has gotten stronger?" He replied, "Indeed, after all, his agility has increased by 10 points. At the same time, deep inside the treacherous secret realm of Moyuan, the surrounding space was extremely cold. Suddenly, a strange purple vortex appeared in midair. Ningfeng jumped out from the hole and cast the forbidden curse level spell, instantly vanishing from sight, sneering. As expected, the demonic space has arrived. The skill Ningfeng just used was from the altered book of Wang Yu that he had received. It was an active skill called Void Path Dark Forbidden Curse, which tore apart space and entered the dark world, quickly crossing time and space to reach the target location, maintaining its effect for 1 hour. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy erupted from the ground, with black streaks spreading outwards. A monster appeared, exuding such a dangerous aura that the surrounding space grew even colder. Ningfeng was not the slightest bit afraid. In fact, he greeted the monster in a friendly manner, leaving it dumbfounded. The monster said nothing. It immediately turned around and launched a massive magical blast at Ningfeng. The attack came in fast, creating a large explosion. Green smoke engulfed the spot where Ningfeng had been standing, causing debris to fly in all directions. Where Ningfeng had been standing, only black scorch marks remained. The monster, smug and with blood-red eyes, seemed pleased. How dare the adventurer underestimate their own abilities and appear here alone? While the monster was distracted, Ningfeng suddenly reappeared behind it, preparing to launch his counterattack. He smirked, his expression turning terrifying. "Because I don't want to share the spoils with anyone else." The monster flinched and turned around, stammering. "Wah!" Ningfeng continued to activate his skill, the heavenly circle changing the universe dark forbidden curse, summoning a fierce rain of fire from the sky, dealing massive area damage. The purple meteorites fell from the heavens like rain, targeting the boss of the secret realm. The monster stared wide-eyed in fear. The magic stones collided with the tower, causing it to explode into pieces. A series of explosions followed, with smoke and dust rising everywhere. Ningfeng stood in the midst of the bombing, watching his creation unfold, and smiled with satisfaction as he heard the notification sound from the system. At that moment, the system displayed the message: defeated the undead demon, defeated the shadow-devouring demon, defeated the true armor warrior. Experience points plus 200. After the boss monster was slain, the system issued a reminder: defeated the fear spell Demoness. Experience points plus 50,000, level up to 30. Ningfeng cheered in joy. Level 30, I can one transfer now. Next, Ningfeng approached to examine the orange items dropped by the monster and thought to himself, the spoils are indeed abundant. The jewelry and gemstones are exactly what I need. Unfortunately, the 2 skill book copies aren't for mages, but they're still worth a good amount of money. Then, Ningfeng raised his hand to absorb the Demoness badge. I'll absorb this myself.
Although it'll reduce my stamina, I can still accept it. Immediately, the system notification appeared, indicating that the special item, the badge of Wu Yi, had been detected. Upon transmission, it was revealed that the hidden class, the Spirit Vu Master, could be activated, or the prerequisite tasks for the hidden class, the full system Divine Mage, could be triggered. Upon hearing this information, Ningfeng smirked and thought to himself. Hidden classes were quite rare and typically innate, humans had no way of intervening. Could it be that these badges were the key to unlocking the hidden class? He clenched his fists tightly, his determination evident. He cast a new spell and shouted loudly, "Enough talk, a real man does what he must activate the full system Divine Body." Meanwhile, Wang Yu's team was also shaken as meteorites rained down from the sky, causing the entire group to stand frozen in confusion. What's happening? The magical fluctuations are terrifying. Wang Yu loudly warned, halting her advance and retreating. Zhao Chang, though disappointed, still sternly reprimanded, "In a situation this dangerous, do you want to get everyone killed?" Unable to argue back, Wang Yu looked at Zhao Chang, gritted her teeth, and silently cursed, "Damn it, how unlucky." At that moment, Wang Yu took out her phone, her mind consumed by a single thought: she needed to quickly notify Ningfeng. Before she could send the message, Ningfeng had already texted first, apologizing and explaining that he had some urgent matters to attend to and was leaving ahead of schedule. At this moment, Ningfeng was walking toward the grand hall for the job change ceremony. He stepped inside and quietly asked, "Is there no one here?" As he went deeper into the room, he discovered there was someone inside. Upon seeing Ningfeng, the girl took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, are you here to change your job?" He replied, "Yes." Receiving his answer, the girl turned back to look at her computer and began typing on the keyboard. "Alright, I'll log in your information now." Then, she asked a few questions about Ningfeng's details. He quickly responded, "Name Ningfeng, age 18. When she asked about his profession, he didn't answer. The girl silently assessed, "At 18, he's just now doing his one transfer, his potential seems a bit lacking." Immediately after, she stood up and guided Ningfeng with great care. "The one transfer for mages is over here, please follow me." The two of them walked into a large room, where she instructed him, "Next, just follow the procedure. I'll step outside for a moment." When the girl stepped out, she unexpectedly ran into Captain Zhou, who was also outside. Curious, she asked him, "Is something going on?" He replied, "We just investigated the site where the Tomb of the Fierce Danger was severely damaged. The origin of the power is still unclear, but it's estimated the threat level could reach at least royal rank or higher." Hearing that, she was somewhat surprised. 2 days, and there have already been 2 instances of threats at the king level? He replied, "That's right, which is why my superior sent me here." After a brief hesitation, Captain Zhou explained the reason for his visit and requested that Guing be dispatched. In the class promotion room, the screen displayed 2 available options. "Teacher, you haven't completed the class promotion 1 quest. The condition to enter the secret realm of the Hopeless Ghost Tomb and obtain the quest item, the Blood Soul Crown. Time limit, 3 days, difficulty, 5 stars, a level. This is a prerequisite for class promotion 1. Condition to enter the secret realm, Divine Sun Palace, and obtain the quest item, the Divine Badge. Time limit, 3 days, difficulty, 6 stars, S level." Ningfeng didn't hesitate and clicked to accept the quest. So there are 2 branches to choose from? Looks like the whole magic system is just a prerequisite quest. She selected immediately, and the system displayed the confirmation message. Class promotion quest accepted successfully. Please check the related information. After completing everything she needed to do, Ningfeng walked out and descended the stairs. As she walked, Ningfeng couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of being a hidden class, with an S-level class promotion quest. Fortunately, the time limit is 3 days, so there's no need to rush. As she reached the door, the receptionist warmly bid her farewell. "Sir, please take care." Ningfeng waved his hand in response, "Thank you." But after walking for a while, he suddenly turned around and noticed, oh, isn't that the big sister from earlier?
In the secret realm of Moyuan, behind a woman's figure, two adventurers were sneaking in whispering.
This is still the first time I've seen someone from Lan Sado. Even our outfits are different.
After all, the existence of this organization is a secret agency. The man said, it was rumored that all members of Lan Shadow possessed a rare hidden profession, capable of using dark power to fight, specializing in carrying out special missions. Suddenly, Guing clutched her head in pain, walking forward while adjusting her glasses.
The dark power is too strong.
Even though it has dissipated a lot, it still affects me.
No clues have been found.
It seems the culprit caused damage and then disappeared, making it hard to understand the opponent's objective.
Captain Zhou's face turned serious. Recently, we've been receiving frequent reports of unusual signs in certain secret locations. It could be a precursor to some kind of crisis. Is there any connection between them? Guing responded, I can't say.
I'll inform the higher-ups.
We need to increase the number of investigators. Even famous people are having headaches, aren't they? The man wearing glasses also interjected, sorry, has it been confirmed that the culprit is a monster?
Could it be? Understanding what the person in front of her was trying to ask, Guing continued, you want to ask if the culprit could be a mutant like me, right?
I apologize, I didn't mean anything by it.
Guing analyzed the situation. The threat level here had surpassed that of a king-level power.
To control such a massive force of darkness, the price to pay was simply not something human flesh and blood could endure.
The man wearing glasses continued, in other words, there's an incredibly powerful monster hiding somewhere in the city, and it could bring disaster at any moment.
Guing did not deny it.
Exactly, it's probably hiding in the shadows. We need to find it quickly. At the same time, at Ningfeng's house, he walked to the window, lifted the curtain, and looked outside. His mood seemed quite good.
The small, dim environment somehow made him feel inexplicably at ease.
Then Ningfeng turned back into the house and sat down, arms crossed, lost in thought. After reaching level 30, he gained 4 new skill columns, but first, he would try the 2 books Wang Yu had given him. Suddenly, a sound notification appeared. The detection of the magic shield skill has merged with the forbidden curse of the earth, Yutho, and the process has been completed automatically. Ningfeng placed his hand on the system's touchscreen panel, and the notification read, learned the passive skill Defender of the Impure Land.
The passive skill Defender of the Impure Land automatically activates when attacked.
100% of the damage will be absorbed by body becomes earth. The amount of damage absorbed is equivalent to the damage caused by the body of the tainted earth.
After the attack ends, the body of the tainted earth will automatically regenerate.
Ningfeng was astonished by the perfect combination, and he smiled as he exclaimed.
So the forbidden curse can also be merged with low-level magic to create a new effect.
In this way, I now have an additional method of defense.
Ordinary damage has no effect on me whatsoever.
Ningfeng stroked his chin, thinking for a moment, before deciding to continue reading this book. Soon after, the system notification appeared, indicating that the falling rock art could be merged with the forbidden curse, and the physical UTH and TNV in HIV would proceed automatically. He received the passive skill Mastery of Earth Element, which granted a 20% bonus to all effects from earth-based magic. Next, Ningfeng looked at his skill slots. There were still 4 left. I should head to the trading floor and buy some new books, he thought, then decided to go to the trading hall. He had been there once before, so this time he confidently walked inside.
Upon seeing Ningfeng, the attendant immediately recognized him.
Oh, it's you from last time. She cheerfully stepped in front of him.
Mr. Ning, right?
Hello, I'm looking for Yang Xing, Miss Yang. The attendant put on a deliberately seductive expression as she addressed Ningfeng.
Yang Xing is with another client at the moment. Let me take you there today.
Ningfeng, without a hint of politeness, coldly replied before turning to leave.
Oh, no need. I'll go on my own.
Seeing his attitude, she darkened her face and muttered angrily.
This guy isn't a man, is he? How dare he refuse me? Am I not good enough for him, like Yang Xing?
Not willing to let go of such a tasty treat, she shamelessly followed Ningfeng.
It's okay, Mr. Ning, this is my responsibility.
At that moment, suddenly, the sound of someone running in high heels approached Ningfeng, and someone called out loudly.
Mr. Ning, so that's Yang Xing.
She was rushing towards Ningfeng. Once Ningfeng recognized her, he greeted her.
Isn't this Yang Xing?
Are you done with your work? Yang Xing was catching her breath and explained.
I'm not busy, just had a little break at the back. A colleague told me you were here, so I rushed over.
Hearing this, Ningfeng took the initiative to apologize.
Sorry for disturbing you during your break. I'll make it up to you with a meal later.
She smiled and said, You're too polite, Mr. Ning. Yang Xing led Ningfeng into the transaction room, where he took out 2 books and placed them on the table.
I'd like to entrust you 2 skill books to sell.
Also, I'd like to buy some skill books for mages.
Master Wang clasped his hands together and instructed. It's fine, Xiao Yang, you can go with Mr. Ning.
Then, he cast a curious glance at Ningfeng, feeling a bit intrigued by him.
Last time it was orange grade weapons, and now it's purple skill books.
This guy's background is a bit interesting, I should have someone investigate him. Ningfeng quickly carried out his earlier words and went with Yang Xing to a nearby restaurant.
After some pleasant conversation, Ningfeng waved his hand and called out loudly.
Waiter, the bill. Yang Xing hurriedly waved her hand and said.
No need, I've already paid for everything.
Upon hearing this, Ningfeng seemed disappointed.
Didn't we agree that I would treat you? Yang Xing replied. No, I have my reasons for treating you. Don't worry about it.
Ningfeng curiously asked.
What reasons?
But Yang Xing responded mysteriously, smiling as she gently pushed Ningfeng away.
It's a secret. Let's go.
Once outside, Ningfeng took the initiative to offer to give Yang Xing a ride home, but Yang Xing gracefully declined. No need to trouble yourself, I have to go somewhere else.
I can take a taxi by myself. Take care and stay safe. Yang Xing got into a taxi.
As usual, the driver asked.
Where would you like to go?
She replied, to the second city hospital. Yang Xing felt deeply grateful as she remembered that thanks to Ning, she had earned a lot of commission, and her father's medical expenses for the month had been settled. Thinking of this, Yang Xing felt so happy that tears unconsciously began to fall. Suddenly, the car window shattered as if something had violently struck it. Before Yang Xing could process what was happening, a large claw pierced through the seat, the driver was impaled, and blood splattered everywhere. Yang Xing, terrified, froze, unable to move, sitting still in her seat. Outside, in the middle of the sky, a spatial portal opened.
Countless monsters leaped out from it.
The drivers, terrified, abandoned their cars and scattered in all directions, and the scene descended into utter chaos.
A monster leaped onto Yang Xing's taxi, smashing through the windshield and killing the driver.
Yang Xing reacted quickly, opened the car door, and fled. She was filled with fear as she jumped out of the car and ran in a panic. In her frantic haste, she accidentally fell heavily to the ground. Trembling in terror, she thought to herself.
What is going on? Are there monsters in the safe zone? As if sensing the danger, Yang Xing shuddered behind her at that moment.
A vicious monster had appeared from nowhere. And from the spatial portal, a strange figure gradually emerged.
He wore a sinister smile.
A sudden explosion occurred, causing everything around her to violently shake. The monster, with sharp fangs, appeared and let out terrifying roars. At this moment, Yang Xing tried to use her power to suppress it, but it had no effect, leaving her shaking, her face drenched in sweat.
Yang Xing was a one-star mage.
Previously, she had been a second-class mage, at level 34. The vicious monster charged at Yang Xing, attacking her with its sharp claws.
Terrified, she recoiled and screamed loudly. Suddenly, Captain Joe appeared out of nowhere and struck the monster's head with a powerful blow. Blood splattered everywhere, echoing through the air. Holding the sword with the color still attached to it, Captain Joe showed concern for her. "Are you okay?" She replied, I'm fine." He responded, "If you can move, find a place to hide first." Following his advice, Yang Xing turned and ran off. At this moment, Captain Joe was left alone, observing the surroundings, and realized that everything around here had been smashed to pieces. The secret realm had started merging with reality, and he'd never encountered such a serious situation before. These monsters were not something a regular one-star attribute person could handle. He recalled what his companion had said earlier. In other words, there was an extremely powerful monster in the city that could bring disaster at any moment? This was something Captain Joe was only starting to grasp. While he was still thinking, Captain Joe was startled when he looked over and saw a large claw preparing to strike him. He quickly reacted, jumping to avoid it. Upon getting a closer look at what had just attacked him, Captain Joe was utterly stunned. The creature looked at Captain Joe with cold eyes. "Mutant? I am not one of those parasitic creatures. I am the harbinger of darkness, the embodiment of dark power." Upon hearing this, Captain Joe frowned, confused. What is the harbinger of darkness? He had never heard of it before. Never mind, now was not the time to worry about such things. Thinking is acting, Captain Joe leaped up, raised the sword in his hand, and with all his strength, aimed directly at the harbinger of darkness. But the latter swiftly swung his hand to strike at Captain Joe, generating such force that Captain Joe was thrown back. This made him grit his teeth, filled with fear inside. This is bad, that bastard's strength is at least equivalent to 3 transfers or more. The harbinger of darkness pointed at the ground and laughed arrogantly. "This is my territory." As he spoke, he charged forward with incredible speed. The harbinger of darkness had reached Captain Joe in an instant, causing him to be startled. He quickly raised his sword to block. The harbinger of darkness used his deformed arm to strike a powerful blow to Captain Joe's abdomen, causing blood to spurt violently. The force of the blow sent Captain Joe flying into the air, blood pouring out in torrents. The harbinger of darkness laughed maniacally. "You're getting stronger now, stepping onto this land." It seemed as though a surge of power was rising. Suddenly, from the round jade pendant surrounded by a demon's head on the harbinger of darkness's person, a voice rang out, like a shot from hell. "Lowly humans, cease your self-love." The harbinger of darkness's face immediately changed color. Forgive me." The terrifying voice continued to echo. "Your power was granted by me. Without me, you would be like your kind, just a mere reptile." Upon finishing his words, a large crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a pair of bright red eyes began emerging from it. Gradually, a monster surrounded by an aura of intense murderous intent appeared, and it was the owner of that terrifying voice. "Prove to me that you still have a reason to exist." Upon hearing this, the harbinger of darkness trembled and immediately knelt to the ground. The monster let out a savage laugh and issued an order. "Take all the people in this city as sacrifices for a king like me to enter this world." The harbinger of darkness obeyed without hesitation, kneeling as he responded. "As you command." Meanwhile, a hand lifted the curtain aside, revealing Ningfeng, who had just finished using the restroom. He remained calm, unaware of what had transpired. Suddenly, Ningfeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw something before him. The remains of a bloody battle lay scattered across the ground, with countless bodies strewn about, leaving him puzzled. "I just came back to use the restroom. What happened here?" A monster with sharp teeth was prowling around, searching for its prey. Upon sensing Ningfeng's presence, it sharply turned its head and looked at him. In the next moment, it immediately charged toward Ningfeng, but from the ground, something began to emerge. It was a sharp spike, thrusting straight into its chest, causing the monster to be split in two. It turns out Ningfeng had just used magic combined with earthen spikes, and luckily,
today he had spent a lot of money to buy this weapon. It came with many purple tier skills, and also enhanced his earth magic. After that, he pushed the door of the restaurant and stepped outside. The moment he stepped out, Ningfeng was once again stunned by the terrifying sight before him. The Harbinger of Darkness, whose body was covered in blood, saw Ningfeng and let out a strange, eerie laugh, as if he had just missed a bug like him. With that, he suddenly jumped, sending rocks and dirt flying in all directions. In the blink of an eye, he charged forward, slashing with his claws to attack Ningfeng, causing him to be startled by the grotesque appearance of the Harbinger of Darkness. Next, the Harbinger of Darkness used his claws to grip Ningfeng tightly, laughing triumphantly. But in the following moment, his expression completely changed. The Harbinger of Darkness had thought he had caught Ningfeng, but little did he know, Ningfeng had used magic to block the claws. The Harbinger of Darkness was momentarily stunned and stammered, "How could you block my attack?" The monster controlling the Harbinger of Darkness appeared from behind him. "I saw the situation wasn't looking too good, so I thought. The power of darkness. It's too strong, his power is far greater than mine." "No, that's not right. I can sense something from him that's even more terrifying than death itself. This guy seems incredibly powerful. Could he be trying to cast a forbidden curse in the city?" Suddenly, Ningfeng opened his eyes wide. He then shouted loudly. Immediately, the claw of the Harbinger of Darkness slowly shattered into pieces, leaving only the fragile flesh inside. This terrified him, feeling as though he were being torn apart. In a panic, he screamed, seeking help. "Leader, leader!" But the monster only replied with one word, "The one you called is no longer reachable, so figure it out yourself." At that moment, the dark energy fled from the city. The monsters also scattered, rushing back toward the gate, shouting, "Quick, return! The gate is about to close, it will shut in an instant." The Harbinger of Darkness clutched his arm in pain, his strength gradually fading. My power, my power." In the end, Ningfeng looked at him and sneered. "Oh ho, in the world of magic, there is something called a mutant. A mutant is someone who, during their awakening, receives a hidden occupation of the dark system. As long as they can wield dark power, their strength surpasses that of other professions of the same level. Therefore, once the dark power is lost, it is like the situation of the Harbinger of Darkness. At this moment, the Harbinger of Darkness screamed in pain, his eyes bloodshot. His back was pierced by sharp spikes, looking extremely terrifying. Standing in front of him, Ningfeng sighed, holding his head. "This is tough to deal with, but luckily, I can attack without having to defend. First, I'll collect the loot that's fallen, and then, while no one is looking, I'll make my escape." At the same time, in another desolate and empty place, Guing and the masked girl were accompanying each other. The girl spoke up. "The monsters have withdrawn. The invasion phenomenon from the secret realm has also disappeared." Guing remained silent and did not respond. She thought to herself, both times it was destructive magic, and whenever the secret realm invaded, it unexpectedly vanished. What exactly does the enemy want? Then, Guing turned to ask the other person. What about the other areas? Basically, everything was safe, except for the team in Changnan, which had suffered severe damage. The current situation was unclear. Guing frowned as she pondered. Changnan was the area that Captain Zhou was in charge of. "Let's go, let's check it out." Elsewhere, Duan was intently examining the heavily damaged corpse of the Harbinger of Darkness. He wondered, has everything of his been taken? From a distance, Guing noticed someone near the corpse of the Harbinger of Darkness and quickly approached, shouting, "Don't move! Who are you?" Duan calmly took out his badge and introduced himself. "Don't be tense. I'm a member of Realm Beyond the Clouds." Upon hearing this name, Guing asked more carefully, "Is Realm Beyond the Clouds an unofficial organization entirely formed by martial artists?" The other person answered, "Yes." Hearing this confirmation, Guing wondered. "I heard that you always operate secretly. Why have you appeared here?" Duan glanced back and explained, because of him, this guy was originally a member of our organization, but he betrayed us. He assisted the secret realm in infiltrating the real world, leading to the attack on our camp by strange creatures. Except for the survivors, everyone else perished.
The man with the mask whispered into Gu Ying's ear, "Doesn't that sound similar to what just happened? Could it be that the secret realm's invasion stopped because he died?" Duan looked at Gu Ying and then pointed to the corpse. "Did you all kill him?" She replied, "No, we don't even know who killed him." Upon hearing this, Duan thought to himself, this bastard loved to hide in the secret realm space, extremely cunning. Every time we found him, he was able to escape. Gu Ying then carefully examined the corpse, slightly surprised, silently evaluating Captain Zhou, who, despite his third-tier strength, was still wiped out and directly killed the enemy, preventing the secret realm's invasion. At this moment, both Gu Ying and Duan shared the same question: was there really such a powerful figure in Qinyu City? Seeing Duan turn around to leave, Gu Ying curiously asked, "Where are you going?" "To look for something in an apartment where Ningfeng is staying." Ningfeng was in high spirits, joyfully hopping around. The items that had fallen from the sky unexpectedly included 2 sets of orange equipment for a warrior class. It was a set of resplendent power armor, equipped with orange quality accessories, requiring level 120. The next piece of equipment was the resplendent power armor, a set of armor and pants with orange quality accessories, also requiring level 120. Ningfeng exclaimed excitedly, "This is even more addictive than fighting bosses." But suddenly, Ningfeng became thoughtful, guessing that he hadn't seen it on him earlier. "It must be because my level isn't high enough. Otherwise, I would need to use the forbidden curse to defeat him." Next, Ningfeng took out a necklace. "And there's also this necklace," he thought. "It looks strange, like it has no quality, and the information is unclear." Ningfeng examined the strange item carefully, flicking it with his finger. "I hope there's no ancient god hiding inside, right?" A moment later, the necklace still showed no reaction, but deep inside, someone was watching Ningfeng's every move. The monster, through the observation orb, stared intently at Ningfeng. Ningfeng couldn't help but sigh. "Luckily, I reacted quickly and closed the secret realm gate in time. I'm sure I won't be detected." The orb reflected Ningfeng's image, and he leaned in closer to inspect it carefully. "There's no ancient god inside, right?" The monster was startled, thinking that Ningfeng had discovered it. The enlarged face of the young man made it flinch in fear. The monster hurriedly issued the order, cutting off all communication, ensuring that our position remained hidden. Then it clasped its chest, breathing a sigh of relief, sweat pouring down incessantly. "That damn kid nearly scared me to death, almost gave me a heart attack. How did he sense me?" The next morning, at the city hospital, Captain Zhou was severely injured, wrapped in bandages from head to toe. He struggled to recount. "A young martial artist saved us." Captain Zhou recalled that just as he had no strength left to resist, Duan appeared and shielded him. As soon as the enemy saw him, they immediately opened a crack in the secret realm and fled. Gu Ying knew who Captain Zhou was referring to and confirmed. "Indeed, I can vaguely sense that this person's strength is no less than mine." The person wearing glasses also spoke up. "Someone that powerful couldn't capture the enemy, yet suddenly there's an unknown mastermind who kills the enemy? It might be the case now." Then, Gu Ying speculated. "Perhaps he passed by, maybe he's living in seclusion somewhere." In any case, this mysterious mastermind surely isn't registered, except for a few traces of regular magic. Nothing special was discovered on the battlefield yesterday. Captain Zhou sighed. "But if he were the boss here with us, that would be great. Just thinking about it makes me feel safe." The person wearing glasses thought for a moment and then voiced their opinion. "Well, I have quite a bold idea. There must be some traces of dark power left on the battlefield from last night, right?" The other person replied, "Of course, after all, the enemy were monsters from the secret realm." The person with glasses continued, "I'm not entirely sure, just a guess, but what if that mysterious individual is also a psychic? Isn't it true that both times the destructive magic appeared, it didn't cause any casualties among the staff? Could it be that he? Captain Zhou, seeing his colleagues' increasingly illogical statements, interrupted. Impossible, you're overthinking this. Guing, who was silently observing, remarked, what you're thinking might not be correct.
Then he turned to Ningfeng, who was heading somewhere to carry out a mission. The gate guard staff were chatting with each other. Ningfeng politely greeted them, hello, I need to go on a mission to change positions.
May I pass?
Amid the ruins, with smoke rising everywhere, a majestic and splendid castle appeared.
Ningfeng tried to make out the castle clearly, and on the other side, was that the Divine Sun Palace?
Then, he slowly walked towards the Divine Sun Palace, unaware that someone was following him. Behind him, Duan furrowed his brows, watching Ningfeng closely. The scene shifted back a few days earlier, to the trading area, where night had fallen. Duan entered the trading area, guided by a staff member into Wang Master's room. She called out to him and said, this gentleman has arrived. Master Wang then stepped forward, eagerly shaking hands with Duan.
Greetings, sir. I heard that you are interested in purchasing a set of 4 transfers warrior gear, am I right?
The staff member standing beside them carefully observed Duan, silently calculating. He had a high level, was handsome, and on top of that, he was generous. If she could attach herself to him, she wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. Master Wang continued to smile as he spoke. Coincidentally, we also have a regular customer who recently called to prepare a set of 4 transfers warrior gear for sale. However, all he has are 2 accessories, the armor and the pants.
Duan furrowed his brow, eager to know where this person was. Master Wang forced a smile. He seems to be too busy to come today.
Upon hearing this, Duan immediately thought of a man. 2 accessories of 4 transfers, the armor and the pants, every detail matched. Although he hadn't seen the set in person, it was highly likely to be his master's relic.
Duan tried to persuade Master Wang. Could you tell me more about your regular customer? I'm willing to pay for the information. Master Wang became suspicious. Wait a minute, why is this so coincidental?
Ningfeng had just mentioned selling the gear, and now this gentleman shows up at the door. It's as if they had already discussed it beforehand. After thinking for a moment, he awkwardly replied, I remember him saying that he needed to go to a neighboring city to handle some matters.
Let me call him to confirm.
A while later, a conversation could be heard from inside the room.
Has that gentleman left?
The person answered, yes, he has left.
I saw him off. Seeing that Mr. Wang's expression was not good, the staff member curiously asked, Master Wang, has something happened? Master Wang sighed, holding his head, and began recounting.
Before, I had someone investigate Ningfeng's background. His parents were ordinary 2-star professionals, and they mysteriously disappeared when he was young, leaving him alone. He went to school at the city's number 7 high school, and it wasn't until he turned 18 that he awakened.
He's still only a 1-star professional.
Upon hearing this, the staff member was stunned, seemingly unable to believe her ears.
What?
He looks so powerful, but it turns out he's just trash? She then secretly laughed to herself, knowing there had to be something wrong with him. He looked so pitiful, and now it was all exposed. Still feeling that something was off, she asked, but where did the things he brought to us to sell come from?
A 1-star professional couldn't possibly have such valuable items. That's the real issue. Although he's friends with the young miss of the Wang family hasn't really helped him much.
The employee recalled Duan's strange expression earlier and suddenly had a thought.
Just now, the elderly man seemed a bit displeased.
Thinking of this, she unintentionally blurted out, wait a minute, Ningfeng's equipment isn't stolen, is it? Upon hearing this, sweat began to pour down Master Wang's forehead.
It wasn't certain, but it probably wasn't anything good either.
However, it seemed that this time, the boy had really messed with the wrong person. Next, the employee smugly imagined the scene where Ningfeng would be beaten to a pulp by Duan and couldn't help but feel pleased. That's right, a fourth-tier powerhouse was considered one of the top existences in the North Province.
She chuckled inwardly, satisfied.
His equipment was definitely stolen, and now there was a good show to watch. Meanwhile, Ningfeng was still unaware, carefully hiding behind a large rock, observing Ningfeng's every move.
Duan frowned, his curiosity about Ningfeng growing more and more.
It was still hard to believe that such a young person could repel an invasion from the secret realm. Even a powerhouse like his master had been defeated by the boss of the secret realm. Seeing Ningfeng moving further away, Duan carefully darted to another rock, trying to close the distance between them to observe more clearly. Based on the information, his master's relics might be in the hands of Ningfeng. If the powerhouse wasn't him, then it could be someone else pulling the strings.
In any case, it was better to be cautious.
After a while of moving, Ningfeng had arrived in front of the Divine Sun Palace and saw the various classes fighting against the monsters. Ningfeng raised his hand to the sky, and immediately a beam of green light enveloped him, causing Duan to instantly realize that he had changed his equipment. From the gear, one could infer his strength. After completing the equipment change, Ningfeng's appearance was not as imposing as one might have imagined, and he actually looked smaller than before.
Duan stared blankly, thinking to himself, is this outfit too ordinary?
It really looks like a student who hasn't graduated.
Could it be a disguise? That makes sense. At his age, this new player outfit wouldn't draw attention and would make it easy for him to blend in with the crowd.
If he's trying to hide his identity, he might be able to shake me off.
But to avoid alerting the enemy, I can't continue to follow him.
Duan widened his eyes, a flash of green light shot from his gaze towards Ningfeng to ensure his safety. He marked him with a skill, a proactive mental guidance skill that marked the target while remaining undetected by the enemy.
Then, Duan altered Ningfeng's image through his vision, using his ordinary uniform.
At this point, Ningfeng casually walked past the area where the various classes were fiercely battling with the monsters and headed straight for the entrance of the Divine Sun Palace, which made Duan wonder.
The monster level in this secret realm isn't high. What is he doing here?
Inside was pitch dark, not a single light, only a faint glimmer from outside shining in.
Ningfeng showed no hesitation and continued to walk forward.
Suddenly, Ningfeng stopped, realizing that a surge of power was blowing towards him. A monster hidden within the hall was forming a sphere of energy, intending to attack Ningfeng. It launched the sphere towards him, but he remained calm, not dodging, and instead created a shield around himself to block the monster's strike. Witnessing this scene, Duan was stunned, his mouth agape, sweat pouring down uncontrollably, as if he couldn't believe that Ningfeng had effortlessly withstood such an attack.
Ningfeng continued to move forward.
The monster, realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent, trembled in fear and fled.
Duan was left in astonishment. The monster is avoiding him, this person is definitely not simple.
Finally, Ningfeng's steps came to a halt. He looked up, and in front of him stood a massive bronze statue shaped like an old man with long hair. After observing carefully, Duan curiously asked, is this the final boss wanting to solo? But why would a strong man want to fight such a low-level boss?
The boss remained still, keeping its statue form without making any move to attack. After a while, the boss still didn't move, making Duan wonder aloud, this is strange, why isn't the statue moving?
But no one could have expected that the boss was trembling so much it was sweating profusely. The statue was shaking, on the verge of losing its balance when Ningfeng turned around.
As he walked, he thought to himself, the guide quest mentioned this name, right?
Ningfeng walked in a certain direction, then spoke up, confirming, this is the right place. In front of him now was a monster clad in iron armor, with a pair of large golden wings on its back.
Sensing someone's presence, the monster's eyes snapped open.
Golden light radiated from its eyes, and it spread its wings, soaring straight into the sky. Ningfeng was momentarily startled and turned his gaze to follow it.
Ningfeng, bewildered, asked, why did this one run away?
Duan kept going from one surprise to another. His curiosity about Ningfeng grew more and more.
Could he be some rare hidden boss? How does he know?
Ningfeng checked the mission conditions again. The entire system of divine law required entering the secret realm of the Sun God Temple, obtaining the quest item Holy Radiance Chronicle, and defeating the hidden boss of the temple, the six-winged angel. After reading it, he raised his hand and scratched his ear, the corner of his mouth curling up in a victorious smile. Ningfeng laughed a few times and then sighed, no wonder this is an S-level mission.
If it were a normal first transfer mission, who could handle it?
The boss monster from earlier quickly ran away, but now it was trembling in fear.
This is terrifying, truly terrifying. This is my secret realm, where else can I run to?
The sky was pitch dark, with thunder crashing loudly. The boss, like a bird released from its cage, flapped its wings wildly, and seeing that it was trying to escape, Ningfeng raised his hand toward the monster attempting to retreat, thunder crashing everywhere. The dark light of the forbidden curse enveloped Ningfeng's hand. He wore a serious expression, focusing intently on using his skill. This time, Ningfeng activated the active skill Thunder Demon Tragic Dark Forbidden Curse, summoning a huge thunderstorm, descending with the power of a heavenly tribulation.
A red, bloodshot eye appeared in the sky. And the next second, countless lightning bolts shot out from the eye.
The lightning gathered into a pillar, shining brilliantly. The boss monster stood beneath the pillar, and in the next moment, it was struck by a thunderbolt controlled by Ningfeng, reduced to nothing. After Ningfeng's strike, rubble flew everywhere, and loud crashing sounds echoed relentlessly, with dust rising into the sky. Meanwhile, Duan sat helplessly on the ground, his eyes wide with terror, his mouth mumbling continuously. The Sun God Temple has become ruins, no longer possessing the majesty it once had. Duan trembled, his breath coming in frantic gasps.
This magic that destroys everything, I've never seen anything like it before. It's truly terrifying.
The strength of this elder must surpass a master's.
Could he be the legendary strong man of the 8th transfer? Ningfeng, standing with his gaze distant, sighed.
Before completing the first transfer, my level can increase.
This experience is such a waste. Never mind, I already have the badge, I'll just go back and turn in the quest.
With those words, he took out the badge he had just collected, which was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. The badge was called the Sacred Emblem. It had a depletion of orange quality, permanently increasing spiritual attributes by 8, and providing a permanent 100% recovery effect. Next, Ningfeng took out a teleportation scroll.
Let's go back using the teleportation scroll.
Just before Ningfeng was about to leave, Duan rushed over from behind, calling out, "Elder, please wait a moment." Hearing someone call him, Ningfeng's face turned pale, and anxiety stirred within him.
Where did this person come from? Did he see everything?
Duan noticed Ningfeng's face pale, and he could clearly see the worry in his expression.
This is bad, the elder's expression doesn't look good. Then, Duan awkwardly smiled and quickly tried to reassure him.
"Elder, please don't be angry, let me explain." Before he could say anything more, both of them quickly shifted their attention to the loud noise coming from behind. Ningfeng immediately recognized it as a warning siren and raised the teleportation scroll to the sky.
Let's leave here first, we can talk later.
In no time, the two of them teleported to another location. After hearing Duan's account, Ningfeng widened his eyes and asked,
"So that's why you followed me?"
Duan, flustered, explained, "I'm really sorry, I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted to confirm a few things."
After all, you still look quite young, and if I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Duan thought of his master, clenching his fist to suppress his emotions. After all, a powerful person like my master, even back then, despite almost sacrificing his life, could only temporarily seal the invading secret realm, while allowing that traitor to escape. Over the years, that traitor has been using humans as sacrifices to break the seal. I've been hunting him down for a long time, but I've always failed. Ningfeng, feeling disheartened, propped his chin up, his eyes filled with deep thought. This person is a strong man with 4 transfers.
If he hadn't willingly shown himself, I wouldn't have detected him. In the end, it's still because my level is too low.
If I continue like this, it's only a matter of time before I'm exposed.
Seeing Ningfeng silently staring at him, Duan imagined Ningfeng's face full of killing intent, and his heart filled with fear. The elder suddenly falls silent. Does he want to kill me to silence me? Suddenly, Duan's expression became serious. Elder, you have avenged my master. I am deeply grateful. If you ever need anything in the future, just call on me. Upon hearing this, Ningfeng silently thought to himself, this person is at a high level, yet he's going solo? If I can establish a good relationship, it might be useful. With that thought, he spoke up to remind him, I don't want anyone else to know about today's events. You can rest assured. I will keep this secret. After finishing his words, Duan fell into deep thought. The elder's magic is an immense force of darkness, but it harms no innocent person. Moreover, he repelled the secret realm's invasion and saved the entire city. A powerful yet humble man like him deserves my respect. No matter the reason, since I have nowhere else to go, I will stay in Xindu City for now. Suddenly, Ningfeng's phone rang from his pocket. He quickly took it out, answered the call, and put it to his ear. Shi Wei's hurried voice came from the other end, Ningfeng, where are you? Ningfeng replied calmly, I'm outside. I was about to head back. Is there something you need? Shi Wei also smiled calmly without rushing. Oh, there are a few things I want to discuss with you. It's fine, we can talk when you get back. After the call ended, Ningfeng stared at his phone, feeling a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Ha! Why did Miss Qi suddenly call me? On Shi Wei's side, after hanging up, Guing, sitting on the sofa across from her, spoke up, so, what happened? Shi Wei replied indifferently, from the tone, it seems like there's nothing urgent, and he's probably preparing to come back too. Indeed, upon hearing that, Gu Ying's expression darkened slightly. A student who has just awakened for a few days suddenly reaches the first level of transfers. If NH hadn't just managed to investigate, we might have missed him. However, Shi Wei remained calm and expressed her opinion, Ningfeng has a good personality and studies diligently. I believe he's not a bad person. I'm not saying he's a bad person, but there are some things that need to be clarified. Upon hearing this, Gu Ying's gaze turned cold, as if she were calculating something. Soon after, she walked into the conference room to report. This is the preliminary situation. We will continue to monitor it and hope for the attention of the higher-ups. The elderly man asked in a deep voice, is there anything else? Gu Ying silently closed her eyes to think for a moment, then opened them with a determined look. She spoke, did the two types of destructive magic that appeared in Xindu City come from mutants? Once the words were spoken, silence fell over the room again. None of the three men said a word. After a moment, the older man spoke sternly, Su Lin, you are a mutant. How could you ask such a question? Mutants use the power of darkness, and it comes at a price. The stronger the mutant, the higher the cost life force, loss of reason, or even transformation into a monster. Even if the price is the most ordinary, if one is not careful, a mutant could fall into an irreparable state. A mutant with the power of a king is fundamentally impossible. At this point, a younger-looking man chimed in, old friend, you're straying further and further off course, even imagining a mutant at the king level. If you enjoy writing scripts like that, you might as well become a screenwriter. Mocked by the other man, Su Lin felt a little irritated but still managed to suppress it. I'm just considering all possibilities. Whether you listen or not is up to you. The other man continued with a sneer, are you still rambling on about this? Clearly, you couldn't investigate it. If a mutant at the king level really exists, I'll take my head off and kick it for you. Seeing the absurdity of the situation, the older man coughed a few times, we have dispatched an investigation team to Xindu City. We hope you can cooperate actively if necessary. The investigation team will handle all tasks, except for your request to send more people from Guing. The superior has not approved it yet. Su Lin bit her lip in frustration and said, is it because you don't trust us? It's not about trust, Shi Wei replied. Just be patient a little longer.
Su Lin stretched her hands out in front of her to loosen her joints. Suddenly, someone rushed over to report. "Captain, there's breaking news." The person quickly relayed, in the secret realm of Longba City, the Sun God Temple was attacked and destroyed by magic, but there are no casualties for now. Upon hearing this, Shi Wei was stunned, her face covered in sweat. When Ning Feng passed the inspection, the registration for the leveling site seemed to be Gu Ying's. She wasn't surprised, calmly replying, "Yes, it's the Sun God Temple." It seemed that Gu Ying had anticipated this, her lips curling into a slight smile.
"Ha, this is going to be interesting."
The entire city of Longba was now protected by a magical barrier. The citizens had gathered in one place, and everyone was confused about what had happened at the Sun God Temple.
"Oh my god, I'm so scared, my legs have gone weak."
People from the military also spoke up to reassure everyone. The shield has been activated, it will isolate the dark forces and prevent them from spreading to the urban areas.
It's very safe. What's going on?
Ning Feng felt irritated because the situation was troublesome. The commotion earlier had been so loud that it directly triggered the highest level alarm.
Right now, it seems like we'll just have to wait for the alarm to be lifted before we can head home.
Although protected by the shield, the dark forces were still determined to break through. The hideous monster was searching for a way to attack.
They were giant monsters with the ability to fly. Is this really the world of humans?
The leader of the monsters looked at the barrier and, with suspicion, said, "It looks like a magic shield."
What are they using this for? Humans are so weak, it's not surprising they prefer to hide like turtles.
A group of low-level monsters, their eyes glowing red, gathered and rushed forward to attack. Unfortunately, this shield could not stop them. The monster leader pointed downward, holding a sharp object in one hand, and ordered his troops to break the protective shield, give them a surprise. The citizens of the city had noticed the swarming monsters trying to break in.
Isn't this a bit strange?
The soldiers guarding the city were also surprised to see the dark forces approaching so close.
What is that?
The monstrous horde had breached the shield and advanced to attack the citizens, causing panic as people scrambled to escape. Help! Everyone was puzzled because the shield had been activated at its maximum level.
How could the monsters break through the shield? That's impossible, the shield isn't damaged, how could they have gotten through?
The guards tried to reassure the citizens, but it was in vain. "Please, don't shove, be careful with my sword, it hurts." Only Ning Feng and Duan remained calm, as he had created a defensive layer to protect the two of them.
Duan speculated about their current situation. "Elder, this might be a high-level intrusion into the secret realm, it's not much different from the situation on Xin Street, right?" He asked Ning Feng for his opinion on the matter. Should we take action?
He was surprised to hear Ning Feng ask for his opinion.
Do you have a solution? Despite his confusion, Duan continued to consider their next move. "I'll wait a moment." "Elder, you clearly can handle this easily, so why ask me for a solution?"
But perhaps these thoughts are beyond Ning Feng's perspective.
"No, how could the elder ask me? What am I even thinking? The boss clearly wants to test me."
Without waiting for him to make a decision, Duan moved forward.
"I understand now."
"Elder, don't worry, leave it to me." But upon further thought, it's better for Duan to handle this.
"Never mind, there are many people here, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to take action." "Let him do it."
Around Ning Feng, a more solid barrier was protecting him from the large shocks caused by the dark forces. The lead monster had landed beneath the city with an eerie laugh. A young man quickly drew his bow and shot a barrage of arrows at the large, sharp monster.
"Die!" But it was like throwing eggs against a rock. The monster just clicked its tongue, and with a simple flick of its hand, it snapped the arrows.
Another knight raised his sword, attempting to strike from behind, but the monster noticed him.
This monstrous creature certainly left no chance for the small soldier, quickly delivering a fatal blow.
The sword shattered into pieces, and the soldier suffered significant injuries. The scene before him made the young man's face turn pale.
How is this possible? Not even a scratch. The sharp weapon in the beast's hand was stained red with human blood. It began to search for a new target, muttering in disappointment, "What a letdown, I thought there would be some strong humans." When the villagers saw the enormous, terrifying figure approaching, they screamed and tried to flee before it could capture them. "It's coming! The monster's here! Run, save yourselves! What should we do?" The tiny crowd struggled to escape, but the beast raised its weapon high, aiming to annihilate humanity. It struck and shouted in contempt. "A pile of trash." However, this time, someone was able to block its attack. Duan prevented it from continuing its reckless assault. This surprised the creature, as since its arrival, no one had been able to withstand its strikes. He was determined to demonstrate his abilities to Ningfeng. "Although the elder doesn't need my protection, since I'm here, I can't let the elder fight alone." He treated him with the seriousness of someone who saw themselves as a protector, but it made him feel uncomfortable. "Elder, leave this to me. Can you stop calling me elder? It's starting to feel awkward." A small human with the power to fight the monster made it feel that this place wasn't as bad as it seemed, not so hopeless after all. While it was still thinking about Duan, he suddenly attacked with his sword. The monster was also affected significantly, so it couldn't fully express itself. Before it could stabilize its strength, it was left wide-eyed in shock at what was about to happen. With both swords in hand, he aimed for a decisive strike to avoid prolonging the time it would take to defeat it. The monster didn't even realize what was coming before Duan struck first. His speed was so quick that even the people around him couldn't help but marvel. How strong is this man? The monster had no chance of fighting back. His skills weren't even trained, yet they were likely from a high-level hidden class. The creature behind him was torn into countless pieces, showing that Duan's abilities were far from ordinary. Level 137, the hidden profession of martial artist, a 5-star hidden profession? Ningfeng watched the scene, feeling as happy as if he had just harvested a rare treasure, but he still tried to maintain his composure on the outside. Impressive, very impressive. Seeing their leader defeated, the remaining monsters quickly retreated in a disorganized manner. With the leader gone, they began to regroup. Duan felt that this wasn't enough to prove his loyalty. "Elder, what else do you want me to do?" But for Ningfeng, this was already sufficient, he didn't need him to do much more. Outsiders watching the scene would start to guess. A strong man this powerful, yet he's so respectful toward him. Just how beneficial is this relationship? Could it be that the young master of a prestigious family brought bodyguards along to train? Having just defeated the monster, he was rewarded, and this is the loot from the boss. "Please, elder, accept it." Seeing this, the others quickly asked to follow. "These are orange grade items, even if we can't use them ourselves, just casually tossing them away could still be worth tens of thousands of star coins." "Elder, do you need a display rack? I can make one for you." The reward he received was the ultimate pursuit. A skill book for agility. It's a good item that can be left for Wang Yu. Moreover, there's another gift, a shield shaped like a monster's head. If it's a shield, then it will be considered when it's time to sell for money. While the two were calculating the value of the two items, a knight suddenly approached to strike up a conversation. "Could you two strong men spare a moment?" A middle-aged man greeted Ningfeng and Duan with sincere thanks. "Thank you both for your heroic actions in saving Longba City." The man introduced himself. "I am Tai Dongming, the mayor of Longba City." Noticing that the two of them looked unfamiliar and didn't seem local, he didn't enjoy being asked like this, so he answered him seriously. "We originally came here for work, but unexpectedly ended up trapped here. We can't leave for now." All the joy disappeared in an instant, replaced by a cold gaze. "Then why am I here? Don't you feel any regret in your hearts?" "Yes, it's because we activated the highest level of alert, so we..." The mayor continued to meet with people, hurriedly apologizing, but Ningfeng did not like him being so overly polite. "I am truly sorry,
it was our mistake in the work process, I hope you can understand.
Don't worry, it's fine.
As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Dongming had someone bring over a gift for them, the flying scroll he had just bought to compensate the elder. Ning Feng immediately recognized the value of the item just by hearing its name.
A flying scroll? Something as valuable as that?
It's extremely difficult to acquire one where I come from, although it can only be used once. It is incredibly convenient for short to medium trips. However, accompanying this gift was a request from the mayor.
We sincerely ask, with everything in chaos these days, would it be possible for you both to stay a few more days?
As you can see, our defense forces have become somewhat weaker. But he could not accept this request.
Sorry, I'm not available at this time, I can't fulfill your request. The transfer mission has a time limit during the day, and if it's missed, it won't be completed, the first transfers will be lost. The mayor trembled again at his own imagination. Do you think I have so much free time?
Indeed, we have been careless. His assistant brought the precious book as a compensation gift for the two of them.
Mayor, here is the scroll.
He respectfully handed it over as a gift for the two benefactors who had saved Longba City, the elder. This is the supreme black card of the Yuan Chang exchange. A small token of gratitude, but with great sincerity.
He was astonished by the mayor's generosity.
This black card is only given to a select few in the public sector, and it comes with many privileges. No wonder the mayor can afford to buy a flying scroll, his background must be impressive. He took the gift box and examined it, while he quickly returned his attention to the mayor.
Thank you.
The mayor felt relieved when the two of them accepted the gift right away. It's good that the elder accepted it, no need to worry about offending anyone now.
But it's not easy for me to give such a valuable gift to you too. If something happens to our Longba City, would we be able to call upon you, elder, for help?
He couldn't bring himself to refuse such a precious gift.
No problem, just as long as I'm free.
They were elated to hear this. The elder has agreed, Longba City is safe now, no need to wait any longer, and the two of them immediately left the place. At last, they were free to leave the city. However, the promotion hall in Xindu City was not as lively.
Wang Yu's teammates were waiting for her outside. You and I, she's coming out.
She and Zhao Chang had finished the mission assigned to them inside, but her attention was suddenly drawn to something else. Two beams of light suddenly entered the hall, very much resembling Ning Feng and Duan. Seeing her silent, he asked with concern.
What's wrong?
It turns out she had seen her friend passing by here. I just saw two people flying by, one of them seemed to be Ning Feng, but her words were only a joke to make him laugh.
Are you sure you saw correctly?
A flying scroll is worth 1,000 star coins.
How could Ning Feng afford it? He just awakened, why would he be going to the transfer hall?
Her sarcastic remarks made her angry, and she turned to warn him.
If you badmouth Ning Feng one more time, I'll make sure you regret it.
Zhao Chang was furious because he was always despised.
Why do you always defend that useless, good-for-nothing? Is there something I lack compared to him?
Seeing the tension rising, Siyu Ding intervened.
Forget about all that. Have you two accepted the two transfers mission yet?
Zhao Chang pretended to be humble in his reply, but Jiang Shu tried to comfort him like a good friend.
I'm a rank, but unfortunately I couldn't get S rank. A rank is good enough. Only the luckiest can get S rank.
Another teammate also congratulated him. At 18 years old, you've already completed 2 transfers and topped the university's supernova contest.
The A-rank transfer mission is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Siyu Ding wanted to know the current situation of Wang Yu.
What about you? But she sadly didn't answer.
This caused her teammates to panic and become fearful as well.
Siyu Ding turned to Jiang Shu, who was standing beside him, and said, Yunyi's expression, what's wrong? Did you get a task below level C or something?
Zhao Chang, on the other hand, saw this as a rare opportunity to mock her.
who would have thought that even a genius praised by everyone could have a day like this? A task with such a low level directly affects attribute growth and skill unlocking. On the outside, he still tried to appear as a good friend. You and I, don't worry, you can catch up with effort, after all, I'm here to help you. But a task below level C, well, that's quite a setback. However, her words embarrassed him. If you're not bothered by a task at your level, why should I be bothered by one at my level S? Wang Yu's words left everyone in surprise. Siyu Ding also relaxed but then scolded her for not saying anything earlier. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Wang Yu replied, because my situation doesn't seem to be the same as others. Her task really was very peculiar compared to the others. My task unlocked a hidden class that no one has noticed. Zhao Chang refused to accept this and protested, how is that possible? Isn't your class determined when you awaken? I've never heard of a hidden class unlocking during job change. You're mistaken. Wang Yu only recalled the time when she was in that room, focusing on the transition formation. She stood in the middle of the room and began to make her career advancement. According to the system information, her previous profession was a swift sharpshooter. The career advancement turned her into a sharp shadow. The final interface that appeared was a medal and a question for Wang Yu. Seeing the unfamiliar interface, she felt a bit cautious. What's going on? Why is there this interface? She suddenly remembered that this was something she had owned, the Pioneer Badge. It's the gift Ningfeng gave me. I didn't expect it to have this effect. Wang Yu recalled his expression that day and was suddenly struck with realization. He had looked so confident at that time, could it be that he knew? Upon realizing it was a gift from Ningfeng, she immediately decided to advance. Thank you for the gift. After hearing the story, Siyu Ding became worried about her. So, that's how things ended up like this. Why did you make such a hasty decision? Zhao Chang, his heart burning with anger, shouted loudly. What is sharp shadow? I've never heard of it. Maybe the system's career transfer is malfunctioning. If you make the wrong choice, this could ruin your life. However, she ignored his advice. This is my business. I don't need you to concern yourself. But I only want what's best for you. In contrast to his furious attitude, Siyu Ding and Zhou Jiangshu seemed to be rather amused by the situation. Well, who would have thought that a 5-star hidden profession could still be advanced? I also want a childhood sweethearts like Ningfeng. These people, seeing the joyous scene before them, became even more envious than ever. No, I must also send someone to find that emblem. No matter how much money it costs, no matter how dangerous it is, it must be found. The emblem in Ningfeng's hand emitted a significant surge of power. The divine emblem, an item of orange quality, consumed in nature, gave him eternal physical attributes and eternal mental attributes. The emblem's glow grew brighter by the second. The light shone directly at Ningfeng, and he joyfully embraced it. S-Class mission progress, 100%. It turned out that his class transfer process had just begun. Not only did his attributes increase, but he also gained a new passive skill, beast manipulation, which was accurate without a doubt. He wondered how far it could go. While he was still excited about his new gift, Duan remained grim, uninterested in the surroundings. Just right, next time I'll have to try it out. As he was standing outside, suddenly someone appeared. It turned out to be Su Lin, here to probe about Duan. Isn't that the fighter I met last time? Why is he with Ningfeng? It looked like he was guarding the door for Ningfeng. She glanced over quickly and began to assess. Based on the information she gathered, this person was young but already had the strength of 4 transfers. Even nationwide, he could be considered a strong man. However, she did not approach immediately, as there were still some uncertainties about the person ahead. Hearing the staff member talk, when they entered, the fighter was always with Ningfeng, and his attitude was extremely respectful. Shi Wei, elsewhere, was surprised by Su Lin's words. Your student is not simple. Su Lin focused on Ningfeng and Duan, who were walking out one after the other, and reminded her. The next exam will depend on you.
Don't worry, I'll confirm it with Ningfeng.
Shi Wei fully trusted her student. I believe he is definitely not our enemy.
Ningfeng and Duan were no longer as formal as before, walking and chatting as if they had known each other for a long time.
Is that how it is, then? It was because suddenly someone called out his name from behind.
So it turns out Chi Wei wanted to meet her student to confirm what happened earlier.
Miss Chi, you also remember that you called me to discuss something. That's right, you did call me earlier. What's the matter? There is something I need to discuss with you.
Duan, aware of the situation, moved aside, but this made his face change color.
Elder, I'll wait over here.
Elder, you just laugh it off because you don't know how to explain it properly.
You don't need to worry about it, he lost. Chi Wei didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Ningfeng, you've completed the first transfer, haven't you? He was startled, not understanding how she knew about this.
The atmosphere between the two suddenly became unusually silent, and he himself didn't want others to know too soon.
Although I didn't expect to keep this a secret, isn't it a bit too early to be discovered? You're someone I can trust. You wouldn't harm me, would you? He happily admitted this to Chi Wei, yes. Because explaining it is more complicated, I didn't want too many people to know.
Not only this, but Chi Wei also wanted him to answer further. There's another issue, which may seem a bit strange, but I want to confirm if you're being corroded by the power of darkness?
He became anxious upon hearing this. Why are you asking that? Oh no, could it be that my system has been exposed?
She's just worried about her student. Recently, the phenomenon of the secret realm's mutations invading reality has been increasing. Many people have been affected by the power of darkness and are gradually becoming mutants. He scratched his head, trying to ease her doubts, so that's what it is.
You don't need to worry. I'm not a mutant.
They're closely monitored by the government, and I don't want to get involved with them. Suddenly, she took out a black stone from her hand. I hope you can cooperate with me on this test.
This stone is quite large and its structure looks very sturdy.
Her request caught him off guard, leaving him speechless.
Channel your strength into the stone, and it will show the amount of dark power within you.
Ningfeng was worried that the existence of his system might be exposed. Chi Wei observed and assessed his expression. Ningfeng seemed somewhat hesitant.
Could it be that you know what the teacher is thinking? Finally, he extended his hand. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation,
she hurriedly said, looking a bit worried. His power began to flow into the stone, but something unexpected happened. The stone suddenly exploded. Ningfeng stood frozen, staring at the scene that had just unfolded, and even Chi Wei turned pale, as she had never seen anything like this before. It's broken, he said. I don't know what it means for my power to be assessed if the stone breaks. She furrowed her brows.
What's going on?
Earlier, Su Lin explained this stone to me. It's an evil stone that is extremely sensitive to dark power, which the government often uses to test mutants. I remember when Su Lin channeled power into the stone, it would vibrate as the power flowed in. It was her words that made her even more confused. The stronger the flow, the higher the amount of dark power. But what happened just now was an unprecedented exception.
But did anyone ever tell me what it means if it explodes directly?
She wondered, her heart full of concern. Now the evil stone had shattered into many pieces, and Ningfeng could only smile and come up with an excuse to explain this to Chi Wei. Miss Chi, I know it seems a bit strange that I switched roles right after awakening, but you've known me for a long time.
At least you trust me as a person, right?
She also reconsidered the situation of this young student. This kid lost his parents when he was young and awakened later than others.
To be able to maintain an optimistic and positive attitude is not easy. Although I really want to trust you, I can't handle everything alone.
I do trust you, but it's my responsibility to report today's incident to the higher-ups.
I hope you can understand. You understand, don't you? Ning Feng couldn't blame her.
But this still depends on the higher-up's response, and I'm not sure how the government will react.
The only option left is to leave Xindu City.
As he was still lost in thought, Shi Wei called him. Hey, Miss Chi, this is a book I prepared for you as a congratulatory gift. A gift I prepared for you to celebrate your successful completion of the first transfer. He happily accepted the gift. Before leaving, Ning Feng also expressed his gratitude to her. Miss Chi, thank you for taking care of me all these years. As he spoke, he had already prepared a gift for her. The gift he had prepared was a rather high-level belt. Shi Wei could tell at a glance that it was a valuable gift, an orange-grade item, whose effectiveness spoke for itself.
It could save countless lives in crucial moments.
Such a rare item was beyond Shi Wei's willingness to accept.
This is too valuable, I can't take it.
This is a trophy I earned during a class change mission. Don't be so polite, Ning Feng said, not waiting for her to ask more.
Your friend is still waiting for you over there. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now.
She stood in silence, looking at the two people ahead. This valuable gift made it even harder for her to trust him. Giving orange-grade items to others again.
Ning Feng, are you really in the adventurer's office?
Shi Wei had shown the fragments of the evil stone to Su Lin for examination. However, this is also the first strange case I've encountered. This is the first time I've seen something like this too, Su Lin replied. Shi Wei was worried the government might misinterpret her student.
What if they see Ning Feng as a threat? Suddenly, Su Lin didn't want to pursue the matter further.
Forget it, let's leave it here.
Leave it here? What do you mean by that?
Shi Wei asked. For now, she could only tentatively conclude what his current abilities were. Your student might have already surpassed our understanding. If he is a strong man, we should fight until the end, and avoid digging too deep into this matter.
Her subordinates wanted to ask for her opinion. Do we need to report this?
No. Suspend the investigation of Ning Feng and seal all information strictly. After hearing her answer, Shi Wei complied with her wishes. I agree. After all, Ning Feng is still young and doesn't have any prominent background. She can be used as a shield for the kid.
Even Su Lin has considered how this could benefit both sides.
If Ning Feng doesn't want her secret exposed, we should focus our attention on that martial artist.
There's no harm in recruiting more strong people now.
That evening, at Ning Feng's house, it wasn't just him but also an elder. He seemed somewhat displeased. It turned out that his aunt had informed him of the news from Su Lin's side. The teacher just sent me a message saying that the higher-ups have cancelled the investigation into me. He was worried about Ning Feng, unsure if this was a good decision.
Is this a good thing?
It could be considered good, but there's still one issue that Ning Feng remains deeply concerned about. But I'm worried about the level-up process in the future. Every time I break a secret realm, the disturbance is too large, and the government is watching. If this continues, it'll be discovered sooner or later.
Duan looked even more impressed.
For Ning Feng, as expected of an elder.
Even the concerns are different from ordinary people like me.
Every time she breaks a secret realm, if I hadn't witnessed it myself, I wouldn't even know how to respond. He must try to talk to him so that he won't keep brooding over this matter.
If he doesn't level up in the secret realms the government is preparing, would it make things a bit better?
This idea came to him because of the recent state of the world. Many new secret realms have appeared due to strange anomalies, and some government officials don't want to waste energy and resources handling them. Part of it is also being taken over by dark forces. Ning Feng began to show interest in this matter. This method is also worth considering.
Where did you get the information about this secret realm? Duan honestly shared the source of his information. Currently, there are two. If the elder needs it, I can go gather more.
Ning Feng, having found something new, temporarily put aside his concerns about the government.
Alright, then I'll have to trouble you.
It will definitely be more convenient to appear as Duan rather than a student. Moreover, having the high-tier black card in hand makes everything quite comfortable. Tomorrow, he would go to the trading area to sell his loot. It would also be a good opportunity to rest, use the forbidden curse to level up, and not have to worry about others catching up with him. That very night, at the Express Guesthouse, it turned out that he was heading back to his resting place. He hadn't expected to return from the elder's place, it was already evening. He would stay at the hotel for the night and look for a place to rent a room tomorrow. Just as he arrived in the lobby, someone was waiting for him. "Hello. Are you?" The man sat down, introduced himself, and got straight to the point. "My name is Zheng Ji, and I am the mayor of Xindu City. Thank you for saving those people. I would like to know if you plan to stay in Xindu City?" He responded to this person but remained somewhat suspicious of the offer. "Indeed, I do. This could truly benefit the city." "That's great. For a strong man like you, we would be most welcoming." He handed him a certificate. "This is a special certificate for adventurers in the city. It carries very high authority. If you ever need anything in the future, just let us know. We will try our best to fulfill your requests." Duan accepted the certificate but did not immediately agree. The mayor was also worried that his proposal might be rejected. Other cities had previously invited Duan, but he had turned them down. Xindu was a small place, would it be looked down upon? But fortunately, this time, he had agreed. "Thank you for your kindness. I will accept it." The city mayor was still surprised by his answer. "You don't need to be so polite, no need for pleasantries." The reason he accepted this offer was also because of Ningfeng. In the future, the elder might be able to use this, so it was better to keep it for now. The mayor was still unaware of Ningfeng's situation, so he was very pleased with the outcome. "This is the strongman of the 4 generations, with him stationed here, the city of Xindu is now even safer." Su Lin's suggestion is really good. While Duan was still unsure about finding a place to stay, Zheng Ji had quickly offered help. "Are you looking for a place to stay? Don't worry, I'll arrange something for you." "Thank you." Finally, Ningfeng could lie down on the bed, not realizing how late it had gotten. Time to sleep. He wanted to turn off his phone, but his classmates were still actively chatting. Why are they still talking in the class group at midnight? It turned out they were all discussing how many levels they had advanced. He looked at these people and felt lucky for his close friends. These people had all awakened at the age of 16, and to participate in the exam, one had to achieve first transfers or higher. He didn't expect that in just a few days, he had surpassed them. He just wanted to be a passerby, but a classmate brought him in and teased him. Ningfeng didn't find this joke funny, just the awkwardness of it. It was another admirer of Wang Yu. Did this guy see my account status? What does my gaming have to do with him? However, before he could respond, Teacher Chi Wei stepped in to defuse the situation, forcing the student to retract his message. This scene made him burst out laughing. Miss Chi is still the best. However, something else happened. Another friend sent news about the mutated world online to warn everyone in the class. Ningfeng, upon seeing the news, was shocked. "I didn't expect it to be such a big deal. Earlier, when Miss Chi and Duan talked about the mutated world, I didn't think it was this serious. I've just started living comfortably for a few days, I must not let it be ruined." In contrast to Ningfeng's peaceful room, the world outside was currently in chaos. "It's a pity the kiddo got away, otherwise, I would have killed him." One of the monsters suddenly sneezed. The leader of the monsters, however, felt something different from the others. "Why do I suddenly feel scared?" The next morning at the Yuan Chang exchange, the injured employee Yang Xing was trying to work despite her wounds. However, she was mocked by another employee. Seriously, how can someone go to work when their injury isn't even fully healed? She tried to keep the peace, but the other girls seemed really uncomfortable.
My injury isn't serious, there's no problem anymore.
She said it was fine, but in her heart, she was thinking, she just wants to quickly climb the high branch. Yang Xing, feeling accused unfairly, raised her voice in defense.
I don't.
The other girl continued speaking in an unpleasant tone. Your high branch is a thief who doesn't know the meaning of life and death. He dared to steal from the four transfers warrior, he's probably been crushed into pieces by now. The harsh words had stirred Yang Xing's anger.
She muttered, Mr. Ning is not that kind of person.
Teacher Wang has already sent someone to investigate the internal cause. He is just a newly awakened waste, incapable of obtaining high-level items. Every word he says seems designed to push others into a corner. Now, the four transfers warrior had come to their door.
If he's not a thief, then what is he?
Before she could finish speaking, something large from outside startled her to the point of almost losing her composure. It turned out that Ningfeng had arrived at the trading post and accidentally witnessed Yang Xing being bullied.
Sorry, your mouth was running too much.
You almost made me lose control. She realized the person she had just badmouthed had appeared Ningfeng. But she didn't give up, trying to find every possible excuse to defend herself, even daring to use offensive magic within the protected trading post. Yang Xing, worried that Ningfeng might get into more trouble, hurriedly advised him, you should leave quickly, before the security arrives. Don't worry, she's just a low-ranking employee, so she understands the seriousness of this matter. There are powerful forces at the Yuancheng trading post, and ordinary people can't afford to offend them.
If they catch you, things will get troublesome. Immediately, several people showed up at their location.
Master Wang didn't come alone, he also brought security.
Ningfeng, who gave you the nerve? How dare you act so arrogantly in our Yuancheng exchange?
He didn't shy away but directly confronted the man.
Master Wang, I heard that you are investigating me behind my back, labeling me a thief.
Mr. Wang didn't say much, but his words were no different from a statement of fact.
Whether you're a thief or not, you know that better than anyone.
Right after his words, the security guards immediately moved forward to hold Ningfeng back, wanting to question him.
You don't have the right to do this.
But Ningfeng had the upper hand with his high-end black card.
So this is how you treat your clients at the Yuancheng exchange?
As soon as the two guards saw the card, they immediately stopped, realizing that the person in front of them was a distinguished guest. Master Wang and the woman didn't expect him to possess a black card. That's the black card of our exchange.
How could you have it? It must be fake, it definitely must be fake.
You should thank Tai Dongming now. The mayor's influence carries weight. He pointed at the card, clearly not believing that it actually belonged to him. Where did you get that card?
Didn't you investigate it already?
Then you can investigate it yourself. The girl was terrified but dared not make a scene.
Master Wang, what should we do now?
Keep an eye on him, I'll make a call to find out what's going on. The people outside who were blocked from entering to conduct business were very curious about what was happening inside, but no one knew for sure.
The security wouldn't let us in.
On the other side of the machine, Tai Dongming was talking to Master Wang. The person from headquarters told me, you're investigating the matter of me giving a card to Mr. Ning.
What's going on with that?
But he didn't dare speak loudly to the mayor, it's nothing.
Mayor Tai, it's just a small misunderstanding.
Mayor Tai's father was one of the founders of the exchange.
How could this kid be trying to curry favor with Mayor Tai? Upon hearing these words, Tai Dongming realized something was wrong and shouted loudly, a small misunderstanding? How much effort did I put in to win Mr. Ning over? You wouldn't have offended him, would you?
Don't worry, I will handle it properly.
Mayor Tai angrily slammed the table and sternly said, What? You really offended him? Who gave you the guts to do that?
You bastard, just wait for me.
I'll be there right away.
After he finished the call, he looked completely stunned.
What's the connection between Mayor Tai and Ningfeng that could make him so furious? Now, he can only turn to Duan for help. That's right, I'll call Elder 4 Transfers and tell him I've found the battlesuit.
If he's there to confront him, even Mayor Tai will have to show some respect. At the Yuancheng trading office, in the waiting area, Ningfeng was intently focused on his tablet, while Yang Xing, sitting next to him, was shy and blushing. Suddenly, a loud voice from the front called out, "Mr. Ning, Mr. Ning." Duan rushed after the mayor, calling his name.
Ningfeng was somewhat surprised to see the two of them.
"Oh, how come you two are here?"
Yang Xing was also taken aback by the relationship between the three of them. By the way, does the mayor still have people from 4 Transfers from before? How do they know Ningfeng? Duan and the mayor turned to answer the employee who had been bullying Yang Xing with endless affectionate glances. She turned pale in fear. Why are they all looking at me like that?
She was so shocked that she couldn't even pick up the blanket when she saw Wang Master, looking lifeless like a zombie.
Terrified, she asked, "Master Wang, what's wrong? Are you dead? Is he really dead?" The mayor struggled to suppress his anger, wiping his sweat with a handkerchief before asking Ningfeng, "Boss, are you sure you don't want them to apologize?"
"No need," Ningfeng replied. "I don't think they're the type to apologize and then regret it." The mayor immediately understood the meaning of that response, and without hesitation, pointed at the two people.
"You two, pack up and leave now."
The two of them were stunned, as if they had been slapped in the face, unwilling to accept the realization.
Well.
Wang, the master, suddenly turned around and punched the female employee, causing her to spit blood. "It's all your fault, you damned bitch, making me end up in such a miserable situation." The mayor, seeing the scene before him, was extremely embarrassed and ordered, "Quick, get her out, get her out." A moment later, the four of them entered the VIP room to talk. The three of them were chatting happily, while Yang Xing calmly poured tea for them.
Although the mayor was laughing and talking, he still kept an eye on Ningfeng's gaze.
It seems that Boss Ning has a good impression of this girl.
In the end, the goodwill from the exchange wasn't completely destroyed.
Yang Xing looked at him with admiring eyes. Ningfeng is truly impressive, so young yet able to engage in such pleasant conversation with these important figures. The mayor glanced at her and smiled gently.
"Yang Xing, you've suffered quite a bit this time.
But if you work well in the future, the exchange won't treat you unfairly." Hearing this, Yang Xing blushed with embarrassment and tried to calm herself as she replied,
"I will definitely try my best."
Ningfeng scratched his head and chuckled, "I'm really sorry that my matter caused the mayor to make such a long trip."
"It's nothing, your matters are also mine."
If it wasn't for the two people stepping in last time, the Longba city might have been in danger. The mayor recalled the moment when he had been intently looking at some list earlier. "It seems like you were just looking at the catalog of treasures from the trading bureau.
Are you interested in something?" Ningfeng's eyes lit up like stars, and he immediately got to the point. "Oh, I just want to find one thing."
"Have you guys ever heard of the Relic of the End?"
The mayor's face turned blank upon hearing this. "The relic what?" Duan's expression was equally confused. "The end what?"
Seeing that neither of them seemed to understand, Ningfeng suddenly became a bit more down to earth.
"It's okay, I saw it online yesterday, thought it was some kind of new item."
He recalled last night, holding the spirit energy extraction book in his hands, a mysterious aura emanating from it.
The power surrounding the book never ceased. This skill book, a gift from his mentor, was used by wizards to replenish their mana during battles.
When Ningfeng placed both hands on the book, the power was immediately activated. Before his eyes, it transformed into something resembling a forbidden curse, and the energy was gradually transmitted into what he referred to as the ling around his brain. He then focused intently and wondered aloud.
"Is this word pronounced it? I've never heard of it before. The system couldn't even explain where I was supposed to go to look for this."
In the end, the feeling of sleepiness crept up, and he yawned deeply.
"Forget it, it's not urgent, no need to care about it."
At this point, the mayor was already preparing to leave, standing in front of Ningfeng and Duan. Next time, you two must come to Longba City, I'll take care of everything. After that, the mayor took out a flight permission scroll and held it high. He activated the flight spell, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. As they walked, Ningfeng spoke, "Let's go, let's grab something to eat." "Boss, how about you come over to my place for a meal?" A while later, Ningfeng was taken to Duan's villa, which looked magnificent and expansive. Upon entering, Ningfeng was also quite surprised by the scene before him. "Kiddo, is this the place you found?" The two of them sat down slowly on the chairs. Duan looked at him and said, "It's rare for someone with 4 transfers or higher to agree to stay in Xindu City. If the boss prefers, I can find a place for Chi Being to move here as well." Hearing this, Ningfeng laughed heartily. "It's not that serious. I can make a little more money and buy a house next door to you." Duan truly was a real big shot here. "If you need money, I have some as well, no need to use yours." Ningfeng gave a malicious, unparalleled smile. "Recently, buying equipment has been costing quite a lot of star coins. If I converted it to cash, I could easily buy a villa, but the thing is, if I do that, I won't have many star coins left. What if I need them later? That could become a big problem. Anyway, it's not urgent. No need to make a fuss about it." Ningfeng picked up his beer mug and drank it all in one go. After finishing, he let out a satisfied sigh. "Refreshing." Duan smiled and pointed outside. "The villa has a specialized kitchen. I've already called them, they should be here soon. It's pretty convenient." Suddenly, Duan's phone rang from his pocket. He took it out and answered. "Hello, Mayor Zhang, it's Mr. Du. I have something to discuss, I might need to trouble you." On the other end, Mayor Zhang's expression was very serious. "The investigation team sent by the higher-ups is looking into several accidents in the city, so there's something I'd like to ask you about." Duan's face showed little interest. Ningfeng looked puzzled, not knowing what Duan was hearing to cause such an expression. After thinking for a moment, Duan declined. "Their investigation might affect the boss. I need to ask for the boss's opinion first. Sorry, I'm not free today." The Mayor Zhang smiled with obvious hostility upon hearing this. "No need to hurry. Just contact me again when you have time in the next 2 days." After Duan hung up the phone, Ningfeng finally spoke. "Why doesn't the investigation team know what kind of person they're dealing with?" At that moment, in the investigation team's room, a tall, muscular man stood up. In a strange place like Xindu City, the man's gaze clearly showed contempt. "What mysterious boss are you talking about?" The investigation team's meeting room was now locked tight, with no sound escaping from within. The atmosphere inside was very serious. Shi Wei spoke up and asked, "Have any of you met the mysterious elder?" Su Lin closed her eyes and shook her head, looking helpless. "No." The muscular man with a fierce expression retorted, "If you haven't met them, then why are there rumors outside saying that the mysterious elder saved Xindu City?" Su Lin looked at everyone with a firm expression. "It's mainly because the secret realm invasion this time happened suddenly, and the mutants who helped resist the invasion were also wiped out." The fierce-looking man growled in rebuttal. "Are you kidding me? The danger level of the secret realm invasion varies, and before we can investigate clearly, we can't just base it on assumptions." He looked extremely agitated and upset. On the other hand, the other 2 secret realm incidents were king-level raids. "What exactly has the mysterious elder done in your mouths?" Su Lin furrowed her brows in displeasure upon hearing this, but said nothing. Shi Wei lowered his head, feeling equally helpless, but unable to offer any defense. To protect Ningfeng, Su Lin used her full authority to modify all information that could be related to Ningfeng, so all the pressure has fallen on her. The person who called Duan hurriedly ran in, his face drenched in sweat. "I just called Mr. Duan, and he said he doesn't have time today." The burly man panted heavily like an ox and complained, "The most annoying thing is these uncontrolled adventurers. Just a dog raised without a guild. Acting like they know so much." He stood up abruptly, slammed his hand on the table, and said, "Forget it, I'll take full responsibility for the investigation. You guys go do something else." In the perilous secret realm, the night covered everything, with the sound of rustling winds that was quite terrifying. The ferocious man had now entered the secret realm. The two guards stationed at the entrance, hiding behind a tree, saw a figure approaching and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" The ferocious man smiled and waved at them. "Good evening, it's me. Ah, I'm with the investigation team." The ferocious man pointed toward the barrier on the tree. "I want to investigate inside a bit." "No problem, you can go ahead." Just a few seconds later, the fierce figure stepped inside the barrier. It was a desolate land, the air heavy and lifeless. The surroundings were very dark, yet the fierce figure showed no fear. Even though it was his first time entering, seeing the severe destruction around him still took him by surprise. How much power does one need to utterly destroy a secret realm, reducing it to this state? He looked at a pile of smoldering debris, still emitting a faint dark energy that remained pure and potent. No matter how powerful any so-called mysterious elder might be, in the face of such an existence, they would be no more than an ordinary ant. He tilted his head back and laughed wildly like a madman. What an interesting place. Suddenly, his entire hand was surrounded and controlled by dark magical rays, but he paid no attention to it. A large monster suddenly appeared before him, its face vicious and eyes blood red. It stood right in front of him, its power radiating with immense force. He wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he threw his head back and laughed, as though he had found a great treasure. No wonder it's the threat of the king level, surrounded by such a powerful force. Everything here will be mine. At this moment, at Duan's villa, the lights were brightly shining, standing out across the entire area. Inside the restroom, Ningfeng was fully focused on his game. This quietly developing game must not be wasted. While he was focused, suddenly the system sent an emergency notification, "End of world relic detected." He also felt a strange sensation in his body. It seemed like something was linking with him through energy. While playing the game, as his score climbed higher, Ningfeng lowered his head in concentration, thinking seriously. If I focus on sensing it carefully, the connection will become clearer, and I will be able to locate it. He reached for his outer coat. Then, as he stood up, he hurriedly put it on. When he reached the door, he saw Duan standing there. "Boss, where are you going?" "I'm stepping out for a bit." Ningfeng handed his phone to Duan. "There's an ongoing game, help me finish it. Try not to let it go AFK." A short while later, he had taken a taxi and was heading to the place where the item he needed to find was. Ningfeng looked at the map on his phone to confirm the location. According to the GPS, the item was roughly near the treacherous graveyard. In his perception, the sensation was oddly precise. Wait, it seems like it's starting to move. At that moment, outside the gate of the secret realm's treacherous graveyard, the monster had evolved a few levels. It had crawled out, causing the two guards to panic. Warning, warning, unidentified monster detected in treacherous graveyard. The two of them stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably as they stared at the monster. What? What the hell is that? The burly member of the investigation team had been devoured by the monster, leaving only his head sticking out, blood streaming from his eyes. The cells on the monster's body were gradually attaching to his face, preparing to send him to the god of death. "I can't move, someone, help me." Ningfeng's car had approached the perilous secret realm, but it was blocked by an investigation team. The two individuals raised their hands to stop him and then explained to everyone that they couldn't go through. "There's danger ahead, you're not allowed to pass." The driver couldn't do anything, so Ningfeng paid and got out of the car. "Sir, it seems like we can't go further ahead." "It's fine, I'll get down here." His instincts told him that it seemed to have stopped for the time being. Outside the dungeon gate,
the burly man who had been swallowed by the monster was screaming non-stop. Help! Help! Su Lin and the two girls in the investigation team rushed over after receiving the emergency alert. When they saw the scene before them, the three girls couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? After a period of battling with the monster, the secret realm had become unstable. In the thick fog, Su Lin was severely injured, and Chi Wei was doing her best to heal her as quickly as possible. After a while, Su Lin regained consciousness and coughed. Although Su Lin had woken up, Chi Wei couldn't feel relieved because the monster was too strong. Thankfully, with the equipment that Ning Feng had given her, she was able to reduce the time needed to recite the sacred chants and offer support as quickly as possible. However, the situation was still extremely dangerous. Even the strongest person like Su Lin couldn't hold off the monster. Su Lin struggled to stand up, her face full of unease. Where's the monster? It's heading toward the city, Chi Wei replied, his gaze filled with deep worry. Mayor Zhang called Duan for help, but I don't know if they'll make it in time. Su Lin fell into a state of helplessness, letting out a sigh. Duan's strength is no less than mine, but on his own, he can't possibly face it. However, the person behind him might be our last hope. The monster continued to destroy everything in its path. In the night, shrouded in thick smoke and dust, its eyes glowed red, as if it wanted to swallow everything in sight. Suddenly, Ning Feng's voice reached them, causing the monster to slightly divert its gaze. Well, this doomsday relic is something else, that head of his is already huge enough. From a distance, Ning Feng appeared small, like a speck of sand in front of the monster. His expression was carefree, as if the creature didn't even exist. Should I use another forbidden curse to take it down? The monster, enraged, leapt toward Ning Feng with a roar. Yet, Ning Feng remained completely unshaken, standing still in place. As the monster's claws closed in on his head, Ning Feng's spirit and expression remained unchanged. The monster swiped with its claws, but it couldn't even touch him. It turns out that a shield had already formed around Ning Feng, making it so that even if the monster clawed 1,000,000,000 times, it wouldn't be harmed. The monster began to panic, sweat dripping from its body. How is this possible? His strength is truly formidable? Ning Feng's system sent a notification, end of the world relic found. Do you wish to absorb it? He frowned, scolding the system, why are you notifying me now? Do you have to be in close proximity to absorb it? Without hesitation, he pressed the yes button. Ning Feng's eyes suddenly opened wide, he retracted the defense shield and began to absorb the monster. The aftershock of the end of the world relic spread around effortlessly. The monster began to scream in pain as each scale on its head was completely peeled off. Each scale was a memory, a different person from the ancient battlefield of the past. All of these demon kings had sought to seize the power of darkness, but their fate was to be consumed. After a while, the absorption was complete, and the system sent another notification, all attributes plus 100. Ning Feng's eyes lit up, his face filled with immense joy. All attributes increased by 100. Even a third level class from level 0 to the third transfer wouldn't accumulate this much. He scratched his head in confusion, recalling the memories that had just surfaced. But besides the attributes, it seems like something else was also sucked into my mind. There are many strange images. After everything was settled, Duan hurriedly ran to the back. Ning Feng Elder, what happened here? He didn't waste any time, directly pointing at the wreckage behind and concluding with a single sentence, I just killed a monster. There's a muscular guy lying unconscious among the debris. It seems everything is taken care of now. Duan was already wearing his battle armor, but the work wasn't his to do. Earlier, the mayor mentioned a monster invasion. Could it be this guy? If the Elder could defeat it, I would understand, but the energy around here doesn't feel like the Elder used any powerful magic. How could that be? Ning Feng smiled happily and placed his hand on Duan's shoulder. You came at just the right time, leave the rest of the work to you. Understood. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Feng immediately shot off, leaving Duan stunned in a split second. His speed is incredible. Duan even leaned forward, asking, "Elder, aren't you a mage?"
This speed surpasses that of even the agility-based classes.
Ningfeng left without answering Duan's question. The elder is indeed extraordinary. It turns out I was the shallow one.
By dawn, everyone had gathered at the prison in Xindu City. The muscular man had been captured. His face was gloomy, completely different from his previous arrogant expression.
"It's fine, the monster was this man, and he has confessed."
It turns out that the muscular man was the one who actively sought to seize the apocalyptic artifact. According to him, he had discovered a demon in the secret realm that could control the darkness and turn it into its own power. Su Lin calmly recounted the statements of the muscular man when he was consumed by the artifact. Therefore, he seized the opportunity to investigate and entered the secret realm to absorb the power of darkness, only to have the demon lose control unexpectedly.
Mayor Zhang arrived, his mood buoyant and full of joy. "This is wonderful, this is truly wonderful. So there really is a mysterious elder protecting Xindu City." Su Lin smiled gently and nodded. Shi Wei's face also couldn't hide his happiness.
Mayor Zhang turned to Duan, curious.
"Have you met the mysterious elder?"
Duan, half concealing, half revealing the truth, replied.
"Actually, I was fortunate to meet him once." Shi Wei and Su Lin were both taken aback by Duan's answer. Mayor Zhang, ever the curious one, quickly asked, "Could you introduce him to us?"
"If the mysterious elder is willing to stay in Xindu City, we will do everything we can to meet any of his needs." Duan lowered his head and shook it, expressing that he could not disclose more. "The elder is humble and rarely reveals himself.
You should give up on this idea."
He remembered the time when he had discussed matters with Ningfeng. Fortunately, Ningfeng and I had already prepared a strategy and pushed everything onto the non-existent mysterious elder. After all, there's no evidence, and they have no way to verify it. Mayor Zhang regretfully rubbed his face.
"It's really a pity. It seems like the mysterious elder is also the type of strongman, right? I wonder how many people would risk their lives to flatter the elder." Duan looked at everyone with a serious expression. "The elder has relatives in Xindu City, so the elder will pay special attention to this place."
"You don't need to worry, but in return, I also don't want to be disturbed."
After hearing Duan's words, Su Lin began to ponder. Relatives of him? No wonder.
Shi Wei also harbored doubts in his mind.
Is the mysterious elder the elder of Ningfeng?
A day had passed, and it was already evening at Ningfeng's apartment. Most of the rooms still had their lights on. He was showering while thinking about the things he had seen in his memories when absorbing the relics. So it turns out that the so-called apocalypse relics are relics left behind from the deaths of the Demon King's secret realm. After a long day of reflection, he had realized, the images that appeared in my mind were actually fragments of memories from when the Demon King was still alive.
They got sucked in as well.
After finishing his thoughts, he sneered. "I don't plan to become the Demon King.
What would I do with these things?"
Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind.
"Wait a minute, there are a few things here that might still be useful."
Ningfeng recalled the image of a monster taking down those who tried to conquer.
The secret realms, in a state of accumulating dark power, will undergo a phase-based enhancement.
The image of this monster represents the first phase of the apocalyptic relic.
Once the invasion of time and space becomes unstoppable, the apocalypse will arrive.
Additionally, you might think about the moment when it becomes even more dangerous, when it could possibly use fire magic. Based on my understanding of time and space, the path of development for the awakened is incomplete, and very few strong men reach 4 transfers.
Moreover, the profession of the awakened rarely reaches its best form.
After a while, Ningfeng had finished putting on his clothes and sighed. The information in the Demon King's memories is somewhat limited.
If this continues, humanity is doomed. Even if I have enough strength to protect myself, I can't live alone in a world full of monsters.
Ningfeng seriously connected each fragment of memory. Fortunately, our time and space is not the only place invaded by the secret realm. Some other dimensions have repelled the invaders. As long as I accumulate a bit more relics and pass on all the useful experiences, I should be able to make a significant impact. But what exactly to pass on still requires further thought. Ningfeng focused intently on this matter for a long time. After all, these experiences were beyond current knowledge, and if handled incorrectly, could lead to unpredictable consequences. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting his train of thought. It was a call from Wang Yu. Ningfeng was very happy to receive the call. "Young miss, what's the matter that you have to worry about your brother?" On Wang Yu's system, a very exciting notification popped up. Her promotion to Shark Shadow was successful. She was in a great mood. "That's great. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. You must come." Wang Yu chuckled with joy upon hearing his response. All right, since young miss invited me, how could I possibly miss it?" She was walking and making arrangements with Ningfeng. "Then it's settled. I'll send you my location." When Wang Yu and Zhao Chang emerged from the secret realm, everyone in the guild was already waiting outside. Wang Yu was a little surprised, but her heart was full of happiness. Yu Ding and the others were setting off fireworks, their faces lit with bright smiles. Congratulations to everyone on completing the 2 transfers successfully. The people around them cheered loudly at the congratulatory message, while Zhao Chang displayed an air of arrogance. "At such a young age, you've already completed 2 transfers, that's impressive." Then, Zhao Chang turned to Wang Yu, but she completely ignored him. "You and I've reserved a room at the best hotel in the city. Let's go celebrate." Her expression showed no warmth as she responded to him. "Sorry, I have other plans tonight. You all have fun, and tomorrow evening I'll cook dinner and invite everyone over." Zhao Chang stubbornly insisted on following her. It's not difficult to complete such a task, but a little rest is needed. Is there something urgent? Can't it be postponed? This matter is quite important. Shortly after, Wang Yu left alone, and everyone in the group stood and watched. Zhao Chang was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his face contorted. Just 2 transfers, and she already turned her back on us. The 2 of them, however, were not as negative as the other 2. "Don't say that, you and I isn't like that. She must really have something important to do." Zhao Chang let out a breath, muttering something unpleasant that left Zhu Fu and Yu Ding confused. "Does anyone else feel tired from chasing after her?" His face darkened as if he was manipulating their emotions. Now, not only has she completed the S-level transfer mission, but she's also awakened a new hidden profession. The gap between her and everyone else will only grow wider from now on. Yu Ding watched Wang Yu's receding figure with a hint of regret in his eyes. "You and I." Zhao Chang continued to watch her, continuing his manipulative talk. "I'm afraid there will come a day when she gives up and leaves this battle team." Night fell, and Wang Yu met Ningfeng at a restaurant named Whole Lamb Barbecue. A while later, after they ordered, a whole roasted lamb was brought to their table, its delicious aroma filling the air. Ningfeng's face was filled with excitement. "The roasted lamb here is reasonably priced and tastes amazing. You should try it." Ningfeng beamed with delight, and said, as expected, "Only by following Wang young miss can you enjoy such delicacies." Wang Yu sincerely smiled happily as she watched him enjoy the lamb, mainly to thank him for giving her the badge, which had really helped her a lot. He was still chewing a large piece of meat but made an effort to reply to her, "So, does that badge activate a new hidden class?" Then, Ningfeng pondered again, in the memory of the Demon King, it is indeed possible to tell that the awakened individuals in our current time-space haven't reached the best form of their classes yet. Could it be that these badges are one of the methods of upgrading? When Wang Yu asked, Ningfeng also responded in a daze. "Do you know where those kinds of badges come from?" "I'm not quite sure either." She sighed regretfully, her expression also turning somber. "If only I could buy them, I'd want to give them to you and the teammates in the squad." Ningfeng looked at her and smiled happily. "You and I is still the same. Every time something good happens, she always considers others as well.
Wang Yu's expression then relaxed again. It's fine, as for the badges, I'll find a way. You shouldn't give up on leveling up though.
With how dangerous things are right now, it's still better to have some extra power to protect yourself.
Wait until I find a suitable badge for you, maybe you can activate a new class.
She was speaking earnestly, but Ningfeng lazily responded with a teasing remark, leveling up myself is such a hassle.
As long as you're protecting me, that's enough. Don't joke around with me, I'm serious.
When Wang Yu picked up her chopsticks, a sudden pain in her shoulder made her wince. Ningfeng immediately noticed that something was wrong and became worried.
What's wrong?
Wang Yu hugged her shoulder, trying to act like it was nothing.
Don't worry, I just got a little injured while on a mission. Ningfeng's face showed his concern, unable to hide it. Really? You haven't treated it at all?
I've treated it, but it was an S-rank mission, and the boss's damage wasn't low.
I'll probably need to rest for a while. Ningfeng frowned in thought. So, is the S-rank class change mission really that difficult? Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts.
The voice on the other end was sharp and demanding.
Hello, are you Ningfeng? Who is this? What's with the aggressive tone?
The mysterious person on the other end gritted their teeth, showing no politeness.
You don't need to know who I am. I want to ask you, where did you get that badge from?
Upon hearing this, Ningfeng immediately hung up the phone. Wang Yu, puzzled, asked,
What's going on? Her face was full of curiosity. Wang Yu couldn't help but feel confused and surprised. What was going on? She hadn't told anyone outside yet.
He appeared to be in a good mood, carefree, and no longer concerned. He took a big bite of meat, thinking, whatever, just eat the meat, eat the meat. Once again, that unfamiliar number called and disturbed him. Ningfeng picked up the phone with a cold face, letting the person on the other end rant and curse.
Damn it! You dare hang up on me? You don't want the drink I offered, now you're asking for punishment.
He frowned, trying to suppress his inner anger. I was beside him, and it was best not to make a scene. After that, every time the strange number called, he hung up immediately, refusing to engage. A while later, the two of them left the house, their bellies full, and Ningfeng remained as carefree as ever.
Really, no need.
Wang Yu turned to him and asked,
Are you sure you don't want me to see you off?
Ningfeng smiled with his eyes squinted.
No need, it's probably just a prank call.
The moon had risen high, casting its light across the city. The two of them said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. At Ningfeng's apartment, most of the rooms had their lights off.
The outside was quiet as well.
He stood in front of his door and unlocked it. Ningfeng yawned and lazily stepped into his room. Suddenly, his eyes shot open as if he had seen something terrifying. Inside his room, all his belongings were destroyed, scattered on the floor. His clothes and books were even drenched in water, making him incredibly uncomfortable. A pair of unfamiliar feet slowly stepped out. It was a thug with blonde hair, an unattractive face, and a deliberate sneer.
Young Master Ning, you're back?
At this moment, Ningfeng's gaze was no longer playful but had completely transformed into that of a serious young man.
Are you the one who called earlier?
The thug arrogantly curled his lip and tossed the book in his hand aside.
That's right. I warned you. You didn't want to drink the wine I offered, but now you're going for the punishment wine.
If you'd just been honest with me from the start, this wouldn't have happened. Ningfeng stared at him intently.
Who sent you?
The thug opened his mouth and laughed loudly, accentuating his unattractiveness.
You're just a newly awakened trash talking to me like that? Didn't you learn anything in class? When you meet a strong man, you should show respect, don't you know?
A thug, oblivious to his own limits, lunged at Ningfeng, aiming to strike him hard.
Ningfeng effortlessly dodged and, with a swift motion, made him bleed. He then calmly extended his elbow.
The assassin was struck squarely in the face by Ningfeng, making him drop his sword. Once the situation was settled, Ningfeng adjusted his clothes while the thug collapsed to the ground, unable to stand, slowly succumbing to the injury. The blonde thug, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat, his face turning pale. Ningfeng flicked his coat and looked at the thug with a mocking smile. "I'll return your words. When you meet a strong man, remember to show respect." The blonde man bowed his head, trembling, and clenched his teeth tightly. How could this be? The information clearly stated that this brat only had a 1-star job class. He hid his hand behind his back, pulling out a dart, preparing to carry out a sneaky, dirty trick. He thought to himself. Moreover, he was a mage. How could he possibly defeat a third-rate assassin with nothing but his bare hands? Ningfeng looked at his own hand, still surprised by his own strength. No wonder his attributes were all plus 100, even his reactions and speed had improved significantly. Even if he used magic, he could still handle countless different situations. The blonde thug threw a dart, but Ningfeng simply dodged it with a quick tilt of his head. That was really dangerous. The dart embedded itself into the wall, and the thug started to turn around, preparing to flee. In fear, he shouted, "This is bad, we need to run." He glanced up at the balcony, seemingly convinced he could escape. Then, he jumped straight off the balcony. Unexpectedly, at the last second, Ningfeng lunged and grabbed his ankle. The thug, held back, slammed his face into the wall with a resounding thud. Ningfeng dragged him into the room, then looked at the mess the thug had laid out and said, "First, clean up everything you've made a mess of." He stood with his arms crossed, scolding him like a child. "The cabinet's broken too, pay for it immediately." The two thugs had stripped off all their clothes and equipment, leaving only their socks and underwear. "Our elder has taken all the things on our bodies to compensate for the damage to the elder." His expression turned serious again, his brow furrowed as he questioned them. "Then tell me, who sent you here?" The thug with blonde hair, his face bruised and battered, looked up, his expression one of great discomfort. "It's Zhao Chang, young Master Zhao of the Zushur Guild. He said you have a special badge that can't be found anywhere else, so he hired us to gather information from you." Ningfeng's eyes flashed with hatred as he thought of that man. "Zhao Chang wasn't the mage from the guild who was with you and I, was he?" No wonder. His expression shifted again, turning sinister, his eyes glowing brightly. "If you've already resorted to such dirty tricks with me, don't blame me for being impolite. I happen to have a forbidden curse I've never tried before, I'll test it on you." A forbidden curse book titled Disturb the Mind was activated by him. Using his divine power, he could control the target's mind, turning them into a stronger, temporary clone of himself. After a while, the two thugs immediately found themselves bound by Ningfeng's curse, only able to scream in fear and pain. Meanwhile, on a quiet road, Zhao Chang and a guild warrior with a shield were strolling together. "What does it mean that Wan Yu didn't invite you guys?" The shield warrior behind him kept mocking, while Zhao Chang sighed repeatedly. "It's best to finish this quickly so we can head somewhere else to have some fun." Suddenly, the shield soldier mentioned the dark matter that Zhao Chang had just done. The information related to the badge. "I've sent someone to find Ningfeng already. If that brat doesn't cooperate, let him experience what it feels like to live a life worse than death." The shield soldier furrowed his brows, a bit worried and anxious. "What if Wan Yu finds out?" Zhao Chang scowled, clearly annoyed. "I don't care about that. Are you really going to let her monopolize everything by herself?" The shield soldier, wary of his unpleasant attitude, stammered. "That's true, but unfortunately, this mission to promote was not like you said teaching Wang and I a lesson." Zhao Chang recalled the moment when the shield soldier released the boss toward Wang Yu, his face twisted in frustration. "I originally told you to release the boss a bit to pressure Wang Yu's spirit, scare her for a while, then I would step in to become the hero saving the beauty. I didn't expect Wang Yu to risk her life to get injured and then kill the boss." As the two of them were engrossed in conversation, suddenly a muscular figure appeared right in front of them, startling them both.
When they looked closely, Zhao Chang realized it was the blonde thug he had hired. "Why the hell are you suddenly showing up?" He didn't know that the thug standing before them was actually just a corpse, with Ningfeng's soul inhabiting it, so he wasn't on guard. "Did I get the information I wanted?" Ningfeng, inside the thug's body, spoke up. "Did you guys cause Yuni's injury?" The name Zhao Chang and the shield warrior could not understand the attitude of the blonde thug. Zhao Chang stepped forward with a mocking expression, patting Ningfeng's face, which was currently occupying the body of the thug. "Do you dare to be curious about my personal affairs? Are you out of your mind?" Ningfeng immediately punched him, blood splattering everywhere. His gaze became more ferocious than ever, and with the effect of the forbidden curse, he became even more terrifying. Ningfeng stretched out both hands, tightly gripping the throats of the two men, not allowing them any time to repent. His hands tightened around their necks as he lifted them high. They could only tremble, unable to resist. The soul of Ningfeng within the thug's body was laid bare. Anyone who dared to harm you and I did not deserve to live in this world. However, he could not allow them to die so easily. Without hesitation, he activated the forbidden curse, slowly draining their souls and blood. After a few minutes, the two men began to lose their vitality, their bodies becoming nothing more than lifeless skin and bones. Zhao Chang's earlier words came back to haunt him. "It was a fate worse than death, and since you said it, why not experience it firsthand?" In the end, both men were burned to ashes in their own blood, enduring excruciating pain. All that remained in Ningfeng's hands were the ashes of their bodies. The head of the blonde thug's body also began to be consumed by flames. Gradually, the forbidden curse burned away the body of the thug, sending him on his way to join Zhao Chang's men. Ningfeng had returned, but his face still could not conceal his fury. These things had all turned to dust by now, leaving no trace behind. On the contrary, it was a good method to erase any evidence of the corpse. His gaze was more serious than ever, but this time, the situation truly was a bit dangerous. His apartment, late at night, was only left with a few lit rooms. His residence was in an ordinary neighborhood, and it was impossible to prevent high-level awakeners from coming and going. Although, with his own strength, he was not afraid of them, he couldn't be home 24/7. He thought back to the post-apocalypse relics and the fragment of the contract. He had originally planned to rely on the Demon King's memories to create some important items. Fortunately, he had not started yet, otherwise, once someone outside discovered them, it would definitely cause significant trouble. Ningfeng stood up, stretched to relax, tidied up a bit, and then headed over to Duan's place. After all, Duan was a strong man with 4 transfers. Moreover, the security in his villa district was much better than here. A little while later, he arrived at Duan's villa and recounted everything that had happened. Duan, upon hearing it, flew into a rage. How dare they lay a hand on the boss? They really have the guts of a dog. Rest, elder. I'll quickly check if there are any other idiots at Tengo doing this nonsense. Ningfeng leaned back against the sofa and said, "There's no need to rush. Actually, I came here to ask you, do you know any trustworthy alchemists?" After a moment of thought, Duan asked, "Do you have any specific requirements for the alchemist?" Ningfeng looked up at the ceiling and replied, "They should be skilled enough to be trustworthy. Ideally, they should have as few connections to organizations as possible, and their relationships should be in good standing." Duan sighed in regret. "I know an alchemist who was quite skilled, but they've already joined a major guild, so that's not an option." His gaze became serious as he thought about the fragments of memory he had absorbed. The memories he took from the Demon King had once led to the deaths of several high-level alchemists, and the potions they brewed had far greater effects than those from our world. Unfortunately, he didn't understand the specifics. All he could do was gather antidotes and consult with experts for further discussion. In his mind, Zhao Cheng's companions were like mere pests. However, alchemists who were part of a large guild often couldn't protect themselves, and the risk of their secrets being exposed was much higher. Ningfeng raised his hand and tapped his fingers on the table. "From today's lesson, I don't want to attract any greedy individuals too soon." A little while later, Ningfeng stood up, preparing to leave. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind Duan, if you get the chance in the future, please keep an eye out for me. I'll also ask around with others. The next morning was fresh and clear. Ningfeng called Wang Yu to check on her. A reliable alchemist? What a coincidence! There was indeed someone. Ningfeng was quite surprised by Wang Yu's answer. Really? She sincerely asked again. The main priest of our team, her brother, is a fairly good alchemist. He was originally going to join our guild, but Xiao Chang and he didn't get along, so no agreement was reached. If you're interested, I can introduce you too. Ningfeng agreed and then closed her eyes to think. Xiao Chang again. You and I, being on the same team as him, was quite unlucky. Fortunately, I had helped her resolve this disaster. From now on, Xiao Chang won't be able to cause her trouble anymore. He was walking down the street while talking on the phone with her. She asked, by the way, why are you looking for an alchemist? He replied, I recently found a few remedies at home, so I wanted to invite someone to come and take a look. Wang Yu heard the familiar answer and grew suspicious. Found them at home again? He replied, I've been cleaning up the house recently. She said, wait a moment, let me arrange something for you. Later, Ningfeng met with the alchemist in a large room. He introduced himself, hello, my name is Ningfeng. The alchemist was very friendly, extending his hand to greet him. Hello, my name is C.I. Wei. Could you show me the remedies you found? Outside, Xiao Ting kicked a clump of bushes, while Wang Yu could only laugh helplessly when she saw this. Damn it, I was trying to get close to Ningfeng, and this jerk kicks me out. Wang Yu commented, it's because you're too noisy. At the door to the room, C.I. Wei had hung a sign that read, currently working, please do not disturb. C.I. Wei looked over the prescription that Ningfeng had handed him. The materials were nothing special, but the method of preparation was something he had never seen before. It seemed quite complicated. Do you know the effects of this medicine? Ningfeng thought for a moment and then answered straightforwardly. I've heard it can double the experience points gained. C.I. Wei was so shocked by this that he nearly dropped his jaw, but a moment later, he pushed up his glasses and regained his composure, saying, the highest experience-enhancing medicine on the market only gives 40%, and it's already really expensive. If it's 100%, doesn't that mean certain professions could level up insanely fast? Ningfeng didn't boast, merely giving a light smile. Something like that, but I'm not entirely sure, so I didn't want to ask just anyone. That's why I came to you for guidance. After some time spent reviewing and studying, C.I. Wei turned to Ningfeng and said, wait a moment, let me go test this out. C.I. Wei poked his head out of the door, and it was now time for the dear little sister to make her appearance. Xiao Ting, come in and pour tea for our guest. The sky today is clear and peaceful. The sunlight is gently warm. In the room filled with sunshine, Wang Yu, Xiao Ting, and Ningfeng are having a pleasant conversation. Suddenly, a loud noise from upstairs catches the attention of the three. Their faces turn filled with confusion and alarm. What happened? Xiao Ting quickly rushes upstairs, and the other two follow suit to check it out. Upon reaching the location, a small splash of water suddenly leaps out from inside, as if running away. Indeed, its expression is one of fear, and it is moving very quickly. The three of them hurry toward the experimental room, only for a large spark of energy to shoot out right in front of them. The two girls are visibly startled, but Ningfeng, having some idea of what is going on, doesn't look as surprised. Xiao Ting calls out to her brother, her fingers trembling with excitement. Brother, it's a success, 100% for real. C.I. Wei is absolutely thrilled, with a satisfied and excited smile on his face. The two girls are even more confused, staring blankly, not understanding what's happening. C.I. Wei joyfully turns to Ningfeng, calling his name. Ning brother, he says, still exhilarated, not yet calming down, and places a hand on Ningfeng's shoulder, smiling. This time, I took a bit of the medicine from the formula and used the slime for testing.
The success rate has increased by 100% for real. Hearing this, Ningfeng felt a strong sense of anticipation for the future ahead. If this remedy works, then other remedies might be effective as well. Ci Wei, as if struck by the effect of the medicine, turned around and pointed his finger, trying to look cool. Using the fireball technique, some objects in the room were shattered by his own hand, yet he still smiled joyfully, while Xiaoting was shocked by her brother's energetic spirit. What happened to my favorite older brother today? Above, the birds continued to fly peacefully, and the sunlight bathed everything in a warm glow. The group returned to the living room. Ci Wei recounted the story to the two girls, leaving them both incredibly surprised. Is it true that the experience increased by 100%? Ningfeng smiled faintly and nodded gently. The dazed Ci Wei from earlier had now regained his composure. Haze, you two, keep your mouths shut and be careful with the secret. The loudest one earlier was you. Then, Ci Wei turned to ask. What should we do next? If we sell it outside, we could definitely make an unimaginable amount of money. But there's a lot of danger out there. No one would refuse something that can help enhance physical strength. Ningfeng couldn't immediately respond to this question. He crossed his arms and thought seriously. Suddenly, Ningfeng's phone in his pocket rang. He took it out and skimmed through the notifications. Hold on, let me check the notice first. Shiwei sent a notification to everyone. The school is planning to have all third-year students train in the secret realm of a nearby city starting next Monday. Please prepare and cooperate actively. Everyone then began to chatter excitedly, continuously sending messages to the class group. Ningfeng focused intently, reading the messages while thinking about what was to come. In the end, he had made his decision. With this valuable medicinal experience, I plan to let my family use it first. After a while, I'll sell it. Upon hearing this, Xiaoting was thrilled, pointing to himself. Elder, am I not one of your own? He replied, yes, yes. Xiaoting was so excited that he lost control of his words, leaving his older brother helpless. Since Elder has said so, from now on, you and I will be your bodyguards. My older brother, Elder, feel free to use him however you like, no need to be polite. Afterward, Ningfeng felt a slight worry in his heart. Such a precious medicinal product, once it hit the market, would undoubtedly cause a stir. If people like Zhao Chang saw the enormous profit, pests would inevitably swarm to it non-stop. He envisioned a future where both he and his team were powerful, making the monsters bow at their feet. To feel at ease, he needed to first nurture those around him and strengthen himself. When the time came, anyone with ill intentions could be dealt with then. Ningfeng also remembered the other person in Wang Yu's team. By the way, your team has a berserker, right? His name is Zhou Jiangshu, right? The medicinal experience can be shared with him as well. Wang Yu and Xiaoting were overjoyed. Really? That's great. Jiangshu was just worried yesterday that he wouldn't be able to attend the same university as us. Ningfeng, long live. Ningfeng's expression was also extremely confident. Zhou Jiangshu's strength wasn't bad, and his relationship with you and I was very good, which could prove useful for him in the future. Ci Wei smiled and asked him, Ning brother, or should I call you Elder Ning? Do you have any more prescriptions like this? He replied, yes. Ci Wei sat attentively, looking at the prescription Ningfeng had given, but his mood seemed to be a bit off. After a while, he seemed somewhat helpless. There are quite a few ingredients here that I've never heard of, and only 2 ingredients that I've seen before. But with our current level, we can't make it. Ningfeng lowered his head, his expression serious. As expected, after all, it's a recipe from another world, and being able to use even a few ingredients is already good enough. Then, Wang Yu suddenly had a very cheerful idea. Since we're on the subject, I have a suggestion. Once the first batch of experience potions is done, we should call Jiangshu to level up together. He responded, right. Wang Yu stood up and placed her hand on his shoulder.
Ningfeng, are you coming along too?
Ningfeng was confused, his face showing a blank expression.
Why are you including me in this?
She said, "Don't worry, the city just announced that guilds can organize teams to go out and level up.
It's fine if you come with us."
In the next moment, everyone was enthusiastically chatting, while Ningfeng just stood there, stunned.
I'll calculate a bit to make sure there are enough experience potions for all of us. Probably by next week, the potions will be ready. Isn't it mostly me who's making them? Alright then, let's decide on that. Monday, I'll bother you again. Don't mention it. Anyway, my older brother's free. Ningfeng was feeling powerless, his face weary. You guys aren't even going to listen to me?
Time passed quickly, and soon it was the following Monday. The streets were relatively empty, and Ningfeng was already standing by, ready with his belongings, waiting for everyone.
I'm here. You wait by the roadside, we'll be there in a bit.
At this moment, the school bus arrived at the spot where he was waiting. The students on the bus started whispering as they saw him standing outside.
Isn't that Ningfeng from our class? Yeah, he didn't go with us last time when we went to level up. The classmates kept making jokes and mocking him. What's he doing there? Acting as the punching bag for the whole class? Even if someone was looking for a servant, they wouldn't pick him. With such a low level, who's even going to protect him when he enters the secret realm? After a few seconds, the traffic light turned green.
The school bus drove off, but the chatter inside continued.
Why are we still talking about that useless guy? We might as well take another nap.
True, who knows how long we'll be waiting when we get there. At the entrance to the secret realm, there was already a large crowd waiting for their turn.
The place was gloomy and barren.
The class bus arrived, and the students filed off one by one, surprised by what they saw in front of them.
Wow, there are so many people.
The students were confused.
Miss Chi, when will we be able to enter?
She replied, "Probably have to wait for about 2 more hours." The group of students started to feel restless, while Chi Wei could only smile awkwardly.
What? Do we have to wait this long?
Our class is the first one to go in, that's already pretty good. The chubby student looked around and suddenly noticed.
Isn't that Ningfeng over there?
Ningfeng's team had already arrived, all looking very serious, leaving the students stunned.
Why is he here, and why is he with Wanyu, the goddess?
The people waiting in line stepped back to let Wang Yu's team go first.
The students couldn't help but feel annoyed. Wait a minute, why does Ningfeng get to go in? Does he not need to line up?
Chi Wei followed their gaze and explained to the big-headed, small-brained students. Ningfeng has the Zushur Guild leading his team. They probably plan to go deep into the secret realm directly. Their group is quite small, unlike ours.
2 big-headed students from Ningfeng's class felt envious but couldn't do anything about it. He dares to go deep into the secret realm?
One silly monster could kill him.
Where am I worse than that useless Ningfeng?
I want to be led by Wang Yu, the goddess of the Zushur Guild too. Suddenly, a tall figure approached one of the students and asked.
Excuse me, are you referring to Wanyu, the goddess? The one ranked 5th in the national supernova rankings? The student awkwardly nodded.
The person, along with 2 others, walked through the group of students with a high-spirited attitude and a fierce expression.
Alright, it seems we've arrived at the right place, so let's go in.
The gatekeeper and the others stepped aside, allowing the 3 to enter the secret realm, and the student, who had been irritable, became even more annoyed.
Who are they? Another family clan? Don't you know them? The girl standing next to him explained. Those 3 are similar to Wanyu. They're all on the national supernova rankings.
The girl with purple hair and a cold expression was Shang Muqiu, ranked 4th. The muscular man with a large sword slung over his shoulder was Li Ku, ranked 3rd. Finally, the young man, with an aura no less imposing than the others and a gaze filled with cunning, was Gu Yunzhou, ranked 2nd.
The team led by Wang Yu had already ventured deeper into the secret realm and were standing beneath a large archway, surrounded by numerous undead monsters. After Zhou Jiangshu received the medicinal herbs from Ci Wei, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh, this is the 100% experience boosting medicine?" Seeing him act clueless, Xiaoting punched him lightly. "Can you keep your mouth shut? Are you trying to make sure everyone hears you?" He quickly apologized. Sorry. I got a bit too excited." Zhou Jiangshu looked up, puzzled, and asked Ci Wei. "This medicine must be quite expensive, right?" He replied, "Actually, it's not too bad. The ingredients aren't that rare, and the preparation method isn't too complicated." Ci Wei smiled and said, "But that's precisely why the medicine is so valuable. If you can enhance your strength at a relatively low cost, I believe no one would refuse. Based on this, our brother Ningfeng will become the most esteemed guest of any guild." Xiaoting and Zhou Jiangshu jumped up in delight. "We are all blessed by the elder this time." "Elder, there's no need to express gratitude. From now on, if there's anything, just speak directly to brother. We're all family here, no need for formalities." Wang Yu looked at her best friend laughing and joking happily with everyone, feeling a deep sense of happiness. Ningfeng's personality wasn't suited for socializing, so he had always had very few friends. Her eyes dimmed as she recalled the moment when Ningfeng was ridiculed by others, especially when he was just 16, after his first failed awakening. People at school laughed at him. Ningfeng had gradually become more and more isolated. At this moment, on Ningfeng's face was a smile of happiness from having friends. It was rare to see him talking so joyfully. She hoped that from now on, he could quickly regain his spirits. After a while, Wang Yu cleared her throat to grab everyone's attention. "Everyone, listen to me," she calmly instructed the team. "This time, we don't have anyone to serve as a shield or anyone who can cast spells. So, we must be extra cautious in this fight and prioritize our own safety. Ningfeng, you don't need to take action, avoid drawing the monster's attention." Next, Wang Yu clearly demonstrated the qualities of a leader. "I will be responsible for attracting the enemy Jiangshu, mainly to defend against the enemy Xiaoting. I will primarily use attribute boosting skills and protect you, and will use potions as needed depending on the situation." Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." Ningfeng stood aside, regretful that he was not given any task. "At this rate, I won't level up much. But seeing everyone like this, maybe I should cooperate a bit? After all, using a forbidden curse to level up is fast, and a day or two won't hurt. I just need to understand everyone's strength first." Wang Yu took out a magic staff and raised it. Her expression was resolute, and she fired a beam of light. The zombie monsters wandering around outside were stunned by the burst of light. The monsters started howling in pain as the light continued to disturb them. A moment later, they frantically jumped toward the Zushur Guild. Xiaoting raised her magic staff high, beginning to activate its power. Rays of light converged into the gem on the staff, forming a thunderous rallying spell. The power from the staff was transferred to Zhou Jiangshu's weapon and body, elevating him to a new level. Zhou Jiangshu's usual gentle expression was replaced by one of intensity. He swung the massive axe in his hand with tremendous force, then gathered all his strength for a powerful strike, causing most of the monsters to disintegrate. Instantly, the remaining monsters could only stand there, dumbfounded, watching. Taking advantage of the monster's momentary distraction, Ci Wei charged forward and released 3 bursts of sparks. The remaining monsters were instantly incinerated by the explosive sparks. Once all the nearby monsters were wiped out, the surroundings lit up. The experience points were rising rapidly. If this continued, he might be able to craft a new potion soon. Xiaoting and Zhou Jiangshu high-fived each other in joy. They had both managed to reach 2 transfers before the exam and would now be able to take the entrance exam for a key university with Wang Yu. Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from a nearby cave. Zhou Jiangshu frowned and looked toward the source, asking, "Who's that?" The man, Guyan Zhou, smirked from within. "Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but I really can't hold it in. The three figures stepped out, each wearing a grim expression. Gu Yunzhou kept mocking them. You guys haven't even reached 2 transfers yet and you want to enter a key university? Is it really that easy? How interesting. Xiaoting and Zhou Jiangshu were cautious when they saw these three people. Are you guys on the national supernova rankings? Gu Yunzhou grinned proudly. Looks like our reputation isn't too bad. You recognized us so quickly. Zhou Jiangshu observed their figures with curiosity. Aren't they from near Qinyu City? How come they're here? Wang Yu couldn't stomach their attitude any longer and stepped forward to confront them. We're leveling up. Is there a problem with that? While Wang Yu's group was leveling up, a group of strangers suddenly appeared, cutting through the atmosphere. Miss Wang Yu, we specifically came here to find you. We'd like to ask you something. The group approached with victorious expressions, with Gu Yunzhou leading the way. Would you be interested in joining our team? Xiaoting and Jiangshu were taken aback by the blunt proposal, their mouths hanging open in surprise. What? Wang Yu closed her eyes, showing no interest, and lightly responded. No need, I already have my own team. Gu Yunzhou frowned, clearly displeased with Wang Yu's response. I know your team includes a mage named Zhao Chang, the 14th ranked captain on the National Supernova Leaderboard. If he agrees, you could give it a shot. Although your rank is a bit low, I'd be doing this as a favor to you. Wang Yu, who had no patience for such people, replied seriously. Didn't I make myself clear? I don't want to join another guild. Gu Yunzhou found it amusing and cracked his neck a few times. Humph, don't be so quick to reject. This little city of Qinyu might be a bit outdated in terms of information, huh? Let me explain. Gu Yunzhou stood and described the situation of universities, given the frequent changes in the secret realm and increasingly difficult monsters to face. He continued, the 3 major universities have raised their evaluation standards. This year, University of Darkness is only recruiting elite teams or individuals. The conditions are very favorable, but spots are limited. Finally, there's the University of Light, but getting in is extremely difficult. Gu Yunzhou forced a smile and continued, this is an opportunity that's hard to come by. We, the outstanding students, are forming a team, and we are no exception. The reason I chose you is because of your team. Saying that, his expression changed in an instant, and his eyes became vicious. Don't forget, you're the one who must become a strong man. Gu Yunzhou then continued to sneer disdainfully in the opposite direction. As for them, his words were directed at Jiangshu and Xiaoting, who were still standing there, confused. Gu Yunzhou's face showed a clear expression of triumph as he shouted, weakness is the greatest crime. Wang Yu felt uncomfortable and prepared to draw her sword after hearing the madman mention her teammates. Gu Yunzhou, noticing her action, quickly waved his hand. Don't get so worked up. You're a ranged attacker, aren't you? Surely, you don't want to fight me here, right? Xiaoting sensed that the atmosphere was getting tense and stepped forward to pat Wang Yu on the shoulder. Forget it, let's go level up somewhere else, no need to bother with these people. Wang Yu's group turned and left before Gu Yunzhou's team. Ningfeng was the last to leave, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. This guy really is asking for trouble. As Ningfeng continued walking, suddenly, a large foot blocked his path. Li Ko, with a fierce expression, stepped in front of him, pointing a finger in Ningfeng's face. Are you Zhao Chang? He replied, no. Li Ko showed a look of utter contempt, his eyes filled with disdain as he glared at the person in front of him. Oh, then get lost, useless trash. Ningfeng, hearing the insult, had his eyes turn a shade of purple. He didn't say anything, only giving the man a fierce glare. At this moment, Jiangshu noticed that the Gu Yunzhou group had gone too far, so he stepped in front of Ningfeng and shouted loudly. Hey, don't go too far. Li Ku bared his teeth, furrowing his brows in irritation. Just you? You think you can save someone? With that, Li Ke got into position, preparing to throw a punch at Jiang Shu. Jiang Shu, his face reddening with exertion, tried to block Li Ke's attack. However, due to the vast difference in strength, Li Ke's punch landed directly on Jiang Shu's body. Wang Yu, standing at a distance, saw things were going south, so she yelled out, "Jiang Shu!" At that moment, Gu Yunzhou suddenly blocked Wang Yu's path, a smug expression on his face, causing her to jump in surprise. Wang Yu became serious, her gaze turning icy as she spoke in a low, forceful voice. "Get out of my way." Gu Yunzhou was taken aback by her words. "What did you say?" Wang Yu was about to charge forward when Jiang Shu shouted loudly, "Don't come over here, I'm fine." Jiang Shu knelt down in front of Li Ke, clutching his chest in pain. "This is bad, I think I broke a rib." This guy deliberately went for a brutal strike. Despite the pain, Jiang Shu still tried to protect Ning Feng. "Ning Feng, step back a little, don't let him get involved." Li Ke, with a vicious expression full of contempt, pointed his finger down at him. "Trash." Jiang Shu frowned, his eyes turning vicious as he threw a punch forward. Jiang Shu raised his fist and charged toward Li Ke, but his opponent was faster, already launching a kick at Jiang Shu first. From this angle, Wang Yu and Xiao Ting had already drawn their weapons, preparing to block the attack. Just as Li Ke's fist was about to connect with Jiang Shu, it suddenly stopped. Another hand blocked Li Ke's punch. Ning Feng, looking incredibly cool, had stepped in front, taking the hit for Jiang Shu. The expressions of Wang Yu, Xiao Ting, Ying Wei, and Gu Yunzhou and the others were filled with surprise and confusion. Li Ke, whose punch had been blocked before it could land, was perplexed. Why can't I move? His attire wasn't that of a mage, how did he possess such strength? Li Ke's wrist was tightly gripped by Ning Feng's hand. Immediately, Ning Feng's cold, disdainful gaze and extraordinary strength showed as he swiftly spun Li Ke around. Li Ke's face contorted, his body spinning in circles. Finally, Ning Feng stopped toying with him, releasing his grip and sending Li Ke flying far away. Ning Feng's grip was so strong that it caused Li Ke to crash, shattering hundreds of tiles on the ground. In the end, Li Ke was buried in a pile of rubble, with only his two legs sticking out. Ning Feng sneered, looking down at him with utter contempt. "Trash." On this side, while Gu Yunzhou was still stunned, calling out Li Ke's name, right behind him, Wang Yu was preparing to draw his bow. The arrow flew at an altar-like speed, striking straight into Gu Yunzhou's behind. He jumped up in pain, clutching his suddenly attacked rear. Xiao Ting covered her mouth and giggled softly, while Wang Yu remained cold, not bothering to look. Shang Muqiu from Gu Yunzhou's group was terrified, staring at his pained face. She was in disbelief, thinking to herself, a mage defeated a berserker with bare hands, a close-range archer hit the meat shield. Am I dreaming? Both Gu Yunzhou and Li Ke were elites in the supernova group. Ning Feng, on this side, shut his eyes tightly, exhausted, and spoke tiredly. "I just want to live peacefully, but one after another, they keep forcing me to show my cards." Ning Feng glanced around and sighed in frustration. "Haze, so troublesome." He turned toward Xiao Ting, signaling her. "Xiao Ting, stop standing there, hurry up and heal Jiang Shu." She replied, "Yes." Xiao Ting moved towards Jiang Shu, who was in pain, and picked up her magic staff to heal him. Ning Feng also approached to check the situation, then asked, "Jiang Shu, how do you plan to deal with those guys?" He said, I don't know, I just follow your instructions." Ning Feng froze, his expression blank, thinking to himself, suddenly, everyone's attitude towards me has turned to one of awe. Ning Feng turned around, his expression becoming serious as he signaled to Jiang Shu. "Then you go strip that guy's clothes off, consider it his compensation to you." He replied, "Yes." Gu Yunzhou, still with the arrow lodged in his backside, was crawling on the ground and shouting loudly. "Is this robbery? You dare?" Suddenly, a punch slammed into the ground, causing it to shatter, which startled Gu Yunzhou. Ning Feng, with a fierce expression, was preparing to throw a punch at Gu Yunzhou. Suddenly, Gu Yunzhou's expression changed, becoming bright and cheerful. Actually, my gear isn't bad. If you like it, just take it. Ningfeng then grabbed Gu Yunzhou's shoulder, his expression still unchanged. At least you know your place. I'm someone who hates trouble. If I find out you're plotting revenge behind my back, he said, it's impossible, it's our fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. We deserve this. Shang Muqiu from Gu Yunzhou's group had already taken off all his equipment and handed it over to Xiaoting CM, who was approaching. Elder, my equipment is here, please check it. Ningfeng then gave an expression of not knowing anything but was still satisfied. You're quite reasonable. Shang Muqiu blushed in embarrassment, lowering his head. All that could be heard was Ningfeng's voice. Let's head to the front to level up. Wang Yu and the others, including Xiaoting, Jiang Shu, and Ing Wei, all smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes, understood. The five of them were walking into a rather dimly lit hall. Wang Yu then spoke up, initially wanting to lead them to level up, but unexpectedly, the person was even more impressive than he thought. Ningfeng smiled brightly, in stark contrast to Wang Yu, who was sighing in exasperation. He said, you know I just woke up, being too flashy would be troublesome. Wang Yu, irritated, seemed to reproach him. If you're not going to say anything, I won't ask more. After all, you've always been like this. Ningfeng didn't explain further, only smiling wryly. UNI still understands me the most. Suddenly, Wang Yu approached and placed her hand on Ningfeng's shoulder, which caught him by surprise. She smiled and looked at him with a tender expression. Whatever happens, I'm happy for you. Receiving the compliment, Ningfeng didn't say anything, just smiled and gave a gesture of satisfaction. While Jiang Shu and Xiaoting were asking Ningfeng questions with bright smiles, Ing Wei was tiredly trailing behind them. Elder, have you decided which university you're going to? Elder, have you decided which guild you're going to join? He replied, I haven't thought about it yet. As Ningfeng's group continued chatting animatedly as they walked, Ing Wei struggled to keep up, feeling helpless. Xiaoting then said, that's true, someone as strong as the elder doesn't need to rush into decisions. If only I could be like the elder, I wouldn't have to worry about exams. Everyone, don't walk so fast, wait for me. Ningfeng maintained his cold demeanor as he walked ahead, thinking to himself. Universities and guilds are places with strict management. If I'm not careful, my secrets might be exposed. For me, it seems unnecessary to join either. Ningfeng dismissed his thoughts, raised his hand and laughed loudly, encouraging everyone to keep pushing forward. Everyone, I think we can go even further and speed up the leveling process. Every time UNI pulls more monsters, I'll take the lead. The rest of you just need to clean up the ones that slip through the cracks. Ningfeng smiled brightly, gently scratched his nose, and thought to himself, although I can't use forbidden curses, with the added attributes and passive skills, the spells along with the equipment should be enough. Day by day, the sky turned to night, and dawn gradually broke. When Duan saw that Ningfeng had returned, he ran out to greet him. Elder! You're back! Ningfeng, with a tired expression, sighed in frustration and thought, after all that effort, I've only gained 1 level. If it weren't for the experience potions, this progress would have been even slower. Having grown used to sweeping through mobs and leveling up by killing higher-level monsters with forbidden curses, I've completely forgotten that this is the normal pace for leveling up. Lacking any strength left, Ningfeng slumped onto the sofa. He continued to think, overall, supernova-level players like you and I could reach level 60 in 2 years and complete 2 transfers. For normal 1 and 2 star professions, it would be less exhausting to just take the university entrance exam than to rely on killing small monsters every day. Ningfeng dismissed his unfinished thoughts and stretched to relieve his fatigue. Forget it, no more thinking. I'll just relax and be lazy for a few days at home. Otherwise, if I get stronger, I'll have to fight for everything like the others. After that, Ningfeng and Duan were both focused on playing the game. Getting bored, Ningfeng laid back on the chair, covering his face with a book and falling asleep.
Not long after, Ningfeng and Duan went outside to the garden, using qigong to speed up the cooking of the grilled meat. While Ningfeng was chewing on a piece of meat, the phone suddenly rang. Ningfeng picked it up. Immediately, the voice on the other end of the line began to speak rapidly. Yang Xing, Boss Ning, there's an auction happening soon, and I've heard there are many valuable items. The Tang Master, who has just arrived, wants to ask if you're interested in participating? The two of them were still sitting on the chairs, enjoying their meal. The person on the phone continued, the Tang Master is the one taking over for Wang Master. Ningfeng asked, really? The person replied, yes, indeed. Ningfeng, tired, yawned, holding a skewer of meat in one hand while still listening to the phone. He said, well, there's nothing important happening lately, so I guess I can go check it out. The person on the other end continued, in that case, Tang Master and I will head over later. I'll send you the auction item list to review first. Ningfeng smiled, quickly biting into the piece of meat, agreeing but thinking to himself. Okay, they're really thorough with their service. But it seems like the Tang Master knows how to interact with people better than that Wang Master. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was afternoon. By this time, Ningfeng and Duan were casually sitting on the sofa. Tang Yikai and Yang Xing had also arrived and greeted them. Hello, Elder. I am Tang Yikai, the appraiser from the Xin Du Yuancheng Trading Division. Ningfeng immediately stood up, intending to approach and shake hands with Tang Yikai. Hello, Master Tang, I am not worthy. It's an honor to meet you for the first time. I hope the elders will take good care of me. Tang Yikai forced a smile, thinking to himself, before I came here, Mayor Tai specifically told me to make sure I serve this young man well. What Mayor Tai meant was that, even if the entire trading house surrounds him alone, it wouldn't matter. Tang Yikai then turned to Yang Xing beside him. Xiao Yang, please give the auction list to Boss Ning to take a look. Xiao Yang replied, yes. Ningfeng casually sat down in the chair, crossed his legs, and flipped through the list. Oh, there are only a few items and potions suitable for mages, but I don't need any of them. Ningfeng skimmed through a section, intending to press something to view further details. Tang Yikai began to feel anxious, thinking to himself, this is bad. Boss Ning is going through it so quickly, and nothing is catching his eye. I've underestimated Boss Ning's capabilities. This time, I've turned a healthy pig into a lame one. Suddenly, Ningfeng stopped on a screen, his gaze lighting up. He thought to himself, this. Tang Yikai, curious, leaned closer to Ningfeng to see what had caught his attention. He said, your judgment is truly impressive. You've indeed picked out the right one. Tang Yikai pointed at the pill on the screen and explained, this is the latest experience potion, which can double the experience gained. It's very rare, and it's most suitable for high-level elders looking to level up. Ningfeng remained silent, not saying anything, simply recalling the time when he and Ying Wei were conducting research together. Duan also felt a bit strange, so he stood up and asked, Elder, isn't this the thing that Tang Yikai still doesn't understand? Ningfeng's gaze turned cold as he glanced over. Where did you get this from? Tang Yikai turned pale with fear, trying to explain. This is an item that Shang Guild entrusted to the auction house for bidding. Boss Ning, what's going on? Ningfeng didn't reply, only thinking about the tiger head symbol of the guild. Shang Guild was one of the top 7 guilds in the country, with formidable strength. Could it be that CI Wei secretly sold the formula to them? Or had someone else done something to CI Wei? Ningfeng began to shift his stance, turning to investigate. Did they ever mention where this medicine came from? Tang Yikai forced a smile and answered Ningfeng's unexpected question. I heard that they discovered a new type of secret realm called Divine Trial, which can only be entered solo. The power of the secret realm seems to be divided into many levels. After passing 10 levels of trials, you can receive corresponding rewards. The medicine is one of the rewards for their members. Duan, still feeling a bit curious, stepped forward. This is the first time I've heard of such a secret realm.
Could it be another type of anomaly?
But according to the government's requirements, any secret realm that starts to be strategized has to be filed. You can find basic information about it on the official government website.
Ningfeng didn't say anything, just sat in silence, thinking. It was good that there was no problem with Ci Wei.
The divine trial sounded like a very powerful place. Suddenly, the system task board appeared, which took Ningfeng by surprise. Divine trial mission through the secret realm trial, turning it into your strength. The penalty for failure is the elimination of the host. Ningfeng immediately showed a sly expression.
This is the first time the system has announced a mission. Looks like this divine trial might be something interesting. Tang Yikai smiled broadly and winked at Yang Xing beside her. Tang Master, I won't be attending the auction this time. Feng Ning replied, of course, I still thank everyone for making the effort to come here. Tang Yikai said, no trouble, no trouble. If Boss Ning ever needs anything, feel free to reach out to me anytime.
Tang Yikai and Yang Xing both forced smiles, trying not to reveal any flaws, only daring to think to themselves, these experienced potion vials are practically the trump card of the auction.
Every guild will compete to get them. But Boss Ning doesn't even care.
Duan stood up, interrupting the awkward atmosphere.
Elder, you should sit down. I'll go look up some information about this secret realm.
With that, Duan returned to his room, moved the computer mouse, and began searching for information.
Duan focused intently on the screen. Do I also need an account with the appropriate privileges?
That's right, it might be the special card that Mayor Zhang gave me. At this moment, Ningfeng, holding a can of drink, curiously walked over to Duan to see what was going on. Both of them looked at the computer screen, and Ningfeng spoke up. It looks like a tower, the screen displayed, showing a guild behind a large rock.
Shangrui Guild had registered exclusive rights.
In other words, the government allowed them to manage it themselves. No one was allowed to enter without permission from Shangrui Guild. Ningfeng carefully observed and pondered for a moment.
Secret realms under the control of major guilds were generally like this, but if the mission was declared incomplete, it would be destroyed. Maybe we should think of another way?
At this moment, in the secret realm trial, a tower appeared behind two large rock walls. Two soldiers were standing guard.
Ningfeng, with his hood pulled low, observed through a magical circle.
Ningfeng shoved his hands into his pockets and stood confidently, looking at the two guards.
It's this late, and there are still guards standing watch?
Shangrui Guild had posted a lot of information about the secret realm trial on their personal forum to attract more strong men to participate. This had indeed helped Ningfeng improve his own understanding.
Using his skills to charge at them directly would probably go unnoticed.
With that, Ningfeng flashed a mischievous smile. He slowly walked into the magical circle to enter, completely avoiding the guard's line of sight.
Ningfeng's attitude was utterly playful.
After that, Ningfeng quickly broke free and was about to leap into the violet light. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred after Ningfeng entered. He froze, his eyes wide open, as if something was about to happen. A large surge of energy erupted from the entrance of the secret realm, throwing both Ningfeng and the guards far away. Inside a tower, the atmosphere suddenly became chaotic when they noticed something strange happening.
A loud explosion. What happened? It's from the trial secret realm. We need to go check it out. Report to the president immediately.
As the night grew late, the sky sparkled with stars. In a room that had been quiet, a tear appeared in the air. Ningfeng's head emerged from the crack, and soon the tear turned into a black hole. His body fell through, his face covered in blood. Ningfeng slowly opened his eyes.
What happened?
Ningfeng widened his eyes, quickly recalling the scene where his defiled earth defense shattered, and he fell down. As soon as he made contact with the entrance to the secret realm, an immense surge of energy poured out from within, causing. Ningfeng gritted his teeth in pain, managing to open one eye, panting heavily.
What the hell is going on?
At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared with an important warning: immune system check again.
3% damage received.
But that wasn't all, the system announced again, with another important warning: immune system check again. 4% damage received.
Cumulative damage, 7%.
Ningfeng clenched his teeth, still not understanding what had happened. Even the system was damaged.
What kind of skill was that?
The system interface suddenly flashed dozens, even hundreds of notifications, continuously reporting the damage and injuries of the player. At that moment, at the Secret Realm training faction, a group of people had arrived to check on the situation of the guards after the recent explosion.
The guards were being restored by someone else.
The person healing the guard then spoke up. The leader only suffered a shock and dizziness, there are no injuries to the body.
The guard, upon regaining consciousness, looked forward, appearing surprised.
Leader, the leader of the Shang-Rui Guild, Hashiryu, who had a cold and stern expression, spoke up. What happened just now? The guard, whose face was smeared with dirt, was also unclear about the situation and quickly responded.
I don't know either. The secret realm portal suddenly exploded, and I passed out.
Hashiryu furrowed her brows, starting to feel uneasy, and asked again.
Weren't there any issues before this? Could it be that the secret realm has experienced some kind of anomaly?
A person from the guild, holding a staff, approached Hashiryu and spoke. Leader, perhaps we should use that to check, it's the only way. She then raised the staff high and cast a magic spell in the air.
The spell conjured up a massive clock, preparing to reverse time.
Hashiryu silently observed. Thankfully, this secret realm had its own special magic formation. It not only recorded the images inside and around the realm, but it could also reverse time for investigation. At this moment, the clock of time was turning backward to a time before. In Hashiryu's eyes, they suddenly widened as if he saw something. A dark shadow, like a half-human, half-demon figure, appeared, leaving everyone stunned.
What is that?
The dark shadow slowly faded, and the divine spirit, powerful and majestic, emerged in mid-air, speaking aloud.
Evil God dares to intrude upon my domain.
Immediately, the divine spirit, enraged, cast a punitive spell upon the uninvited intruder. Suddenly, a burst of light surrounded the divine spirit, as if about to explode. Hashiryu and the women from the guild both stared wide-eyed, amazed at this action.
Evil God, you say?
The divine spirit floated in the air, growing even angrier because it could not pursue the intruder.
Damn it!
That bastard managed to escape again. Quickly, find his whereabouts, we cannot allow him to destroy this world. Hashiryu and the members of the Shang-Rui Guild shuddered, still in shock.
Destroy the world?
At this moment, in another space, the image of the divine spirit was reflected on a crystal ball.
The guild leaders were seated, intently watching the images displayed on the table.
Based on the footage recorded by the Shang-Rui Guild, this was our first true glimpse of the divine spirit's existence. President Lu Yingzhen spoke with a serious expression. Although its identity is unclear, considering the magic it unleashed, it is enough to reach the level of a forbidden curse, as described in legend. President Fang Zhou of the guild and President Shang Rui of the Hashiryu Guild also spoke in turn.
President Hu, I remember from your report that if the trial is passed, one can receive the certification and blessing of the divine spirit, right?
This information does appear in the secret realm, but we never expected that a real divine spirit would actually appear. President Yu Linghua of the Yu Linghua Guild, after listening to everyone's opinions, finally spoke up. The key issue is the forbidden curse level magic, which cannot destroy the evil god.
This might be some useful information.
President Luo Yuning of the Luo Yuning Guild, with a sharp gaze, also shared her perspective.
That's right. If the evil god intends to destroy the world, we're afraid there's no way we could deal with it. President Wang Bo of the Wang Bo Guild then gave some examples.
If the trial leads to receiving the divine spirit's blessing, I wonder if there is a way to deal with the evil god, like the forbidden curse magic. President Zhang Yanxian of the Zhang Yanxian Guild smiled and agreed, raising a finger.
It might actually be possible, it's worth a try. Ha, sure, you observed the actions and words of everyone present, his gaze becoming wary. Did these people already have the intention to enter and sweep through the secret realm trial? It seemed they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity for me to open the door for them. Ha, sure, you frowned and spoke seriously. If you all wish to participate in the trial, I have no objections. But I must remind everyone, the monsters in the secret realm trial are extremely powerful. With our current strength, we simply cannot, it's basically impossible to get through. The guild master and his group of people were still sitting at the table, discussing strategies. The grace of divine spirit, I'm afraid we are not worthy of it. Lu Yingzhen stroked his beard, then suddenly asked about someone who was not present here. Old Feng, what do you think? A shadow, with only its red eyes and large teeth visible, spoke up. What do I think? What could I possibly think? Lu Yingzhen furrowed his brow, looking at the person who had just appeared. Don't be angry, it's not a big issue yet, that's why I called you back. Guing, the former person in charge, Feng Yi, was furious, his head practically on fire. His face was a grotesque skull, and he pointed his finger, shouting loudly. What else could be a big issue, other than the mutants like us? My disciple reported strange occurrences in Qinyu City, and if you all didn't take it seriously, fine, but in the end, the investigation turned up nothing. On top of that, you made it worse. If it wasn't for that mysterious Taoist from Qinyu City helping, how many innocent people would you have harmed by now? Lu Yingzhen covered his face with his hand, genuinely not wanting to look at old Feng, hoping he'd calm down, but the fire was still burning in his head. Luo Yuning, sitting on the side, quietly observed Feng Yi's attitude, thinking to himself, I heard that this senior Feng had withdrawn due to the increasingly serious price of dark power. I didn't expect to meet him here. Lu Yingzhen looked at the person before him with seriousness. Old Feng, my personal suggestion is, could we have your disciple send the footage to the mysterious elder in Qinyu City for a look? With the strength of that elder, perhaps they might know something. Feng Yi was still angry, the flames above his head continuing to burn. Lu Yingzhen could only say a few more words to calm him down. Only now do you remember my disciple? I have 2 barrels of fine wine, I'll send them to you later, to celebrate the achievements of your disciple, which should be approved soon. Upon hearing about the delicious treat that matched his taste, Feng Yi was taken aback. The flames above his head gradually disappeared, along with the skull, revealing Feng Yi's true face. He replied, all right. The morning sun rose high, casting its light upon a house. Ning Feng was lying comfortably on his bed, intently staring at the system screen. His previous task was still unfinished when a new mission appeared. Ning Feng casually laid back with his legs crossed, reading the text on the system. Achieve 2 complete system transfer recoveries. Penalty for failure, host will be eliminated. It's fine, it's nothing major, Ning Feng said, unbothered. Despite the system being damaged, he didn't care much. Ning Feng didn't think much about it, tired of overthinking, and stepped out of the room. But last night was really terrifying. Could it be that he had made a mistake somewhere? As he entered the living room, he noticed some unfamiliar guests sitting on the sofa. Hey, guests! As Ning Feng entered, Duan, along with 2 guests, Feng Yi and Ti, stood up to greet him. Ah, you must be Ning Feng, right? Ning Feng was confused, not recognizing the person in front of him, but the person seemed to know him. Hello, may I ask who you are? Duan immediately introduced Elder Feng Yi with a serious expression. This is the former person in charge of Guing, the current director of the Adventurer Management Bureau, Mr. Feng Yi. Next, Duan introduced the beautiful woman standing next to him. This is Mr. Feng's disciple, the person responsible for Guing in this province, Miss Su Lin. They are here to ask the mysterious elder for help. Upon hearing Duan's introduction, Ning Feng suddenly shouted loudly. Mr. Feng is the Crimson Flame Death God. Feng Yi smiled gently, narrowing his eyes when Ning Feng recognized him. He. A little fame not worth mentioning. Feng Yi's true identity was not as benign as his outward appearance.
This elder had made countless achievements and had shattered many evil adventurer organizations. Almost all the identities of Gu Ying's members were kept secret, but Mr. Feng was an exception. He was considered a role model in the hearts of many young people. Old Feng would definitely be in the top 3. Anyone who had the chance to meet and talk to him could truly boast about it for half a lifetime. Feng Yi smiled kindly, pointing to the red chest placed on the table. This is our first meeting, and I didn't prepare much. I heard you're about to take the university entrance exam, so here are 5 million star coins and 200 bottles of high-quality experience potions. The government entrusted us to deliver this to you, wishing you success in your studies. Ning Feng widened his eyes, somewhat surprised by the amount of money Mr. Feng was offering. 5 million star coins, that's quite a large sum. Ning Feng could not help but feel curious. He approached the 2 guests and asked, "May I ask something? What brings you here?" Su Lin, standing beside him, held a chip and pressed it onto the display screen, mainly wanting to show the elder a video clip. "We just arrived. If you don't mind, we can watch it first." Without saying much, Su Lin pressed the chip to display the video containing the divine spirit for Ning Feng to see. He angrily said, "That evil god dares to invade my domain." Ning Feng's heart skipped a beat, as he himself was the evil god referred to by the divine spirit. Ning Feng's face turned pale and purple, and he began to tear up. He froze, recalling the system notification from earlier. "The mission is fine, it's no big deal." Ning Feng started sweating all over, trying to calm himself down, telling himself not to panic. No one knew that he was the evil god yet, so he must not let himself be exposed. After watching the video, he turned to Feng Yi and said, "I understand. I'll send the video to the elder shortly. If there's any news, I'll inform you in time." He replied, "Then I'll leave it to you. We'll go ahead and wait for the good news. If you need any support, just contact Su Lin directly." Su Lin approached Ning Feng, both hands extended with her business card toward him. Ning Feng took the card, and immediately recognized that the girl in front of him seemed very familiar. Then it clicked, she was the older sister who had been in charge of hosting him on the day he took over his position. Ning Feng sighed in resignation, covering his face with his hand and thinking to himself, no wonder it was exposed so early. The sky had started to change, with sunlight filtering through the branches of the trees. Feng Yi and Su Lin had already left Ning Feng's apartment and were walking down the street. Ning Feng said, "That person is indeed, as you said, quite a decent individual, humble and courteous, with a calm mind. The government's stance is clear: if there's an opportunity, no matter the cost, we must bring them into our team." Su Lin, walking behind, felt a bit curious and asked, "Master, do you think Ning Feng and the mysterious elder are the same person?" Feng Yi didn't say much, simply replying with, "Does it matter?" He looked up, his crimson eye glinting as he answered seriously, "If Ning Feng wants us to see him as a student, then he is a student. That would be better for everyone. 5 million star coins given to a student, does it even matter if anyone cares? In terms of etiquette, there's nothing to complain about. But if a student turns out to be the mysterious elder, then what standard should we use to treat him in the future? It would be unclear." Feng Yi placed both hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky, and continued to speak. "The enemy is growing stronger by the day, and as Ha Shiryu said, we are not even worthy of receiving the grace of the gods, but the mysterious elder is enough to become our strongest support." Ning Feng sat down in a chair, leisurely picking up a cup of hot tea to savor. After taking a sip, he began to recall the system notification from yesterday. Yesterday, based on the system's skill to check for damage, it was likely the moment when that divine spirit discovered it. Ning Feng continued to remember the scene when he was thrown far away by a burst of power, only to return to the real world. That one strike was enough to disturb his absolute defense. Clearly, his strength had reached the level of a forbidden curse, making him extremely dangerous. Next came 2 system task notifications that had to be completed within a certain time frame, or else the penalty would be the erasure of the host. The urgent task to complete the 2 cultivation system missions was extremely important. After all, it still depended on them. The trial of the gate might not be without merit. If the enemy's power couldn't be used by him, it could very well turn into a deadly rival. Ningfeng put aside his thoughts and then asked Duan, who was focused on the computer in front of him. Mr. Feng didn't provide any materials? He did, and I'll organize them and send them to you. The computer screen displayed the secret realm trial from the previous day when Ningfeng had entered. In reality, the secret realm trial was a tower divided into many floors, and one could only know what was inside once they had completed it. The monsters inside were much stronger compared to those in other secret realms, significantly more powerful. The previous record was 42 floors, set by the president Ha Shiryu of the Shang Guild. Ningfeng seriously observed the tower, thinking to himself, I still don't understand how the secret realm trial operates. If I accidentally trigger the forbidden curse of the divine spirit, my identity as the evil god will be exposed. Although the mission doesn't specifically target me, I could just push it onto someone else, that would still be acceptable. Ningfeng placed the teacup on the table, sat across from Duan, and asked a few more questions. Have you watched Ha Shiryu's video? I've seen it, Duan replied. Ningfeng looked at Duan and continued asking, if it were you, how many floors do you think you could get through? Duan didn't look up, staring at the computer screen, but still answered Ningfeng's question, around 35 or so. Ningfeng received the answer and didn't ask anything further, just thinking to himself, as expected, Ha Shiryu's strength is approaching that of 5 transfers, surpassing Duan. However, Duan is a lone wolf, as long as he participates, I'll be at ease. Ningfeng then smiled mischievously, looking towards Duan, thinking, maybe I should give him some special training? At this moment, in a building, before anyone could be seen, a loud scream was heard. What? Feng Yi was surprised as he received the new information from Su Lin. Has the elder sent someone to the Shang Guild to participate in the trial? Su Lin approached and continued to share more details. The recovery speed of Duan is like that, and he wants to borrow our training room. Clearly, he plans to engage in intense cultivation for some time. Feng Yi seriously stroked his beard, thinking for a while. I remember he hasn't reached 5 transfers yet, right? Su Lin responded, that's right. Then, Feng Yi closed his eyes and sighed, which left Su Lin a bit confused. Haze, there's a problem now? Feng Yi seriously recounted how the guild leaders had gone to the secret realm for the trial. Yesterday, all the guild leaders of Chi De Guild went to challenge the secret realm trial. Guess what, even that old demon Lu Yingjin failed. Su Lin looked astonished, his mouth hanging open. Lu Yingjin, the guild leader, was a top-tier national strongman, and yet a skull appeared on Feng Yi's head, accompanied by flames bursting out. He started shouting loudly again. That's why I'm very curious about the result of Duan's trial. With the mysterious old man personally guiding him, what could he possibly achieve? Soon after, Feng Yi realized that his head was on fire, leaving Su Lin standing there, dumbfounded. Su Lin looked at Feng Yi in surprise, only daring to think to himself, this fire magic master, recognized by the Grand World, is burning his own life away. Could it really be that he has no other choice? At this moment, there were 3 other people standing in the training room, observing. Ningfeng, along with the people beside him, were chatting. All 3 of them were pointing and commenting about Ningfeng's group. This person next to him is a strong man, 4 transfers, 5 transfers. Such a person has never appeared in Xindu City before. I heard that guild leader Lu from Weiwu Guild wanted to come, but Senior Feng stopped him, one of them spoke up. The man with the red hair was in distress, recalling his actions from the previous day when he almost caused an offense. Others are here hunting monsters and leveling up, and what is this kid planning to do? Thankfully, I didn't offend Wu Feng, or it would have been a disaster. At that moment, while Ningfeng was still looking around in confusion, Su Lin was standing and giving Duan some information. As long as the information provided is complete, the training room will simulate reality accurately. As long as the strong man has 4 transfers, they will be able to use it. While Duan was exchanging documents with Su Lin, Ningfeng, excited, was speaking to Feng Yi beside him. Captain Su, here are the detailed documents.
This is my first time here. What should I do with this? If you want, we can arrange it better. Su Lin walked over and moved the monster display screen so everyone could see. It was incredibly accurate, even pointing out the weaknesses of the monsters clearly. What was even more impressive was that guild leader Lu, who had just cleared over 10 levels, had already obtained this information here. Ningfeng returned to his previous posture, lost in thought for a moment. Of course, this secret realm is a place that the Demon King once infiltrated. I just need to extract a bit of information from the memories. Who could be compared to the Demon King, someone who understands his subordinates' weaknesses better than he does? Feng Yi then turned to Duan and asked, Mr. Du, could you allow us to observe for a while? Duan replied, of course, I was just about to ask you for some pointers. Feng Yi closed his eyes and waved his hand. I wouldn't dare offer pointers, we're just here to learn. Feng Yi then asked a serious question that caught everyone off guard. By the way, there's something else we're very curious about. Elder once said, do I truly want to destroy the world? Su Lin turned in surprise to look at Duan. Both Feng Yi and Su Lin exchanged glances, hoping to find an answer from Duan. At that moment, in Duan's villa, though the person wasn't visible, the voice of the elder evil god was heard saying, evil god really knows how to destroy the world. Ningfeng, holding a cup of moonlight tea in his hand, asked Duan with a smirk. You can directly ask evil god about that, you know how to find him. Ningfeng placed the teacup on the table, leaned back in his chair, and sat in silence, deep in thought. That person is a member of Duan's family. If I say I don't know, it'll sound too dismissive, but I can't explain too much. How should I respond? Meanwhile, Duan was looking at the person across from him with a serious expression. I asked the elder a similar question. The elder answered me with 8 words. Feng Yi and Su Lin showed a hint of surprise mixed with curiosity. What is it? Duan, with a neutral expression, described Ningfeng's calm demeanor when he responded. As long as I'm here, it won't happen. Feng Yi closed his eyes and stroked his long beard, his actions casual yet domineering. That's the style of an elder. Su Lin, still a bit curious, asked further. After all, what kind of warrior is an elder? And why doesn't he place the divine spirit in his eyes? Meanwhile, Ningfeng, at another location, was performing actions full of cheerful delight. Hee, lucky that I acted quickly. Feng Yi walked over to Duan and directly took his hand. If you pass the next secret realm trial, it will depend on you. At that moment, Ningfeng, along with the elder Feng Yi and Su Lin, stood observing the distant tower at the secret realm trial. The tower emitted a series of loud, ripping sounds, followed by explosions. Duan was blasted to the ground by some force, shattering into several pieces. Huge, ferocious monsters, brimming with energy, were drawing nearer to Duan. His eyes burned with intense hatred as he gazed at the creatures. At the same time, the monsters leaped forward, preparing to strike Duan once more. Duan stood up, his face widened as if preparing to chant some incantation. He struggled in pain, forcing himself to rise, surrounded by dark energy that engulfed the area. Ningfeng stood in a corner, observing the situation, and seeing that things didn't seem quite right, he spoke into the mic in front of him. Duan, would you like to come out and rest for a while? At this moment, Duan was crouched on the ground, breathing heavily, trying to reply, it's fine, I'll slow down a bit and try again a few times. This was the opportunity the elder had given him, he couldn't afford to disappoint the elder. Su Lin, with a neutral expression, stood aside observing, suddenly speaking up, these monsters have already surpassed the limit of 4 transfers. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to pass this trial. Lao Feng's eyes had turned red, his serious face thinking to himself. Listening to Su Lin, Ningfeng had only awakened at the age of 18, but within just a few days, he had already completed the first transfer. If he could achieve that, there must be something extraordinary about Duan, right? Perhaps the elder could break through to the combat class, allowing Duan to unleash greater power, and that might rival the grace of the divine spirit. Ningfeng's attitude now also seemed off. He was intently observing from afar, thinking to himself. Damn, I'd been too simple-minded, thinking that as long as I understood the monster's weaknesses, I'd have a chance to pass the trial. But I overlooked the fact that humans have limits too, as well as equipment and skills. If we know the monster's weaknesses but can't actually reach them, then it's all pointless. Ning Feng's gaze suddenly changed as he looked ahead. Ning Feng looked through the glass window where Duan was sitting, catching his breath, and thought to himself, if Duan can't pass the trial, then in the end, I'll still have to complete it myself. Given the lack of combat experience, I can only rely on forbidden curses, but if they get exposed, the danger will be enormous. Ning Feng turned around and signaled to the other two that he wanted to leave first. Senior, Captain Feng, Captain Su, I'm heading back now. The school starts next week, and I need to prepare a bit. They replied, okay. If you need any help, just let us know. The sky outside is clear, and the air is refreshing. Take the chance before school starts to level up quickly. Ning Feng shoved his hands into his pockets as he walked down the street, but his mind was still occupied with thoughts. It would be best to find some good equipment or skills to substitute for Duan. When Ning Feng reached a secluded corner of the road, he suddenly stopped. He took a scroll from his cloak and thought to himself, the best way to leave without being noticed is the flying scroll. With a neutral expression, Ning Feng raised the scroll high and prepared to cast the spell. He thought to himself that he had asked Yuan Cheng's trading post to help him purchase a batch, which should be enough for a short period of time. Suddenly, a large golden light shot directly up into the sky. At that moment, in another location, a foot safely landed on the ground. Ning Feng had changed into a different outfit, looking incredibly sharp, his battle attire exuding an air of coolness. Ning Feng gazed toward a cave that was appearing in the distance, a different secret realm trial. His face brightened as he arrived at the place he needed to reach. He thought to himself that this must be one of the two wild secret realms that Duan had mentioned. For now, it was essential that the government couldn't control this place. Ning Feng scanned the area and noticed a broken sword along with fresh bloodstains, but it seemed as though there had been signs of a battle here. Ning Feng didn't dwell on it for long and decided to head into the secret realm ahead, thinking that he'd check it out first. At that moment, inside the cave, the air was thick with the smell of death and sorrow. A foot was pressing down on the head of a lifeless body that lay sprawled on the ground. A mutant stood next to HCHDCH and spoke up. Could it be that another foolish being is coming to try and exterminate us? The disciples behind them were quick to respond, causing Guwan to sneer disdainfully. So they think they can defeat us with just these people? It's no different from seeking death. The more of them there are, the more offerings there will be for the Demon King. Guwan, wearing a mask of arrogance, added, thanks to them, the Demon King has gathered enough power. Today will be the day the Demon King descends. The disciples behind him cheered loudly, their laughter echoing as they rejoiced in having achieved what they wanted. The day they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Meanwhile, in a corner, a group of scholars had already been stabbed and killed by them. A surveillance chip was active, planted on one of the individuals. On this side, another person was wearing a headset to listen in. A woman, draped in a green veil, wore a worried expression as she received the latest information. Is Demon King Descent not related to a secret realm invasion anymore? The woman turned around to inform their captain, her face grim. The captain of the mutants spoke, today, there will be a secret realm invasion at the node. What? The sky gradually darkened, and the two team members behind her also looked bewildered, their expressions turning serious. The secret realm invasion will directly target the nearest city, which means our city, Xiangling, will be in danger. Captain, what should we do now? The captain tried to maintain a calm demeanor and responded seriously, Squad 4 has been completely wiped out. Even if we deploy, there's no way to stop the secret realm from invading. The captain was keeping his composure for everyone's sake, but inside, his mind was a chaotic mess. The monsters from the secret realm are incredibly strong, and the magic shield in the city is ineffective. We simply don't have the capability to defend it. Suddenly, the captain's attitude shifted. He spoke to the teammates behind him, everyone, return immediately. Notify the government to evacuate the citizens urgently. The more people we can get out, the more we can save. Captain, what about you? One of his teammates asked.
The captain gazed ahead, his expression weary, and answered, "We don't have surveillance equipment, so we don't know when the secret realm will breach. I'll stay here and report the situation to everyone as soon as possible." Two teammates behind him were worried about the captain's safety, but he angrily shouted, "How can I be left here alone? Stop wasting time and hurry up." Although his teammates were reluctant, they didn't dare defy the order and could only turn around and rush off. The captain, exhausted, sighed in helplessness and gazed up at the sky. Why today, of all days? He then took out his phone and called a relative. He put the phone to his ear and then spoke continuously in a long string of words to the person on the other end. "Hello, my dear? There might be an emergency drill later. Don't be scared, just listen to your mother, alright? Dad, where are you? I'm at work, a bit busy. I can't talk much right now." Then, he fell silent, his expression darkening, and immediately hung up the phone. The screen suddenly lit up again with the message, "Your dear is calling back." The captain forced a smile and answered the call. "Hello, Dad, why did you hang up?" "I still have one more thing to say." Oh, what do you want to say to me?" The words from his child on the phone suddenly brought tears to the captain's eyes, filling him with immense happiness. "Dad, happy birthday." At this moment, the car waiting for the captain's teammates was getting farther and farther away. The strength of the darkness was truly overwhelming. Has the secret realm invasion already begun? Two teammates sitting in the car looked ahead, their faces filled with extreme worry. On the other side, the captain gritted his teeth, trying to hold back the tears flowing down both of his cheeks. The entrance to the secret realm was widening, emitting wisps of pale purple mist. The group of mutants, led by Gu Wan, were happily shouting. "The power is so immense. The Demon King will surely grant us even more blessings." Inside the secret realm, Ningfeng was walking around, observing an ice block in front of him, as the ice crystal scroll slowly transformed into an active skill. Extreme cold summoning, endless freezing descend, causing the icy chill to sweep across the world. Ningfeng smiled and tapped his hand on the block of ice containing the Demon King inside. "The experience points of monsters here are quite high. In the blink of an eye, I've reached level 37, and now I can learn a new skill." Ningfeng lifted his hand to his chin, gazing at the system panel in deep thought. I should definitely learn this skill book." At that moment, the sky seemed to turn a shade of purple, with strange clouds growing thicker. The door to the secret realm was glowing, as though someone were about to step out from it. A group of mutants, led by Gu Wan, were kneeling in welcome, respectfully awaiting the arrival of the Demon King. Just then, a pair of unsteady feet stumbled out. Ningfeng looked at the people in front of him, somewhat confused, and then scratched his nose. He continued walking with that posture, causing the mutants to stare in bewilderment. He stopped scratching his nose, his facial expression changing, growing darker as he shouted loudly, "What the hell is going on here?" Gu Wan, furious, pointed at Ningfeng and shouted, "Where's the Demon King?" Inside the secret realm, the Demon King had been frozen by Ningfeng, crying his eyes out. "I'm freezing to death over here." Gu Wan looked at Ningfeng as if he were a clueless fool and thought, "He doesn't know us, so he can't be the incarnation of the Demon King, nor is he some other imposter. But this guy is completely decked out in beginner gear, how dare he appear here alone?" Suddenly, Gu Wan seemed to remember something. That's right, earlier there had been a flight incident. This person might have taken the opportunity to pledge loyalty to the Demon King. But the power of darkness was too strong, so they were frightened and ran here. Gu Wan, seizing the opportunity, insulted and belittled Ningfeng. "Kid, are you here to rely on the Demon King?" Ningfeng remained expressionless, not even bothering to respond. "No." Gu Wan was enraged. "Then what the hell are you doing here?" "It has nothing to do with you." Gu Wan gritted his teeth in anger at Ningfeng's fearless attitude. Such arrogance, huh? Do you know who I am?"
He arrogantly pointed at his chest, about to introduce himself, but Ningfeng didn't even spare him a glance. "My name is Guan, a grade A criminal. I've killed over 200 people. What a pain." Guan was furious, but Ningfeng, changing his attitude, waved his hand, ready to fight. "What? If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then leave." Guwan's face darkened, almost on the verge of exploding from Ningfeng's arrogance. "You fool, do you want to die?" The disciples behind them raised their hands and shouted loudly, "Smash him, kill him, kill him." They continued shouting for blood. But suddenly, their attitude shifted to fear as they looked up at the sky, which was gradually turning dark. "Boss, why is the sky turning so black all of a sudden?" "I don't know." They jumped in surprise, looking up to see a shadow laughing at them. The mutants couldn't believe their eyes, trembling in fear. "What the hell is that? It's so terrifying." Ningfeng had now changed his attitude, with a glint in his eyes, but a fierce purple spark flashed within them. "My newly crafted forbidden curse for you to taste." The diagnostic technique is transforming into an active skill. The reversed illusionary world makes the enemy fall into an illusion, where all their weaknesses are exposed, and it can also cause brutal torture. Ningfeng was using circles directed at Guan to analyze his weaknesses. The weakness is located in the shoulder area. The shoulder wound, combined with the skill use, prolongs the injury, leading to a 5% reduction in strength, 5% reduction in agility, and a 20% decrease in skill effectiveness. Ningfeng was also surprised that using the bitter technique could reveal such clear weaknesses. "Oh, I didn't expect it to analyze the weaknesses so thoroughly. Every opening of the enemy, when facing this skill, will be exposed." A sudden strike pierced Guwan's wounded shoulder. A large amount of blood poured out, and Guwan's face showed obvious fear. In the illusion, one could rely on their own will to target the surrounded enemies, continuously attacking their weaknesses. It was like a demon playing with its prey. No wonder it's called the reversed illusionary world. Ningfeng was still focused on analyzing the situation that was about to unfold. Though the skill of torturing this person was relatively perverse, being able to identify weaknesses seemed to offer a way to exploit them. The sky was gradually brightening, reclaiming the darkness that had been covered. The captain observed from this side and took out his phone to make a call. It really is strange. So much time has passed, and there's still no sign of the secret realm intrusion on the mountain. I guess I'll head up there and take a look. The captain continued listening to the call, but his eyes were fixed on the mountain ahead. "It's fine, even if something unexpected happens, I won't be able to run anyway. Dying on the mountain or dying down here, it's only a matter of a few steps in distance." The captain immediately sprinted towards the mountain path. Before he even saw anyone, he heard a loud scream echoing from the mountain. What is going on here?" The captain was stunned, still not understanding what was happening as he saw the mutants lying dead all around. The A-rank fugitive, Endurance of You, Guan, and all his subordinates had been wiped out. His two teammates on the other end of the line were also shocked, losing their composure. "To catch Guan, we sacrificed 4 adventurer squads. Is this really how it ends for them?" The captain asked, "What's the situation in the secret realm?" When the captain entered the secret realm, it was all just giant ice blocks. The inside of the secret realm seemed to have been sealed off by a blizzard. There wasn't a single monster left alive. His two teammates on the other end screamed in panic. "So, what about the boss of the secret realm? Did I destroy it by mistake or something?" The captain stared blankly at the demon king frozen in front of him. "I saw the boss frozen and wanted to check if it was dead yet. Who would have thought, as soon as I touched it, it fell. Is it dead yet? It didn't drop any items, and there's no experience points, so it's probably dead." The teammate on the other side, still curious, asked, "So, is there still going to be an invasion in the secret realm today?" The team leader stepped closer to the frozen block of ice, while the demon king sat down and observed but said nothing. After a long period at his mansion, Duan was still diligently practicing. Duan was still in the training room. You should go rest first. Duan's face was lifeless, utterly dejected. Elder, I'm stuck on the 45th floor, my abilities are still too weak. I feel ashamed of the trust you've placed in me. Ningfeng didn't scold him, instead, he smiled and encouraged Duan, there's no rush. You should rest for a few days. The main thing is for you to understand the situation of the Secret Realm trial. Next week, I'll arrange a special demon training session for you. Duan was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. So, Elder, you haven't given up on me yet? Of course not. Duan's mood was greatly lifted. Elder, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it right away. Then, Duan left, humming happily. Ningfeng smiled, his eyes narrowing as he sat down on the sofa. The phone was rotated horizontally. Might as well play a game for a bit. As soon as he entered the game, a message notification suddenly popped up. Ningfeng was quite surprised, as the message came from Feng Yi, his senior. On the messaging interface, he sent a message that couldn't be any cooler, you won't let me play rank with you? I'm really good at tanking. Ningfeng froze, his face stiffened like he had sprayed hairspray on it. Is this really Senior Feng, or has his account been hacked? Knowing that Ningfeng would overthink, Feng Yi sent a voice message, it's really me. Want to play duo? After hearing the voice message, Ningfeng smiled happily. Mr. Feng seems so serious on the outside, I didn't expect you to be this cute. You also speak very formally. A moment later, the words victory appeared on the phone screen. Ningfeng raised his phone, then sent a voice message to Senior Feng, I didn't expect you to be this good at games. He immediately responded, I used to play with my nephew, but now he's busy with his high school graduation exams, so he plays less. Come to think of it, you two are the same age. The two exchanged voice messages smoothly. Well, if there's a chance in the future, we should team up for a trio. Sounds good, let's set it up. Ningfeng felt very happy as his relationships around him were gradually improving. Senior Feng was a person of integrity, with a high position and status in the government. If he could build a good relationship with him, things would be easier for him in the future. Later on, Mr. Feng sent another voice message explaining, in this period, 3 key universities are preparing to organize a supernova training camp to select outstanding students to participate. Based on that, the best candidates will be directly recruited and receive abundant resources for development. We still have 2 spots left, would you be interested in joining? Ningfeng struggled with his thoughts for a while. At first, I felt like I had a forbidden curse in my hands. In truth, I wasn't too concerned about whether or not I should go to university, but what if, in the future, I end up as an enemy of that divine spirit? I would have no combat experience at all, and I might suffer some significant losses. Ningfeng smiled and replied to Mr. Feng, Senior Feng, I want to go. Mr. Feng looked at the photo he always kept on his desk, then said, in that case, I'll leave the other 2 spots to you. If there are any teammates you know, you can register together. Thank you, Senior Feng. Mr. Feng continued, glancing at the photo and smiling, you two are quite alike. You might even end up becoming good friends. The next day, at the 7th high school in Chinyu City, it was almost time for class to start, so the atmosphere outside was quite calm. The 3rd year class 2 was Ningfeng's class. Inside, everyone was talking excitedly. This year, not to mention the key universities, even the admission scores for the combat-focused majors at regular universities are much higher. I heard that many students who failed the assessments have either had their graduation dates extended or are being forced to switch to non-combat majors. The school bully in the class, frowning, pointed at Ningfeng, who was drooling on the desk as he slept. So, does that mean us 3-star awakeners are no different from those 1 or 2-star trash? It's really frustrating. The class bell rang loudly. Ms. Chi Wei entered the classroom, bringing along a new student. Class, today we have a new student transferring in. I hope everyone can be considerate and supportive of each other. Please welcome her.
The appearance of the new student caused all the classmates to be amazed. Her graceful figure, along with her harmonious face and hair, and the shy flush on her cheeks made her look even more like a young girl in her prime.
My name is Shang Muchio. Ning Feng immediately froze, recognizing her face.
He remembered that he had seen her in the secret realm during the leveling session a few days ago.
Ah, isn't she the one who was picking fights in the secret realm last time?
The classmates were even more surprised when they heard her name.
Shang Muchio is the 4th-ranked student on the National Supernova Leaderboard? Isn't she from the Key High School in the big city? Why would she transfer to a small school like ours? Shang Muchio lowered her head, feeling shy. Teacher, may I sit next to Ning Feng?
Ms. Chi Wei was a bit taken aback by the request but still agreed.
Okay.
Shang Muchio gently walked over to the desk beside Ning Feng, causing him to flinch in surprise.
Some of the boys in the class, who were easily enamored, began to look at him with fiery eyes. Again, Ning Feng? Why do all the pretty girls keep flocking to him?
Shang Muchio's face bore a hint of melancholy, which Ning Feng couldn't quite understand.
Why did she transfer to this class?
At that moment, in the principal's office, the principal of Muchio's old school was speaking to the principal of this school, expressing his frustration.
Mr. Feng, what kind of tricks did you use to snatch Shang Muchio from my school?
Principal Zhang, don't get upset, I don't know anything either. Principal Zhang was extremely frustrated and said, not only did Shang Muchio leave, but he also took a spot in the training camp with him.
This affects our university admission rate, do you understand? Principal Feng could only force a smile.
No wonder Principal Zhang traveled all the way here to question me.
This time we've really struck it rich. Is this person really an elder? I usually only see them on TV.
In his heart, Mr. Feng secretly mocked. This year, there are only 4 spots in the whole province's training camp, and 2 of them are already ours.
Just as the 2 principals were talking, they suddenly heard a knock on the door.
Principal Feng calmly said, "Come in." The staff member entered with a hurried tone, "Principal, someone wants to meet with you."
They say they couldn't reach you by phone. Mr. Feng had a slightly puzzled expression. Who is it? I'm talking with Principal Zhang. I turned the phone on silent.
After hearing the report, both principals were so shocked that their faces turned pale.
It was from the Adventurer Administration, Feng Yi, Senior Feng.
Immediately, Mr. Feng was invited in, and Principal Feng greeted him warmly with a handshake.
Hello, Principal, I am Feng Yi. The 2 principals started to feel a bit anxious. Now that Shang Muchio is included, doesn't that mean there's an extra spot?
Mr. Feng, who had brought his grandson along, introduced him to Principal Feng. "This is my grandson, Feng Rui."
Hello, sir.
Principal Feng smiled, but sweat had already started to bead on his forehead. "Director Feng, I wonder how I can assist you?" Mr. Feng placed his hand on his grandson's shoulder and spoke slowly. "There are mainly 2 things I need to trouble you with.
The first is that my grandson wants to transfer to your school."
When Mr. Feng heard this, he was taken aback, unable to keep his mouth shut, while Principal Zhang's expression was even more intense. Principal Feng broke into a sweat as he thought of Feng Rui in his imposing dark armor.
If he wasn't mistaken, Feng Rui ranked 12th on the Supernova career list as a Blood Origin Knight of the Dark Element.
It was said that he refrained from using his full power during battles because he feared losing control over the darkness, or else he could have easily taken down anyone in the top 5. Principal Zhang, still in shock, also felt a sense of jealousy.
Why would the grandson of Director Feng choose a school with no prestige to attend?
Furthermore, almost all those ranked higher on the Supernova list are granted spots in training camps.
Isn't your school getting another spot as well?
Then Mr. Feng continued with something that made Mr. Feng extremely pleased, while Mr. Zhang seemed to collapse. "The second thing is that our management bureau has 2 spots for the training camp, and we are considering assigning one to your student."
Principal Zhang felt as if struck by a thunderclap. Based on what? Based on what? A backward province already has 3 to 4 spots, so why? Why are you placing such importance on this school? Principal Fong immediately turned his face and smiled warmly, making the other man so furious that he was speechless. Principal Zhang, I apologize, as you can see, we're quite busy here and can't attend to you right now. A moment later, Mr. Fong bluntly spoke without any consideration. Assistant Liu, could you please see Principal Zhang out for me? Yes, of course. In the guest room, only the two distinguished guests, Mr. Fong and Fong Rui, remained. After hearing this, Principal Fong still had some doubts. So, are you saying that these two individuals have been allowed to distribute tasks to the third-year Class 2 Ningfeng students without permission? If I remember correctly, Ningfeng has only recently awakened, and he's already capable of participating in the training camp? Mr. Fong immediately spoke in a stern tone. This is an arrangement by the Administration Bureau, you don't need to ask too much. Yes, of course. We'll fully cooperate. Though he outwardly agreed, Principal Fong couldn't shake off his inner frustration. The Administration Bureau is a specialized body responsible for overseeing independent adventurers. With Cheetah Guild outside holding such high authority, coupled with Senior Feng's influence, who can be supported by them? Their future is almost limitless. How could Ningfeng possibly have access to such resources? Outside Ningfeng's classroom, it was unusually quiet, even though it was break time. His expression was still as clueless and blank as usual. Surrounding him now were all familiar faces, but they had only just transferred in. There was Feng Rui, Shang Muqiu, and 3 others from the combat team, except for C.I. Wei. Why did you 3 transfer to our class? Xiao Ting laughed joyfully, enthusiastically leaning on the elder as she heard that the school had contacted Zhao Chang. However, he chose to forego his right and transferred the chance to me instead. Boss, you gave Jiang Shu another chance to participate. This year, all the representatives of the school who are attending the training camp are already here. On the other side, Shang Muqiu was glaring at Wang Yu with fury, while Zhou Jiangshu turned around with a cheerful expression to greet Feng Rui. Is this Mr. Feng Rui? I've heard of you before, it's an honor. I hope Mr. Feng and everyone else will take care of me. Shang Muqiu, on the other hand, was determined to win Ningfeng's affection. So it turns out I'm not the only one attracted by Elder Ningfeng, how troublesome. I must work twice as hard, I can't afford to be disliked by the elder. Shang Muqiu's cheeks blushed, shyly. That's right, I also prepared a gift for the elder. I must find the right opportunity to give it to him. At one corner of the classroom, Ningfeng's group was laughing and chatting comfortably, their cheerful atmosphere catching the attention of a few classmates. The students looked at them with admiring eyes, their curiosity piqued. How does Ningfeng have such a good relationship with the supernova? Excluding Ningfeng, this lineup would be considered quite prestigious even in a national high school competition. I wish I were the one talking to them. Ningfeng smiled contentedly, and the atmosphere around him suddenly became more lively. He suddenly recalled the moment when he had strangled Zhao Chang, causing him to pass out, and a question popped into his mind. But what happened that made Zhao Chang give up? No one cared about his disappearance. What? Zhao Chang's house is quite grand and wealthy. In the resting room, his father was reclining in a chair, his expression full of discomfort. The butler anxiously stepped in. Old master, there has still been no news from the young master. Is it really impossible to call the police? Zhao Cheng's father slowly appeared calm. I've contacted a strong man to help with the investigation. We should have some news soon. Just wait a little longer. He then stood up and asked, how's everything at the school? I've arranged for the young master to take an extended leave. I told him he wanted to attend the principal's special training, and that he'd regret missing out on the training camp, but they didn't ask too much. Zhao Cheng's father's face darkened again. He turned and said, I'll go check on Xiao Cheng's room. If nothing's wrong, don't disturb me. Understood. He made his way up the stairs, and upon reaching Zhao Cheng's room, he reached for the door. The room was just as it had been, except for his absence. The walls were covered with many photos of him.
Zhao Chang's father walked over to the wall, where the photos of Zhao Chang were displayed, and slapped his hand against one of the easiest to reach pictures. Instantly, the wall split in two, opening like a door. Zhao Chang's father's face never relaxed for a second, always furrowing in frustration. He stepped inside, revealing a concealed acupoint in the stone, with a pool of fresh blood in the middle. On this side, everyone from Ning Feng's team appeared joyful. Feng Rui, holding a sphere in his hand, extended it. Feng Rui smiled brightly. "Mr. Feng, this skill book is a recent trophy of mine. See if it's useful." Inside the orb was the book for summoning the water elemental. Ning Feng and Wang Yu were quite surprised. "Is this for summoning magic?" Summoners are an extremely rare class, so books on this kind of skill are very hard to come by and are worth a lot. Shang Muqiu also shyly presented his gift. "Elder, I also brought a gift, but it was snatched up first." "This kid is really too pushy, huh?" Ning Feng was also taken aback by Shang Muqiu's gift, which was a book titled Demon Subduing Blade. This was a skill for battle mages. Battle mages were also a rare class, and books on this kind of skill were extremely scarce. His expression slightly faltered for a moment. These two skill books were ones I couldn't learn yet, because before I could start studying them, I would need to level up by going to the second wild secret realm. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ning Feng entered, the system continuously issued a warning that he couldn't enter alone and that a party of at least 5 people was required to challenge it. His face showed a trace of regret, as he had not gathered enough intelligence beforehand. Thus, the trip had been in vain, and he hadn't unlocked any new skills. But these two books were indeed quite intriguing, and it would also be necessary to recruit some people as intelligence sources for the future. After a while, Ning Feng smiled. "I truly appreciate your kind gestures. I also have a gift in return." He presented 2 experience potion orbs in front of Shang Muqiu and Feng Rui. It was a rare item, yet Ning Feng spoke of it casually, without much emotion. "Inside these are 4 high-level experience potions. I'll divide them equally between you two." Shang Muqiu could not believe his eyes. "I heard this is Shang Rui's exclusive treasure. Only the internal members who they prioritize for cultivation can receive it." Feng Rui was equally stunned. "This is something very expensive at the auction house and hard to obtain." Yet the elder generously gave 40 bottles all at once. Shang Muqiu and Feng Rui were determined not to refuse such a grand gift. A thigh this big must be held tightly. Suddenly, Wang Yu looked up. "Elder, I also have a gift for you." "Wang young miss, that's enough." Wang Yu stepped forward, smiling, and said, "Why are you leaving so soon?" "Actually, Ingwei has created a new type of medicine and asked me to give it to you." Wang Yu handed over a golden bottle of medicine. Ning Feng stared at it for a while, his face slightly surprised. After a while, when his work at school was finished, Ning Feng returned to Duan's villa. Upon seeing him return, Duan was very happy. "Elder, why are you back so early today?" "All the students in the training camp can arrange their own time, since there is nothing going on at school, so I came back early." Duan suddenly looked downcast. "Elder said we would start the devil training this week, but up until now, you haven't mentioned it again. Have you forgotten?" Ning Feng took out the bottle of medicine Wang Yu had just given him. "Duan, this is for you, Elder. This is a new medicine that C.I. Wei just successfully made, called a nourishing medicine. It can heal the long-standing internal injuries in your body. Take a bottle first, and then we can start the devil training." Duan was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Thank you so much, Elder. I truly appreciate your efforts. No need for such formalities." Without any hesitation, Duan emptied the entire bottle of medicinal liquid in one go. A faint light surrounded his body, and his spirit seemed much better. "How do you feel now?" "I feel very warm, much more comfortable than before." Seeing this, Ning Feng smiled brightly. "This really is good medicine. Last time, when I was hit by the forbidden curse, it left some internal injuries.
After drinking just one bottle, it's almost completely healed.
Then, he adopted a serious tone. Now, it's time for the demon training.
Don't be nervous, just follow my instructions. Got it?
He added a piece of advice that made Doon feel a bit tense.
Anytime you feel like you can't bear it anymore, you must let me know immediately.
Doon was brought into a special space, where it was quite dark, yet his expression was extremely determined. Even though sweat was beginning to bead on his face, Doon stood there solemnly.
Ningfeng activated his reverse world vision and could clearly see the injuries on Doon's body. The system displayed the details clearly.
Ningfeng was slightly puzzled. The damaged lung area is healing.
Is this the effect of the nourishing medicine?
After observing from outside, Ningfeng spoke to Doon. I'll tell you your weak points now, and then I'll begin your personalized training. Please guide me, Elder. Doon, his body covered in scratches, still took the initiative to charge forward. The giant monster's massive fist struck the ground, causing it to crumble, but it failed to land a hit on Doon. With 2 daggers in hand, he swiftly rolled behind the creature, his movements fierce and nimble.
Doon drove both daggers into the creature's shoulder blades.
The monster let out a painful roar, losing control as it staggered. The daggers were firmly lodged into its shoulder joints, which were the weak points that could defeat it.
Doon confidently leaped down.
He smiled in satisfaction, his blood still boiling. Meanwhile, Su Lin and Mr. Feng stood outside, watching in complete astonishment at Doon's capabilities. There are no more stages left.
The information about the monster you sent is all we have.
Upon hearing this, Doon finally relaxed his body and gasped for breath. He let himself fall to the ground. The intense training over the past period had caused Doon to burst into tears, unable to hold them back.
Elder, did I succeed?
Mr. Feng, who was watching from the outside, began to feel an overwhelming sense of excitement and joy. To have trained an adventurer 4 transfers to this level in just half a month was nothing short of miraculous. Our management department must establish a good relationship with the mysterious elder. Overcome with excitement, Mr. Feng's head shifted into a skeletal form, and his head began to expand. Su Lin, noticing this, couldn't help but feel worried.
Master, your body. Don't worry, it's just a mutation. For someone of my age to still be alive is already a blessing.
Su Lin suddenly realized, actually, you had the intention to entrust your grandson to the Qinyu city to study from the very beginning.
After that, Su Lin came up with an idea. You tell me, do you think Elder might have a way to help you delay the cost of dark power?
Mr. Feng was momentarily at a loss for words when he heard this idea.
He then looked over at Doon in the training room. We'll figure it out later.
I need to take Doon to participate in this secret realm trial first. The space around the Shangruei Guild was vast and modernly constructed.
Below, a group of people were already waiting.
After a while, Mr. Feng and Doon arrived at the location.
A dignified person stepped forward and formally greeted them. Hello, Mr. Du. I am Luingjin from the Weiwu Guild. These gentlemen are the presidents of the Qidi Guild. It's a pleasure to meet you. Duan's expression was somewhat serious.
These guild presidents were all 5 transfers or powerful individuals close to 5 transfers in the past. Even if they were masters, there was no way to make them appear together at once. It seemed the manifestation of the divine spirit had indeed shaken them. Duan smiled as he thought about Ningfeng's joyful mood. Only you, Elder, remain calm when facing the divine spirit. That's why you're truly the Elder. Ha Shiryu, standing behind, seemed displeased. I just broke through to 5 transfers. Why do we have to exaggerate like this just to come here and welcome a 4 transfers?
Even Mr. Feng is the same. What's with all the mysterious explanations? If there's something, just say it directly to everyone. He cast another glance at the elderly mages, sneering. And what about these old-timers?
Taking someone else's secret realm as a bribe and then running off to network and make connections, such shamelessness.
Afterward, they led Duan to a large secret realm gate.
Ha Shiryu began to talk non-stop. Mr. Du, everyone is eager to admire the aura of a strong man.
We hope you can give us a chance. Allow us to observe directly through the array of the secret realm. Duan didn't refuse and immediately agreed.
Alright, just in time, I was about to speak. He set up his phone stand to one side. Everyone, a bit curious, gathered around to watch. Despite their curiosity, they were also quite anxious. Is the mysterious elder on the other side of the phone? Should we try to appear on camera to build a relationship with them? But if we anger the elder, the consequences will be disastrous.
At Duan's villa, the lights were still on.
Ningfeng calmly ate snacks while waiting for Duan's boss battle to begin. A notification popped up on his phone at that moment.
Oh, it's starting already. That was fast.
Meanwhile, Duan was rapidly cutting down monsters from one floor to the next. The guild leaders were stunned by his strength. His skills are extraordinary, his speed must be several times faster than mine. Is he really 4 transfers? With just a few swift strikes, Duan reached the 30th floor, then gradually conquered the 40th floor. In the blink of an eye, his rapid strikes brought him to the 50th floor. Everyone outside was shocked, unable to believe the truth. He had surpassed the guild master's level. At the final floor, a huge monster with 2 horns like the Ox Demon King appeared through the thick mist. Duan's eyes were filled with passion and confidence, more certain than ever, as he stared directly at the monster. With a single strike, he lunged forward, delivering 2 slashes that immediately sent the monster to its death. When the creature lost all signs of life, the system sent a notification: "Congratulations, you have passed the trial." The guild leaders were stunned, one surprise after another.
Did he succeed?
Duan looked up, something shimmering slowly appearing before him from above.
It gleamed constantly, drawing Duan's eyes, unable to look away.
You have received the divine blessing, the reward for the first to pass. A golden shield appeared, intricately engraved with a strange pattern. The reward was the forbidden curse of the gods. The guild leaders were once again left speechless.
A forbidden curse? How can a divine blessing be a forbidden curse?
Ha Shiryu, full of envy and frustration, gritted his teeth.
A divine blessing as the reward for the first to pass? Doesn't that mean no one else will have a chance to receive it? Damn it, this is my secret realm. The first passing reward should belong to me.
He suddenly changed his tactics, instructing the system to check Duan's body. Unexpectedly, the system sent another notification to Duan, leaving him momentarily stunned: "Adventurer's job class is incomplete, cannot learn forbidden curse." Lu Yingjin narrowed her eyes slightly and pursed her lips.
What does this mean?
Upon receiving this information, Ningfeng was also taken aback. That's right, according to the memory of the Demon King, it had once shown that the professions in this world hadn't yet reached the highest level.
Could it be that this means no reward will be received?
At this moment, the notification screen appeared, and the reward was adjusted to a divine mark.
The system's change left Duan in a daze, standing frozen in place.
The system continued to display more information. Your profession belongs to the system of the divine spirit strength, which is the true essence of the 12 main gods.
You have 3 different career paths to choose from. Please select a direction to proceed with.
Next to the notification, a sword icon appeared. Duan hesitated for a moment before reaching out and pressing the sword icon.
Immediately, 3 career options appeared one by one.
The first career path, Sword Master of the Martial Spirit, was a strong man specializing in chi control sword killing, capable of decisive strikes and unleashing greater combat strength than usual when facing formidable enemies. The second career path, Martial Extreme Battle Saint, focused on not relying on external tools but solely on exploring the limits of one's own combat abilities, where every punch and kick radiated unparalleled power. The final career path, Martial Arts Immortal Soldier, was characterized by the ability to use various types of weapons to attack enemies, observing and learning the skills of opponents during combat. The power system, Duan didn't hesitate too much and quickly made his choice. His weapon was a short sword, so it was certain he would choose the Sword Master of the Martial Spirit. Duan selected the Sword Master of the Martial Spirit class. The blurry text gradually faded away, replaced by a golden symbol, accompanied by a notification that he had received the Chi Sealing Badge. The Chi Sealing Badge was a consumable item, an orange grade item, permanently increasing strength attributes by 4 and the recovery speed of Chi by 80%. The divine mark was condensed with divine power, containing the fundamental principles of the universe's original curse. There was no need to fear, just focus and absorb it. Suddenly, Zhang Yan pointed to the sky and shouted, "Quick, look up there."
What is that in the sky?
Golden light streamed down from the heavens. At this moment, the sky displayed a message announcing the completion of the Divine Trial, Laurel City Ruins, World Level +1, Divine Mark drop rate increased from 0% to 1%.
Inside the city, the same phenomenon occurred.
Even those busy with their tasks were attracted by the sight, unable to ignore it. Everyone pointed their phones to the sky, recording and chattering excitedly.
Hey, do you see that? Why did those words suddenly appear?
Ningfeng was not particularly surprised. He calmly stood atop a building, observing everything as the notification appeared on the screen announcing the completion of the Divine Trial mission, completed the trial through the secret realm, turning it into your power. Lu Yingzhen couldn't believe it, world level +1. Meanwhile, the president beside him was on the phone, continuously updating information.
Can everyone around the world see this news? It seems like this is an announcement directed at the entire world.
At that moment, Duan slowly stepped out from the mysterious gate. All eyes were on him, and his overwhelming presence overshadowed everyone.
Lu Ying grew more cautious by the second.
His strength could no longer be judged by the 4 transfers, or perhaps it could be said that the power structure of the entire world would soon be turned upside down because of him.
With this in mind, he stepped forward and smiled, greeting him warmly, "Mr. Du, I wonder if you would be interested in joining our mighty guild?"
The conditions of our Kaiyuan guild are quite generous and sure to satisfy you.
Mr. Du, would you mind hearing about the conditions of our pioneer guild?
However, Duan shyly declined with a smile, "I'm truly sorry, but for now, I don't have any intention of joining any guild." Not wanting to stay longer, Duan made his way straight to the villa. As soon as he entered the house and met Ningfeng, Duan was overcome with emotion, tears flowing down his face.
"Elder, I've succeeded. I didn't disappoint your expectations.
Most of it was due to my own effort, and that's very important." Then, Ningfeng placed a blank sheet of paper on the table, trying to sketch something.
"I can't see clearly on the phone. Is the divine mark you're talking about something like this?"
Yes. Apart from the badge above, the appearance is the same."
Duan's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You also know about this kind of badge?"
"Yeah, I got one when I was doing dungeons before and gave it to Wang Yu," Ningfeng replied. His words made the atmosphere grow heavy.
Duan fell into deep thought, seriously contemplating himself.
I didn't expect the elder to have received the favor of divine spirit and casually gave it away to someone else. It seems like my efforts are still far from enough, Duan muttered to himself. Beside him, Ningfeng also fell into thought. Duan continued, "The divine mark is formed by the condensation of divine power.
Could it be that since I also have divine power, that's why I was able to receive the badge in the dungeon?
Although I don't want to accept it, after all, it is still a kind of divinity.
Also, there's one more thing that's been on my mind. The 12 main gods, could it be that the threat I'm about to face has 10 of them?" Duan pondered deeply.
Duan explained further, in order to obtain the divine 4-character seal, the Cheetah Guild has already started taking action, searching for more secret realms to attempt trials. I believe it won't be long before all the guilds have to join in. Upon hearing this, Ningfeng silently thought, the trial has been completed, the system has rated it as a mission accomplishment. That means as long as I can take control of those who have passed the trial, I can harness this power. On the system board, the content of the trial mission through the secret realm appeared, indicating that its power had been completed.
This made him wonder, but what if the person who passes the trial is my enemy?
Ningfeng fell silent, thinking to himself, the divine mark is a small issue. The most troublesome part is that after passing the secret realm trial, one might learn the forbidden curse. Once the forbidden curse falls into the hands of an enemy, it will definitely pose a threat to me. If, because of this, my existence is exposed to the divine spirit, I will face even greater troubles. Thinking about the future life ahead, Ningfeng couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Is there any way to ensure that only my people pass the trial? It seems really difficult to achieve. Duan hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Elder, actually, there's one more thing. I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. Duan honestly recounted the entire story. At that time, in the Shang-Rui Guild, memories flooded back to Duan. Ha Shiryu had exchanged words with him, a little awkward about saying this. But according to our agreement, our guild will reclaim the reward that Mr. Du received from the secret realm trial, so please forgive us. Without beating around the bush, Duan presented a few items. Sorry, I have already absorbed the divine fourth seal, but the rest of the items are here. Ha Shiryu shouted fiercely, no. Fine, you must leave the divine fourth seal with us, or you won't be leaving here. But these words were just his imagination. In reality, Ha Shiryu was very calm, his eyes tightly closed, his mind as still as water, desperately holding himself back, wanting to say such things too. At this moment, Luo Yuning's group was astonished and spoke in unison. Orange equipment, high-level gem, and Ha Shiryu was holding a piece of paper tightly in his hand. The partner of the elixir of oblivion, having acquired the precious item, thought deeply. This potion can erase a designated skill and return the skill slot to its empty state. Since leveling up is not easy, the skill bar is something extremely valuable. It could even be said that a person's choice of skills will determine their future. With this potion, it's equivalent to having more choices, just like a high-level experience potion. This is a type of elixir that could change the world. As long as we monopolize these two potions, our Shang-Rui Guild will definitely attract more strong players to join, and our strength will soon surpass that of the official guilds. The only problem is keeping that person with the surname Du quiet and not revealing the formula. After that, Ha Shiryu immediately whispered to Duan, Mr. Du, according to the contract, you must keep this potion's formula confidential and cannot disclose it to others in order to compensate us for our willingness. Before he could finish, Duan immediately interrupted, I need to clarify something. I have seen this formula before, at the place of a mysterious elder. It's exactly the same. Upon hearing this, Ha Shiryu and the others' faces changed dramatically, turning from pale to green, and they exclaimed in astonishment, What? So even if I don't disclose it, the elder will still be able to make this potion? Ha Shiryu gritted his teeth in frustration. We investigated before, and the reward for the first person to pass the secret realm trial was something that had never appeared before. We couldn't even find any documents about it. You say the mysterious elder has had this formula for a long time, do you have proof? Duan closed his eyes, and there was no expression on his handsome face. Seeing Duan remain silent, Ha Shiryu smiled smugly in his heart, nothing left to say, huh? Don't think you can pressure me with the mysterious elder. Anything that belongs to Ha Shiryu, no one can take it from me. Duan spoke up after a moment of silence, I don't have the right to prove anything on behalf of the elder. But if you're looking for proof. The next words left Ha Shiryu completely stunned. Actually, the elder already knows the formula for the advanced level medicine of your group, and has been refining it for a long time. He was taken aback and exclaimed, How? How could this be? At that moment, Lu Yingjin and the others were once again shocked, whispering among themselves. The elder actually knows what's in the secret realm trial. Duan is that amazing? Could it be that he has used that medicine and been blessed by the king? Lu Yingjin's gaze suddenly collided with Feng Yi beside him. Unlike the amused expressions of the others, the old man merely smiled casually while adjusting his oil-slicked hair. Unable to hold himself back, Lu Yingjin shouted, What are you laughing at? What's so funny? What's it to you? Feng Yi's reply made Lu Yingjin so angry that he almost wanted to sink into the ground, his fist clenched tight. That old bastard. Feng Yi thought to himself, no wonder Xiao Rui said Ningfeng casually handed out 4 bottles of experience potions as gifts. It's because he doesn't even value this stuff.
It seems like sending Xiao Rui to a different school was an incredibly wise decision. Duan waved his hand behind them, bidding farewell. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now.
I'll go with you.
The two of them walked off together, leaving the group of onlookers behind.
As they left, Fengyi took the opportunity to ask, Mr. Du, I want to ask something.
Does the mysterious elder have other medicines?
Because my body is gradually deteriorating due to the corruption of dark energy. He paused, expressing, but I still want to live a few more years to be with my grandchildren.
Upon hearing this, Duan kindly and frankly offered, I can ask for you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Returning to the present, after recounting the story to Duan, Fengyi felt a bit rushed and, therefore, hesitated to apologize.
Sorry, I shouldn't have made the decision on my own.
However, Ningfeng didn't reprimand him, instead, he complimented him, you did well.
No need to apologize.
Ningfeng silently calculated, if it's Senior Feng, he might be able to help a bit. I just don't know if the nurturing medicine will be effective for him. Ningfeng thought for a moment and then instructed, find some time to deliver a few bottles of nourishing medicine to Senior Feng, and tell him to try it. He quickly took action, but when he arrived with the items, Duan was nowhere to be found.
He only met Su Lin. Oh, Senior Feng isn't here?
It seems like there's an important meeting, so he went back to the headquarters to attend. I have a few medicines for Senior Feng that were sent here, you can leave them with me, and I'll pass them on to him later.
True to her word, Su Lin then went to Fengyi's apartment.
She rang the doorbell several times, but no one came out. Su Lin stood there, confused.
Is Xiao Rui not home?
He just arrived.
Xin Du doesn't know anyone, so where could he have gone?
With no other option, Su Lin turned around to leave, deciding she would come back tomorrow. Just as she turned, a strange black substance began to spill from the door of Fengyi's house, clearly visible.
Inside, Feng Rui was trembling violently.
He was sitting on the floor, hands clutching his head. Whispering in his ears were the eerie, tempting sounds of a voice.
Didn't you want to save your grandfather?
I can help you, as long as you agree to submit to me.
Feng Rui gasped, trying desperately to maintain his composure, fiercely resisting. I am the grandson of Fengyi. How could I betray humanity and make such a devil's deal?
The opponent immediately spoke up, laughing with amusement, weak creatures like humans always like to use strange rules to bind themselves.
Well then, let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut.
When your grandfather dies right in front of you, I hope you'll still be able to say the same thing. At that moment, a cold wind blew through the stadium, scattering dust everywhere.
Feng Rui's mind was in turmoil, and he sat there absent-mindedly, thinking about the many issues weighing on his heart.
Just then, Ningfeng suddenly ran over, wearing a bright smile, and asked, why do I get the feeling that you're not quite yourself today? Feng Rui, lost in thought, was startled by Ningfeng's actions.
He looked up and called out, Mr. Feng.
Ningfeng flashed a grin, took out his phone, and suggested, how about we play a game to lift your spirits? However, Feng Rui forced a smile and declined directly, saying, sorry, my grandfather doesn't allow me to play games at school.
Ningfeng wasn't in a hurry.
Throughout the morning, he continued to offer suggestions, alright, when Senior Feng returns, we'll play Tim BA together.
Senior Feng's skills are something else. Back then, you really gave me a scare.
Feng Rui turned his face away, trying to hide the sorrow in his eyes, and said, grandfather learned to play games because of me. Feng Rui sadly recalled the past, when I was young, my parents sacrificed their lives while on a mission. It was a huge blow to me, and I became withdrawn, not liking to speak. Every day, I locked myself in my room.
Grandfather didn't know how to comfort me.
He remembered that I used to love playing games, so I would sneak off to study on my own. Feng Rui tilted his head back, gazing up at the vast sky. The hardest times for me were when grandfather was always by my side, pulling me out of the darkness. That's why I'm really grateful to him and feel like I may have spoken too much.
Feng Rui smiled apologetically, his face brightening.
Sorry, I've suddenly started talking about random things,
making Mr. Fong laugh at me. At the same time, at the business conference, everyone in the hall was focused on the screen, where one person spoke, providing information about the individual shown. This person is called Peng Xia. A 4-star 3 transfers profession. 8 years ago, he was arrested for intentionally inflicting severe harm on others. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison in the secret realm, but while serving his sentence, 6 years ago, he mysteriously disappeared from the prison. The second person is Guing, a 4-star 3 transfers professional, who was once a mutant under surveillance. He mysteriously vanished from prison 5 years ago. A few days ago, these two appeared at Peng Xia's old house in Xingyuan Chang, using brutal methods to kill 2 explorers and their families, leaving no one alive. Fong Yi looked through the documents beside him as the assistant's voice echoed. The 2 explorers who died were members of the team that captured Peng Xia. Peng Xia's goal is clearly revenge. A mysterious man spoke up, but the documents mention that both of them are 4 transfers warriors. How could they lose to 2-3 transfers? Furthermore, they just stood there watching their entire family being killed without any resistance. Assistant Liu added that the surveillance camera at one of the explorers' homes had recorded footage from that battle. Soon, the video from that year was played. It showed 2 people facing each other, the situation looking tense. At that moment, the one holding the blade suddenly charged forward to attack, while the man, Guing, merely bent down slightly to avoid his opponent's strike. In his hand, he already held a firearm, and his movement was so swift that it was barely noticeable. With a single lethal stab, he pierced his opponent. After watching this, Fong Yi couldn't help but be surprised, and someone couldn't hold back from exclaiming, "What?" Next, Guing smoothly delivered a flurry of slashes, directly attacking his opponent. Blood splattered everywhere, and just like that, Guing easily took the other man's life. One viewer, stunned after watching this, exclaimed, "That guy clearly has strength beyond 5 transfers." At this point, sweat had already begun to bead on Fong Yi's forehead. He calculated, if it were a direct confrontation, I'm afraid I wouldn't be his match either. A 3 transfers suddenly surpassing 5 transfers. What exactly has this man gone through during these years of his disappearance? The soft glow of the setting sun gently enveloped Zhao Cheng's house. Mr. Zhao stood alone, silent inside the house. There were a few beads of sweat on his forehead, and the wooden door, which had been tightly closed, suddenly pushed open. Immediately, 2 men entered. In the front was Peng Xia, with a muscular build. Behind him was Guing, who was holding a packet of snacks tightly in his hand. Seeing them, Mr. Zhao respectfully spoke, "Both of you, elders, it must have been hard. May I ask if you found anything?" Peng Xia squinted and replied, "Mr. Zhao, we didn't find any clues about your son, but just now, while I was searching for his whereabouts, I sensed an extremely powerful dark force." Hearing this, Mr. Zhao became a bit tense and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Peng Xia, with a serious expression, explained, "You know, if it's a low-level guardian, they can only wield dark power through the blessing of a demon king. It's just like not long ago, the person who died in your city of Qinyu was merely a pawn of some demon king." He then flashed a sinister smile, like that of a true guardian. "As for us, we'll be summoned by the demon king to personally receive teachings. In other words, we'll lose contact with the outside world and cultivate in the secret realm for an extended period." After Peng Xia finished speaking, Guing couldn't help but smirk in a creepy manner. Then, Peng Xia drew a conclusion, "Your son Zhao Cheng's situation seems to resemble ours from before, so I suspect he might have caught the attention of some demon king." Receiving the qualification to enter the secret realm for cultivation, Mr. Zhao stood there, mouth agape in astonishment. "I only knew that the ritual was performing some sort of ceremony. Does what you're talking about relate to that ritual?" Peng Xia recalled the room from before. "I'm not entirely sure, but I checked the dark room that your son used for the offerings, and it really was a divine connection ritual, and the arrangement was flawless. As long as he persists with the sacrifice, with his innate potential, some demon king will surely take notice." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhao exclaimed as if he had struck gold. "Great, I knew it would turn out this way. What can those bastards from the Wang family group do to compete with me now?"
Then, Peng Xia handed him a piece of paper.
By the way, Mr. Zhao, after dinner tonight, could you please arrange for a car to take us to this place?
After glancing at the paper, Mr. Zhao couldn't help but feel curious.
Hey, are you looking for someone?
Instinctively, Peng Xia and Guing gave a sly smile.
We want to visit a future disciple.
When night falls, that's when people remember the past, the wreaths, and the deep condolences. Mr. Feng, his son, and his daughter-in-law had sacrificed their precious lives to seal the entrance to the out-of-control secret realm.
Thanks to them, the entire city was saved from disaster.
On behalf of the people of the world, we express our sincere gratitude and deepest condolences to them.
Feng Rui gazed through the window, silently staring at the dark sky.
At that moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded from outside.
Feng Rui was just about to grip the doorknob when he asked, "Who is it?"
The wooden door slowly creaked open. Feng Rui's eyes met Peng Xia and Guing, who were staring at him with amused expressions.
Peng Xia spoke up and greeted him, "Excuse me, are you Feng Rui?"
"That's right." Peng Xia casually pointed inside and suggested, "Then let's go inside and talk." However, Feng Rui remained standing there, his gaze turning colder.
He asked, "Who exactly are you?"
He silently thought to himself, "These two are off, they seem to carry a dangerous energy."
Peng Xia grinned sinisterly, "I'm here to visit you on behalf of the master, and from now on, you should call us brother."
Upon hearing that, Feng Rui's eyes widened in surprise, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. His heart skipped a beat as he noticed something behind Peng Xia and his group.
Without hesitation, Feng Rui's eyes turned bloodshot. In an instant, he transformed, drew his sword, and growled, "You lot."
But before he could make a move, Peng Xia's massive hand grasped his face tightly. With a surge of internal power, he pushed Feng Rui back with such force that the ground beneath their feet cracked and stone chips flew.
Peng Xia pretended to be noble and instructed, yet, getting physical with brother is truly impolite. Feng Rui struggled to hold onto Peng Xia's hand, his mouth incessantly cursing. "Scoundrel!"
Peng Xia increased the force and punched Feng Rui hard in the stomach, causing him to lose his ability to resist. In the blink of an eye, he was forced into a state where he coughed up blood. Peng Xia, using his immense muscular strength, squeezed Feng Rui's head completely, leaving him no chance to resist or speak. "The master said, you don't understand, so he asked me to try to persuade you. I think doing this might help you calm down. He coaxed endlessly, the master values you, willing to grant you immense power and even save your loved ones. All you have to do is nod, and you'll become a top-tier strong man." Feng Rui was firmly pinned beneath his large hand but still stubbornly resisted, "Dream on." He tried every tactic without success and sighed in frustration. At that moment, Guing stepped out from inside to report the situation.
"Brother, I went inside to check. Chief Feng isn't home."
"What a pity.
I was going to greet the old senior." Feng Rui, trembling with anger, weakly spoke through gritted teeth. "Don't harm my grandfather."
Peng Xia, without using much strength, flicked his hand, sending Feng Rui crashing to the ground.
He relied on his power to intimidate.
"I heard that sacrificing a loved one can unleash a stronger, darker power. The strength of Senior Feng is currently in my hands. I'll give you 3 days to think it over carefully.
If you agree to become my disciple, we will never mention the past again."
At this point, Peng Xia's voice suddenly became harsh, "But if you refuse, then my brother can help you out.
3 days from now will be the day that old man is buried." He then looked at the photo of Feng Rui taken with his grandfather. "I think this photo would be quite suitable for a memorial shrine." Meanwhile, in the secret realm Wild Tribe Clone, a mutated monster with a head like a rhinoceros was chasing Ningfeng, wielding a sharp axe.
In his hands, he held a sword and a staff with a sparkling crystal, ready to engage in battle.
He then glared fiercely at the monster.
A swift strike was delivered, causing the opponent to vanish in an instant, screaming in despair. He won, but there was no joy in his expression, his face clouded with gloom. "These past few days, I haven't been able to find a suitable place to level up, so I had to accumulate combat experience in a regular secret realm. Just then, the system unexpectedly announced a mission. No problem, small scene has reached level 2, mission to restore system is complete.
Hearing this only deepened his gloom.
If this continues, I'll have to take action against the nearby secret realm to complete the mission.
The phone in his pocket suddenly rang, someone was calling. He immediately answered. Doon, what's the matter?
Doon on the other end quickly informed him, Boss, Senior PHing has something to ask.
He wants me to check with you. Hearing Doon's voice, he realized something was amiss, so he calmly responded, Go ahead.
Doon hesitated. Senior PHing wants to ask the mysterious boss to take him as a disciple at the second hospital in the city. In the hospital room, Feng Rui sat on the bed, looking at Ning Feng.
Mr. Feng, thank you for visiting me. Ning Feng asked with concern, How do you feel about your recovery?
Feng Rui's condition had improved quite a bit, and he smiled as he replied, There's nothing major with my health, but we need to keep an eye on whether the dark power goes out of control, so I still need to stay in the hospital for a few days. Outside the hospital room, there was a murmur of conversation.
This is a specialized room for the mutated people. I've never seen it before. Ordinary people wouldn't stay here.
At that moment, Feng Yi was having a private discussion with Duan about how to deal with the two Peng Xia. These two were extremely dangerous and had severely impacted social stability. The country was paying close attention, but there was still no reliable solution. I'm relying on the boss for help, holding on to my last hope, and unexpectedly, the boss agreed immediately. Duan replied, Senior Feng, the boss specifically instructed me that this is not a master-disciple ceremony, but merely an opportunity to assist you with your training. After all, the boss prefers a quiet life and does not want to see any evildoers causing trouble.
I understand, but I wonder if the boss has any further requirements?
Duan carefully conveyed, the boss wants a private training space, not too large, but most importantly, it needs to be discreet, so that you can use it for your training and conduct special exercises for yourself.
All right, I will quickly meet the boss's request. Suddenly, a shout echoed, What are you all doing here?
Seeing the situation was not right, Feng Yi was startled and rushed straight into the hospital room. Inside, it was unclear when Peng Xia and Guing had entered, but they were holding fruits to visit Feng Rui, standing in front of Ning Feng in a defensive posture, their fur standing on end. Peng Xia, pretending to be concerned, asked, It's all my fault for not being gentle enough that day, which caused the disciple to be hospitalized. I've always felt guilty, so I came quickly to check on things and to make amends.
By this time, Feng Yi had reached the room, and as soon as he saw Peng Xia and Guing, he immediately shouted in anger, You too.
The rage caused Feng Yi to lose control, reverting to his mutated form, ready to devour the two in front of him. Peng Xia, fearless in the face of danger, pressed forward.
Director Feng, you wouldn't make a move against me here, would you? Feng Yi gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his anger.
Now is not the time to act.
Seeing Feng Yi's reaction, Peng Xia was amused, not forgetting to remind Feng Rui. If you're not going to act, then I'm leaving.
Your disciple has 2 days to think it over, don't forget that.
With that, they casually turned and left.
As they stepped out the door, they bumped into Duan, who was standing there. Unexpectedly, Guing spat directly at Duan. This left him frozen in place, unable to react, his body stiff as a board. Guing calmly walked away, a satisfied smile on his face, indifferent to the gaze Duan was fixing on him. The two large men continued their way out of the hospital, with the nurses nearby having to step aside.
Feng Yi witnessed the whole thing, walking up to Duan and bowing his head to apologize.
But Duan quickly stopped him. This isn't your fault, no need to apologize. Inside the hospital room, Ning Feng remained calm, indifferent to everything happening around him, focused solely on the fruit that had just been brought in.
Hey, do you want some fruit?
The delicious-looking fruit made him salivate, continuously praising it.
It looks really fresh. Don't waste it.
Soon, night had fallen. In a luxurious hotel room, a small party was taking place, with the sound of glasses clinking ringing out continuously. They were none other than Pang Xia and Gu Ying, indulging in a life of excess alongside Mr. Zhao. They were drinking with seductive women seated beside them.
Pang Xia flashed a sly grin.
By the way, I've heard the young master of the Wang family conglomerate isn't too bad. Mr. Zhao smiled obsequiously.
Are you talking about Wang Yu?
Originally, Xiao Chang wanted to use her as a sacrificial offering, but if you want her, she's yours. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside, followed by a small explosion that sent bricks and stones flying. The sound mixed with Pang Xia's booming laughter.
Dust and smoke from the explosion filled the air before gradually dissipating.
Duan and Ningfeng, equipped for the situation, strode inside with a commanding presence. Upon seeing the two of them, Mr. Zhao leapt to his feet in fear and shouted, "Who's there?" Duan coldly warned, "Except for Pang Xia and Gu Ying, everyone else get out now." He gave Gu Ying, standing behind Pang Xia, a brief glance and said in a deep voice, "So, you came to find us, huh?" With that, he tilted his head back and finished off a bottle of beer in one go, his fighting spirit igniting. Gu Ying, full of confidence, charged at Duan, but before he could even lay a finger on him, he quickly veered his head to avoid a fatal blow. The strike, which had just missed Gu Ying's head, came from a large blade in his hand. Duan swiftly drew his own knife, and the two engaged in a fierce, evenly matched confrontation. Duan, after a moment of silent fighting, assessed, "This guy's strength has indeed surpassed 5 transfers. If it weren't for the Elder's special training and the reward from Divine Spirit, I'd have been killed by him in an instant." As for Gu Ying, who had originally looked down on Duan, even he frowned and thought to himself, "How is this possible? This guy actually blocked my attack." He then observed Ningfeng, trembling, and deduced, "This guy can only block me for a moment. The mage behind will likely seize the opportunity to strike. Do they think they can defeat me with such a strategy?" Suddenly, Gu Ying felt something and glanced over, his eyes filled with fear. Contrary to Gu Ying's expectations, Ningfeng, instead of reacting anxiously, calmly sat down on the chair nearby. He leisurely placed his weapon on the ground and pulled out a packet of chips, preparing to enjoy the show. He opened the snack with composure, without any haste. Ningfeng started popping the delicious chips into his mouth, chewing them slowly, leaving Gu Ying completely stunned. "What?" Noticing Gu Ying's momentary distraction, Duan spoke up, "What are you looking at?" Immediately, Gu Ying refocused his attention on Duan, and the two continued their fierce battle. Duan pushed Gu Ying back with a strong shove, causing him to be knocked several steps away. His feet scraped against the floor, creating a screeching sound that was unbearably grating. Suddenly, Gu Ying's gaze turned even sharper, and a majestic aura began to envelop him. Gu Ying crouched down, stomping 1 foot hard on the ground. With a burst of force, he leaped high, charging straight at his opponent. In the blink of an eye, Gu Ying swung his arm, landing a punch directly at Duan's chest. With the sharp reflexes honed through training, Duan blocked the punch with his sword. Loud crashing sounds echoed continuously during their intense battle, causing everyone else at the party, including Zhao Cheng's father, to step aside and watch in stunned silence. The two girls could only kneel, their faces pale with fear. "Didn't they say we should leave? What now? We can't even dare to approach." At this moment, Mr. Zhao was focused on the intense killing intent radiating from Pang Xia's side. He stood silently, his gaze fixed on someone, burning with an almost murderous hunger. Pang Xia drew his sword and took slow, deliberate steps toward his target Ningfeng, who was casually savoring the food in front of him. These sunflower seeds were surprisingly good. In a flash, the sword slashed downward toward Ningfeng's head. But unexpectedly, Ningfeng dodged to the side while raising his arm to block the deadly blow with his own sword. Ningfeng's expression shifted in an instant, no longer innocent, it now radiated nothing but sheer fury. The contrasting light from Pang Xia's halberd and Ningfeng's sword created a deadly scene. The collision caused both of them to stagger back, yet neither was willing to back down. They stood tall, staring fiercely at each other. Pang Xia's armor was now fully visible, and it showed no sign of interest after the clash. Ningfeng, too, displayed a battle-ready stance, showing no sign of fear toward his opponent.
Then, Ningfeng decided to use the skill Savage Nature Curse of Darkness while wielding both a magical weapon and a melee weapon. All attributes would increase by 100%. For a brief moment, Peng Xia's eyes widened in surprise. A battle mage? How can a battle mage be so strong? Before he could think further, a crack appeared in the ground, and suddenly a stone shot up, forcing him to quickly dodge. But right after that, something flew toward him, and he had to quickly block it. His face twisted in discomfort as the object unexpectedly exploded right before his eyes. Peng Xia turned back to look at Ningfeng with a slightly skeptical gaze. This person's moves aren't that powerful, it feels like a rookie with no battle experience. But soon, he dismissed that thought. No, he's doing this on purpose. There's definitely some kind of trick behind this. I need to be more careful. With that, he swung his sword downward, growling as he glared at his opponent. Ningfeng calmly stood his ground, not evading, but ready to take the blow. Both charged at each other like two hungry tigers, growling, with the collision producing a deafening sound. Every time their swords and sabers clashed, Peng Xia exerted all his effort to overpower his opponent, while Ningfeng remained calm and composed. Each of them had their own fighting style, yet they were evenly matched. As they were in close proximity, Ningfeng's gaze suddenly flashed behind his glasses once more. It was that same move again, a fuse charging straight towards Peng Xia's face. He was startled as soon as their eyes met, quickly tilting his head to minimize the damage. In the next moment, the fuse exploded right in front of him. Seizing the opportunity, Ningfeng aimed his sword directly at Peng Xia. Peng Xia, while fending off the fuse like explosions bursting around him like fireworks, kept his eyes sharp to block Ningfeng's strikes. I knew there was a trick. This guy gets stronger the more we fight. Seeing that things were not going well, Peng Xia suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." Ningfeng immediately halted, following his cue, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he stared intensely at his opponent. Peng Xia began to reason with him, "I don't know who you are, but can we sit down and talk this out? We're both strong men, there's no need to fight to the death." But Ningfeng gently closed his eyes, calmly declining. "No, my purpose is simply to stop for a moment," he declared clearly. "You die, I live." Upon hearing this, Peng Xia angrily shouted, "Nonsense! Don't spout such nonsense. In the eyes of my master, you are nothing more than a mere insect." Ningfeng raised a hand to stroke his chin. "Your master, you say? Is it that demon king from the secret realm?" "Yes." Peng Xia smiled proudly. "My master possesses power beyond what anyone on this earth could ever imagine. Don't even mention the human explorers, even the demon kings within the realm have perished countless times at the hands of my master. What my master loves most is turning the bones of powerful foes into exquisite pieces of jewelry." Ningfeng seemed curious. "Your master has killed a demon king before? And enjoys collecting their bones?" "That's right." Upon hearing the affirmation, he suddenly smiled with a wicked grin. "Where are your master's bones?" Su Lin then spoke up, announcing that the location of the battle was on the highest floor, at the Zhao family's real estate enterprise. Someone had seen a photo and believed that the individuals involved might be Peng Xia and Guing. To make things even more certain, Feng Yi used her abilities to create a sphere and extract information from it. What Feng Yi used was a probing technique. As soon as it was completed, she sent the sphere out to easily reach the location that needed confirmation at the Zhao family real estate business. Following the sphere's command, it pinpointed the location and flew directly there. Feng Yi closed her eyes to connect with the image captured by the sphere. The sphere arrived at the living room where the party had recently taken place. It then scanned the entire building under Feng Yi's control, searching for Peng Xia and Guing. And to her surprise, it didn't take long before the sphere found Peng Xia engaged in a battle with someone. The other person was none other than Ningfeng. After observing the fight for a while and taking a closer look, Feng Yi finally spoke up, confirming that person is indeed Peng Xia. From his appearance, he seemed anything but relaxed.
The person wearing the mask had a magical fluctuation around them, likely a kind of camouflage spell. After some time of fighting, Pang Xia's face was drenched in sweat, and his expression clearly showed signs of confusion. Each swing of Ningfeng's blade clearly demonstrated his skill, and it only increased with every strike, never decreasing. Full attributes plus 20%, full attributes plus 40%, full attributes plus 60%. Witnessing these scenes, Feng Yi couldn't help but secretly marvel, impressive. Such a simple move, yet naturally the light attribute can suppress the opponent. Where did this strong man come from? The mouth on Pang Xia's armor suddenly opened wide, attempting to swallow his opponent whole. His attributes also increased when he used this move. Full attributes plus 8, and in the blink of an eye, Ningfeng was caught in that disgusting mouth. At this moment, Pang Xia appeared enormous, terrifying like a monster. His bloodshot eyes and the aura of malicious energy surrounding him made the atmosphere even more oppressive than ever. He smirked smugly, "You forced me to use this move, it's such a hassle. This move requires me to pay a price." Feng Yi was also scared by the move, unable to contain himself, and exclaimed, "What?" Meanwhile, Duan and Guing were still locked in combat, both equally matched, unable to determine a clear victor. Guing, excited, teased, "Hey, your teammate just got swallowed, aren't you worried?" Duan responded nonchalantly, without a hint of concern, "Elder, I am not qualified to worry." After speaking, he quickly slashed across Gu Ying's chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Duan harshly reminded him, "You don't either." The cut made Gu Ying scream in agony, blood pouring out uncontrollably. After dealing with it, Pang Xia moved aside, and Ningfeng stepped forward to help his friend. He suddenly stopped, his gaze briefly glancing over at Mr. Zhao. Seeing this, Mr. Zhao hurriedly stood up and shouted, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Pang. These small fry were never a match for you." But in the very next moment, Pang Xia unleashed a strike, slashing at him, causing the upper half of his body to disappear in the blink of an eye. The two girls hiding on either side pressed their hands tightly over their mouths to stifle any screams at the horrifying scene before them. Pang Xia gritted his teeth in fury, "You're the small fry here." He continued to lift the massive body of his opponent, moving forward as if nothing had happened. After all, he had already transformed, so why not take out a few more? At this moment, Feng Yi's wrinkled face showed intense panic, realizing he had been noticed. Then, Pang Xia let out a triumphant laugh, his eyes shooting out two fiery red beams. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion occurred, and suddenly a burst of immense energy shattered Pang Xia's stomach, leaving him utterly stunned. "That huge energy came from Ningfeng," he said, carving open his own stomach and boldly stepping out, leaving Pang Xia only able to stutter a few words. "What? What?" Ningfeng took a confident stride outside, with his sword in hand, surrounded by an aura of dark energy that appeared extremely powerful. After stepping out from the belly of the enemy, Ningfeng turned around and cast a brief glance at Pang Xia. Taking this long to get out. Still not quite adept at actual combat. No matter how strong Pang Xia was, with such a massive wound carved into his stomach, his chances of survival were non-existent. His huge body collapsed to the ground, his eyes and mouth still wide open in shock. Guing, witnessing Pang Xia's tragic death, couldn't help but feel heartbroken as he cried out loudly, "Brother!" Seizing the opportunity when Guing turned his face away, Duan charged forward, swiftly circling around his opponent. By the time Guing looked down, his chest was already soaked in blood. Duan had slashed a deep and long wound across Gu Ying's chest with his blade. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, blood gushing out like a waterfall, and Guing screamed in agony. Upon hearing the screams, some people inside the building woke up. The two girls who had attended the party, witnessing the deaths unfold, were horrified and quickly ran out of the house. "Ah, run fast." Meanwhile, Ningfeng slowly sat beside Guing, who was lying helplessly on the ground. "Hey, don't die just yet. I have something to say to you." At the secret realm Shueyu Yugu, a place shrouded in coldness and death. Deep inside the main hall, a soldier was kneeling at the door, reporting to his master, Demon God, "An intruder has been detected at the entrance to the secret realm.
As expected, the demon god did not seem surprised and immediately ordered everyone to fall back.
The enemy must have found their way to me, the soul energy of Peng Xia and Guing has shattered. To put it plainly, they were dead. Before they died, Guing had activated his soul energy. I vaguely heard a few words when Ningfeng had asked, "Tell me, where is your master?"
The other replied, "My master is in the secret realm of Yuzu Shan.
You will take our place and avenge us." After recounting this, the soldier continued to advise his subordinate, "The enemy was able to kill Peng Xia and Guing.
You won't be able to stand against them either.
Let me go to battle myself." Watching the figure of his subordinate leave, the demon god sighed quietly.
Although his subordinates were loyal, they could only rely on his abilities.
Only a race similar to humans could rely on their own power to continuously level up, further dedicating more strength to him. Suddenly, something red emerged from the demon god's chest. It was a red skull, much more terrifying than the ones surrounding it.
The demon god's gaze turned bloodshot, becoming overwhelmingly terrifying.
He held his head, thinking to himself, "Many years ago, I was just an ordinary demon king, who accidentally inherited the curse of a high-ranking demon king. Not only did it grant me immense power, but it also taught me how to force humans into submission.
With its help, I was able to defeat my enemies once again and turn them into trophies. This time, it's just adding more resources for me to collect." As his thoughts ended, the demon god had already prepared for battle.
He held the skull high up to the sky, and immediately a massive lightning bolt struck down from above, engulfing the entire enormous body of the demon god. The thunderous lightning that just struck was actually the power of Ningfeng using his skill to light the way. Upon arriving, he had already sensed the eerie and dim atmosphere of this place.
What kind of secret realm is this?
The thick fog made it impossible to see the direction clearly. The skill he had just used was the Thunder Demon Curse, a forbidden dark curse.
Next, Ningfeng retracted his hand, his face showing clear disappointment when he didn't see any monsters, muttering, "What kind of real combat training is this?" Suddenly, the system's reminder appeared, "Zhong Mod tribe detected."
After reading the notification, Ningfeng eagerly clenched his fist, exclaiming, "Ah, as expected, it's giving a reminder.
Looks like the Zhong Mod tribe is not harmful."
Then, Ningfeng confidently stepped into the secret realm, following the energy that led to this direction. As soon as he entered, Ningfeng found what he was looking for, the object that was held by the statue. Without saying much, Ningfeng reached out toward it and used his spiritual power to absorb it, but it seemed endless. Ningfeng angrily muttered, "Clearly, there's only one poison, yet countless tricks." After a while, he finally succeeded. Ningfeng felt much more refreshed, smiling brightly as he murmured,
"All attributes have increased by 100 points.
Now, without needing to use any skills, I can crush most explorers."
Ningfeng's level had also increased to level 43.
He was even more excited, as his rank had broken past level 40, meaning he could now learn new skills. Then, Ningfeng took out a book titled Summon Water Element. He hesitated a bit as he glanced over the book, carefully considering. This kind of forbidden curse summon won't create a great king, or something like that, right?
Otherwise, wouldn't people think I'm an evil god?
Ningfeng placed his hand on the book, snorted, and thought, "I'll learn it first, and then we'll see." Suddenly, he was taken aback and exclaimed,
"Is this trying to conquer the world?"
What amazed him so much was a skill called Gate of Darkness, which opened a portal to the darkness and continuously summoned dark entities for 12 hours straight, or could summon a high-ranked demon lord at any given time. Ningfeng exhaled deeply, his voice full of disappointment.
I knew it was basically usable.
He then paid attention to the latter part of the book, or summon a high-ranked demon lord at any given time.
At this point, Ningfeng became a little interested and mumbled to himself, "A high-ranked demon lord with no time limit? Isn't that pretty interesting? When the opportunity arises, I definitely have to try it."
At the same time, the screen displayed the images of Peng Xia and Guing, along with a report. These two are very hard to deal with.
To ensure safety, we can't let either of them survive. So, the more information you gather, the less you will find out.
Upon hearing this, Feng cautiously lowered his head in front of Duan.
Thank you very much, truly. You and the elder saved our lives, and we don't even know how to repay you.
Su Lin, standing to the side, smiled, feeling somewhat relieved.
Luckily, the officials are willing to trust the master's judgment and make their best efforts to show goodwill towards the mysterious boss.
There were some doubts, but they were quickly put to rest.
Otherwise, how much more damage would Peng Xia and Guing have caused? Feng Yi directed his gaze towards the 2 file bags on the table. In fact, this matter was also highly valued within the country.
Moreover, it was said that the elder wanted to find a training location, so we immediately selected a few places.
All the documents are here. First, let me briefly introduce it to you.
He pointed to the projection screen. What we are looking for are training facilities carefully built by the government, with good environments and infrastructure, ensuring privacy with no interference from unrelated personnel.
Duan remains silent, quietly evaluating the situation.
The training space that the boss mentioned was just a cover, meant to conceal the true special training methods. Therefore, these documents still needed to be brought back and personally selected by the elder. At the training facility, when Duan led Ningfeng inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is huge." Duan led him further inside and explained, "This is the newly built National Exploration Base, codenamed 51, and it hasn't been put into use yet." Senior Feng said, "If the boss likes it, you can take it over directly."
The other person asked, "The entire thing?" Senior Feng replied, "Yes, that's right."
Then, the two entered the training area. The entire building had 10 floors, with spaces including the training zone, office area, entertainment zone, and living quarters.
It could accommodate approximately 2,000 people.
The entertainment area was fully equipped with infrastructure, and it had a complete intelligent management and control system. Next, the two of them visited the fully equipped and clean dining hall. As they passed through the garden on the rooftop, Duan remarked, "If you want, you can live here for a year or 2. It's no problem at all." Upon hearing this, Ningfeng smiled in satisfaction.
Just as he was preparing to cultivate and strengthen his abilities, this place seemed perfect.
Not to mention how enjoyable the idea alone was. After the tour, Ningfeng had made up his mind. The two of them left the training area and headed to meet Feng Yi. At that moment, Feng Yi stroked his beard, laughed heartily, and said, "Just as I expected, the boss has chosen Base 51. I also think it's a very good place. You saved Xinyu City twice and Longba City once.
Not only that, but you've also eliminated 2 major threats, Peng Xia and Guang.
The government has made an official declaration, stating that the nation is willing to provide strong support to heroes like you. Therefore, the base will charge no fees at all.
All you need to do is sign the confirmation document." Ningfeng smiled, secretly admiring the government's surprisingly friendly attitude.
For such a large base, they granted the request without hesitation. Duan, standing beside him, spoke up, "The boss doesn't like dealing with trivial matters, so the management of the base will be entrusted to me and Nin brother."
Feng Yi pondered for a moment before offering his suggestion.
"If the boss has the idea of establishing a guild, I could help with that."
Duan spoke in a steady tone. "Speaking of which, Feng Sr., is there a way to get timely information without having to establish a guild? You understand that the boss isn't great with using the internet or anything similar, right?" Feng Yi smiled sincerely and replied, "This is quite easy. For national-level strong men, our government can arrange a special information channel, though it doesn't have high security. All information can be shared simultaneously with the government."
Ningfeng secretly chuckled, amused by the idea of national-level strong men and the government tracking the mysterious boss through this name. Compared to the effort Duan and he were putting into gathering intelligence, the channels available to the Bureau were indeed more effective. Of course, he wouldn't rely solely on these pure sources of information and would still develop some additional channels in the future. As for establishing a guild, there would be too much to manage. After all, high-level resources weren't lacking, so perhaps transforming the base into a different model would work. Everything was completed quickly, and Feng saw both of them off.
Duan proactively spoke up.
Feng Sr., the special training course for you is scheduled for next week. I'll notify you in advance. He responded, thank you so much for taking the trouble on everyone's behalf. The ringtone of Feng's phone suddenly rang, and he quickly picked up the call. On the other end of the line, an announcement sounded. Director Feng, after our investigation, we have discovered some mysterious disappearances. They are very similar to the situation with Peng Xia and that woman. I'm afraid people like them might appear again in the future. Hearing this, Feng East froze in place, sighing inwardly.
Even with the special training the boss provided, he couldn't handle the enemy on his own.
If only there were a way to quickly cultivate strong men. The night had fallen, and the moonlight illuminated the dark sky.
Feng Yi returned home, feeling exhausted, and slowly opened the door.
As soon as he entered, Feng Rui joyfully ran to greet him.
Grandfather, you're back.
His gaze inadvertently landed on the suitcase on the floor, causing Feng Yi to pause in wonder.
Where are you planning to go? Feng Rui happily clenched his hands.
Since the Supernova training camp is about to start, Mr. Feng helped us arrange a special training session. I just got a call saying that in 2 days, we will be going to the training facility, so I've started packing some things. After hearing this, Mr. Feng's eyes widened in surprise.
A special training session for Xiao Feng? Just you kids? Including you, that makes 5 of you.
After confirming with Feng Rui, Mr. Feng was so incredulous that he became furious.
Grandpa, you're getting angry again.
Mr. Feng raised his hand in front to reassure him. No need to worry. I've already taken the medicine Mr. Du brought, my body feels great, it's just that the power of darkness is still not fully under control.
I ask you, who did Xiao Feng invite?
Feng Rui guessed that it must be a few friends he had a good relationship with, and besides them, it was probably people who had known Mr. Feng for a long time. This meant the boss would take special care of the newcomers. Overjoyed, Mr. Feng appeared even more anxious and impatient than his own grandson.
Come here, let me help you get ready. Remember to listen to Xiao Feng. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. You must seize it well.
The other person responded, huh?
Mr. Feng said, what do you mean, huh? Remember to balance work and rest. If you can manage 3 parts, then only do 3 parts. Don't forget to call me, alright?
The scene then shifted to the training facility. The participants in this training session were gradually appearing. One Yu led the way, with the others rushing to follow behind. Suddenly, a glowing circle appeared under their feet. These circles teleported them to Ning Feng's location. Ning Feng waved his hand to greet them.
Zhou Jiangshu laughed loudly and waved at Feng Rui. Feng Rui, have you been here for long? Feng Rui replied, just a few minutes earlier than you guys. Good thing, looks like Ning Feng didn't call Shang Muqiu.
After entering the base, they were all amazed by its vastness. This place was enormous, even the main base of the Qide Guild couldn't compare to it. Wang Yu felt extremely curious and wanted to know how Ning Feng had found this place.
Ning Feng, how did you manage to find a place like this?
Ning Feng smiled and explained to them, the owner of this place is an elder in my family, so they allowed me to use it. Wang Yu furrowed his brows, feeling very suspicious.
An elder in your family? I don't remember Ning Feng ever mentioning that before.
Since the awakening, she's been becoming more and more mysterious. Then, Ning Feng patted Duan on the shoulder and introduced him to the others. This is Duan, he will be the main person in charge during this special training session. Duan said, hello, everyone. Feng Rui was the first to greet him. The others followed suit.
Hello, Senior Du. Senior Du, nice to meet you.
Duan smiled and turned his head, signaling them to follow him.
Let's go, I'll take everyone to the training room. Feng Rui, do you know this Senior Duan? It seems like you're a bit worried about something. Feng Rui suddenly became very serious, explaining to the others. Don't you know?
The heavenly manifestation of anomalies earlier was actually the senior Duan, who underwent the divine trial. His strength is even greater than that of Lu, the president of the Wei Ning Guild. As soon as Feng Rui finished speaking, the others were left stunned, mouths agape in disbelief. At this point, they had arrived in front of the training area, and everyone in Feng Rui's group became incredibly serious, their fighting spirit ignited. Duan, upon seeing their sudden change, was deeply surprised. Whoa, why do I suddenly feel like everyone's willpower has increased so much? Ningfeng stood on the upper floor, observing them through a large glass window. Here, using a forbidden curse would be completely safe since the training room's camouflage would prevent any detection. He stroked his chin, excited at the thought of the future.
Instead of establishing a guild, I can just nurture strong men.
There are no external restrictions, but as long as I have the resources and power, and I choose trustworthy members, I can form an alliance. Wan Yu tightly pressed her lips together, preparing seriously for battle. However, despite her vigilance, she was still struck by a puff of black smoke that attacked her arm. She hugged her arm, tightly shut her eyes, and screamed loudly. Wan Yu gritted her teeth and silently thought to herself, the overwhelming sense of terror and suppression was so incredibly real. If this wasn't training but an actual attack, it could definitely shatter a person's willpower. She suddenly remembered Ningfeng and came up with a hypothesis.
Could it be that Ningfeng became stronger because he managed to survive through brutal trials like this?
Deshu and Xiaoting also became incredibly determined. We are not supernovas, and we've never expected to surpass others' talents through hard work alone.
But Boss Ning has given us hope.
Feng Rui, at that moment, was also filled with fighting spirit.
I can't keep relying on my grandfather's protection forever.
I also want to protect the people who are important to me. Ci Wei gritted her teeth and tightly gripped the test tube in her hand. After seeing their resolve, Ningfeng finally let out a sigh of relief.
Everyone's reactions were quite good.
At the training facility, after a long and exhausting training session, they all lay on the floor, completely drained.
Ugh, it's like being tortured for hundreds of years. It felt like I was about to die.
The door in front of them suddenly opened, and Duan walked in coldly.
He raised his hand, signaling to them. Today's training is over.
You guys should rest well.
Starting tomorrow, I'll guide everyone in focused training.
At this moment, in a VIP room, Wang Yu, Ningfeng, and the others were all present.
Wan Yu appeared to be in high spirits.
Although the special training had just begun, the gains of today had already surpassed the combined results of the past few years. If it were only based on his own comprehension, he would never have been able to notice the flaws that existed. In contrast to Wang Yu, Feng Rui had been keeping his lips tightly sealed and had not spoken a word. The power of darkness inside him felt strange today. Despite having used all his strength earlier, there was still no sign of losing control. Suddenly, Siyu Ding buried her face in her hands and began crying loudly.
Ningfeng, both confused and worried, asked her, "What's wrong with Xiaoting?"
Wang Yu spoke on behalf of Xiaoting to explain to them, recently, Xiaoting has been under a lot of pressure from Deshu. Our school has many locations participating in the Supernova training camp, so there has been a lot of gossip online. Ningfeng immediately took out his phone and went online to check.
Is that really happening? Where is this? Let me see.
Wang Yu leaned in to show him.
There were indeed many unpleasant comments online about them.
The more Ningfeng read, the angrier he became.
Ah, this is really outrageous. They're just hiding behind their computers, spitting out insults at us.
These comments are getting worse and worse.
Suddenly, a comment caught their attention.
A user named Nick, with the user ID 5,281,210, had posted a photo of Shang Mucho's school ID card.
Immediately after that, a comment appeared from user 2.
U53.102, who was the fourth person on the Supernova list, the one who had just been referred to as trash.
The comment read, "Why don't you dare show your face and confront me?"
After reading that comment, both Ningfeng and Wang Yu were extremely surprised. It turned out that Shang Muqiu had posted the image, and it seemed like it was posted today. They didn't expect her to be willing to stand up for them like that. Siyu Ding, wiping away tears, explained her feelings at that moment. Everyone, stop reading these comments. At first, I was accepted into the training camp, but I was really worried about embarrassing Boss Ning. Thanks to this special training, I'm no longer worried. I'm so happy, I almost want to cry. After hearing her words, Ningfeng smiled and laughed loudly. You guys just focus on training. In a few days, I'll bring everyone a surprise.
Oh, what is it? Wang Yu asked, curious.
A secret, Ningfeng teased with a grin.
Wang Yu, irritated by his teasing, was fuming with anger.
Outside, the sky had turned pitch black. At that moment, Ningfeng was sitting silently on the bed. He was recalling the events from before. The last time he absorbed the memories of the Demon King, he unexpectedly found news about me and the evil god. Ningfeng was extremely surprised. In fact, there were a total of 7 evil gods born from the power of darkness, and they were the gods that all the monsters in the secret realm worshipped. However, I, the so-called evil god, was not one of those 7. He held their abilities in high regard. On the contrary, I, this evil god, had once been one of the 12 divine lords, also known as the omnipotent law god. Together with 11 other divine lords, we led our clans to defeat the 7 evil gods, making all the monsters too afraid to invade the world of light anymore. Ningfeng recalled their origin, and surprisingly, the omnipotent law god, who had been freed from the threat of darkness, became obsessed with researching the power of darkness. Falling into the trap of madness, fortunately, the other 11 gods discovered it in time and fought against the omnipotent law god. Unable to resist, they seized the opportunity to escape and became the evil gods. Since then, he leaned on his hand, deep in thought. This legend had been passed down in the world of light, and everyone firmly believed in it. However, there were entirely different legends among the dark demon clans. Returning to when he was still young. After the monster battle formations, the clans of the divine spirits, once freed from the threat of darkness, gradually lost their sense of danger. As a result, their faith began to weaken, no longer relying on the divine spirits. This infuriated the gods. Therefore, they created their own clans, intending to receive even more power from belief. Thus, the gods began encouraging the clans to attack each other, using them as tools to fight, bury, and sacrifice for offerings. Even the monsters hiding in the shadows began to emerge, tacitly approved by the gods. This was also the secret origin of the secret realm. Ningfeng knew one thing: only the omnipotent law god, a calm and indifferent figure who did not care about the quantity of faith, had chosen not to participate in this game. However, an unexpected event occurred. One day, war spread to the omnipotent law god's clan. Without the ability to defend themselves, the entire clan was nearly annihilated. The omnipotent law god went alone to meet the other gods. The omnipotent law god, in anger, pleaded with the other gods to stop this meaningless act, but was mocked by the other gods. The conflict between the two sides continued to escalate, and ultimately, a war broke out. The omnipotent law god, who had never argued before, erupted with a fierce fighting strength. 2 of the 11 divine spirits had been killed, and 6 others were injured before the omnipotent law god was forced to retreat. No one knew where the omnipotent law god had gone. There were rumors that he had entered a space of indefinite existence, neither light nor darkness, and had disappeared since then, fearful of revenge. Therefore, the gods tried to tarnish the image of the omnipotent law god while searching for his whereabouts. Ningfeng shut his eyes tightly, feeling deep admiration for the abilities of this person. Truly impressive. Even dozens of them managed to escape unharmed. After killing 2 divine spirits, it was no wonder the system often said things like "it's fine, just a small show," or "didn't you scare yourself and make yourself worried?" The evil god inside him might have been slandered as well. Once the memory stream ended, Ningfeng still felt a strong sense of regret. The information in the memory had come to an end here,
and it was a pity he still didn't know the final fate of the omnipotent law god. After all, it was a legend whose truth was hard to discern. As for leveling up, it still had to be done. Playing with one's life is not my style. The next day, he returned, his usual cold demeanor as he stepped out of the house. The weather outside was beautiful. Ningfeng moved toward a forest. After a while, he landed in front of a gate leading into the secret realm, then entered without hesitation. The Adventurer Management Bureau could gather information nationwide, which was indeed very convenient. Many secret realms had no management, and they could all be discovered within. As soon as he entered, a massive herd of bulls with glowing red eyes charged toward him. Ningfeng drew a spear, gathered his strength, and then launched it toward the herd. Instantly, Ningfeng's experience points began to rise steadily. He checked the information of the small monsters displayed on the system. The experience points of these monsters were not low, indicating a high chance of bosses dropping good loot. Just as Ningfeng finished speaking, an iron-armored bull demon leaped toward him. Facing the ox demon's attack, Ningfeng was not afraid and instead cracked a cold smile. Ningfeng spoke, then took a step back with one leg, gathering momentum before leaping forward. The sword in his hand thrust forcefully into the ox demon's forehead. However, unexpectedly, the sword in his hand shattered into pieces. Ningfeng silently stared at the remaining hilt in his hand. He recalled the weapon grades in the system and realized an unfortunate truth. His own grade was not high, so the weapons available to him were not comparable to those used by adventurers with 4 or 5 transfers. After continuous high-intensity battles, it was surprising that his weapon had failed to hold up any longer. Ningfeng raised his eyes and looked ahead, and the iron-armored bull demon suddenly broke into a mischievous grin directed at him. At that moment, it appeared incredibly foolish. Ningfeng, feeling frustrated, threw away the hilt of the sword in his hand, and a small formation appeared beneath his feet. This formation was continuously gathering power for Ningfeng. Seeing this, the iron-armored bull demon became so frightened that its mouth hung open in shock, eyes wide and trembling. Then, it collapsed to the ground, unconscious on the spot. After eliminating the ox demon, Ningfeng immediately leveled up, rising from level 43 to 47. However, the experience points of this opponent were not that significant, and it had also destroyed one of his swords. He noticed a new skill had appeared. Is this what the new skill is? He had discovered the skill of the seal technique, which had blackened into the forbidden cursing nurturing wind. Ningfeng crossed his arms in front of his chest, feeling discouraged and thinking, of course, the more forbidden curses, the better. Otherwise, I'd be worried about not having enough firepower. But relying only on forbidden curses is not enough. Without the right equipment, I wouldn't even be able to defeat a boss, let alone fight against a divine spirit. After finishing his thoughts, he quickly made another decision: where is the next secret realm? Well, I might as well head to the nearest city and buy a few new weapons to use. At this point, the scene shifted to an immense, towering building. A staff member of the trading hall led Ningfeng to the display area where various swords were shown. Sir, all the long swords of our trading hall in orange color are here. Please feel free to choose. After seeing the number of swords they had, Ningfeng felt quite helpless. There were only 7 of them. Forget it, how much is it in total? I'll take them all. Seeing that he truly intended to buy all the swords here, the staff member of the trading hall stared in astonishment. Who is this? He looks young, yet he doesn't seem to have the supreme black card of the trading hall, and he's buying all 7 orange swords at once. I've already brought out all the high-attribute celestial weapons, but he remains completely unmoved, as if he's looking at a pile of low-level green equipment. Therefore, she immediately went to ask for help from someone else. Please come in, a staff member of the trading hall is asking Mr. Kong for help. Mr. Kong, there's a small issue that I need you to handle for me. I'm entertaining a distinguished guest right now, anything can be dealt with later. But there's a very loud dispute happening outside right now. Everyone has a supreme black card. Why should he be given priority to purchase? Do you think that the eldest son of the Gu family is not worthy of this celestial weapon?
A group of fierce individuals charged forward, and Gu Yunzhou, leading his people, stormed into the exchange. The female staff member gaped in astonishment, fear striking her as she realized.
This is bad. This is the Gu family, one of the major families around here. If a conflict breaks out, I'll be the first to be held responsible.
As soon as Gu Yunzhou entered the room, he spotted Ningfeng sitting in a chair. Ningfeng's face immediately turned pale, his mouth hanging open in shock.
Boss Ning?
Ningfeng, leisurely sipping his tea, was caught off guard by the sudden intrusion and was deeply surprised.
Who are you?
Inwardly, Gu Yunzhou cursed Ningfeng countless times, but on the outside, he was visibly frightened, his face turning pale as he stammered in reply to Ningfeng.
I'm Gu Yunzhou.
At the mention of his name, Ningfeng finally remembered.
Oh, right, you're the one from last time. What a coincidence, isn't it? Gu Yunzhou's face darkened considerably.
He suspected that someone was secretly obstructing him. I had once sent people to investigate Ningfeng's background, but there were always strange obstacles.
It seemed like someone was deliberately interfering.
The information online is all over the place. Some say he's 18 and just awakened his profession, while others claim he's a reincarnation of a divine spirit. Some exaggerate more than others. It's basically impossible to trust any of it.
To have someone as powerful as the Gu family left helpless against this person's identity means his background is certainly not simple.
Ningfeng pointed to the sword he had purchased and kindly asked Gu Yunzhou.
Is there any sword here that catches your eye? Gu Yunzhou forced a smile.
I'm just picking randomly, whatever works, no preference. As for your choice, if the person who suddenly has the strange idea to steal from me again, I might as well not buy anything. At this moment, the staff of the trading company were so shocked that their mouths fell open.
This is the number 2 ranked player on the National Supernova leaderboard. Does young Master Gu not take anyone seriously? Then, Gu Yunzhou hurriedly left. Well, I'm leaving now.
You can take your time choosing outside, at the men's restroom. Gu Yunzhou was quietly venting all his hatred towards Ningfeng.
Damn it, how cowardly.
I need to do something, or I won't be able to swallow this anger.
He glared at his phone in anger.
Gu Yunzhou silently went through a series of actions, opened the forum, logged into his fake account, and successfully posted. Soon after, a post appeared on the forum. User 7.75.269 always has a feeling that Ningfeng is suspicious,
suggesting further investigation.
Under the post, comments quickly appeared.
User 5.281.210 is not what you all think. Don't speak nonsense if you don't understand. After reading the comment, Gu Yunzhou's anger began to flare up once again.
This account, Shangmu Cho, who would have thought that with your prominent name and big eyes, you two would betray me? Outside the restroom, his furious shouts could still be heard. I must find the secret realm trial, and then seek out Ningfeng for revenge. Ningfeng Hanhu, just wait for me. At that moment, the staff of the trading center were bowing respectfully, seeing Ningfeng off. Please take care, sir. We look forward to your next visit. He slipped his hands into his pockets and walked out of the trading center alone. Suddenly, Ningfeng looked up at the sky inside. The scene now shifted to intense battles. Ningfeng fought relentlessly, constantly killing to level up as quickly as possible. After a long and hard struggle, Ningfeng finally reached level 60. He wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that he had finally achieved this milestone. It's time for 2 transfers. I won't use the curse seal.
Still, it's very time-consuming.
After the monster beneath his feet vanished, a mysterious box suddenly appeared. It seemed to be a sacrificial altar. Ningfeng realized something: these demonic creatures had once served different evil gods, until the Divine Lord eradicated all the evil gods. He felt an intense hatred towards them. These demonic creatures were not only invading the human world, but their goal was to resurrect the 7 true evil gods. Of course, a small number of these demonic creatures, with immense strength, intended to become evil gods themselves, but those supreme beings didn't protect humanity.
On the contrary, they considered fake evil gods like him as their mortal enemies. From this, Ning Feng's speculation became even more accurate.
It seemed likely that the legend of the omnipotent law god among the demonic creatures was true.
In the eyes of most divine spirits, humans and other races were merely toys for entertainment.
He thrust his spear towards the altar.
With his power, the altar was immediately destroyed.
Neither the demonic creatures nor the divine spirits were good. At that moment, the phone in his pocket unexpectedly rang. After receiving the message, Ning Feng decided to head back home. It was a message from Brother Wei, who was just returning on a trip. He also needed to take on the 2 transfers mission. The scene shifted to the training headquarters.
In the laboratory of C.I. Wei, Siyu Ding was bragging to Deshu.
My brother got himself a laboratory at the headquarters, it looks pretty impressive.
Siyu Ding picked up a vial of medicine and was about to drink it.
The vial was pinkish and looked quite delicious.
Hey, don't drink that recklessly. C.I. Wei seriously warned them about the danger of this bottle of medicine.
This bottle is called the Forgetfulness Potion, and it will make you forget a skill. I just brewed it myself, so if you don't want to become a fool, don't touch it.
After hearing this, both Siyu Ding and Deshu were left speechless in astonishment. One, you noticed something. Is this gift you're talking about this potion?
Ning Feng acted mysteriously, replying to her. It's related to this potion, but it's actually something else. 2 small books appeared in his hands. At that moment, everyone was left wide-eyed in amazement, astonished by Ning Feng.
The orange skills.
Ning Feng explained to them. One is the silent wind and water of the archer, one is the healing link of the priest, one is the colossal blade of the berserk warrior, and one is the layered jade fortress of the shield guard warrior. Deshu and Xiaoting each received their respective skills, and they were so excited that their eyes sparkled. Usually, you could only buy those orange skills.
Wang Yu was truly shocked. Are these things dropped from the secret realm?
That's right, they're from secret realms with very high levels.
Once you level up, you'll be able to raid them too. Feng Rui looked at the skill book in his hand and was just as amazed as the others. What's the drop rate of orange items in the secret realm?
Mr. Feng's strength has already far surpassed ours. Ning Feng happily encouraged them.
Everyone, don't look so confused. There's still a week left after we leave the training area.
You should focus on honing your new skills. They then proceeded into the training area, but halfway there, they unexpectedly ran into Mr. Feng.
Feng Rui exclaimed in surprise. Grandfather!
The others were so shocked they couldn't help but speak up.
You, are you really Senior Feng? Hello, everyone.
Wang Yu and Siyu Ding were still stunned, not quite knowing how to react. Although they had only spent a few days with Feng Rui, they couldn't help but be excited to meet such an important figure like Senior Feng. Just seeing him right in front of them was something they never even dared to imagine.
At the same time, Mr. Feng was quietly assessing them. These must be Ning Feng's friends, right?
To receive guidance from the boss at such a young age, these kids surely had limitless potential in the future.
Ning Feng smiled.
Today marks the start of a new week, and it's just in time for Senior Feng to come over for some special training. Fortunately, the training facility isn't limited to just one room, so everyone can train simultaneously.
Mr. Feng gave a warm smile and walked over to check on Feng Rui. Xiao Rui, you've been doing well lately. I hope you haven't caused any trouble for everyone? Senior Feng arrived just at the right moment. Would you like to see the results of Xiao Rui and their team's training? Oh, is it possible to see? That would be great. In the training room, a group of fierce monsters were attacking them.
Wang Yu focused and shot an arrow, shadowless wind arrows.
Feng Rui used layer upon layer of jade ramparts.
Zhou Jiangshui drew his sword from his back and shouted, "Giant's Blade."
Siyu Ding concentrated all his strength to use a skill that caused continuous damage and healing. They all performed better than expected. Mr. Feng, standing outside and observing, was also amazed at their progress. The skills of these young people are truly impressive, but there's something a little unfamiliar about them, isn't there? That's because they had just learned those orange tier skills. Hearing Ningfeng mention the orange skills, Mr. Feng's expression immediately changed. Orange skills? Yes, they're all loot dropped from high-level secret realms. At this point, Mr. Feng was so excited that he was practically burning with enthusiasm. The military has long strategized for high-level secret realms, but unfortunately, they haven't been successful yet. Everyone has been speculating about the loot inside. But this is the first time I've seen those orange skills. Mr. Feng anxiously asked Ningfeng, Mr. Du, may I report this to the military? Ningfeng replied, no problem, it's not a secret. Everyone will know about it soon enough. Mr. Feng had immense faith in them. The level of these children was still not high, but rank could be compensated for over time. Moreover, with the boss's support, they would soon surpass us old guys. A step ahead, each step faster. In the future, the main force will be shouldered by these children. Outside the transfer hall, Ningfeng happily waved at Su Lin. Seeing him so cheerful, Su Lin seemed to have realized something. Hey, weren't you? Ningfeng didn't answer but only shyly scratched his nose and continued to smile. Su Lin watched him walk toward the door. It's not too surprising now that it's right in front of us. As expected, he came for the 2 transfers, something that would take others 2 years of hard work to complete. But for him, it only took 2 months. Ningfeng entered the 2 transfers room, and all his information appeared in front of him. After reading all the details, Ningfeng was completely shocked. 200 transformation stones? Why is it that a normal 2 transfers mission only has 1 stone? He rubbed his chin, thinking about what to do next. This isn't something dropped from monsters, but mined from mineral veins, which has very low yield. Maybe it's best to first go to the trading post and see if it's available for purchase. The scene now shifted to the Yuanshan trading office. The manager smiled awkwardly and kept apologizing to Ningfeng. I'm really sorry, recently there has been a sudden spike in people changing jobs, and the demand for transformation stones has started to exceed supply. Please give us 3 days, we'll definitely gather enough for you. 20 pieces. May I ask which elder needs them for what purpose? After careful consideration, Ningfeng reluctantly accepted the deadline the trading office had set. 3 days wasn't too long. First, he could take on the symbol missions to save time, and for the essence of the spirits, he might as well buy it from the trading office to make things quicker. He spoke to the manager, oh, by the way, I still have some miscellaneous loot that I haven't sorted out. Could you give me a hand with it this time? Not a problem, sir. Ningfeng suddenly shouted, wait a moment, let me check if there's still some left. After a moment of searching, he laid out a pile of random items in front of the trading office staff. The manager was so stunned upon seeing it that his eyes nearly popped out. You're calling this miscellaneous loot? There are more than 10 purple skill books for different professions, plus a whole bunch of orange tier equipment. Given how everyone is leveling up so quickly these days, with all this high quality gear, I don't think anyone's performance report this year will look better than mine. He remembered Tai Dongming and was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. No wonder Mayor Tai had urged him to serve Mr. Ning well. Thanks to the mayor's blessings, I've really struck it rich. In the secret realm, Hua Bingyuan and the others were talking enthusiastically. Boss fight, there's an abnormal shift. The novice pastor is here to help the beautiful, sweet-voiced lady. Beautiful lady, be obedient. One person standing in front of Ningfeng hesitated and spoke to him. Male pastor, stop talking in that disgusting way. Another person nearby turned and said, I'm sorry, this situation has never occurred before, I need to report to my superior. He smiled. All right. After saying that, he quickly ran to the team leader. Team leader, what's going on? Without delay, he reported the situation. Over there, a young man wants to enter the secret realm by himself. Upon hearing this, the team leader shouted, "What is this nonsense? The management office just issued a regulation that entering the secret realm must be done by a formal guild team, with at least 5 people acting together, or else they won't be allowed in. Have you already forgotten this so soon?" "Yes, I know." The person hesitated for a moment, then took out a badge and said directly, "The young man has a special permit issued by the management office, allowing him to enter the secret realm alone." "What?" he exclaimed in surprise, then quickly grabbed the certificate and opened his mouth to take a look. After reading it, he immediately ran over to Ningfeng, speaking to him with great formality. "Thank you for cooperating with us. We have checked your evidence. You can go in now." "Thank you. You've worked hard." After he had turned and walked a short distance, he asked the soldier standing next to him, "What's his background?" The timing of the evidence issuance is almost exactly aligned with the new regulations, almost as if it was specially prepared for this person. The soldier moved closer to him and said something that startled him, making him jump in shock. "Could it be that someone from above has sent a special envoy to inspect us?" After saying that, he stepped back, scratched his head, and laughed. "Ha, I was just saying that casually. No, it's not that." However, the man, who was called the team leader, immediately turned serious and shouted at everyone. "Quick, everyone, get your spirits up. Let's act as if there really is a special envoy here. Hurry up and check if there's anything that still needs to be done." Meanwhile, Ningfeng had already entered the secret realm. As he walked, he was deep in thought. It was lucky that he had warned Senior Feng earlier, otherwise, he wouldn't have obtained this special certificate and gained the privilege to enter the secret realm alone. He walked closer to a suspension bridge, which looked very loose. Ningfeng looked at the warning sign beside the bridge, secured with a bundle of chains. Then, without warning, he swung his sword high. He struck the chain with a clean blow, severing it and making it fall. Without thinking any further, Ningfeng jumped into the abyss. His eyes shone with a brilliant purple glow, and his hands emitted arcs of electricity. He leapt onto the jagged rocks below, gradually descending. Ningfeng's movements were incredibly fast, almost impossible to see with the naked eye. As he neared the last ledge, he slowed down. Ningfeng gradually lowered himself and gently landed on the ground. Once he stood firm, he looked up, taking a moment to assess the height. It seemed rather high. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he gazed ahead. A towering boss, its body seemingly made of gemstones, exuding an eerie jade-like glow, was slowly approaching him. Ningfeng stood opposite it, watching intently, and then exclaimed with immense excitement, "Ah, this is the hidden boss? So cool." He immediately assumed a battle-ready stance, his entire body radiating purple light as he moved toward it. "Come on, quick and decisive." But before he could say anything more, the boss spoke. "Divine Lord, have you descended personally?" Hearing Han Yin's words, Ningfeng furrowed his brows, his eyes opening wide in confusion as he asked, "Ha?" Then its eyes widened, filled with joy, and it loudly spoke to him. Although the subordinates couldn't see, they could always sense, "You are the Divine Lord. Perhaps you no longer recognize me. I am a loyal kin to you." The more Han Yin spoke, the more confused Ningfeng became. He thought to himself, "What is this Divine Lord? Who is he talking about? Is this a misunderstanding? To be called Divine Lord by the hidden boss, could it be that I really have the aura of an evil god?" Ningfeng's expression grew awkward as he hesitated, speaking to it. Well, how did you end up like this?" Han Yin across from him seemed to grow a little sad. "Sorry, I can't explain clearly. Originally, we were attacked by other clans, and the casualties were severe. I was also killed by the enemy during the battle," it continued to speak, standing opposite him. "But I don't know when it happened. I found myself here, with strange whispers constantly echoing in my head, provoking an uncontrollable desire to kill. Until you appeared, it was like I suddenly woke up. Ningfeng furrowed his brows, listening to Han Yin's words, then silently speculated, I remember the omnipotent law god's clan was ambushed. Could Divine Lord be a title for the omnipotent law god?
Then suddenly, Han Yin's eyes welled up with tears as it spoke to him.
Divine Lord, have you come to rescue me?
Ningfeng immediately felt awkward, avoiding its gaze, and hesitantly spoke up.
It's not that, I misspoke. Then he looked over and saw it looking dejected, which confused him. Why did it suddenly turn like this?
He then shut his eyes tightly and said directly to Han Yin.
Sorry, I'm not the Divine Lord you mentioned. I'm just a student on a mission to eliminate you. Hearing these words, its eyes widened in astonishment, and it hesitantly repeated. Eliminate me, eliminate me.
Then, suddenly, a beam of light shone down on Han Yin, and its eyes became bright and sparkling.
So, you've come to help me end this suffering, right?
Ningfeng once again felt embarrassed and stammered.
I don't know.
Han Yin looked at him, then returned to its usual state, continuing.
I don't know what happened to you, but you seem to have lost some memories. However, I will not be mistaken. Even if you are not the Divine Lord, you must be extremely close to the Divine Lord. Han Yin's eyes sparked with excitement.
Great Lord of all laws, omnipotent Dharma body, great and revered being. Seeing this scene, Ningfeng's emotions were truly indescribable.
He watched it, excited. The opposite side spoke.
So, my position is indeed that of the omnipotent law god.
The subordinate said, I told you it couldn't be wrong. Please proceed.
He returned to his serious demeanor and looked at Han Yin, negotiating.
We need an elemental sigil. Is there any other way besides killing?
Hearing his question, it could only shake its head.
Sorry, I'm not entirely sure.
If you're worried about killing me, please don't be.
Death, for me, might just be a form of release.
When Ningfeng heard Han Yin's words, his emotions sank, and he fell silent for a while. After a moment, he tried to regain his composure and spoke to it.
Is there anything else you want me to fulfill for you? Hearing his question, it quickly replied.
Indeed, it's been a long time since we last met. If you could say a few words to me, I would die without regret. Ningfeng nodded in agreement.
All right. Then he asked. Tell me about that time. Back then, you often transformed into a human form and came to our world to visit us. We knew you were a divine lord, yet we had to pretend we didn't know your true identity, enduring it so painfully. They would find a rock nearby to sit and chat. The atmosphere was so harmonious, and it didn't feel like a god at all. You were so carefree. In fact, we really enjoyed being around you, just like now there's not the slightest bit of pressure. Then it was Han Yin's turn to ask in return. Brother, Divine Lord, could you share a bit about your recent situation?
It's nothing special, just going to school to level up, and when there's time, I play games.
He found it confusing and asked again, game?
Suddenly, Han Yin jumped up, visibly excited. Come here, I'll teach you how to play, but we can't connect to the internet down here.
Then, his gaze shifted downward, and he fell silent.
Ningfeng stood up and walked towards him. Han Yin, if there's an opportunity in the future, I'll play games with you. Han Yin understood the meaning in his words, and he replied, a promise is a promise, as we said before, you come to this world to find us. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful slash swept through, and in an instant, Ningfeng fulfilled his part. Once done, he bowed his head.
Ningfeng no longer felt the joy he usually did after killing a boss. He stood silently, watching the items fall before him.
Elsewhere, a high-level meeting was taking place with 6 people present. Zhang Yenshen looked at the person across from him and spoke, so it turns out there was a strange anomaly inside the secret realm. Indeed, there is a level beyond skill, but with our current strength, we have no way to launch an attack.
Fang Zhou frowned upon hearing this. In that case, can we invite the mysterious elder to help everyone attack the secret realm? Mr. Feng, who was present, responded, I've asked, and the elder doesn't want to cooperate in this way. Fang Zhou, still not giving up on his intention, continued, "At this moment, Elder should be on the same boat as everyone else, shouldn't he? Action should be entirely based on personal preference, with no restrictions. Do you really think this is not a problem?" Feng Yi, sitting across from him, intervened. "All right, Mr. Feng, I will resign later. This director position is now yours. Feel free to use whatever management methods you see fit." "Mr. Feng, you shouldn't say that." Suddenly Feng Yi slammed his hand down on the table and stood up. "When Pang Xia and Guing appeared and threatened my family, none of you had any solutions. I was ready to die. In the end, it was Elder and Mr. Du who came to my aid. Now that it's about interests, some people can't sit still. I hope everyone remembers clearly, the boss doesn't owe any of us anything." Lu Yingxin, sitting there and watching this scene, frowned and thought to himself. Only Mr. Feng could speak like this, because everyone knew his character. He would never have even a tiny bit of ulterior motive, otherwise, the situation below would have long erupted into chaos. Then he turned to Feng Yi and spoke, "Mr. Feng, I heard you're preparing to acquire the advanced version of the PH power in the next few days?" Feng Yi nodded and replied, "Yes." Upon hearing this confirmation, Lu Yingxin, with great seriousness, continued, "Please reserve a spot for me in the team." Yu Linghua and Zhang Yanxian sat there, and upon hearing this, they simultaneously raised their hands to volunteer. Feng Yi transformed into a demon state, recalling the image of when she had been exhausted. She whispered to herself, "The demon rules are really wicked. This old skeleton of mine will probably take 2 days to recover. But the progress is relatively clear, and compared to before, it's truly like night and day." Lu Yingxin's expression showed signs of frustration as he thought to himself, "This old master is so fiery, he has no selfish motives. Even the slightest thought shows up right on top of his head." In the transfer room, Ningfeng heard the system's voice, "Transfer complete. Passive skill, mysterious barrier, immune to all examination skills." After the system's notification, he looked up at the screen and thought to himself, "The memories I received from the central poison mechanism are basically accurate. The omnipotent law god is not an evil god, he's like me, wanting to live in the way he prefers the most." Ningfeng stood silently in the transfer area, reflecting on Han Yin's words. Han Yin had said, "My feelings and those of the omnipotent law god are exactly the same." Could it be because of the system? So, what is the relationship between the system and the omnipotent law god, in the end? Then, he picked up a string of beads that looked like a necklace, and pondered, and why did Han Yin, who had long since died, become the hidden boss in the secret realm? The cord, with its gemstone pendant, emitted a sparkling light in the shade of emerald, resembling that of Han Yin's. The system voice echoed once more, "Han Yin equipped, quality, orange, mental attribute plus 12, speed and casting plus 15, magic critical strike plus 5, in addition to the magic wall of fortification. The ice seal explosion soul essence of Han Yin, protected by divine power, does not dissipate but instead relies on this force." Elsewhere, crowds were flocking in. This was the supernova training camp, divided into 2 sections, the senior high school group and the university group. It nearly gathered the most exceptional young explorers from across the country. The youthful faces each carried different ranks. Among them, 180 individuals were part of the senior high school group, including 32 from this supernova ranking, along with 148 from the 4-star specialty fields. From afar, some voices could be heard excitedly discussing. "Impressive, not only have the 3 principal deans of key universities come, but even people from Chi De Guild and the Adventurer Administration are here. This really is unprecedented in scale. I heard that those who perform excellently could have contracts directly signed by the elders. Not only would they gain access to resources from the signing parties, but upon graduation, they could directly join the elders' faction, starting positions at least as team leaders." They looked at a young man with blonde hair walking towards them, and one of them continued, "I really want to greet the big shots and at least leave some impression on them. Otherwise, with so many people, they basically won't even remember, right?" Upon seeing the other person's face, which had a green birthmark on it, one person said, "I beg you, don't compare yourself to him. This is the #1 supernova on the leaderboard this time, he sure Xiong. His older brother is the president of the Shangrui Guild, Ha Shuryu. Upon hearing his name, everyone exploded with excitement again. Ha, I was just joking. I heard that after he Xiong awakened, he didn't level up with a team of his own age group, he always travels with the elites of his guild. The two of you comparing yourselves to him is infuriating. Do you know that not long ago, the secret realm divine trial was conquered? What happened? He Xiong, full of confidence, walked towards the judges, ignoring the chatter from afar. The person had completed their attack, and the strong man's specialization was in how to fight. His specialization was similar to He Xiong's. Someone said, He Xiong has been mentored by that strong man, and his progress is extraordinary. Moreover, Shangrui Guild has exclusive access to high-level water element experience. His strength has likely surpassed what we can imagine. Suddenly, a car sped toward them at high speed. Someone noticed, and the teacher immediately pointed at it, then shouted loudly to everyone, Hey, look over there. The delegation from Xin Du Qizhong has arrived. Others started to pay attention to that direction. Are these the people that everyone was speculating about online before? Not knowing what they looked like, a pair of black shoes stepped down from the vehicle. The owner of these shoes was Ningfeng, who led the team and was the first to step down, exuding an incredibly confident demeanor. Leading them was a man who was smiling joyfully. Behind him was Ningfeng's team, consisting of 5 people. Seeing their imposing aura, the whole venue began to buzz with conversation again. This energy is pretty intense, right? It feels like a battle team that's been well trained. Feigning composure, the man slightly withdrew his somewhat awkward smile and thought to himself, the whole place is watching us. Sure enough, the bigger the tree, the more the wind blows. Judging by their gaze, it seems like they've already turned us into imaginary enemies. Suddenly, Ningfeng noticed something. It was the system reminding him. Ningfeng furrowed his brows and read the notification, secret barrier, immune to one-time probing and surveillance. After reading it, he understood the meaning and thought helplessly, seems like a lot of people are paying attention to me. As he walked toward them, people started discussing, how come I can't probe that person's level? Could it be that his strength surpasses 2 transfers? He's also a high school student like us, right? I don't remember seeing this person on the supernova list. Fang Zhou stood there, his eyes wide in surprise. Why can't we assess Ningfeng's level? Yu Linghua and Ha Shuryu, standing behind him, were equally shocked and widened their eyes. Is that really Ningfeng? His level can't be higher than Mr. Feng's, right? Could it be that someone gave him some equipment that shields him from being detected? It's really possible. On the other side, He Xiong frowned slightly as he watched him, feeling displeased. This Ningfeng has drawn everyone's attention as soon as he arrived. I wonder just how strong he is. Recalling a few familiar images, He Xiong thought to himself. I've watched the Duan Strategy Secret Realm video, and I've simulated countless times with the Strong Men's Guild, but Duan's strength exceeded my expectations, it's basically impossible to replicate. If Ningfeng's strength is also that strong, then they must have some sort of special training method, and this is exactly what my older brother and I need most. Feng Yi looked toward Mr. Liu and asked him. Mr. Liu, you're not going to investigate a little? Never mind, that would be very impolite. After hearing this response, Feng Yi smiled and waved at Ningfeng's team. His action was quick, and Ningfeng immediately noticed him, turning his gaze in that direction. The group of people from Ningfeng happily waved back at him. Others, however, were stunned and exclaimed, My God! Mr. Feng was greeting them. Mr. Liu, standing beside him, angrily scolded him, Mr. Feng, are you really so arrogant? We are also an official organization, and our conditions are no worse than yours. Hearing this, he simply clasped his hands behind his back and laughed loudly, I'm just afraid you might steal someone. You're getting old, so you should spend less time online reading things like this. At the registration area, all the students had come to sign up.
The team leaders were kindly asked to bring their team members and register in order.
Ningfeng had already reached the registration desk.
He waved his hand again and spoke loudly, "The team leaders and students who have completed their registration, please move to the designated area. We will introduce the training camp arrangements shortly." In the main hall, the students had gathered. An older woman standing at the podium began to speak.
As we all know, the secret realm has undergone unprecedented changes in recent years.
In order to adapt to these changes as soon as possible and find a new direction for human development, we need to train and select more talented individuals.
This training camp has received widespread attention from all parties. Below, a brown-haired man standing next to Principal Fong turned to him and said, "Is that Principal Fong the secret weapon of Ningfeng's school? Why is he so secretive and doesn't let others assess his abilities?"
The old man smiled modestly upon hearing that, saying so on the outside, but in his heart, he had a different answer. Since Shan Muqiu transferred from their school to ours, Principal Fong has always been gathering intelligence. Thanks to my strict defensive measures, he hasn't been able to get anything. That's why he finds me unpleasant, speaks strangely, but Mr. Fong, with my generosity, doesn't bother to argue with him. The brown-haired man stopped looking at the old man, smiling and continuing, "Today, all of you principals want to witness the teaching quality of Xi and Du Qizhong firsthand. After all, it's a prestigious school that can attract supernovas." He and the other principals then turned their gaze toward Principal Fong.
"Don't disappoint us."
Mr. Fong suddenly opened his eyes, his mind filled with various thoughts. Recently, Wang Yu and the others had gone for special training. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite sure about the results of the special training. In fact, Wang Yu, Feng Rui, and Shang Muqiu didn't need to worry. After all, they were excellent students at the top of the rankings.
Then, the old man quietly looked toward Ningfeng. He was smiling confidently.
What remained uncertain was whether Ningfeng and the others would survive such a harsh trial. On the podium, the woman continued, "This training camp will follow a free team formation model, with each team consisting of 5 people.
In the end, each person's results will be based on their individual and team accumulated points.
The evaluation will be a comprehensive one, and the top 10 members of the senior classes will train together with the university department." She glanced at them once before continuing, "Before the official training camp begins, we will pass through a secret realm to get to know each other. This secret realm allows entry under the condition of no more than 3 transfers, after which the special team will perform for everyone." Below, a young man, astonished, stammered and pointed, Look, that's Isher Xiong's team being broadcasted on the big screen." Upon seeing this, everyone couldn't help but silently marvel.
No wonder they were able to perform in this situation.
Only they could, standing at the top of the supernova leaderboard for the past 5 years. The Armée de la Armée at the entrance of the secret realm, the 5 of them were walking in with utter confidence.
A silver-haired young man in that team smiled and said, "Should we go all out later? Don't put too much pressure on the juniors."
The brown-haired young man frowned.
"What nonsense are you talking about?"
He gave a harsh smile before continuing, "This training camp has many big names, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to perform. Even though we're just a temporary team, if anyone gets in our way, don't blame me for turning my back on them." Having said that, he wiped the smile off his face and ordered them, "Let's move in."
Inside, the secret realm had a daunting and eerie atmosphere. The system announcement rang out, "Secret Realm Peak, temporary team has entered the secret realm."
As soon as he stepped inside, the silver-haired young man let out a sighing cough, his breath thick with qi. A blonde-haired girl cheerfully stepped forward, holding a staff. "I will handle this," she said, raising the staff high, enveloping everyone in a protective spell. No sooner had she finished, dozens of spiders with glowing red eyes appeared overhead. They shot towards them at lightning speed, but these spiders truly couldn't do anything.
The 5 of them quickly counterattacked. Outside, everyone watched in awe, marveling at their movements. My God, their progress is unbelievably fast.
Seeing Isher Xiong inside, slashing and killing frantically, they couldn't help but discuss, especially as Isher Xiong, compared to the others, showed no signs of falling into a disadvantage. It was completely impossible to tell he was a high school student. Duan, observing their combat style, commented that, although reluctant to admit it, he sure Xiong was on a completely different level from them. Mr. Fong, standing next to Lu Yingjin, furrowed his brow as he observed the five of them. He had heard that these five young people had recently been training together. If they were nurtured well, they would soon be able to begin cultivating in the higher levels of the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, the five of them had reached the next monster stage. Look, they had hit an elite monster. All five of them once again charged forward as if they knew no fatigue, hardly pausing for a break, continuing to push forward. In no time, they found themselves standing before the enormous final spider boss. The boss has appeared, the boss has appeared. He sure Xiong glanced at the boss and sneered. Without hesitation, he and the others charged forward, attacking with great force. The support was perfectly coordinated. Soon after, the massive boss fell at their feet. The system immediately announced a successful attack. Outside, on the large screen, their group's record appeared, leading with 48 minutes and 18 seconds. The meeting concluded, and people began to file out, their voices buzzing with discussion, most of it praise. Truly worthy of being among the top 5. It would be great if we could make it to the leaderboard too. Nearby, someone approached Ningfeng and greeted him. Hello, you're Ningfeng, right? Before he could respond, the girl continued with her introduction. My name is Tai Wuchen. Mayor Tai Dongming is my uncle. Wang Yu, standing nearby, quickly recognized her and exclaimed. Ah, one of the top 5 members of the elite team. Tai Wuchen ignored Wang Yu, focusing instead on Ningfeng as she spoke to him. I heard my uncle mention you earlier, so I specifically came to greet you. Oh, I see. The passerby who saw this scene began to excitedly discuss it. How come the talented student from Beijing University, Tai Wuchen, is talking to someone from the Ministry of Gaozhong? The guy over there seems to be Ningfeng from Xian Duqizhong. It's Ningfeng again. Wang Yu, who was standing nearby, walked over to where they were talking. Granddaughter of the founder of Yuan Chang Exchange, it's a pleasure to meet everyone. Then Tai Wuchen, looking happy, spoke to them. During the training period, if you need anything, feel free to tell me directly. I will ask the exchange to deliver it for you. Ha, you're too polite. You should take Ningfeng seriously. All the beautiful women he knows are superior to others in terms of family background and strength. She looked at him and smiled to herself, thinking, Uncle really mentions Ningfeng often, but he doesn't know much about his abilities. This is a good opportunity to carefully find out more. After she finished speaking, the team from earlier also arrived. The young man with brown hair spoke first. Let's find a place to rest. The other person replied, No, I want to stay and watch for a bit. Hearing her, he gritted his teeth and said, What's so interesting about the exam? The strongest people are all here already. He sure Xiong, standing nearby, also spoke up. I also want to stay a little longer. Knowing he couldn't persuade them, he shrugged and turned to leave. Alright then, the content of the competition will continue to be announced here. Every 6 teams will enter the secret realm simultaneously. You will each receive corresponding assessment tasks, and the final score will be based on how well the mission is completed and the accumulated images. A principal who witnessed the scene immediately turned pale and shouted loudly, At least for high school students, this secret realm is way too difficult. If this continues, Gao Zhongbu will probably not even have one team that can pass through. The large screen was divided into 5 smaller screens, showing the battle scenes of other teams. Since he sure Xiong, no other team had made it onto the leaderboard. Not even the boss appeared, and dealing with little monsters was already very challenging. How could anyone make it onto the leaderboard? From below, a man gritted his teeth and complained. The morale of the students is declining more and more, some of them are clearly performing erratically. If this continues, it will not be possible. A young man from Yisher Xiong's team, seeing this scene, yawned and sighed in frustration. I told you there was nothing worth watching, it's just a bunch of weak chickens.
Forget it, I'm going to sleep.
On the other side, Ning Feng's team approached, smiling at the people in front. Hello, Master, we are the next team entering the field. They came to take on the assessment task.
Soon, the 5 of them entered the ominous Iron Jaw Swamp secret realm. All 5 of them received the task notification board.
A typical professional team is usually divided into 4 roles according to their function. Red represents strategy, purple represents research, yellow and green represent support and defense, respectively. First is the combat force team, primarily focused on combat strength, responsible for completely conquering the secret realm or becoming the vanguard in confronting powerful enemies.
Second, the research team needs to conduct research on the secret realm, clarifying the types of knowledge contained within it for humanity's use.
Third, the mission of the protection team is to safeguard the secret realms that have been controlled or protect those who are not participating in battle in case of unforeseen circumstances. Fourth, the support team is an auxiliary force for the battlefield, enhancing continuous combat capability and reducing casualties by implementing measures such as improving emergency treatment.
Each type has 10 designated missions.
Ningfeng furrowed his brows as he looked at the system report in front of him, which also listed a core mission, the final boss with 50 victory points.
Through the secret realm, Wang Yu glanced at him and asked, "Which type of mission do you want to choose?"
Ningfeng smiled and replied, "Research, as expected of the best in theoretical knowledge." Ningfeng then looked ahead, his eyes lost in thought. The main reason is that there are too many things I don't fully understand, such as divine spirits, the covenant tribes, and the world levels.
To consider practical combat training, research is the most suitable.
Xiaoting Feng Rui and Zhou Jiangshu also happily agreed, fully trusting Ningfeng. Then let's choose research, since there's an elder leading the team.
I have no objections, agreed.
Wang Yu looked at the mission board and hesitated, speaking up, "Wait a moment, I see that the final research mission has 2 tasks involving capture. If we bring sample materials to fight the boss, we'll also have to split our focus to take care of it, which seems pretty troublesome." The system board displayed a line of text, "Research mission, 10 points.
Capture a deep-tide behemoth to meet research needs."
Ningfeng casually turned his head to look at her, then smiled at the whole team.
"This is easy, we'll just go fight the boss first."
Outside, the principals were extremely worried, when suddenly, a loud shout caught everyone's attention.
"Look!
Ningfeng's team is putting in all their effort to fight, it's astonishing everyone."
"Which team is that?"
The speed was incredible, and the crowd outside began to discuss it fervently.
"It seems to be some members from Xindu, Shizhong. How could that be?"
The 2 young men in the team who had just performed were also wide-eyed, staring in disbelief. This advancement speed is truly extraordinary. Clearly, they are several times faster than us. Wu Chen's mouth hung open in shock as he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the third uncle holds Ningfeng in such high regard.
Mr. Liu, standing next to Mr. Feng, looked at the large screen in awe. "Mr. Feng, what's going on? Are they using an orange grade skill that's emitting such blinding light?" "Orange grade skill?" Mr. Liu, seemingly unable to believe his eyes, nervously looked over at Mr. Feng and asked again, "Is an orange grade skill really that powerful?"
"Not entirely, but that kid's strength is also quite impressive." Inside the secret realm, Xiaoting raised the staff in his hand high. Indeed, he combined his skills, followed by Feng Rui's powerful advance. The moment to strike had come, and then came the image of Zhou Jiangshu launching a fierce attack, with the team coordinating seamlessly. Mr. Liu's mouth dropped open in shock, his face pale in fear, all of them at a top-tier level. The old man's eyes were focused on him, especially on that kiddo. Ningfeng alone emitted a faint blue light, attacking with incredible seriousness. At first glance, he didn't seem to use any high-level skills, but even a simple strike could completely incapacitate the enemy. He was so strong it was beyond imagination. The brown-haired man standing next to Principal Feng continued to call out to him, "Principal Feng, don't pretend you're not paying attention." They were all intently watching the large screen, while inside the secret realm, the massive monsters were charging forward. The bow and arrow carrying Wang Yu's blue glow, the claws crackling with red and black lightning of Feng Rui, the axe glowing with Zhou Jiangshu's fiery orange-yellow light. Even Xiaoting's staff was being wielded with full force. The four of them advanced powerfully according to Captain Ningfeng's instructions. Very soon, their team stood before the colossal boss. They were all in battle stances, ready to engage. As usual, Wang Yu and Zhou Jiangshu rushed to the front. Wang Yu, with his longbow in hand, carefully aimed towards the boss. Zhou Jiangshu, using his axe, swung it down with all his strength. The boss spider took both blows and let out a scream of intense pain before finally collapsing to the ground, unconscious at the feet of the five of them. The system's notification appeared again. As soon as their team finished the battle, the leaderboard was updated. Zushur Guild rose to the top with a combat time of just 8 minutes and 14 seconds, surpassing the previous top-ranking team who had a time of 48 minutes and 18 seconds. Outside, anyone who saw this new record was utterly astonished. Inside the secret realm, Ningfeng smiled as he looked at the other four and asked, "Has everyone completed the mission?" "Yes, it's done." After receiving the unanimous reply, Ningfeng turned and began walking forward. "Okay, let's head back to report the mission." As their team exited the secret realm, they saw that people were lined up in 2 rows, standing on either side. Seeing this, the 5 of them exchanged puzzled glances. Shang Muqiu was the first to smile and clap, welcoming Zushur Guild, and soon, applause erupted from the crowd, everyone greeting them warmly. Their team walked through the applause, basking in the cheers. Shang Muqiu chatted with a few students from other schools, smiling as she said, "They're really great people. We get along very well here." Gu Yunzhou, like her, continuously told stories about them. At that time, someone online insulted Ningfeng, and Su Lian confronted those people one after another. Truly, in my eyes, the most detestable people are those who talk behind others' backs. The principals, witnessing this scene, happily chatted amongst themselves. Ha ha! The morale of the students was immediately boosted. This is the charm of a strong man, just like Lu Yingjin and Fengyi back then. At this moment, the loudspeaker emitted a beep, followed by a voice. The Gao Zhongbu exam has concluded, and everyone is now paying attention to it. Everyone is curious. The top 10 will be announced soon. Actually, there's nothing to worry about. Du Qizhong has already taken up half, and moreover, He Shixiong only has 4 spots left. The loudspeaker began announcing, Number 1, He Shixiong. Number 31, Gu Yunzhou. Number 32, Li Ku. Number 95, Shang Muqiu. After listening for a while, when no one from the Zushur Guild's names were called, they felt puzzled and looked at each other. Gu Yunzhou stood there, raising her hand to ask the teacher in front of her. "Did you hear the names Wan Yu, Feng Rui?" "No." "Teacher, may I ask, didn't Ningfeng and the others make the cut?" The teacher, standing there, heard the question and smiled, letting out an O sound before replying. They didn't take spots for regular students. The ordinary students he had just mentioned were immediately left speechless. He continued, "The organizers have decided to treat them as teaching assistants." In a large apartment building, a voice echoed with excitement. "You are the Zushur Guild, right? I'm here to pick you up." The man with golden hair led the way, followed by Ningfeng and the others. The professor who had been leading the research team these past few days was not here, so I arranged for everyone to stay ahead of time. This place is a guest house specifically for teachers, with excellent conditions, so you won't need to go to the student dorms anymore. They stopped at room 6. Everyone entered, and everyone seemed satisfied with their new accommodations. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Fengyi smiled, waved at them, and walked in, surprising them. "Hey, this is Director Feng from the Explorer Management Bureau," he said. Behind him, Mr. Liu also waved and smiled at them. "Oh, and here's President Liu, head of the 7 major guilds." Then, one by one, the members of the judging panel entered, all smiling at them. The man with the golden hair stepped forward and handed a glass of water to Wang Bo. He extended his hand.
Thank you. No, no problem.
At this moment, he was utterly stunned.
Was he dreaming?
The strong man at the top of the country was unexpectedly here. An old man with a bald head walked over, smiling as he introduced himself. Hello, I am Principal Deng Yuan Hui from Beijing University.
I wonder if any of you are interested in studying Vikingology? Another woman with brown hair also stepped forward. I am Principal Dong Ke from Shilian University.
Shilian has the best research team in the country, and we warmly welcome you to join us.
A man then stepped up. I am Principal Wu Sen from Chongwu University. In fact, Xin is the closest to Chongwu.
The young man with blonde hair stood there, a big question mark appearing in his mind.
The principals of 3 prestigious universities are personally recruiting students. If the rumors about Lan are true, how many people would be envious and admire them?
Ningfeng stood there, listening to these words like a bolt of lightning, feeling extremely confused. This was bad. I'm not good at handling situations like this. Mr. Feng looked towards him, seemingly aware of Ningfeng's discomfort, and spoke up to help him out of the awkward situation. 3 principals, please don't be too impulsive.
You're making things difficult for the young ones. How about we let them first participate in the training camp, and we can discuss everything else later?
The 3 of them realized they had made a misstep and awkwardly laughed. You're right. The kids have been working hard all day, we can't let the other 2 universities snatch them up first.
After that, the atmosphere became much more relaxed.
Ningfeng chatted with everyone in a very cheerful manner. On the morning of the second day at the luxury building, Ningfeng lazily yawned as he stepped out of his bedroom. He was startled to see Zhou Jiangshu and Feng Rui standing in front of him.
Ah, you guys are up early? You both don't look too well.
The 2 of them, with dark circles under their eyes, wearily spoke to him. I received a few calls this morning, all from family asking which university I want to attend. I heard that 3 key universities have reached out to them. I couldn't sleep because of his calls. Hearing this, Ningfeng quickly understood what had happened. He turned his head toward Wang Yu in Xiaoting's room. As for the girls, aren't they? Xiaoting helplessly pointed toward Wang Yu.
It's not just you and I, she's still on the phone right now. A moment later, she happily laughed aloud at Zhou Jiangshu.
But now my dad is really happy. He directly threw a 3-day party, and relatives and friends keep coming over. It's the first time my parents have visited me, but with my grandfather supporting me, it's actually not a big deal. After all, as long as I follow Mr. Feng's choice, it's fine. Only Ningfeng was silent, listening to everyone talk about their relatives, my father, my parents, my grandfather. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing broke the silence, capturing his attention. Ningfeng smiled and put the phone to his ear.
Hello, how's Ningfeng doing at the training camp? Is he adjusting well?
Shi Wei on the other end of the line smiled and spoke to him.
There's something. 3 key universities have contacted me and want to ask you about your university studies.
On this end, Ningfeng laughed loudly upon hearing this. Ha, so it was you they contacted.
Yes, I know you like to sleep in, so that's why I'm calling you now. Everyone is happily chatting, and the atmosphere is very harmonious. Ningfeng happily conversed with Shi Wei. You still know me the best. That's good, I also want to hear your opinion.
At this moment, outside the large hall, students were lining up to hear the announcement. The university students from the Department of Higher Education and a group of students from Bugaozhong.
Good morning, everyone.
Below, the students were constantly discussing among themselves. This time, Bugaozhong was truly outstanding, directly defeating 5 teacher-level individuals.
What was even more strange was that 3 of them weren't even on the supernova ranking.
Up above, the announcer continued to speak to them. Starting today, we will begin the first phase of special training for the Secret Realm strategy. I must remind everyone that the secret realms we've explored before have never been fully explored and may contain various hidden dangers. Therefore, I hope everyone will follow the instructions and act within their abilities.
Everyone focused on listening to the instructions.
Before departure, please confirm the groupings with the teachers. 10 students from the senior high school level, each would join a university team.
Shang Muqiu stepped forward, facing a man. Hello, sir, I am Shang Muqiu, number 95. I wanted to ask which team I am in.
The man made an O sound, looked at her, and said, You are Shang Muqiu, your team is over there. Shang Muqiu then followed the direction of his finger and saw Ningfeng raising his hand, smiling cheerfully at her.
The secret realm was not yet set, its name carried a very eerie atmosphere, filled with karma.
The lizard-like monsters jumped out and charged toward them. Ningfeng looked at them, calmly inputting data into his tablet. This was a new subspecies of the lizardmen, said to be over 2.5 meters tall. Feng Rui, with his strong physique, held a shield and charged to attack them. One of the monsters, propelled by his strike, flew towards Ningfeng, who was standing there.
He sensed it, raised his elbow lightly, and struck it with precision without needing to look. He sat down, continuing to write.
Body weight approximately 800 to 1000 kg, scales are tough, providing high defensive capability. Shang Muqiu scanned the secret realm, then furrowed her brows, silently assessing.
This is the abyss within the secret realm.
Our speed has surpassed that of the fastest assault team. Every strike boosts our experience points rapidly, equivalent to everyone helping me level up.
She looked at the others who were fighting hard.
Compared to when they first met, the group of one you had truly undergone a transformation.
If I could be recognized by them, I wonder if I could be like them.
At that moment, Ningfeng stepped forward to join them and casually started talking.
Miss Qi said, the research team at Xilian University is indeed quite strong, but their management is very strict. She's afraid I might not be able to adapt. On the other hand, the research team at Beijing University is more free, which might suit me better.
Wang Yu then slapped Ningfeng on the shoulder, laughing loudly. No wonder you're Miss Qi's favorite student, she even thought of this for you. Suddenly, Xiaoting, with a serious expression, raised her phone in front of them, and everyone began looking at the news in their class group. Seeing her like this, Ningfeng and Wang Yu quickly opened their phones to check.
The screen displayed Zhou Na asking where Miss Qi was.
Then, Ma Xiaoba replied, Miss Qi is still in the secret realm, hasn't come out yet.
Zhang Lu posted an audio clip in the group. Ningfeng clicked on it. The voice of the leader, LC, urgently echoed in his ears, alarming him.
The entrance has undergone a strange change.
Hurry up and find reinforcements, quickly. A powerful lightning bolt struck, cutting across the night sky of the city. Ma Xiaoba was frantically speaking into a walkie-talkie. The secret realm's leveling area has suddenly encountered mutated monsters.
Nearly 100 people are trapped inside, and currently, the magical fluctuations at the entrance are chaotic, making it impossible to enter. At this moment, Zhang Lu and the other students were rushing towards them.
Suddenly, a person with green hair stood in front of Ningfeng, frowning and shouting, Hey, kid, don't run around here.
Zhang Lu looked at him, then pointed toward the secret realm, his tone pleading, Captain, our teacher is still trapped inside the secret realm. Please, you must save her quickly. Hearing this, he became even more furious, scowling as he shouted, How am I supposed to save her?
Don't you see what the secret realm has turned into? We've already reported it.
We're waiting for help from the large guilds, Zhang Lu replied, unwilling to accept the situation.
But what are you going to do?
It was because you said the auxiliary professions were insufficient that Miss Qi went with you to assist. Now you're here, and you're letting our teacher.
He interrupted him, utterly annoyed.
Grinding his teeth, he lowered his voice and continued, It's my business if I can leave, but if she can't, it's her own bad luck. No one forced her to join our rescue mission.
She volunteered.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu and Zhou Na both opened their mouths in shock, standing there in stunned silence. At that moment, Ningfeng walked toward them and called out, Zhang Lu, Zhou Na. Seeing him, both of them were excited, exclaiming, Ningfeng is here.
Ningfeng looked at them, furrowed his brow, and asked, How is Miss Qi? Is she stuck in the secret realm?
Zhang Lu lowered his head, and Zhou Na began to cry loudly, starting to tell him the story. At first, the school had organized a group to level up, but suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Many people were trapped inside, and Miss Chi had worked hard to protect this side. We ran outside. The security team said they didn't have enough people and needed to call for volunteers to help. The guy with the green hair stood there. Upon hearing their words, he continued to explain himself. Hey, don't talk like she was killed by me. His eyes widened as he spat out each word. I told you, she volunteered. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand shot out. Ning Feng, without hesitation, angrily pressed his face down into the ground. One of his soldiers, seeing this, rushed forward, drawing his weapon and shouting loudly, "Who is it?" Suddenly, a hand struck his shoulder, causing him to jump in shock. Don't cause trouble. He looked up in terror and saw the massive figure of Zhou Jiangshu standing there, staring at him. Ning Feng, not bothering with him anymore, grabbed the guy by the ankle and dragged him away. The soldier was horrified by this scene. Someone stopped them. A man stepped in front of Ning Feng, and he turned to look at him. It was Lu Ping, accompanied by a girl who was walking over. When they saw Lu Ping standing before Ning Feng, they quickly recognized him. That's the vice president of the Era Guild. Lu Ping, has he come to help us? That's great, finally someone who can teach these arrogant guys a lesson. Contrary to their expectations, Lu Ping walked up to Ning Feng with a polite smile and said, We've taken care of the students and rushed here, but we're still unclear about the situation. Looking towards the gate of the secret realm, Lu Ping asked further, Do we need manpower? Of course, we do. Then we will go with you. Everyone overheard their conversation, but they couldn't believe their eyes. Ha! Lu Ping and the others continued to talk as they pulled the remaining leg of the man. What happened to him down there? He came out from the secret realm. I need him to guide us. A soldier standing in front of the gate raised his hand to stop them. The secret realm is sealed off, you cannot proceed. Lu Ping decisively took out an ID, quickly saying, I am Lu Ping, the vice president of the Era Guild, authorized to handle emergency situations. I hope you all cooperate. The two guards were shocked and silently thought to themselves that he must be the strong man from Cheetah Guild. After handling the matter, Lu Ping turned to Ning Feng and said, in front of the confused onlookers, Let's go, we're entering. Who was this young man? It seemed like President Lu held him in great esteem. Ning Feng didn't hesitate, decisively stepping into the secret realm. The five of them entered the secret realm. This time, the secret realm was unlike any before. It was dark and filled with resentment. As soon as they entered, a message appeared above their heads: attack power reduced by 15%, defense reduced by 15%, stamina reduced by 2%. The sorcerer girl following Lu Ping turned pale and said to him, This is a field effect. A field effect, a positive or negative state that influences a fixed area, usually cannot be eliminated. Lu Ping frowned upon hearing this and replied to her, I know that this secret realm didn't have any field effects before, it's likely that it only appeared after the mutation occurred. He glanced at Ning Feng, whose calm demeanor made him think, it seems Ning Feng hasn't been affected either. Ning Feng walked ahead, thinking to himself, my basic attributes are high enough that even if I'm affected by the field, it won't be too severe, but the others probably won't last long. I hope Miss Chi doesn't run into trouble. Lu Ping looked at the man lying unconscious on the ground and urged, Wake him up quickly, ask him where we should go. At this moment, the man lying on the ground was forced awake as water was splashed on his face. He sprang up in shock and said to them, The place where those people got lost is far from us, the entrance is very far away, and the road is full of ferocious beasts. You won't be able to get through. I don't want to die. Please, let me go. The five of them stared at him. From above, Ning Feng glared at him and said, You're unlucky to have bumped into me. Either you take me to the teachers, or I'll leave you here. In the end, he had to lead them to a place with 3 paths. They were unsure which path to take with so many choices. Deep in the line, massive and ferocious monsters lurked. A man was pressed against a rock, trying not to let the monster notice him. Besides him, many others were also hiding, all exhausted and desperate.
On the other side, Shi Wei was trying to treat each person one by one. The severely injured soldiers were receiving treatment, and upon seeing this, Tu Tao spoke to her. "Girl, you must be very tired, rest for a while." Shi Wei lowered her head and tried to comfort him. "It's okay, I can rest later, but your injury can't wait." The little girl with green hair, his daughter, smiled, tears streaming down her face as she sincerely said to her, thank you so much." A few people, seeing this scene, snorted. What's the use of saving them? This place is full of adventurers under 3 stars. Even if they all worked together, they still wouldn't be a match for the monsters. After receiving treatment, he let out a sigh of relief, feeling better. At this moment, people began to worry and speak to each other. It's been so long, will anyone come to save us? They will, surely. As soon as they finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly struck and shattered the stone wall in front of them. A monster with blood-red eyes appeared before them. Everyone stared at it, both astonished and frightened. The monster quickly lunged toward them, opening its mouth full of sharp fangs. Just as it was about to charge, the man rushed forward in an instant. He used his body to block it, and the creature's fangs pierced through him. The girl with green hair was horrified upon seeing this and screamed, "Oh! Dad!" The man cried out in pain. The loud noise attracted the monsters, and they began to rush towards them. Shi Wei grabbed the girl's hand and quickly turned to run. At that moment, a monster extended its hand, growling fiercely as it lunged toward the girl. Her face turned pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. Just then, a large block of ice appeared and slammed down onto the ground. The girl's expression shifted from terror to astonishment as she looked at the monster trapped inside the ice. At this moment, Shi Wei also felt a sense of surprise and turned around. The green-haired man stood there, his mouth agape, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He stood frozen, staring at Ningfeng in front of him, who had taken down the giant monster with just one strike. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, Feng Rui, and Zhou Jiangshu appeared. Lu Ping and the sorcerer girl had also arrived. A while later, inside the cave, Xiao Ting and the sorcerer girl were doing their best to heal everyone present. Qi Wei and Ningfeng remained silent, their bodies still, gazing in one direction. The two of them clenched their fists tightly as they watched the girl sob uncontrollably beside her father's lifeless body. The sorcerer girl approached Lu Ping and reported to him, "Counting the dead here, there are only about 20 people, the others are unaccounted for." As soon as she finished speaking, a series of loud noises echoed, alerting them all. The long, thick tentacles of an octopus stretched out toward them. Zhou Jiangshu, with quick and powerful reflexes, used his axe to sever one of the tentacles. But immediately after, the wound on the tentacle slowly began to heal, and it was completely restored as if Zhou Jiangshu's strike had never touched it. His eyes widened in shock as he looked around, then shouted loudly, "This tentacle will heal on its own." Everyone looked toward the only exit, which was completely blocked by the giant tentacles, and felt a wave of despair. The way out was blocked. At that moment, one of the tentacles suddenly shot toward Qi Wei and the little girl. Ningfeng was the quickest to react. He dashed over and, with one swift strike, severed the tentacle. Then, frowning, he said loudly, "Everyone, follow me." His hand swung his sword powerfully, each strike cutting off a tentacle of the monster. He stood there, fighting alone with great strength, leading the group. Lu Ping then realized something. He thought to himself, the tentacle that Ningfeng severed has completely lost its ability to regenerate. Seeing what lay ahead, he exclaimed with great joy, "There's light ahead, we're getting out." Everyone quickly rushed toward the light. One person was panting heavily, unable to speak. Finally, the eyes of that person widened in horror as they looked ahead. The giant octopus had used its tentacles to quickly capture several people. At this moment, its entire body finally appeared. Lu Ping immediately shouted, "The monster is too big, what is that thing?" In front of Wang Yu, a streak of black and red flashed by. She gasped in astonishment, then saw him standing in front of her and called out loudly, "Ningfeng, everyone, don't panic." He stared at it, frowning in thought. This creature was probably the main culprit behind the anomaly in the secret realm. Directly eliminating it would be the most efficient solution. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, a tentacle from the side reached out. Ningfeng quickly drew his sword to block it, but suddenly, the sword shattered into pieces. Lu Ping and Wang Yu shouted in unison, "Ningfeng's sword is broken." Ningfeng stood there, a faint blue glow radiating from his body. He then swung his sword with great force, severing the long, thick tentacle. The monster, once again injured, went berserk, roaring in fury. Ningfeng raised his hand high and delivered a powerful punch into the tentacle. His brows furrowed tightly as he swung his sword in a strong horizontal slash. He gripped the sword tightly, delivering a final, devastating strike. In an instant, the tentacle of the monster shattered into hundreds of pieces. Ningfeng gently landed on the ground, and items from the monster began to fall incessantly. They left the secret realm. Outside, ambulances were already waiting at the gate. Everyone comforted each other, don't be afraid, it's all right." Then, there were bodies wrapped up, and some people were crying, filled with grief. The sunlight in the distance slowly began to appear. Lu Ping walked up to Ningfeng and said to him, "Thanks to your intervention, Secret Realm has once again been brought under control. If not, the disaster would definitely have been even worse." Suddenly, Ningfeng looked over at Qi Wei. She was looking down, appearing very sorrowful. Seeing her like this, he took out a precious item and presented it to her. "Miss Qi, this is for you." The item he presented quickly displayed information. It is for healing wounds, a consumable item, orange quality, permanently increases physical strength by 5, permanently increases mental strength by 5, and all healing effects are permanently increased by 50%. Both Qi Wei and Lu Ping stared in astonishment at the item. The young man with green hair beside them, upon seeing Ningfeng's item, was surprised and said, "Could this be the legendary divine badge?" Ningfeng smiled lightly and confirmed, "Yes, the monster just now exploded and dropped it." Upon hearing this, the man was shocked and unable to respond. Since the secret realm trial was breached, this was the first time anyone had obtained the divine badge, but from Ningfeng's demeanor, it seemed like he wasn't the least bit surprised. Qi Wei hurriedly waved her hand to refuse, "Such a precious item, I'm only a 3-star profession. Wouldn't it be too wasteful for me to use it?" Ningfeng smiled and replied, "What are you talking about? Go ahead and take it." Hearing this, Qi Wei no longer refused and immediately reached out to take the badge. Ningfeng stood silently to one side, clearly needing to arrange a training session for Miss Qi soon so that she could acquire more skills to protect herself. The training was strictly no time off, but they would have to wait until the training ended, which would be more than 2 months away. Maybe I should ask Lu teacher first. Thinking for a moment, he turned to the person beside him. "Lu teacher, is it possible for me to take a short break this weekend?" Lu teacher smiled and responded, "No problem at all. If you need to rest for a while, a few extra days won't be an issue." Upon hearing this, he laughed. "Ha, no need for that, I was just overthinking it. My classmates all say that Lu teacher is like a Buddha on the outside, but inside he's easygoing and reasonable. In fact, you're not hard to talk to at all." Lu teacher smiled and turned to leave. Before walking away, he looked at him and said, "There's nothing left here, we can go back now." But at that moment, a group of reporters suddenly appeared from who knows where, rushing towards them. "Excuse me, may I ask who the hero is that defeated the monster?" Without hesitation, Lu teacher pointed at him. "It's this young man right here." Ningfeng was taken aback and didn't have time to react. "Ha!" In no time, a flurry of microphones was thrust towards him, making Ningfeng's face turn pale. The reporters immediately took turns asking questions. "You look so young, are you still a student?" "Hello, sir, could we interview you for a moment? Can you tell us how you defeated the monster?" The group kept taking turns asking questions, causing him to panic for a moment, not knowing how to respond. At this point, behind him stood a young man with black hair, alongside Wang Yu. The young man, after a moment of silence, spoke up,
Mr. Feng seems to be very nervous.
Wang Yu smiled and responded. Ning Feng wasn't good at speaking in special situations, especially during interviews. When he was younger, he would avoid school interviews whenever possible. But in this regard, he would have to gradually adapt in the future. Ning Feng glanced at Wang Yu behind him, then stammered in response to the reporters, this, actually. Ah, it wasn't at the training camp. In the teacher's apartment, Ning Feng lay exhausted on the bed. What the hell, a sudden interview like that? It seemed that he suddenly remembered something, and he froze, staring blankly before lifting his head. Ah, it seems I forgot something important. He immediately took out the book Soul Protector, and the system's display also appeared. Active skill, Soul Guardian, blocks a fatal hit for the user, with a longer cooldown time. Staring at the display in front of him, he pondered deeply. He wasn't sure what kind of forbidden curse the life-saving skill would turn into. As soon as the book transformed, the system interface reappeared, passive skills, eternal misfortune, with every accumulation of 100,000 points of belief power, a resurrection opportunity could be achieved. The belief power was 4,243 out of 2 million, and with each level increase in world class, an additional 1 million belief power points would accumulate. Ning Feng pondered, isn't belief power something that the gods can obtain? The ability to resurrect is very important to me, and I understand how to upgrade my world-class level. It's just that how to harvest belief power still requires some research. With that, the corners of his lips curled slightly. Right, there's something Duan can do. At this moment, in a seemingly peaceful city, beneath a mountain of strange green waste, mixed with some human body parts, Dian Yu coldly sat on the heap of refuse. In front of him were two figures, gripping weapons tightly but not daring to act. Their faces were pale, and their bodies trembled. Director Feng suddenly appeared behind them, his voice cold, "What's the situation?" The two men quickly turned to respond, "Director Feng is here." The other person was named Dian Yu, who had disappeared the previous year, only to reappear not long ago. Just a moment ago, due to a conflict with others, he suddenly launched an attack, causing chaos among over 1,000 passers-by. There were also 8 bodyguard team members. Initial assessments suggested that this person's strength clearly surpassed the 5 transfers. Director Feng heard these words, and with a cold tone, he stepped forward, his voice strikingly similar to Pang Xia's. "Guang, can't you understand what he's saying behind you?" He fell silent, uninterested. "I'm going to meet him." Dian Yu immediately saw Director Feng advancing and sneered. "Ah, well, if it isn't Senior Feng. Back when I was still in school, you were always my idol. To have you personally step up like this, it's truly an honor." Just then, his phone rang, drawing his attention. Director Feng answered the call without paying any mind to Dian Yu's words. "Hello, Mr. Du." Dian Yu, feeling disrespected, flushed with anger. "To answer a phone call at this moment, you really don't care about me at all." Director Feng paid no heed to Dian Yu's threats and continued his conversation on the phone. "Yes, Elder, you need something from me? Alright, I'll wrap up here quickly and head to the base to meet you." Seeing this, Dian Yu's anger flared even more. He immediately focused his magic in his hands, staring at Director Feng with malice. This guy doesn't respect anyone, and dares to ignore me. He really thinks he's the strongest, huh? With that, Dian Yu hurled a green light blast towards Director Feng. At this moment, Feng calmly ended the call without panic and responded to Dian Yu's attack with a Move the Flame Serpent Wild Dance. His powerful attack pierced through, knocking away Dian Yu's strike. Upon witnessing this, his face turned pale with shock. "What?" Chief Feng murmured, gazing at Dian Yu, evaluating him. The strength of this man is no less than Gu Ying's. However, now that I've undergone the Elder's special training, I'm different from before. I can't keep Mr. Du waiting any longer, we must finish this quickly. At that moment, Dian Yu, enraged, immediately shifted into a combat stance. With his armor on, he gritted his teeth, exuding a murderous aura. Chief Feng was no less formidable. The two forces collided head-on.
The scene before them caused the two individuals behind to tremble in fear.
Heavens, Shi Feng is even more formidable than this.
This clearly surpasses the 5 transfers.
Dian Yu, seething with anger, ground his teeth and shouted, I refuse to believe that as a disciple of the Demon King, I would lose to an old man like you.
No sooner had he spoken, he was stunned, his face turning pale, his eyes rolling back in shock. Before him now was a roaring flame, radiating intense heat, rapidly charging toward him.
An explosion rang out, incinerating everything in its path. After resolving the matter, Shi Feng coldly turned away.
I have other matters to attend to, I'll take my leave.
The two men responded, yes.
In the guest room of the base, 2 figures sat facing each other, their expressions solemn.
Director Feng was surprised and spoke up, does elder mean that you are willing to publicly share all the advanced medicine formulas with the nation?
The young man before him smiled and replied, that's right. The exact words of elder were that I want to make all the high-level medicines public to the nation. If possible, it would be best to entrust this task to the Adventurer Management Bureau to facilitate the connection. Hearing this, Director Feng's expression turned serious.
Our world is currently in a state of imbalance.
The danger level of the secret realm is continuously rising, but the strength of adventurers is not keeping pace. At the same time, adventurers seeking to increase their strength now have to go to the lower secret realm, which has become even more dangerous.
It's like a deadly vicious cycle. Such important high-level medicine water could completely transform the current power structure.
For now, it is a key strategic asset. Elder must have conducted a thorough investigation into us before agreeing to assign this task to the Management Bureau. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again, thank you very much for the trust of the elders.
This is a recognition of our Adventurer Management Bureau. May I ask if the elder has any further requirements regarding this matter?
The young man, hearing this, stroked his chin and pondered, Elder only told me one thing, and it seems there are no other specific requirements.
Upon hearing this, Director Feng was overjoyed.
To speak of contributions and not benefits, that is the true structure of the Lord's intentions. This suggests that, in the eyes of Elder, empowering more people is the most important matter, more so than anything else.
Thinking of Ning Feng's image, the young man's eyes brightened.
Indeed, this is also the aspect I admire the most about the elder. What may seem like a trivial matter in the elder's eyes often turns into a great act that saves many people. He joyfully continued, the elder may possess great morals, but we cannot exploit that and rest easy. I will report this matter later and devise a suitable plan so that the elder's efforts do not go to waste.
That night, at the Shangrui Guild, what did you say?
In a room, a figure in black stood facing a young man with blue hair, who hesitantly spoke, We discovered that there are advanced experience potions and forgetfulness potions being sold at the black market. Although the packaging is different from what our guild uses, the effects are the same. Upon hearing this, a person in ethnic attire spoke up, The advanced medicine water from our guild is all crafted by me personally, under the direct supervision of the president. The users are strictly limited to those within the guild, with almost no way for it to spread outside.
Then where did this potion come from?
The young man with blue hair frowned, his face darkening in displeasure. There's only one person in the world who knows how to craft advanced medicine water besides me, and that's someone called the Mysterious Elder.
Could it be that the medicine water came from him to the black market?
With that, he turned to the person in front of him and ordered, Send someone to investigate immediately.
The man was surprised, asking, Investigate the Mysterious Elder?
He gritted his teeth and snapped, Of course, investigate the black market.
The man was startled and quickly replied, Yes, sir.
At the teacher's apartment complex, he and Wang Yu strolled down the long hallway.
Wang Yu, holding his phone, teased, Do you want to watch your interview clip?
Ning Feng forced a smile and waved his hand.
No, not really.
Wang Yu smiled at him.
Actually, it's a good thing. Many viewers have been praising you.
On Wang Yu's phone screen, thousands of comments praising him kept popping up.
Ning Feng looked at these comments thoughtfully.
Recently, the power of faith has been growing rapidly.
It must be because of those interview clips. I guess I'll have to learn to get used to interviews from now on.
The two of them walked down the campus, immediately catching the attention of someone in the distance.
A few passers-by smiled and waved, "Good morning, Lecturer Ning." He happily replied, "Good morning." Wan Yu walked behind, watching Ning Feng's back, and smiled lightly.
Since Ning Feng had showcased his abilities and was recognized by the public, no one had made any strange remarks anymore. Now, even the senior students respected him and would genuinely call him Teaching Assistant Ning from the bottom of their hearts. Along the way, whenever students saw him, they would immediately smile and respectfully wave, greeting him with, "Teaching Assistant Ning, good morning, Teaching Assistant Ning." In the blink of an eye, a dense crowd had gathered behind him. Looking at his figure ahead, the group couldn't help but stir.
Is that Ning Feng? He's so impressive. If I had even half of his strength, I'd be happy.
In the city of Qingyu, inside a building, Captain Zhou and Captain Su were casually scrolling through their phones when Captain Zhou spoke slowly. This time, the city of Qingyu has become famous because of Ning Feng. At that moment, the person sitting across from them let out a deep sigh. Seeing this, Captain Zhou immediately asked,
"Mayor Zhang, why the sigh?" Captain Su is in such a rush to leave. "I'm just stepping out to take a call." Mayor Zhang, tired and somewhat frustrated, replied, "Ning Feng must be going to university, right?
With him leaving like this, I'm worried the mysterious elder might leave too. These past few days, Mr. Duan has contacted me, wanting to return the villa he had arranged for him, because he rarely stays in our city of Qingyu anymore. Without a strong man to protect us, I'm afraid our city will fall back into its old state.
Two incidents of the secret realm mutating, one of the secret realm invading. Just thinking about it, I can't sleep well."
Captain Zhou fell silent, his eyes catching sight of Captain Su walking in. Seeing her standing there without saying anything, Captain Zhou, concerned, spoke up.
"Captain Su, what's wrong?" She, stunned, finally spoke.
"Just now, the master called and said, the mysterious elder is willing to make the appointment for me."
Am I dreaming?
Upon hearing this, Mayor Zhang, delighted, stepped forward.
"Captain Su, we're all counting on you from now on."
Captain Zhou beside them kept speaking.
"I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight.
Captain Su, please make sure to look out for me from now on." Upon hearing this, Captain Su was taken aback and blushed deeply.
"What's going on with you two?"
At this moment, inside a room, a loud voice of horror rang out.
"Mr. Feng, is what you said true?"
Director Feng replied sternly, "Yes, the mysterious elder is willing to publicly disclose the entire formula for the advanced medicine to the state. I plan to apply to the higher authorities to set up a pharmaceutical factory under the national banner and cooperate with the elder."
The two people in front of him fell silent after hearing this.
Since only the Chang Rui Guild holds the formula now, it has created immense pressure on us. If the state takes the lead in production, both the price and quantity of the advanced medicine will be guaranteed, which is excellent news for everyone. Meanwhile, on the other side, the young man with green hair closed his eyes, his face expressionless, not responding, but silently mocking.
It's not exactly good news for everyone."
After a moment, he would lift his eyelids and stare directly at Director Feng. "If the elder is willing to publicly disclose the formula, I of course support it unconditionally."
"But is it possible that the elder's motivations are not as noble as we think?"
Hearing this, someone who had been silent spoke up to interrupt.
"President, what do you mean?" He gave a faint smile and said, "This is the advanced medicine we found in a black market.
Its effects are identical to the one our guild concocted, except for the packaging.
I've counted it all.
The medicine from our guild has not gone missing, and as for the medicine entrusted to the auction house, there is not much.
Moreover, using tracking magic didn't reveal any signs of it being sold in the black market. So, where did this batch of medicine come from?"
Surely everyone remembers when we passed the secret realm trial, Duan once said that the formula for this high-level medicine was already known by the mysterious elder. At this moment, an old man sitting not far away spoke up. The black market has vast networks and underground transactions, always beyond the reach of the law. Many shady deals are carried out there. It is highly suspicious that we are unaware that this high-level medicine has already fallen into the hands of dangerous elements. Regardless of whether this was the intention of the mysterious elder or not, in reality, this is aiding the enemy. Director Feng's face turned serious as he spoke. There is such a thing? I will immediately send someone to investigate. After Su Lin completes her special training, she will be sent. Also, I must inform the elder. Another person spoke. I have already said before that a strong man who acts entirely on his own whims, without any restrictions, is utterly absurd. Regardless of how Director Feng handles this, the Era Guild will send people to cooperate with the Shang Guild to investigate. If, in the end, we discover that this high-level medicine is indeed linked to the mysterious elder, I hope Director Feng will handle it according to the facts and not use that I am allowed to decide excuse. Hearing this, Director Feng's expression hardened. Rest assured, if this matter is confirmed to be related to the mysterious elder, I will definitely take responsibility for it. At this very moment, in some secret realm, a group of people walking through the forest observed the surrounding scenery with excitement. My manager is very strict about the medicine. Everything that comes in and out is recorded. We haven't noticed anything unusual or any leakage of the formula. My family business is jointly managed by me and him, and the two of us must regularly cross-check. Every day, I count the medicine, once in the morning and once in the evening. He listened to these words, deep in thought. What? I never thought much of the amount of medicine, but it seems others take it so seriously. Luckily, this has allowed us to identify the direction of the medicine. After some thought, he spoke in a low voice. If it didn't come from us and the Shang Guild also denies it, then how did the medicine appear in the black market? Could it be that besides us and the Shang Guild, someone else knows the formula? Inside the black market, groups of people sat on the ground, with various jars of medicine laid out before them. At a nearby tavern, a shadowy figure, wearing a red cloak that concealed their face, carefully observed the surroundings. Suddenly, someone approached him and spoke. I didn't expect that because of a jar of medicine, the guild would send in a fake investigator. The mysterious figure responded, Don't worry. People in this low-level world don't know we exist. Besides, I've already checked in front of them. At that moment, a sound came from behind, and he quickly turned his head. Oh, more customers have arrived to buy the medicine. At this moment, 3 tall and imposing figures stepped inside. One of them, wearing a cloak, irritably spoke up, This cursed place is hard to find. The man with the shaved head, leading the group, cast a dark glance at the mysterious figure and extended his hand to introduce them. Sir, these two have come to purchase high-grade medicine. The cloaked figure behind him glared fiercely, We are not here to buy medicine, we are here to find someone. The mysterious figure furrowed his brow and spoke, A week ago, a young man in white, a swordsman, came looking for medicine, but he hasn't returned since. Do you know where he is? Before he could respond, the person behind him scowled and coldly said, Lord, they are here to cause trouble. He immediately raised his head. In an instant, the cloak was thrown aside, revealing a distorted body surrounded by thousands of tentacles. Quickly, he lashed out with the tentacles, tightly wrapping them around the two newcomers. The cloaked man, who had just asked the question, turned pale as he was squeezed. The mysterious figure let out a cold, guttural growl, glancing at the two in his grasp. In an instant, 2 of the tentacles, tipped with sharp needles, swiftly struck and pierced the necks of the 2 men. The cloaked man and the tall figure's eyes widened in terror. Both trembled and struggled helplessly, but the tentacles only tightened their grip. Very soon, both collapsed. The man with the shaved head saw this scene and broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, Lord, I'm sorry, they tricked me into coming here to buy medicine. He looked at the man and said in a deep voice, It's fine. The reason I chose this place is to handle situations like this. The disappearance of a few people from the black market won't attract too much attention. He threw the 2 people down to the ground with force, then coldly ordered, Take them downstairs. The man quickly responded, Yes. The stone door in front of them gradually opened, creaking with a low sound. Inside was an eerie scene, with corpses scattered all over the ground, each encased in a dark purple energy bubble. The group threw the bodies of the two men into a pit. This time, the number of people was sufficient. Everyone rested for a while, waiting for the next warrior to wake up before beginning the next phase of the plan. At that time, we will become the new masters of this world. The bald man and a silver-haired man cautiously knelt on the ground, listening to the turbulent purple energy before them. I can't be gone for too long, I need to go back. As soon as the words were spoken, the power surged and swiftly shot out. It quickly flew through the window of a large house. Inside, a person sat in a room, their face pale, eyes rolling back, completely drained of energy. The surge of power immediately entered their mind. Regaining consciousness, the person smirked, eyes wide, and laughed triumphantly. A few days later, Ningfeng answered the phone, surprised. Huh, still no leads? Duan, standing behind a wall, replied in a low tone. Some people who had been in the black market were advertised for buying high-grade drugs, but after that, we lost track of the person who was promoting the drugs. I'm not sure if the other party overheard something, so they might have temporarily fled. Ningfeng pondered for a moment. I see, no worries. Just let me know if there's any news. Hearing this, Duan glanced around and thought to himself, if we can't even handle something this small, I'll have no face left to follow the elder. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. Duan quickly answered. Captain Su, have you found anything on your side? Su Lin walked through the crowd, replying in a low tone. We haven't discovered anything yet. We're still inside the old building, which has a peaceful and precious appearance. The torches are burning brightly, and we're advancing deeper and deeper. Before them lay a series of large pits, now boiling with strange purple spiritual energy. From the very center of the swirling energy, a cold hand emerged, and a group of ghosts rose from the dead, standing in a black row, their eyes gleaming with killing intent as they stared intently at the path ahead. At that moment, inside the dining hall of a university, Ningfeng's group of people were gathered together, enjoying the delicious meal in front of them. The group stared at him, their eyes bright, silently complimenting him. Assistant Professor Ning's personality is very down-to-earth and approachable, with no trace of arrogance or aloofness typical of a young strong man. After spending some time interacting with him, everyone had become relatively familiar with him. Ningfeng sat in a corner, smiling as he observed the group deep in thought. These were some of the most outstanding young people in the country, who would later elevate the world stage and gain immense support through their strength of belief. Surely, he would receive a lot of help from them in the future. At that moment, a red-haired girl smiled and spoke up. Assistant Professor Ning, may I ask if you need to join any guild? A person as outstanding as you would definitely receive many invitations. Ningfeng smiled and immediately replied, for now, I have no intention of joining any guild. Upon hearing this, a brown-haired boy eagerly spoke up. So, are you planning to create your own guild, or is the Master Warrior team originally your guild's team? Ningfeng immediately explained, the Zushur Guild is Yunyi's guild, we're just using the existing name. Hearing his words, a nearby orange-haired boy furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, the Zushur Guild seems to be just a small local guild, it doesn't even have any reputation nationwide. But with a group of people like him, money is not a problem, and the future is bound to be bright. Assistant Professor Ning called Assistant Professor Wang Yu and I, is there really anything else to say about this relationship? After thinking for a moment, he smiled and spoke up, Assistant Professor Wang, I would like to join the Zushur Guild. May I ask if there are any requirements? Wang Yu was startled by this sudden remark, her face flushing as she looked at him. Ha! Right behind him, someone else spoke up, further bewildering Wang Yu. I'm about to graduate from university this year, and I also want to join the Zushur Guild. My lunch break will be over soon, and I'll join you and the others as we walk across the campus. Wang Yu smiled and said, a normal lunch, yet it really feels like a recruitment event. Xiao Ting, walking beside them, teasingly remarked, looking at everyone's resumes, it's getting more and more impressive. Suddenly, I have this strange feeling like we're becoming Qi de Guild. Hearing this, Ningfeng and the others couldn't help but laugh.
He was satisfied with his thoughts, initially only wanting to find a few worthy recruits at the training camp. Unexpectedly, the results were even better than expected. After all, without that rat Zhao Cheng around, Yunyi's guild was entirely up to her, and could easily serve as his reserve force. As for Zhao Cheng's disappearance, it was just his bad luck. First, his father had conspired with Peng Xia and Guing, and then during the government investigation, they discovered an evil formation in Zhao Cheng's home along with his servants. For now, the government has issued a warrant for the two individuals, Zhao Cheng. UNI has also removed their names from the guild, saving us a great deal of trouble. Just at that moment, the phone rang, interrupting his train of thought. He opened it, and the first thing that caught his eye were the two eerie photos Duan had sent. Below them was a message: Elder Su Lin discovered this place in a building in the black market. There are equipment for refining medicine here, as well as some bottles of high-level experimental drugs, with packaging similar to what Shang Rui Guild found. We suspect that the drugs were leaked from here. Looking at the pictures, Ningfeng couldn't help but feel surprised. When was this, with Su Lin and Duan involved? Su Lin gazed at the hole surrounded by a purple light and spoke in a low voice. The residual dark energy levels can be measured. Could it be some kind of special mutant? Duan walked up with a cold expression and said, "No, this is a creature we've never encountered before." Su Lin was taken aback and responded, "Parasite demon." Recalling Ningfeng's words earlier, Duan said, "Normally, demonic creatures can't leave their secret realm to live outside for long, but the parasite demon is different. They need to parasitize other creatures to reproduce and fully control the thoughts and actions of those creatures. Without special methods, it's extremely difficult to distinguish between a normal life form and one that has been parasitized." Looking at each of the pits before him, Duan's voice became even more serious. "The parasite demon at this stage is incredibly weak and needs to hide. These holes in the ground are called parasite nests, specifically used to incubate the parasite demon eggs." Su Lin's face turned pale in horror. "So what now?" Duan responded, "That's right, the parasite demon here has probably successfully hatched its eggs." Upon hearing this, Su Lin gritted his teeth. "Doesn't that mean there's a group of unknown number parasite demons infiltrating the human race?" Duan helplessly spoke, "That's not the most important thing." Meanwhile, inside the Shang Rui Guild's large building, Ha Shiryu spoke in a grim tone, "So many days have passed, and yet we haven't investigated anything." Just as Ha Shiryu was growing frustrated, the door opened. From outside, a strangely dressed man, exuding a dark murderous aura, arrogantly walked in. Both Ha Shiryu and Feng Zhou were startled and turned to look. Ha Shiryu then asked, "Mr. Huang, what's going on?" The man didn't respond, only giving a creepy smile. In the blink of an eye, his entire body transformed into thousands of large, writhing tentacles. Both men were quickly ensnared by the tentacles, their faces turning pale in terror, unable to speak. Ha Shiryu gritted his teeth at this scene. He's not the old king of witch doctors. What is he? While Ha Shiryu was still confused, he was immediately struck with great force, causing him to groan in pain, his eyes rolling back into his head. His gaze became bloodshot before gradually fading, leaving only white behind. Once his objective was accomplished, the man coldly dropped Ha Shiryu and Feng Chu to the ground, then turned and walked away. He laughed maniacally. Mr. Huang could not contain his joy and eagerly spoke, "I originally thought it was just Ha Shiryu, but I didn't expect Ji Yuan Guild as well. President Feng is truly an unexpected delight. 2 strong men with 5 transfers are enough to greatly enhance my strength." Before turning to leave, the old king cheerfully remarked, "The greatest honor for your lowly race is to be able to give birth to my parasite demon clan." Meanwhile, Duan and Su Lin were still in the abandoned building, discussing. Duan quickly relayed the elder's words, "Some parasite demons may not be powerful, but they possess a special ability known as the clan growth. As the number of parasite demons increases, their collective strength will grow, and the power of each individual will become stronger. At the same time, the king in charge of breeding the parasite demons could achieve an even greater increase in strength compared to the average individual. After hearing Duan's explanation, Su Lin seemed to have somewhat understood the reason, so their initial hiding in the black market was actually a covert effort to gather strength.
That's right.
Anyway, medicine water has no effect on humans, it's very likely just a bait to attract the host, Duan said.
Su Lin was greatly shocked upon hearing this and stammered, asking, "Then how will we deal with the parasite demon?"
Duan furrowed his brows, looking somewhat tense, his eyes filled with a mixture of worry and sadness. He quickly continued, "The elder said that once the parasite demon's power reaches a certain level, it can be detected by tools or spells that sense abnormal dark energy.
To eliminate the parasite demon, a divine four-limbs creature is needed." Su Lin, slightly confused, asked Duan for clarification, "What is a divine four-limbs creature?"
Duan replied, "It is essentially an item granted by the gods or one that has been blessed by the gods." Su Lin nodded, "Got it.
I'll inform the master right away and think of a way to find it."
The atmosphere, which had already been tense, became even more strained as silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Lin had complete faith in Ningfeng and silently thought to himself, "Although I have no idea where to find the divine four-limbs creature, if the elder mentioned it, we will surely find it." Meanwhile, the one being trusted was also filled with confusion. Ningfeng was deeply troubled by a very important question.
He couldn't stop asking himself, what exactly is a divine four-limbs creature?
He had no idea what it was, only that it had briefly appeared in his memories. In the memory of the Demon King, indeed, there is something related to the parasite demon, which is why I know about it. Generally speaking, the parasite demon coexists with its host when the host sustains significant damage. The parasite demon will transfer the damage to the host's body to share the burden. Their slow movement speed is also an advantage for their survival. Only the divine four-limbs creature can stop this feature and achieve accurate division. But when I think about it carefully, it seems like nothing in this world fits the condition.
The mysterious movements of the parasite demon, if allowed to grow unchecked, could pose a great danger. How can we eliminate them?
As he pondered, it seemed like Ningfeng had hit a dead end. While he was racking his brain for a solution, suddenly, the phone on the bed rang. Ningfeng quickly picked it up.
"Duan, what's the matter?"
"Elder, there's been a strong dark force disturbance coming from the Shunned Guild.
The situation is very similar to what you described. Over here."
Duan urgently continued, "At the moment, everyone in the guild has lost contact, including the guild leader, Hashiryu. Moreover, some adventurers with strange behavior are gathering toward the Shunned Guild." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ningfeng didn't hesitate for a second and immediately left his house. He even reminded, "Don't let anyone get too close, or they might be in danger. I'll go take a look myself." At that moment, at the Shunned Guild, on the roof of the building, a dark force was standing, waiting. It was Mr. Huang, accompanied by two lifeless corpses, Hashiryu and Feng Zhou. The old king stood proudly above, looking down below, then let out a long sigh of relief, as if shedding a heavy burden. Afterward, he spoke slowly, "Finally, there is no need to continue hiding in the shadows. Not only the puppets Hashiryu and Feng Zhou, but behind them are countless others waiting for orders. They are all victims of Mr. Huang." At this moment, Hashiryu and Feng Zhou spoke up to report, "All the clan members have gathered, everything is good." Suddenly, Mr. Huang sensed another source of power nearby. Noticing something unusual, he turned his head to look and asked. All of them simultaneously raised their eyes towards the figure stepping closer to them. The dark forces of Mr. Huang, along with the puppets behind him, quickly surrounded Ningfeng. However, he was not afraid. Ningfeng stared at them with a solemn gaze. It was only now that Mr. Huang could clearly see Ningfeng's face. He was startled and recognized him, saying, "It's the young man from that video. What is he here for?"
Ningfeng remained silent, quietly evaluating his opponents to find a way to eliminate them.
The number of controlled individuals was vast, and the forbidden curse, with its lethal damage, would turn them into bullet shields for the parasite demon. He wondered if the weapon he was using could be considered a divine four-limbs creature. Seeing Ningfeng seem to hesitate, Mr. Huang boldly stepped forward, stood face to face with him, and spoke. "Little demon, why are you alone? Is it because the others dare not come, so they sent you to play the hero?" Ningfeng paid no attention to his question and instead asked in return, "Are you the king here?" Mr. Huang, upon hearing this, laughed in amusement. "So you know to call me king? Are you here to seek refuge with me?" The more he spoke, the louder and more gleeful his laughter became. "Too bad I won't let lowly humans from the lower realms follow me, but your strength is impressive. Given your background, you should be able to produce even stronger warriors." As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed his true form. He quickly used his tentacles to attack Ningfeng, but Ningfeng effortlessly sliced through them without mercy. Mr. Huang watched in surprise, but he was not ready to give up. Mr. Huang forced a smile and continued. "I admit, you're very strong, but that won't kill me. The gap between you and me is like the difference between mortals and gods." Ningfeng furrowed his brows, remaining silent. In his heart, he thought to himself that, as expected, regular weapons had no effect. Mr. Huang, seeing this, was overjoyed and thought, "I've confirmed this person doesn't have divine four limbs creature. The weapon he's holding is just an ordinary one." Ningfeng suddenly became strangely calm, his eyes tightly shut as he pondered something. At that moment, a large crack appeared behind Mr. Huang, emanating a dark power that was completely different from before. He could sense it, and now, he stood there, stunned and dazed. "What is this?" Ningfeng opened his eyes and stared at him. It was he who had activated the system, using the active skill combined with darkness, opening a portal to the dark realm and summoning a continuous stream of dark matter for 12 hours, or alternatively, summoning a high-level demon lord. The duration of the effect was unlimited, and the energy crack behind Mr. Huang grew larger. Quickly, Mr. Huang realized where the power was coming from, and his face rapidly changed. A cruel smile spread across his face, and then he burst into laughter, mocking Ningfeng. "No wonder you have power beyond that of an ordinary person. Turns out you're just a lackey of the Demon King." The crack continued to expand, and Mr. Huang, still speaking with disdain, spoke up again. "What's the matter? You can't win, so you want to summon your master to appear? Didn't he tell you? When a high-level being forcefully enters a lower-level world, their power is greatly weakened. Unless the evil god comes in person, if it's a battle in a lower-level world, I am invincible." But Ningfeng paid no attention to his attitude. He had complete confidence in his own thoughts. The so-called high-level demon lord was a trusted subordinate of the evil god, often possessing treasures granted by the evil god, which were perfectly capable of dealing with parasites. No matter how you say it, it's still the forbidden curse summoning spell, and it won't be too weak, it's just uncertain what kind of creature will appear. It's best not to exaggerate too much. A dark water stain gradually began to emit a stream of air. Perhaps that was the high-level demon lord arriving. The demon lord's eyes became clearer and sharper, its cold gaze enough to make anyone feel fear. Ningfeng widened his eyes, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the high-level demon lord. However, at this moment, the high-level demon lord turned out to be a small capybara, which was completely lacking any intimidation. Mr. Huang stood there, stunned and bewildered by the creature that had just appeared. Ningfeng could not control his expression. Everything happening seemed beyond his imagination. He wondered to himself, is this really the high-level demon lord? The capybara demon lord quickly approached the group. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold. The capybara demon lord began to make its move. It propped itself up on one leg, but due to its unbalanced body, it lost its balance and toppled over. The result was that it fell flat on its back, yet its face, with its mischievous expression, remained unchanged. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mr. Huang couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, what kind of toy is this? I can't sense even the slightest bit of dark energy from it. Are you really going to rely on this?" As he was laughing heartily, suddenly, his entire body began to sway. Mr. Huang couldn't control his body,
and soon after, he fell to the ground. The scene seemed to repeat itself, with only the main character being different. Mr. Huang's tangled mess also collapsed to the ground simultaneously. It was all due to the power emanating from that strange creature, creating an invisible pressure. Mr. Huang struggled to sit up, but it was futile. His mind was in chaos, with only one question lingering in his heart: what is this? Suddenly, he just wanted to lie there leisurely, not wanting to do anything. The demon Lord Capybara had started to rise, but the magic remained intact. It approached one of the people in the tangle and bit him hard on the neck. The demon Lord Capybara continued doing the same to others, slowly eliminating the parasite demons one by one. At the moment it opened its mouth, Ningfeng saw another mouth deep inside the creature. Ningfeng immediately understood everything, silently telling himself, that thing is directly eating the parasites hiding in the shadows. This seems even easier than the divine four-limbs creature. Seeing his efforts being completely shattered, Mr. Huang wanted to scream, but no sound came out. He could only scream inwardly, no, this can't be. I thought it was at most a demon king, but what is this terrifying summoning? Why is it being completely suppressed? At this moment, Ningfeng spoke up, hey, in this lowly world, are you truly invincible? At this moment, Mr. Huang finally opened his mouth and immediately denied. No, I was boasting. Please, don't take it seriously. Then, just help me record a research video. The footage from the camera will show the real image of the parasite demon hiding inside Mr. Huang's body. Right now, it's continuously begging Ningfeng, sorry, I was wrong, please spare me. First, tell me a little, how did you enter our world? It was terrified and urged, revealing the entire truth. Earlier, this person and his team invaded my secret realm, so I took advantage of the moment when he wasn't paying attention, parasitized on him, and came to your world together. Ningfeng asked further, then, are you the hidden boss in the secret realm? The parasite demon nodded repeatedly, yes, just as you said, that's exactly it. It continued to talk about what happened back then. At first, I was quite weak, so I could only hide in the black market. Because even if someone disappeared, they wouldn't attract attention. It was only recently that my strength increased, and I was able to bypass the incubation phase and directly control humans by pouring my essence into them. That's why I dared to attack the Shang Guild. As soon as the parasite demon reached this part of the story, it had to interrupt, immediately frightened by the high-level demon lord beside it, who was sniffing it. The parasite demon began to scream in fear. All the images were recorded by Ningfeng and displayed in the guild's conference room. Please, don't eat me. Fengyi had already planned ahead with Ningfeng, so he quickly gathered everyone together. At this point, Luingzhen spoke up, due to the lack of necessary safety measures, we cannot proceed with the confinement and preservation of the demon parasites, so you can leave it to Ningfeng to handle. Although it's hard to admit, as a low-level world, at times when demonic creatures continuously appear before us, we truly find it difficult to take a single step. Zhang Yanxian and Wang Bo couldn't help but nervously swallow and spoke up with tension. If it weren't for Ningfeng's classmates, the Shang Guild would be completely finished. Without the Qi De Guild, even the entire world would perish, and we wouldn't be able to help at all. Fengyi quickly reassured them, everyone, there's no need to be too negative. After all, the mysterious elder and Ningfeng are still on our side. If the investigation into the high-grade medicines is clear, and there is no connection with the mysterious elder, then the two sides can. Before he could finish speaking, everyone in the room raised their hands in agreement. I agree, I have no objections. I agree. After completing the meeting with the senior leaders of the Shang Guild, Fengyi quickly returned to Ningfeng's training area. Fengyi swiftly took a black folder and said, the National Professional Association has established a company to produce and distribute high-grade medicine water, with 80% of the profits to be allocated to the elder. Ningfeng was somewhat surprised by the opponent's willingness, but he did not voice it, instead silently marveling in his mind at the fact that he could receive 80% without having to worry about anything. This was a gesture of genuine intent. After observing his expression closely, Fengyi spoke in a calm tone. Furthermore, the country will be honoring 2 recent heroic acts by Xiao Feng. The ceremony will be held at the closing of the training camp, and there will be many reporters.
They hope to interview you, Xiaofeng.
A sense of pleasure surged within him, and Ningfeng couldn't help but smile broadly. His heart was singing with excitement. The opportunity to accumulate faith power was one he certainly couldn't miss. Ningfeng quickly signed the contract, then politely spoke. Then please, Senior Feng, assist me with the arrangements, no need to be so formal.
Immediately after, Feng Yi returned to his work.
Ningfeng resumed his conversation with Duan. He turned to look at the demon lord disguised as a capybara, feeling a bit troubled. I still need to head back to the training camp. This one has been entrusted to your care, and it seems to only eat demonic creatures. Rest assured, I'll take it to the secret realm to find food. Duan looked at the capybara and thought to himself, the elder's pet should be easy to manage with parasites.
But its strength might be superior to mine.
It seems I'll need to try harder.
Ningfeng did not pay any attention to Duan's determined expression and instead continued to gently stroke the capybara.
He smiled faintly, silently thinking to himself, this guy's skill seems to be some sort of field effect that causes the enemy to completely lose the will to fight. Normally, Zhu Bing wouldn't be affected by it, so there's no need for me to hide it.
Suddenly, the capybara seemed to sense something.
It lunged forward, sniffing eagerly. Ningfeng stopped and, paying closer attention to its actions, realized that it was sniffing the Hanin pendant around his neck.
This little creature always liked to sniff the scent of Hanin left on the necklace. Could there be some connection between it and Hanin?
Ningfeng thought for a moment before speaking. If you are not in a hurry, then the name Man will do. Man didn't understand what Ningfeng meant and just stared at him blankly with wide eyes. At this moment, the training camp was quite crowded, with teachers' apartments bustling with people coming and going.
Suddenly, someone yelled loudly, "Where's the great hero?"
Ningfeng quickly turned his head toward the source of the sound. Where's the great hero? A young girl with unusual platinum hair ran up to Ningfeng. He was also confused by the scene, thinking to himself, kids these days.
The girl stared at Ningfeng before asking, "Are you the great hero Ningfeng?"
Great hero my foot. From behind, Feng Rui and Zhou Jiangshu approached, seeing the girl standing with Ningfeng.
Feng Rui quickly waved and greeted.
Professor Xia, long time no see, it's Xiao Rui, indeed, it has been a long time. Ningfeng and Zhou Jiangshu were both surprised when they saw how talented this petite girl was.
Feng Rui swiftly introduced her.
This is Xia Yan, a special professor at Beijing University, and an honorary advisor of the Qi Guild. She was a classmate of my father back in the day, and nowadays, many of the theories and techniques related to the secret realm are based on the research outcomes of this professor. Upon hearing this, Ningfeng immediately praised Xia Yan.
Impressive. Xia Yan, hearing this, quickly responded.
To say impressive, it's actually classmate Ning who is truly impressive. Saving so many people like that, when I was conducting research in the secret realm, there was no way to get back in time. I only arrived at the training camp last night and heard about you, classmate Ning, so I wanted to come and see what our great hero actually looks like. Ningfeng scratched his head, smiling awkwardly.
You're overpraising me.
I remember now, at the training camp they introduced a professor named Sha, who was the head of our research team. I thought it would be a serious old man, but I didn't expect Professor Xia to be so warm and enthusiastic.
Xia Yan quickly grabbed Ningfeng's arm and enthusiastically asked, which took him by surprise. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Let's eat together.
She then led Ningfeng's group to a lavishly prepared table.
These dishes are all made from ingredients taken from the monsters, try them quickly.
Ningfeng's group immediately began to taste the food. Although the appearance was a bit strange, the flavor was praised by everyone. Wow, this is really delicious, and the flavor is great too. Zhou Jiangshu suddenly remembered something and turned to speak to Feng Rui.
Teacher Li didn't call us this morning.
That's right, he usually gets up very early. Meanwhile, Teacher Li was quite different from his usual self. For some reason,
Today he looked rather disheveled, with an unshaven beard and dark circles under his eyes. At this moment, Teacher Lee was in the laboratory, diligently working. He sighed in frustration and thought to himself, Professor Xia is exceptional in both academics and work, but she has repeatedly failed to call Ningfeng. What are they even saying about letting the great hero rest? Thinking about the contrast between himself and Ningfeng, he sighed again and said, the way people are treated is just too different. Over here, Xia Yan was still happily chatting with Ningfeng and the others. Classmate Ning, I watched the competition video. Your on-site operations can be called perfect compared to others your age. Professor Xia, you may not know, but you're considered the top student in our current university class. Your theoretical achievements up until now are number one, no wonder. Xia Yan went on, praising Ningfeng non-stop. It's been a long time since I've seen a genius with such a solid theoretical foundation who also knows how to fight. By the way, this time I brought back some special items from the secret realm, you can take a look. Xia Yan's opening remark piqued Ningfeng's interest. What's so special about them? At that moment, in the laboratory, Li Teacher was working. The elevator door quickly opened. Xia Yan stepped out first, walking while asking, is this your first time in the research room at the training camp? Since it's a temporary space, it's a bit messy. Li Teacher, along with the apothecary present, quickly turned to greet Xia Yan. Professor Xia, you go ahead with your business. I'll take them on a tour. For some unknown reason, Li Teacher felt extremely nervous and couldn't focus on his work. It was obvious that the assistants had a strange feeling, as though a superior leader had come to inspect. The group of Ningfeng followed Xia Yan to where Li Teacher was working. They all cast curious glances at Li Teacher, which made him even more anxious. Suddenly, at that moment, the pendant of Han Yin on Ningfeng's neck stirred and began to glow brightly. Ningfeng quickly sensed something strange and immediately wondered to himself. Humph, the Han Yin pendant suddenly showed a weak energy fluctuation. Is it being affected by something? Xia Yan unexpectedly turned to ask Ningfeng. Ningfeng, what do you think these things are? Ningfeng pondered for a moment and replied. From the processed parts nearby, it seems like something artificial, perhaps like a wall or fragments of another carved wall. Hearing his analysis, Xia Yan smiled, not denying it. That's right, based on earlier findings, throughout the entire secret realm, only the civilization or ecosystem of the monsters themselves exists. But in this secret realm, it seems we have discovered a lost civilization. Upon hearing this, Ningfeng couldn't help but be curious. A lost civilization? Xia Yan nodded. These things were found in the mountain valley of the secret realm. Since the monsters are very strong, we didn't go too deep, so we only brought back these items. But I suspect there might be a city buried in the mountain valley. Ningfeng fell silent, a hint of worry in his heart. Could it be that Professor Xia has discovered the world where Han Yin lives? Could it be such a coincidence? After thinking, Ningfeng pointed at the fragments on the table. Professor Xia, may I examine the details? Xia Yan, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Ningfeng carefully picked up a fragment, studying it closely. He could sense the energy fluctuations coming from the crystal of this fragment. The Han Yin pendant seemed to be absorbing the essence within. Could these two things really be connected in some way? Seeing that Ningfeng had no reaction, Xia Yan spoke up, probing. Well, any thoughts? He replied, not sure yet. I think I'll have to go to the secret realm myself to see it firsthand. He responded, no problem, I'll make the arrangements. A while later, Xia Yan led the group of Ningfeng to the secret realm, a place unbearably hot and dry, filled only with rocks and sand. After walking for a while, they encountered another group of people. Xia Yan stepped forward to introduce them. This is my research team. Once we enter the secret realm, they'll fully cooperate with you. The members of the research team immediately recognized Ningfeng and were overjoyed to meet him. Assistant Professor Ning, it's great to meet you. If you need anything, just let us know.
Feng Rui, standing behind, felt an unexpected joy as he watched the scene. An indescribable sense of pride surged in his heart. These people were all elites in the academic world, the kind of figures who would be professors at any university, and it was rare to see them show admiration for anyone. But Mr. Foam had done it. Shang Muqiu suddenly felt insecure, lowering his head and muttering, "Such an important project, are you sure it's okay for me to participate?" He answered, "We're a team, of course, we act together." At that moment, Xia Yan was extremely eager. She raised her hand high and shouted, "Let's go!" Immediately, everyone scattered in all directions to explore. Xia Yan and Ningfeng were sitting in a corner, studying a piece of paper. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out from a distance, followed by rocks and debris flying in all directions. A monstrous creature, with a mouth full of sharp teeth, emerged from the ground, letting out a deafening roar. Xia Yan was so shocked that his mouth fell open. Ningfeng, sitting beside him, remained calm as ever, casting only a brief glance at the creature. The familiar axe was tightly gripped in his muscular arm, and in a flash, Zhou Jiangshu swung it, severing the long, twisting body of the monster. Seeing this, Ningfeng smiled and turned to reassure the others. "Don't worry, everyone, continue with your work." The researchers were left speechless, their mouths agape in admiration. Heavens, a demonic creature that big, and it was taken down in one strike? These young men are truly reliable. After the monster was dealt with, Zhou Jiangshu turned to Xia Yan and reported, "Professor Xia, we have discovered a large cave where the creature emerged from, and beneath it are the ancient ruins, now eroded by the passage of time." Xia Yan followed Zhou Jiangshu down, his hand grazing the walls. Indeed, the markings were left by some ancient civilization. Could it be that the inhabitants were wiped out by the demonic creatures? If our world were overtaken by monsters, could it also become part of such a tragic scene? Ningfeng's expression grew increasingly tense as he muttered to himself, "The professor's guess is probably right. I remember that the Shang-Rui Guild's secret realm trial was also a world with civilization." Suddenly, the Hanin stone on Ningfeng's pendant lit up. Sensing something strange, Ningfeng looked around and immediately spotted a glowing object nearby. He approached it and quietly reassessed the type of crystal shard it could be. As he drew closer to the Hanin pendant, a powerful wave of energy emanated, leaving him unsure whether more could be found deeper within the ruins. Out of the blue, a call came from the entrance of the cave. Professor Xia had detected a surge of dark power. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan, Ningfeng, and the others quickly made their way toward the source of the disturbance. Ahead, large stones appeared to be arranged in some sort of pattern, emitting an immense source of energy. Xia Yan exclaimed in astonishment. "The dark power is being released from the top of that platform." Even Ningfeng was left speechless at the sight. This feeling was very similar to the summoning formation of the evil god, but it carried a much stronger pressure than anything he had encountered before. As the group ventured deeper into the secret realm, they were confronted with the image of a king demon commanding an army. It held a scepter, staring ahead with intense focus, as if preparing to do something. Beneath its feet, a horde of demonic minions gathered, eagerly awaiting a command, poised to strike at any moment. The eyes of the king demon, the supreme ruler, suddenly turned red, a signal that drove all the demons under his command into a frenzy, rushing to attack Lin Feng's group. Zhou Jiangshu took a defensive stance, ready to fight, and reminded Fengrui, who stood beside him, "Xiaorui, there are too many monsters, and their speed is extremely fast. You need to be careful." Fengrui replied, "It's fine, after all, I have Feng brother behind me." Zhou Jiangshu snorted coldly, "Don't even think about breaking through my defense." We watched as each of our demons was slaughtered by the king demon, filled with rage. He cast a cold, sharp glare toward them, his eyes once again glowing with a fierce red light. The research team, standing at the entrance of the cave, shivered as they looked in. These monsters seemed endless. Ning silently thought to himself, "These kids must be under a lot of pressure." At this point, Wang Yu turned to Ning Feng and suggested, "I want to see if I can kill the boss up there."
Ning Feng responded, "It's fine. You guys can go together. Leave this place to me." With Ning Feng's consent, Wang Yu quickly left.
Now, only he remained standing in place, exuding his magical power, causing the demons to fall one after another to the ground, lifeless.
The young man in the research group, upon seeing this, was startled and exclaimed, "What? Assistant Ning can stop each wave of those demonic creatures by himself, like a flood?" Ning Feng glanced at his teammates, silently thinking, "Let you and I take charge of the battle."
It just so happens that Shang Mucho, Shinshi, and Sister Lam have all received my special training together.
Now, they are all as strong as each other. Even without me in the team of dual clergy, there won't be any sudden accidents.
After seeing his teammates fall so swiftly, the remaining demons stood frozen, too afraid to approach Ningfeng, their bodies trembling in fear. Observing the demons in front of him, the young man in the research group deduced that those monsters seemed to be afraid of Assistant Ning. On Wang Yu's side, the group swiftly advanced toward the king demon under her command.
Wang Yu shouted loudly, "The boss has appeared. Be sure to increase health and power."
Seeing the king demon's group move sluggishly, Wang Yu raised her staff high and used the dustless shield. Immediately, its image became faint, as dust and debris filled the air and the space. Just a moment later, a violent whirlwind erupted inside the cave, with dust flying everywhere, making it impossible to see clearly ahead. Suddenly, the king demon's eyes widened in shock for a brief moment, followed by a golden arrow speeding towards it. Everything happened so quickly that the king demon couldn't avoid it, and it took the arrow directly, vanishing into nothingness. A few minutes earlier, the corpse of the gigantic monster had been found in a severed state by a group of strangers.
This left them in a state of shock. Is there anyone else in this secret realm? They've already found the entrance.
Move quickly, we need to obtain it before they find the heart of the world.
Then, alternating voices could be heard. Life signs detected at the exit ahead. It could be the enemy, prepare for battle.
But just as they were about to act, Wang Yu's side had already defeated the king demon, causing the secret realm to gradually disappear.
A voice shouted in alarm. "Trouble! The secret realm has been destroyed, and it's starting to expel us." Then, the voices stopped. 6 magical circles suddenly appeared on the ground.
Wang Yu looked around, puzzled, and asked,
"Did you hear that?" It sounded like someone was talking. At that moment, Ning Feng's gaze was fixed firmly on his pendant.
Just before, the Hanin pendant had been absorbing energy from the crystal, and all his thoughts were focused on it. Xia Yan also spoke up, "I seem to have heard something too. It should have come from the direction we just walked toward, but there are guards outside the secret realm, others aren't allowed to enter."
Fengroy proactively made a suggestion, "What if we go take a look?"
"Let's go, let's head over there together." With that, the group moved forward and seemed to have discovered something. Xia Yan immediately sat down to observe carefully. She extended her hand forward and used her magical abilities. The footprints gradually appeared in different colors, each representing the energy of the person who had left them.
Xia Yan frowned slightly, hesitating, "These aren't our footprints. There really is an intruder, but why do the footprints disappear when they get close to the exit?"
The girl wearing glasses from the research team, after investigating, came back to report, "I've asked the team in charge of guarding, and they didn't detect any intruders." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the footprints on the ground, all sharing the same question.
So, where did the intruder go, and how did they leave? After a while, the research team focused on their tasks. They observed and recorded the special features of the stone slab inside the cave.
Xia Yan's group and Ningfeng also followed the traces of the strange footprints.
As they walked, Xia Yan kept a sharp eye out for any clues. The footprints first appeared here. The intruder could have entered through the entrance of the secret realm or perhaps via some other teleportation method. The bodies of those monsters must have been the work of the intruders. The group from Shangrui Guild quickly arrived at the scene. As Lu Yingzhen walked in, he immediately saw the bodies of the monsters on the ground, which sent a shiver down his spine. The attack had been executed swiftly and cleanly, leaving no traces behind,
indicating that the intruder was incredibly strong. The loot that had been dropped was untouched, as if.
Phone E, he said in a serious tone, rapid communication. Rapid communication is a method used to conquer secret realms.
It means passing through the gate quickly, using the most effective combat tactics to eliminate the monsters, taking only the most important loot, and abandoning everything else. This requires both strength and high-level teamwork.
Wang Bo was stunned upon hearing this.
To perform rapid communication in such a difficult secret realm, apart from people like Ningfeng, I can't think of anyone else who could pull it off.
Xia Yan suddenly thought of a possibility. She looked at Wang Bo and asked, "Could it be an explorer from another world? Although this is just my speculation, it's not impossible. We have already discovered relics from other worlds in this secret realm. So, there could be many worlds similar to ours or even more advanced than ours. Could they be able to communicate with each other?" Ningfeng somewhat agreed with Xia Yan's viewpoint. He fell into deep thought. What Professor Xia said was true. At least he had seen different worlds through the memories of the King Demon, but he hadn't considered that different worlds could also travel between each other. Xia Yan's expression turned pensive. If the other party had a friendly attitude or only engaged briefly, it would be easier to talk. However, if the other party harbored ill intentions, it meant that, in addition to the monsters, our enemies had also increased. Moreover, the fact that they disappeared so strangely added to the mystery. We had no idea what their objective was, and we weren't even sure if they would show up again. The more Wang Bo listened, the more his head ached, and he sighed in frustration. Troubles kept piling up. Meanwhile, Lu Yingjin and Feng Yi exchanged glances, as if signaling each other. Lu Yingjin suddenly spoke up, asking, "Classmate Wang Yu, there's something I'd like to ask your opinion on. Does Shaoshi Guild have any interest in replacing Shang Guild and becoming a part of Qide Guild?" His sudden proposal left Wang Yu momentarily stunned, standing in place with a blank expression. Seeing that she didn't respond, Lu Yingjin let out a heavy sigh. "I'm not afraid of the mockery from the younger generation. Due to the recent parasite demon incident, both Zhang Guild and Ji Yuan Guild have encountered significant issues. The president of Ji Yuan Guild, Fang Zhou, voluntarily resigned, and the new leader has yet to be determined. Meanwhile, Shang Guild has seen a large number of members leave and is now applying for demotion." Wang Yu smiled awkwardly, quickly declining. "But I'm just a high school student, and Shaoshi Guild is just a small association. There's no need to worry about this. We already discussed this issue once. All the presidents welcome me to join." Hearing that, Wang Yu awkwardly turned back to look at Ningfeng for help, but all she received in response was a subtle smile from him. Ningfeng spoke to encourage her, "Wang Yu, go ahead and make your decision based on your own ideas. No matter what, I will support you." Upon hearing these words from Ningfeng, Lu Yingjin, Feng Yi, and Wang Bo all had the same thought. Ningfeng's promise would undoubtedly help Wang Yu establish a solid position within the Qide Guild. Given their relationship, things like high school students or small guilds were completely irrelevant. After receiving Ningfeng's encouragement, Wang Yu shyly agreed, "I'm willing to take on the challenge. If I do anything wrong, I hope you all will give me some advice." Zhou Jiangshu, standing to the side, turned to Xiao Ting Hongmang and spoke up, "I have a question. When we go outside and enter a secret realm, why does it suddenly become the Qide Guild?" Speaking in a somewhat disorganized manner, Ningfeng couldn't help but smile faintly. The fact that Yu could join the Qide Guild would push his plan of nurturing power a big step forward. Thinking about it, he felt quite satisfied. Suddenly, Ningfeng heard someone whisper in his ear, "Divine Lord?" Ningfeng was startled and widened his eyes. He looked around and saw that everyone else was still chatting normally, and only then did he realize no one else seemed to react. Could it be that he was the only one who could hear it? Ningfeng stared in amazement at his pendant, seemingly hearing Han Yin's voice. Time passed, and one by one, everyone present began to leave the secret realm. A voice rang out loudly with instructions. "Everyone, please make an effort to speed up the work and never act alone.
No one knows if the intruder will appear again, so everyone must stay vigilant.
If any unusual situation arises, immediately report it to Professor Xie or teaching assistant Ning.
At this moment, the research group gathered together to discuss.
Teaching assistant Ning, he's the hero who was interviewed not long ago, right?
Yes, with such a strong man like him standing guard, it really makes us feel much safer.
Teaching assistant Ning looks so young, who would have guessed he's actually such a top-tier strongman?
On the other side, Xia Yan and Ning Feng walked to a nearby tent to discuss matters. Ning Feng lifted the pendant to examine it, breathing a sigh of relief inwardly. The pendant had stopped absorbing the crystal inside, for reasons unknown. Fortunately, the appearance of the crystal hadn't changed, or this would have definitely attracted attention, along with that voice just now.
Did I hear that wrong? Just as he was still doubting, the voice echoed once again. Divine Lord.
Ning Feng immediately responded with his thoughts.
Is that you, Han Yin?
Han Yin replied, Divine Lord, it's me, your humble servant.
It's truly wonderful to speak with you again. Right now, my heart is filled with excitement.
Ning Feng quickly stopped him to ask, First, don't get excited.
What exactly is going on? Han Yin responded, I don't understand either.
It seems like I suddenly regained consciousness.
Could the pendant you left behind, along with the energy absorbed from this crystal, have anything to do with it?
Han Yin was silent for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, So that's what it is.
This place is the heart of the world.
Han Yin explained seriously, the heart of the world is the core of a world formed by the fusion of the laws of the universe. If a world encounters a catastrophe, as long as the heart of the world is intact, it can regenerate on its own. Once the heart of the world is destroyed, the entire world will be completely annihilated.
Han Yin's expression grew even more solemn.
The laws of the universe contained within the heart of the world are essentially the source of the gods' power.
In the past, the gods used it to resurrect their favored noble families.
However, Ning Feng's expression suddenly became one of concern. Han Yin, looking uneasy, caused Ning Feng to feel helpless.
I sincerely apologize.
It seems that part of my memory is missing.
Ning Feng didn't scold him.
There's no rush, take your time and remember.
I've disappointed Divine Lord.
I am a useless piece of trash, but... Han Yin spoke, but deep down, he was filled with worry. Han Yin's but truly made Ning Feng worry a great deal.
Could it be that this resurrection method has some serious side effects?
The external student reported that Professor Xia and the excavation at the site were basically completed, except for some abandoned structures, and nothing of greater value had been found. On the other side, Mr. Feng and the others were still discussing matters.
Since unidentified intruders may appear in this secret realm, I advise against staying here.
I agree that we should evacuate everyone as soon as possible and then seal off this secret realm. Mr. Feng smiled broadly and called Wang Yu, causing her to be startled.
President Wang, how do you feel about this? Wang Yu was taken aback. Me?
He laughed and said, You are now one of Qi Guild, so closing the secret realm is a decision that requires approval from at least 3 guild presidents.
Do you agree with President Lu's opinion? After a while, the entrance to the secret realm was gradually sealed.
The secret realm had been successfully closed, and indeed, it had been a tough job for everyone. In the teacher's apartment at the training camp, the atmosphere was quite cool and quiet. Ning Feng entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and hummed a few tunes. As the cold water began to flow down, Han Yin's voice suddenly made him freeze.
Divine Lord, I have remembered now. Immediately, a shrill scream echoed, The water is too cold.
After a while, Ning Feng had finished his shower.
Han Yin kept blaming herself. I am truly sorry, Lord. My sins deserve 10,000 deaths. He replied, It's fine. But what did you remember earlier?
In his heart, Han Yin, with a mature appearance, spoke in a serious tone.
Ah, right, it's about that. Please, Divine Lord, immediately execute me.
Ning Feng closed his eyes, letting it go.
Well, I already said it's fine.
Han Yin continued, no, it's not about this, but about my resurrection.
Han Yin recalled the image of the god having to endure punishment.
In the past, gods also used the heart of the world to resurrect their kin. However, because the heart of the world contained dark energy, the gods had to suffer severe backlash when involved with their kin, sometimes even turning into evil gods.
In the end, the gods had to personally execute their kin who were being resurrected.
Tears welled up in Han Yin's eyes. I'm not afraid of death, but I cannot allow you, Divine Lord, to be implicated.
Ningfeng thought about his own image and his words, like a dagger. Evil god? I've always been one. If I reveal the truth, Han Yin will be heartbroken for sure.
Seeing his sorrowful expression, Han Yin became extremely worried.
Divine Lord, do you feel any discomfort now? Or is something wrong?
He replied, it seems like there's nothing. At this moment, suddenly the system notification popped up, and his eyes lit up.
The origin of darkness would not suffer the backlash of dark energy. Could it be that my expression is still very serious? Han Yin, does your resurrection only affect me? Does it not affect you? Han Yin responded, I'm not sure either.
Ningfeng gave a faint smile with a determined look in his eyes.
If you've been resurrected, then just continue living.
If there's any consequence, we'll resolve it together.
Han Yin was overwhelmed with emotion.
The words spoken were exactly the same as those from back then, but the subordinate truly couldn't bear to bring any harm.
Ningfeng's expression darkened, and his tone lowered, making Han Yin feel uneasy.
Han Yin, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I think I should tell you. Han Yin's surprise spread throughout the entire apartment.
You're the evil god?
Ningfeng recalled the image of the gods and demons facing each other, and he closed his eyes with a smile, gladly revealing the truth.
According to legend, more or less, that's how it is.
Those divine spirits call me the evil god, and all the magic I wield automatically turns into dark curses. Han Yin transformed into his mature form, his tone resolute.
No, you're not the evil god.
Because of their personal desires, my subordinates and my people died in a senseless war. Han Yin's gaze was firmer than ever. No one cared about our lives, only you sought justice for us. If they are your enemies, then I will firmly stand by your side, even if it means being torn apart.
Ningfeng smiled brightly. Thank you for your trust. I will also do my best to protect everyone from harm.
Han Yin's tears once again flowed uncontrollably, leaving Ningfeng helpless.
Divine Lord, I'm so happy to be by your side once again. I'm truly happy. He comforted, don't cry.
He relaxed his body and lay down on the bed, but his heart was still full of questions. To be honest, even now, I still feel very confused.
For example, what exactly is the concept of the world's tier?
Han Yin began to explain, from the world enveloped in darkness to the world filled with plants, then to the world with humans. Simply put, the world's tier is the degree of recognition that the divine spirits give to that world. There are many worlds in the universe, but not all of them are cared for by the divine spirits.
The divine spirits seem to grasp all the different worlds.
Only when a world gives birth to life, does its mantra wisdom catch the attention of the divine spirits, but it is just attention, like occasionally noticing a cute little worm. A world like Earth, which has all forms of life and intelligence, is the one most noticed. Only by passing the divine spirits test can this world be taken care of and receive powerful strength and civilization. Simply put, the more tests a world passes, the higher its tier. Ningfeng calmly closed his eyes while Han Yin continued to explain fervently. You said that the experts of this world only have about 150 skill levels and high-level equipment, especially orange tier. This shows that the world's tier is very low, almost as if it's not cared for by the divine spirits.
Han Yin continued in rapid succession, but isn't you here? So their future will only get better, right? Ah, right. By the way, regarding your equipment, I have a suggestion.
Han Yin's gaze was incredibly serious. The equipment in this world was quite outdated and could not meet your needs, so you must quickly upgrade to divine level gear. Upon hearing this, Ningfeng suddenly sprang to his feet.
Divine level gear?
Ningfeng recalled the system notification he had received earlier. Divine level gear is usually forged or crafted by our people, and once you infuse it with divine power, it can continuously level up.
Ah, I remember the pendant. Hanin, it seems like it has some writing that can level up. Hanin nodded in response.
That's right. This pendant was once the base of a divine artifact. As long as you activate the divine power within it, it will officially ascend to become a divine artifact.
Ningfeng looked at the pendant around his neck with a hint of surprise. What should I do?
Hanin replied, place your hand on the pendant and use your consciousness to draw the symbol representing divine power. Ningfeng closed his eyes, feeling the pendant, which glowed continuously. The runes were etched into the pendant by his inner consciousness. Immediately, Ningfeng felt a significant change.
Hanin said, of course, you're a divine lord.
The runes are derived from the world's origin, and only a true divine spirit can activate them. Furthermore, even if someone is chosen by the divine spirit, they still cannot do so. At this moment, Hanin felt a bit more at ease. It seemed like divine lords always worried about their identities, but now, he could finally rest easy. The system sent a notification about a significant increase in attributes, and his expression grew even more astonished.
With 1200 mental points now, his total attributes combined were only around that much. Not only that, but other powerful attributes had also been added.
Hanin is very dedicated to you, but the quality is only orange.
Once the subordinates find the appropriate materials, the upgrade will proceed.
As for the remaining parts, you'll need to find another clan to complete them. A sigh came from behind the curtain.
Talking to you makes me feel like there are more and more things I don't know. Hanin said, it is an honor to answer your questions, my lord.
After a night passed, a new day had arrived. Ningfeng was brushing his teeth when Hanin flew over with a cheerful mood.
Divine Lord, good morning. You seem to be in great condition today.
As long as he followed the Divine Lord, his subordinates were filled with hope. Ningfeng was still lost in thought, recalling how he had talked for a long time the day before. As for Hanin, it was a shame that his world was different from his own. There were many experiences from his world that couldn't be applied here, but as an assistant, he had no problem. A little while later, Ningfeng and his group arrived at a secret realm filled with sharp rocks. A fire-type monster charged out, showing its large fangs. With just one ice-type attack, Ningfeng completely took it down.
The massive monster fell, and the aftershock was quite powerful.
Lu Ping and the sorcerer beside him were so stunned that their eyes widened in disbelief. Ningfeng smiled contentedly. 1200 spiritual points were acquired. It was truly refreshing.
Xia Yan, standing beside him, mimicked Lu Ping's posture and gaze. Teaching assistant Ning, you are terrifying.
Indeed, earlier we were planning to fight the boss, and now you've killed it with a single move.
Exactly. Professor Xia, please don't imitate me.
Ningfeng's battle spirit still boiled within him.
Teacher Lu, are there any other secret realms today?
He replied, it's all finished. Originally, our progress was faster than the other teams today, faster than usual, and because of this, the committee has been having a headache.
Ningfeng was confused and still didn't understand what was going on.
Why is that? Lu Ping explained about the students participating in the training. As you know, anyone who can join the training camp is a hard worker. Since we finished early, our team members took the initiative to visit the training camp's secret realm to further improve themselves. Right now, our team members are stronger than the others. Lu Ping felt a bit awkward as the students from other teams had united to request that, starting next month, the teams rotate their schedules.
Don't the other teachers have any objections?
Lu Ping smiled satisfactorily. If it weren't for the organizing committee holding them back, other teachers would be eager to join our team. Some teachers even tried to sneak their names onto the joint application form submitted by the students.
Xia Yan laughed loudly upon hearing this. Well done, everyone, no one should be hoping to steal our teaching assistant Ning. Suddenly, Hanin appeared with a sense of urgency, which surprised him. Divine Lord, is there something wrong with your magic? Hanin looked at Ningfeng with a bit of confusion, his gaze filled with deep admiration. No, there's nothing wrong. I just think the technique you used to cast the magic was quite exquisite. It seems like you have the ability to use various conditions at the right moment to control the effectiveness of your magic within the necessary range. Ningfeng smirked, still focusing on the front. Oh, you mean this? Actually, there are a few lessons tonight. Don't hesitate to listen in if you want. The class had begun, and Ningfeng sat with the others to listen to today's lecture. Everyone was paying close attention, listening seriously to the teacher explaining on the board. According to the description, the total damage caused by a skill can be divided into two parts: fixed damage and continuous damage. Continuous damage needs to be triggered repeatedly. The first trigger does 11 damage, and each subsequent trigger adds an extra 20 damage per second. The total damage is. Ningfeng rested his chin on his hand, leisurely listening to the lecture, while Hanin beside him appeared quite curious. Divine Lord, isn't this fascinating? This is my favorite subject, called tactical calculation. Besides that, real-world combat examples also cover content from arithmetic, physics, biology, and geometry. Ningfeng noticed that Hanin seemed not to fully understand, so he seriously explained further. Perhaps because the world's level is too low and people have no better choices, they can only try every means to make the best use of the resources they have. How to utilize limited magic, how to make limited skills have more uses, how to seize opportunities in a desperate battle. Ningfeng kept his gaze on the students practicing swordsmanship in front of him, but continued his explanation. Not everyone needs to master these theoretical aspects, but the training system we receive is based on this, and it has truly trained many outstanding explorers. Hanin beside him was still in awe. To be recognized by the Divine Lord requires extraordinary knowledge, and I will also diligently study. Suddenly, from the corner of the wall, the bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Today's lesson ends here. After class, Ningfeng and Wang Yu left the classroom and walked down the dark road, preparing to go home. As they walked, they suddenly noticed someone waiting ahead. He Xiong, seeing the person he was waiting for, turned and called out the teaching assistant Ning's name. Both Ningfeng and Wang Yu stopped, looking a bit surprised. A fellow student? Is he here looking for me? Ningfeng silently observed, looked the person up and down, then thought to himself. Usually, at the training camp, he Xiong hardly ever speaks to me, and I don't pay attention to him. Why does he seem a bit nervous now? He Xiong immediately bowed his head to thank Ningfeng. I came here to thank you. Thankfully, you lent a helping hand and saved my brother in Shang Guild. You are our great benefactor. Ningfeng, with a slightly contorted expression, looked at the person in front of him still bowing in gratitude, and casually said, It was just a coincidence, no need to thank me. He Xiong continued to bow, his face beginning to bead with sweat. He thought to himself, in the past, because of my relationship with my brother, I distanced myself from assistant instructor Ning and even looked down on the classmates who were close to him. Now, upon reflection, the biggest fool was me. If I had built a better relationship with assistant instructor Ning earlier, Shang Guild would definitely not have met the tragic end it faces today. Ningfeng widened his eyes, noticing that he Xiong was still standing there with his head lowered. He felt a bit curious. Does he still have something to say? I'm not close to him, and there's really nothing for us to talk about. He Xiong then took out a sparkling green crystal and held it up in front of Ningfeng. To express my sincerity to you, I have prepared a small token of appreciation. Both Ningfeng and Hanin were startled, their gazes fixed on the glowing shard. It turned out to be a fragment of the heart of the world. Ningfeng recalled the time when he was lying in bed, talking to Hanin. Normally speaking, after the world was destroyed, fragments of the heart of the world might float outside. As long as those fragments were found,
the entrance to that world could be reopened. Ningfeng lay on the bed, seemingly having understood its rules. So that's how it is. Professor Xia had also unintentionally used this method to unlock the secret realm, but at that time, the principle behind it was still unclear. Therefore, those intruders who vanished. Han Yin, who was beside him, immediately followed up, "That's right, the heart of the world is a crucial resource for higher-level worlds, so they will specially search for fragments of the heart of the world." However, since the Divine Lord led the strategy of the secret realm, those intruders were rejected by the laws of the universe and sent back to their original worlds. He Xiong, with a slightly tired expression, spoke up, "This is the reward my brother obtained from the secret realm, and he has always been cautious about using it." According to Professor Xia, you just conquered a secret realm like this, so I think this item is more suitable to be given to you. Ningfeng took the fragment from Xiong's hand, his face filled with excitement, and he thanked him sincerely, "I really like your gift." Ningfeng's group had arrived at a desolate wasteland, where the fragment's directive indicated the location. Xia Yan, with a look of admiration, glanced at Ningfeng and spoke, "Teaching assistant Ning has already figured out how to use it so quickly. If we find anything else in the future, I will contact you as soon as possible." Hearing the praise, Ningfeng revealed a satisfied expression and thought to himself, "This is exactly the kind of praise I wanted." Han Yin flew beside, turning to look at Ningfeng. The current condition of the subordinate was still unstable and needed to absorb more energy from the heart of the world. As long as the Lord was not affected by the dark powers, she would have no further concerns. Around Ningfeng's body, a purple magic aura enveloped him, quickly helping Han Yin to recover her strength. She could also offer some additional assistance. Ningfeng, along with Wang Yu and Xia Yan, widened their eyes and gaped at what was ahead of them. A lush green meadow, bathed in sunlight, appeared before them. Both Ningfeng and Wang Yu were taken aback, their mouths agape in amazement. "This is the secret realm, it's so beautiful here." Han Yin noticed the sudden shift in everyone's demeanor and, feeling a bit curious, asked Ningfeng, "What's going on? This doesn't look at all like the appearance of destruction. Is this your first time encountering a situation like this?" Yes, the steps we're taking to follow the situation." "Shall we go inside to see?" A city appeared before Ningfeng and the others, a city where humans resided. They were standing before the city gates of the human world. Xiaoting and Wang Yu were still a bit confused. "I'm not mistaken, those are ordinary humans. Could we have crossed into another place?" Han Yin, wearing a mask, hovered behind them. "Ningfeng, it's not certain that a shard of the heart of the world leads to the corresponding world. Even if it's an illusion, this is far too realistic." As Ningfeng and his group approached the city gate, a guard immediately stopped them. "Stop right there, where are you all from?" Ningfeng and Wang Yu were momentarily at a loss for words, forcing a smile while scratching their faces. We. The guard, irritated, tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. "You're adventurers from another world, aren't you?" Ningfeng stared at him and asked the guard a question. "How did you know?" The guard replied, "By the way you're dressed and your hesitant demeanor, it's easy to guess." Little Xia Yan then stepped forward to ask the guard, "Do adventurers from other worlds come here often?" The guard answered, "Occasionally, but there aren't many little brats like you." Upon hearing the guard's insulting words, Xia Yan clenched his fists and shouted in anger, "I'm not a little brat." The guard then changed his attitude, casting a glance at Ningfeng's group. "You can wander around the city, but it's best not to cause trouble. If you do, I can't guarantee you'll make it back alive." Ningfeng smiled lightly in satisfaction, completely different from Xia Yan's reaction, who was stunned by the guard's teasing. "Also, watch out for the child. Don't let her run off." Xia Yan, as if stung without being hit, became furious, his expression turning menacing. "I told you, I'm not a child." Ningfeng stepped inside and began observing the people walking around. This world also has adventurers. No wonder they don't seem surprised when adventurers show up. The group of people led by Ning Feng approached a massive statue right in front of them. He had a statue, and looked at what was inscribed on it. The inscription read, "The Celestial Pride, female guardian deity of the Empire." Ning Feng raised his hand to his chin and observed for a while before pondering, while Han Yin, standing next to him, spoke up. "How strange, I've clearly never seen this type of script before, yet I can read it. This is the heart of the world, forming a connection, and it also proves that we haven't crossed into another world." Xia Yan approached the statue and pointed to other inscriptions on it. "There are also heroic legends here, describing a hero who fought against the Demon King. In 1537, the world was buried in darkness and fear, and the apocalypse of despair enveloped everything. Only the brave Italia, under her sharp spear, scattered the darkness. Light returned to the continent. Her heroic tale is recorded on this stone, a monument for future generations. Her glory will never fade, even after many years." Wan Yu also moved closer, and Xia Yan, somewhat curious, asked, "So this world really was attacked by demonic creatures, but thanks to this heroic figure who single-handedly fought fiercely and defeated the invading demonic creatures, the world was restored to peace." "I think the inscription is trying to convey this." Xiao Ting and Zhou Jiangshu, who were behind, were equally impressed and commented, "How incredible, one person was able to defeat an entire army of demonic creatures. Are adventurers from other worlds all this powerful?" Feng Rui looked towards the distant tree, seemingly noticing something unusual. "Wait a moment." Curious, Zhou Jiangshu walked over to Feng Rui. "What happened?" Feng Rui recounted that while everyone was focused on the statue, he saw something strange. The tree in the distance suddenly displayed some writing. Feng Rui, scared and pale, saw the words running fast. Ning Feng found this a bit confusing, so he turned to ask Feng Rui. He said he saw the words running fast, and then they disappeared. "Yes, right under that tree." Suddenly, Ning Feng heard a noise and glanced over at a group of people with strange expressions who were staring intently at Ning Feng's group. These passers-by were off, even the other soldiers had turned, their faces becoming ferocious. Ning Feng's group turned their gaze to the statue that was emitting an unusual magic. Hundreds of spirits with bloodshot eyes and large fangs were thirsting for blood. Ning Feng immediately became serious and started to observe the spirits before him. Han Yin had also quickly put on his mask, only to realize it was all an illusion. How could these spirits do this? I didn't detect any spirit energy at all. The spirits, like starving ghosts, charged rapidly toward Ning Feng to attack. Ning Feng immediately drew his sword, preparing for battle. He coldly swung his sword multiple times, striking the spirits. On this side, Zhou Jiangshu was also holding an axe to block the vicious spirits' attacks. He suddenly panicked as he saw the axe break into pieces. The orange skill blocked it. Zhou Jiangshu sweated, feeling somewhat heavy as he looked at the wraith in front of him. This was not an enemy he could handle. The wraith's fierce gaze, along with its large teeth, swung its sword, intending to strike a deadly blow at Zhou Jiangshu. At this moment, Zhou Jiangshu felt helpless, only able to close his eyes and wait. Then suddenly, the sword stopped. Immediately after, the wraith's body was completely frozen, leaving Zhou Jiangshu confused, not understanding what had just happened. It turned out that Han Yin, holding his staff and with a fully intact body, had stepped in to help. In front of Ning Feng stood the wraiths, and one of them spoke up. "Divine Lord, these wraith adventurers seem to come from a higher level world. Your human companions are likely no match for them." Ning Feng then asked, "So, what should we do?" Han Yin responded, "I can use the remaining energy and materialize it for a short time to help eliminate these enemies." Ning Feng smiled and said, "All right, then, I'll leave it to you." Wan Yu and Zhou Jiangshu were so surprised by the appearance of a wraith that they stammered in disbelief. This is. Ning Feng reassured them, saying, "Don't be afraid, this is my assistant whom I summoned from another world." Han Yin waved his hand friendly and said, "Nice to meet you for the first time. Please take good care of me." Back to the present, more and more wraiths were gathering around Ningfeng's group. Hanin stood in front of them, raised his magic staff, and said loudly,
"Hurry, everyone, calm down a bit."
The sound of ice blocks flying towards and crashing into the bodies of the wandering spirits echoed loudly. Wan Yu was taken aback by the power of the assistant that Ningfeng had summoned. "Such powerful magic," Zhou Jiangshu remarked. "This strength has far surpassed the orange-level skills." Suddenly, a woman appeared and crushed the ice blocks rushing toward her at high speed with her bare hands. Her face was filled with rage. Professor Xie also realized that this woman seemed to be the statue from earlier. The woman then spoke, "Strange sorcerer, you seem to be the strongest among these people. Unfortunately, before the edge of my sword, your strength is worth nothing."
The assistant calmly responded, "Don't talk nonsense.
I'm not the strongest, but dealing with you alone is more than enough for me."
The woman, feeling insulted, immediately assumed a posture ready to scream.
"Foolish sorcerer warrior, who gave you the courage?"
"The gods?" With a smiling face, Hanin replied, "Yes, yes, indeed." The woman angrily retorted, "A superstitious fool who believes in gods, do you really think those gods, whose only value is in vanity, would spare you even a second glance?"
Taking advantage of Han Yin's brief glance towards the main character, the woman lunged at Han Yin, sneering with contempt. "Idiot, distracted, looking elsewhere." With Ningfeng's trusting gaze, Han Yin launched powerful attacks at the woman, to the point where she began to think to herself that her slowed speed was merely the result of some slow-acting water-based system.
But that was all. Thanks to that, Han Yin also deduced that the weapon was the source of her power, wasn't it?
Han Yin unleashed her skill, the frost-striking blizzard, which violently unleashed the cold wrath of the frost storm. The surroundings were enveloped by a chilling blue light, with rays and shattered ice fragments adding to the danger. She felt disbelief and angrily said, "No way, I clearly have the demonic soldier divine remains, how could the gap be this big?
Damn it! I will kill you all."
A beam of light appeared right in the center of her body, and with a mere snap of his fingers, her body was shattered with a scream. After the battle, what fell to the ground was a weapon. Wan Yu and Professor Xie, who were beside her, were astonished by what had just happened before their eyes.
It was horrifying, just watching it made it hard to breathe.
He walked over to where the weapon had fallen and picked it up. This weapon was indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, the woman couldn't control it. As he held it, it suddenly radiated a purple energy. The woman thought she had perished, but her soul still resided within the weapon. She laughed and said, "Ha, this foolish sorcerer has no idea how terrifying the demonic soldier divine remains are."
"The demonic soldier divine remains will absorb your energy and help me resurrect. As long as the demonic soldier divine remains exist, I will never die."
Han Yin returned to her original form, and Ningfeng's face darkened as he called out her name.
Han Yin. Han Yin responded, "Divine Lord, I'm fine.
It's just that the weapon suddenly began absorbing my energy, so I couldn't maintain my materialization."
Ningfeng glanced at Han Yin and slowly walked toward the weapon.
As he moved, he spoke to her.
"How about this? Should I go check it?" Han Yin replied, "Be careful."
Ningfeng approached and picked it up, suddenly startled when he saw the woman's soul laughing and speaking. "Ha, truly a bunch of fools, fighting over who will offer me their energy. At this rate, I won't even need to absorb the energy from the spirits anymore."
Ningfeng, with an unhappy and serious expression, responded.
"What are you so happy about?" She was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe that someone could see her, so she replied.
"Ha? You? You can see me?"
The male protagonist responded.
"So what?" The woman quickly realized something was wrong.
Ever since just now, her body had stopped absorbing energy.
It was still trembling, as if very afraid.
When Ningfeng touched the weapon, the system's panel suddenly popped up with a reminder that the remaining part had finally started absorbing. With a half-smile, Ningfeng thought to himself, he hadn't expected this weapon to be the relic of the end, but things were still unclear.
It was better not to hastily absorb it just yet. Ningfeng, with a serious and somewhat intimidating expression, asked, "Speak up, what exactly happened?"
Wang Yu and the white-haired girl were slightly surprised because the spirits that had been lively, chaotic, and attacking her before were now standing still, making not a single sound.
One person asked, "Assistant Ning, what's the situation over there?"
The surrounding spirits remained motionless, and the woman recounted her story to Ningfeng. The story began in a beautiful country, according to her.
But you can see, this was once a beautiful country.
However, there were often monsters invading, yet we always protected our nation from harm. The scene shifted, showing a group of 4 people fighting to eliminate the monsters, and they had successfully taken them down.
The leader said, "Well done, everyone."
She turned to speak with a man with blonde hair.
"Zalong, what's wrong with you?" He replied, "Can't you all see? There's a box in front of me."
For the people of this era, or perhaps no one had ever encountered this situation, so he didn't know that this was a system, and the system displayed the message, "A god is watching you."
The teammates around him said, "I don't see anything." One teammate in the group remarked, "Could it be that Zalong has been recognized by the gods?"
Zalong seemed doubtful of what the blue box in front of him represented. But after some time, as he and his teammates honed their skills and went through more battles, he grew more in favor with the gods. He continuously received messages from the gods, all expressing great satisfaction with his performance. "You have earned the approval of the gods.
You may now choose a gift from them."
After some time had passed since Zalong had caught the attention of the gods, during an evening at sunset, to the surprise of his teammates and subordinates, Zalong bid everyone farewell and went to join the gods.
He said, "Everyone, farewell."
With tears in his eyes, he continued, "I will be by the god's side." Ever watchful of everyone, he left with columns of brilliant golden light. After Zalong left, the members of the team comforted the leader. "Atelier, don't be too sad. Zalong has gone to the gods, and since he caught their attention, they will surely care more about our country. Besides, if we continue to try, we might also gain the gods' attention."
Atelier smiled and replied, "You're right."
Sometime later, all that remained was the desolation of bodies, shattered debris scattered everywhere, smoke and flames rising from all directions, and the monsters had grown even stronger. They were so powerful that they overwhelmed and cornered Atelier's entire group. Everyone in the team was exhausted and severely wounded. Atelier was no exception. She had been injured in her shoulder and found herself in this desperate situation.
With an expression full of anger and deep resentment, she cried out. She gritted her teeth and wondered, why?
Why are the monsters attacking more ferociously than ever, but the gods are not appearing, and Zalong is nowhere to be seen?
Have we been forgotten? A trembling teammate asked her, "Atelier, are we going to die?"
She replied strongly with a serious expression, "No, we still have our last hope."
Atelier walked toward the place where a mysterious weapon was kept. That was the end of the story.
Ningfeng said to Atelier, "So, you used this dark weapon to push back the monsters, but it also cursed the entire nation."
Atelier answered, "That's right.
After driving the monsters away, I used the power of darkness to restore the country to its former state. I just didn't expect that the dark power would gradually erode my consciousness, turning the nation into a terrifying secret realm. Then, occasionally, adventurers from other worlds would come to explore, but they were all turned into spirits by me." Ningfeng thought that the dark power had ultimately come at a cost. From afar, the sound of footsteps approached, and Ningfeng turned to look. In the distance, a figure appeared within a purple light. It was the young Zalong, but different from before. He had once been approachable, but now, he sent a chilling sensation to those around him. Zalong spoke to Ningfeng, "Hello, friend.
That gauntlet belongs to me. Could you please return it to me?"
Surprised by the sudden appearance of her long-lost friend, Atelier suddenly exclaimed, "Zalong, how could it be Zalong?" Holding the weapon in his hand, Ningfeng responded to Zalong, "Sorry, this is my spoils of war." Frustration was evident on Zalong's face as he said, "There seems to be a misunderstanding here.
That weapon was something I specifically left here for tempering." So, Atalia, do you not understand what tempering means? It seemed that Zhao Long had lost his composure due to not receiving an answer from Ning Feng. Is there something wrong with your ears? I told you, that weapon belongs to me. Or are you planning to become the material for my weapon tempering? Han Yin was surprised. This was the true primordial holy divine power of the highest order. Faced with the current situation, in order to uncover the truth of what happened all those years ago, she kneeled down and asked Ning Feng for help. Great strong man, please forgive my offense. I want to know the truth. Can you help me? Ning Feng replied, why don't you ask him yourself? Wu also exclaimed in astonishment, huh? Zhao Long looked at Ning Feng, feeling confused. Why was that guy laughing? Atalia, still not fully understanding Ning Feng's meaning, asked again, so you mean he is saying that I have a skill that can temporarily give you a body, but in the end, you will completely dissipate and leave nothing behind? Instead of fearing and submitting, she responded strongly, I am not afraid, please give me your body, I will bear everything. In response to Atalia's words, Ning Feng raised his head, and the system notification sounded, active skill dark possession, forbidden curse dark uses one's mental power to control the target's mind, briefly transforming it into a part of the strong body. With Ning Feng's help, Atalia was now able to temporarily return to her original form. When she appeared, Zhao Long felt very confused. What? Zhao Long asked. Atalia praised, the power of darkness is truly strong. Ning Feng said to her, I will not control your mind, so you can control this body yourself. Atalia responded, thank you for your favor. Zhao Long seemed to not believe that the person standing before him was the same teammate who had once fought alongside him. You are Atalia, why did you suddenly appear? He asked. With a sharp gaze and an emotionless expression, Atalia replied, Zhao Long, I don't understand what you're saying. You should honestly explain again. Zhao Long seemed angry. He asked her, Atalia, are you being controlled by a demon? What did he do to you? Without saying much more, she charged toward Zhao Long, looking very angry. Her blow was so powerful that Zhao Long, who had been blessed by the gods, had to use both hands to block her strike. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Long coughed up blood and was beaten to a pulp by her. She asked him, Zhao Long, tell me, why didn't you appear when the demonic creatures invaded? Why are you here now? And what do you mean by ritual training? Zhao Long hurriedly answered her questions. Atalia, I didn't abandon you, you must believe me. It's just that at that time, I was involved in another trial. That trial was very important to me, and by the time I paid attention to this place, it was already too late. In his memory, mysterious figures appeared. She didn't know. After I left this world, I endured countless hardships. With a look of despair, he continued, even though I become the strongest man in this world, under the divine spirit demon, I am nothing but the weakest existence. The pressure, the helplessness, you can never understand. She responded, don't try to make light of the situation. You've always been focused on the demonic soldier divine remains, haven't you? Zhao Long couldn't bring himself to meet Atalia's gaze. I only left a magic seal on the demonic soldier divine remains. When the seal disappears, I will feel it. Atalia, please don't blame me, I only hope to grow stronger using the demonic soldier divine remains. Otherwise, one day, I would be abandoned by the gods. When I left the seal, you all had already died. Everyone is dead. Zhao Long continued, contrary to what he has said and shown outwardly, he is a coward, relying only on dirty tricks. Damn it, if I hadn't felt my divine power weakening, I would have believed that just by depending on you, your revered deity would be threatened by evil. I beg you, in the name of my loyalty and devotion, do not discard it. I, your humble servant, will destroy these things. Before he could finish speaking, Atalia's fist pierced through Zhao Long's chest. The people around Wang Yu and Professor Xia were astonished by what was unfolding before them. Once the task was completed, Atalia performed the most solemn ritual to present the weapon to Ning Feng. Great strong man, I thank you for giving me this precious opportunity. My people and I can finally escape the endless dream.
Ningfeng took the divine artifact and asked, I want to know where the heart of this world is. Also, my companions must have many questions, I hope you can help them find answers in the remaining time.
Yes, he said honestly, continuing, I once thought it was an honor for Zalong to be chosen by the divine spirit, but unexpectedly, we were still forgotten. It was then that I realized the divine spirit does not care for all worlds equally.
Ningfeng and everyone in the group looked up at a void in the sky, where a large crack appeared. Atelia's soul said, anyway, he is a person of this world. Let him be freed with us forever.
Ningfeng could sense the sadness on Wan Yu's face. He turned to you and I and asked, what's wrong?
She answered, her face etched with sorrow, I was thinking. Even with the favor of the gods, Atelia's world still cannot escape the fate of its annihilation cycle.
Will we reach a day like that?
Ningfeng smiled and replied, no, don't worry.
I'm still waiting for you to take me to eat all those delicious dishes.
Thanks to his jokes, she felt somewhat better. A smile appeared on her face as she said, this guy, after moments of tension, now it's time for Ningfeng and his teammates to relax and head back to their base, chatting comfortably with each other.
Wan Yu asked, Professor Xia, can we finish our meal before heading back?
Professor Xia replied, of course.
I'll go find a car. Are there any local specialties around here?
Another crack appeared in the air, and a pair of legs slowly emerged. It was a being possessing the body of Zhao Long. He said, I'm a step late, the familiar energy is gone again, but in the memory of this body, I can still recall the appearance of the other.
Omnipotent all-magic god, that must be him, right?
Well, in this world, he won't be able to escape.
I'll investigate a bit.
At this moment, a comprehensive meeting was taking place in the base, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yu Linghua began the meeting. According to Professor Xia's report, the gods may choose a few fortunate individuals from different worlds whom they favor, granting them grace, and even allowing them to ascend to higher worlds. These kinds of favors are only intended to make more people believe in them. In the eyes of these gods, the fortunate ones are merely tools and pawns. Luo Yuning followed up, so, even when receiving the favor of the gods, one may still face the risk of destruction. In the end, everything still depends on oneself. Yu Linghua continued, this time, in the secret realm, the strength of the enemies far surpassed ours.
Thanks to you, Ningfeng, we were able to defeat them.
But in the not-so-distant future, enemies of such overwhelming strength that we cannot resist are likely to increase. Yu Linghua went on, although Ningfeng always stands with us, if we, like parasites, place all our hopes on a child, I feel guilty.
The atmosphere in the meeting room was now one of complete silence. To break the silence, Wan Yu raised a hand, asking to speak. May I say a few words?
Ningfeng has recently summoned a strong man from another world, as you all know. This strong man has studied tactics, calculated, and compared our strength with that of the final monster, and has come to a conclusion. Wan Yu's face turned serious as she continued, if we follow normal assumptions, our world should have perished over 30 years ago. After her words, everyone in the meeting was stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard.
Luo Yuning asked again, Chairwoman Wang, what do you mean by that?
She calmly replied, more than 80 years ago, the secret realm suddenly merged with reality, and humanity suffered unprecedented losses. In that situation, humans were forced to produce the first generation of adventurers. Despite this, humanity remained in a completely disadvantaged position when facing demonic creatures. It was only through a generation of sacrifices and efforts, including those of everyone here, that humanity was able to fight back against these powerful demonic creatures and survive until this day. The strong man from the other world once said that, in fact, the demonic creatures we are facing have long surpassed the level that this world can withstand, but we are still here, still fighting. That, in itself, is a miracle. I believe that if we are given the chance, we can continue to maintain this miracle. This world has been protected by the seniors for 80 years. Now, it is our turn to protect everyone together. Looking at the silent faces around her, Wan Yu gave a wry smile and asked, did I say something wrong? In response to her question, a young man received a round of enthusiastic applause from everyone in the room meant for her. Yu Linghua appeared very pleased and said, "President Liu, inviting President Wang here was truly a wise decision. I feel as though I have regained my fighting spirit, just like when I was younger." Wang Bo replied, "That means the monsters are becoming harder and harder to deal with because they have long surpassed our limits." Zhang Yinxian chuckled and responded, "Ha, saying that suddenly makes me feel a bit proud." Lu Yingxian also joined the conversation, saying, "President Wang's opinion is definitely one that everyone agrees with. So, the next topic is how we should respond when we encounter gods in the future. After all, this event has taught us a lesson. Gods are not necessarily our hope." On the street at that time, the one who had taken Zhao Long's body was walking around the streets to learn about this world. He said that the lowly world would not attract too much attention. The gods also could not descend directly. Truly a cunning individual. I can feel that this world holds a secret realm challenge for me. Just in time, I need a place to shelter. So, I'll choose that place. At the Shangrui Guild at this moment, inside the guild, there was a young man with blonde hair. As the younger brother of the one who built this guild, he was extremely upset because his brother's hard work had been ruined by someone. His brother had struggled to establish the guild, and yet it was destroyed in just one night. He was determined to work hard, to become stronger, and help Zhangrui Guild regain its glory. As soon as he finished speaking, a crack appeared above his head, and a man in the form of Zhao Long stepped out from it, causing the young man with blonde hair below to gape in surprise. "There's actually someone here?" Before Zhao Long could say anything further, the young man quickly assumed a stance and prepared to strike. "Who is it? How did you get in here?" Zhao Long smiled and replied, "Don't be afraid, I am the master of this secret realm, and I am the one you often speak of." "Divine Spirit," the young man responded. "Divine Spirit, I remember that this secret realm doesn't allow two people to enter," he said. "I have seen the image of this god before, and moreover, this god can wield the power within the secret realm." After realizing who was before him, the young man became respectful. "Divine Spirit Lord, may I ask if you have descended because you heard my prayers?" The Divine Spirit answered, "Prayers are something the weak resort to. You should prove that your strength and faith are worthy of my grace." The young man confidently said, "Divine Spirit Lord, please rest assured, I will give my all." He silently calculated, the so-called omnipotent law god was extremely cunning, and before clarifying his true identity, it would be unwise to act recklessly. After all, the power of an avatar is not the same as the true body, indeed, a few helpers would be needed. He had already started assigning tasks to the young man. "Very well, your first task is to help me find this person." As he spoke, an image of Ningfeng was projected through a transmission from him to the young man. The young man appeared quite surprised that the person the Divine Spirit was searching for was someone he knew. "Huh, why him?" The man seemed quite satisfied upon learning that the person before him was familiar with Ningfeng's whereabouts. "I truly didn't expect you to know him, this really saves me quite a bit of time." The young man responded, "Sorry, I don't know him, so I can't provide you with much information." The other person replied, "It's fine, from now on, you will be responsible for monitoring him. If anything unusual happens, report it to me immediately." Inhan said, "The Divine Spirit commands, remember, absolutely do not leave any traces." The true identity of this person might be the evil god who has destroyed countless worlds. The young man suddenly recalled an image from that painting, a muscular man with a perfect physique and red hair. Could it be that Divine Spirit was lost in thought at that moment? At that time, I discovered that the secret realm trial had been breached. Immediately, I began searching within the divine realm, but I was interfered with by a strange force. It must have been the omnipotent law god causing trouble, concealing his movements. That's right, who are the ones who completed the trial here? Duan was the first name that came to the blonde youth's mind. He was a friend of that evil god. He said, "Such a pity. That was supposed to be a glory belonging to you, but it was stolen by the minions of the evil god. But it's alright, I can help you take it back. So, offer me your loyalty."
In response to the words of the man, the young man knelt on one knee to show his loyalty. Following the order, perhaps the one who called himself Divine Spirit did not know that the subordinate he had just recruited was actually an agent planted by the protagonist. He had arrived at his meeting point with our protagonist to report the current situation. "Oh, there's also this kind of thing." "Yes, Mr. Ning, the man who introduced himself as the incarnation of the true origin Holy Spirit had been sent here to secretly investigate information about you." Ning Feng was puzzled. He only remembered that an incarnation could only exist for a very short time. Gods often used their followers as incarnations, because their minds were in sync, preventing any rejection reactions, allowing them to exist for a long time. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. "Ah, I thought all gods were like me, able to casually choose someone to be their incarnation." He asked the young man again. "Don't you fear he might find out?" "I've tested it a few times. That guy doesn't seem to be omnipotent, unless he's deliberately hiding his true abilities. So I still want to remind you to be more careful." Ning Feng thought for a moment before replying to the young man. New followers like He Xiong had very weak faith, and they had just started practicing. While it couldn't be said they truly believed, they weren't easily discovered either. Ning Feng patted He Xiong on the shoulder. "Thank you so much for telling me about this important matter. You are a great benefactor to us, and what I do is nothing in comparison." Even in the presence of Divine Spirit Assistant Ning, I remained calm. "It's clear that your background is not ordinary. To be honest, my brother had already investigated a lot about Assistant Ning before, and I find it hard to believe that someone like him could be the evil god." He smiled with a hint of amusement. "Since confirming my identity, I have become more at ease. If those gods are particularly targeting me, then I'll follow through to the end." Ning Feng sat on the bed, legs stretched out, deep in thought as he looked up at the ceiling, then spoke. "He Xiong can temporarily stay beside the true origin Holy Spirit, but if it's for the long term, danger will inevitably come. We need to resolve the true origin Holy Spirit issue as soon as possible." With that, he lay back on the bed, resting his hands behind his head. Hanin approached him and said, "Divine Lord, in fact, in this world, we have many advantages when dealing with other divine spirits." Ning Feng raised his eyebrow, asking with a calm expression, "Why do you say that?" Hanin began to explain in detail, saying that when a high-level existence enters a lower-level world, their strength is often restricted. This is determined by the laws of the universe. Even the divine spirit cannot violate this. They want to expand their influence in this world. They must spread their own belief. But you are different from them. You, by nature, can fully exert your strength in this world. As long as you prevent their belief from growing too powerful, they will not be strong enough to pose a threat to you. However, attempting the secret realm trial, which is protected by divine power, the attacks you previously endured there truly surpass space and time, directly causing conflict with the divine realm, where the true origin Holy Spirit exists. If the true origin Holy Spirit continues to hide this time, there is nothing we can do to him within that realm. The best course of action is to come up with a way to draw him out of the secret realm trial." After explaining in detail, Hanin spoke softly. "Then, we will plan accordingly. I will immediately report all the information I know." Ning Feng began to fall deep into thought. According to Han Yin's words, this world seemed to be his home ground. He had mastered dozens of forbidden curses. Dealing with a battle of this level would not be a major problem, but the enemy possessed a skill that made him quite worried. It was the Strong's active oppression ability, which unleashed a powerful mental pressure, causing targets with a lower rank than you to temporarily lose their ability to act. The greater the hierarchical gap between the two sides, the longer the target time and the longer the action window. Based on the description, this is a control skill that relies on hierarchical suppression to be effective. My own strength is quite low, and once the enemy catches an opening, I fear I won't have time to use the forbidden curse. To be more certain, I need to learn spells that can defend against mental attacks. However, such magic is rare, and finding it would be very troublesome. Suddenly, Ning Feng sat up, saying, "Hanin, I want to return to the base." Are you sure it won't be exposed? Han Yin's firm response echoed.
Of course, the place has always shown the image of a cute little brown mouse. Han Yin gently placed his hand to stroke its head, then affectionately said, "This entity is indeed a monster from the dark world. Its true name is Chaos Beast. It can create a powerful chaotic field around itself, blocking all detection effects." Han Yin's introduction left Duan standing in shock for a moment.
He sighed and said, "That sounds terrifying."
Han Yin continued, "Yes, it's a high-level demon lord. Its strength surpasses most bosses in the secret realms. It could easily destroy a world." Just as Han Yin finished speaking, Duan, still more shocked than before, exclaimed, "What?" Han Yin calmly picked up something orange and said, "Don't worry, since being tamed by the Divine Lord, this little creature's mood has been very stable. Even the energy of the dark force no longer remains clearly defined." Han Yin placed the object gently on the little creature's head and continued, "In the past, our tribe had many hot springs, so it likes me to help it bathe. We are very close, and in the future, you could be like that too." Duan was led from one surprise to another. He wondered if he could be like that. Although he already felt that this small creature was very strong, he hadn't expected it to be this powerful, and the strong man named Han Yin clearly wasn't an opponent to be underestimated. Ningfeng suddenly appeared, holding a glowing orb in his hand, and cheerfully said, "By the way, this is the loot I just obtained from the secret realm. I'm sure it will be useful to you." A book that seemed to contain many strange things appeared. It was an image of the Storm Blade skill, an active ability. The user immediately enters a high-speed state, wielding short daggers in both hands, spinning like a whirlwind, dealing high damage to surrounding targets. During the skill's duration, all types of resistances of the user are increased by 100%. The second item, Unyielding Battle Soul, is a piece of jewelry with an orange rarity, requiring level 60 to equip. It provides plus 35 strength, plus 50% attack speed, and plus 10% critical hit rate. The Unyielding Battle Soul has a chance to activate a special effect when the wearer attacks, summoning a fighting soul clone to assist in combat for a short period of time.
It can be inlaid with a gem.
Duan suddenly stood up straight, closed his hands, and decisively spoke in a powerful tone, "Thank you for your guidance.
I will definitely strive to become stronger and become an unbeatable weapon in your hands. If that god plans to confront you, I am willing to give my life to protect you."
Ningfeng's expression remained unchanged as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Fortunately, we had the lesson from Arista's secret realm earlier. People's attitudes toward the gods have changed, just like Duan. When I spoke of the true origin Holy Spirit descending, he remained completely unfazed. In this way, it won't be as easy for the divine spirits to slander me anymore." He smiled and placed another orange on the little creature's head, thinking to himself, "The security measures for the dedicated line in the base are the best.
I'll go check if I can find any defensive magic against mental attacks or related information."
The scene transitions to the secret realm trial, where the true origin Holy Spirit stands in front of a space gate, observing a dazzling modern city under the night sky.
He speaks softly. "It seems like I have an impression of this world." The true origin Holy Spirit's eyes shine brightly as he continues. "In this place, humanity is very weak.
During the previous monster invasion, they had almost no ability to resist. The gods were all disappointed, so they no longer paid attention to this place. To my surprise, after a great disaster, humanity here managed to survive. Through this period of observation, I have confirmed that no divine being has helped mankind, not even the omnipotent law god. This means that the humans in this world possess some trait that gives them the ability to fight against the monsters." The true origin Holy Spirit smiles with a pleased sneer.
"Interesting.
Perhaps the omnipotent law god also saw potential here and intended to develop this place into his domain." The true origin Holy Spirit throws a punch directly at the towering skyscraper standing tall against the night sky.
"How could I let you have your way?"
Shang Shi, struggling, clutches his chest as he stumbles through the dark tunnel. His body is covered in bleeding wounds, and his breathing grows more labored. The true origin Holy Spirit calmly looks at the city in front of him and asks,
"What's wrong?" Shunned immediately responded, "Sorry, I'm still stuck on the 15th floor, I just can't get past it." The gaze of the true origin Holy Spirit suddenly turned fierce, and in a serious tone, they asked, "Have you died 100 times on the 15th floor?" Shunned could only clutch his chest and, struggling, said, "Sorry." 100 lies unyielding. The true origin Holy Spirit turned their head, smirking, and spoke in an eerie, unsettling voice, "Don't be afraid, I won't hold it against you. In fact, this is a challenge I've set for you." His mouth hung open in surprise as he looked at the notification in front of him. The way to achieve dying 100 times on the same floor in the Secret Realm trial was clear. When the wearer's life drops below 15%, within 10 seconds, they become immune to all negative effects from injuries or diseases, while simultaneously increasing damage and defense by 30%. The true origin Holy Spirit laughed in a devilish manner and said, "Those who catch the attention of the gods may receive challenges from them. If the task is completed, they will gain a permanent achievement and the opportunity to improve themselves. Some unique achievements may even bring about a comprehensive transformation." Emotions surged. The true origin Holy Spirit laughed even more savagely, "This is just the beginning. I can grant you things far beyond your imagination." After hearing that, Shunned hugged his wound. According to the documents he had found, there were 2 or 3 places within the domestic secret realms where spells to defend against mental attacks had fallen. This was one of those places, and if one brushed against it multiple times, there would definitely be a chance for something to drop. The greenish ghosts here looked panicked as they reported, "Great King, the sorcerer who fights alone has come to Qinggong again." The Great King angrily exclaimed, "What? This is way beyond what can be called a mere evil spirit." The Great King, so furious that his body trembled, gritted his teeth and growled, "Damn it, if I don't do something, they'll really start to think I'm easy to bully." Ningfeng held his sword tightly in his hand, flames emanating fiercely from it, his eyes full of battle intent as he took determined steps forward. The Great King, using all his strength, shouted, "Come here," but what he did next was beyond our expectations. He dropped to his knees, speaking loudly, "Elder, please be merciful and spare me just this once." Ningfeng was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Is this a new form of mental attack?" He became flustered and hurriedly waved his hand, denying it. No, please don't act rashly, let me finish talking." Great King knelt on the ground, crying, and said, "Your spirit is so strong, while I am just a low-level demon king. My attacks have no effect at all. When others strike me, at least they need to team up and spend 2 hours to finish it. But you. Every time you come, you just target me and kill me." Ningfeng, feeling awkward, gently spoke, "Sorry, I just intended to drop a skill book." The Demon King, tears of injustice welling up, replied, "Dropping loot is not something I can control. If I happen to be depressed, how can I guarantee the drop rate?" Ningfeng paused, pondering whether he had just caused a mental collapse in a boss with a spiritual attack. Back in the room, on the familiar bed, Ningfeng sat up and helplessly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, searching for a needle in a haystack like this really isn't going to work." His gaze shifted to the skill book placed on the table. With a tone of regret, he sighed. In the end, he had only received a skill book for sorcerers. The active skill allowed magic power to flow back within a certain range, and teammates would receive support from the magic power aura. Each time the skill was used, there was a 35% chance to recover a certain percentage of mana. Ningfeng unleashed a purple light, speaking to himself in the palm of his hand, "Now is the time to rapidly improve, anyway, let's just learn first." The active skill, Divine Revelation, Dark Forbidden Curse, the chosen believer to receive blessings from the gods, surpassing one's limits, significantly boosting strength. With this skill, not only could he see all of his believers, but he could also choose how to bestow blessings and preview the effects of those blessings. Divine Power Enchantment, Haunting Spirit Protector, Grace Contract, Awakening of Sacred Weapon, Divine Power Enchantment, Evil Energy Stirring. Ningfeng was stunned, thinking, Hanin definitely doesn't want to end up like this. He then reached out and tapped on the system screen, selecting Haunting Protector, Grace Contract. Suddenly, Ningfeng froze. The choice in front of him was to attempt to cultivate achievements. Hanin spoke up, awakening of sacred weapon. These things won't have much effect for now. Cultivating achievements is a power that every god possesses, used to unlock the hidden potential in the target's body. You once said that personal achievements are part of the laws of the universe, and the role of the gods here is like that of a guide. Therefore, gods often bestow achievements upon those they pay attention to, even if those individuals are not their followers. Hearing Han Yin's words, Ningfeng also stroked his chin in thought. He asked, "So that means the achievement won't directly transmit my divine power to you?" Fortunately, magic power, how to obtain it, using skill accumulation to enhance the luck of the team by 100 points of effectiveness when worn, each point of luck adds 5. After using skills related to luck, the target will receive a secondary effect when the enemy dies, increasing the chance of dropping rare items by 30%. Hanin replied, "That's right, do you have any plans?" Ningfeng began to recount, "Just now when I previewed the achievement, I saw something in Chang Musho's information." Hearing this, Hanin was taken aback and asked, You can see the achievements of other professions?" He calmly answered, "Yes, is there something wrong with that?" Hanin explained, "Normally, gods can only see achievements related to their own profession's path." Ningfeng slightly grinned and asked, "Is it because of the relationship with the system?" Hanin answered without hesitation, "Indeed, it's possible. After all, you still don't fully understand the truth of what the system is." Scene transition at the Secret Realm Red Moon Demon Pit. Shang Muqiu looked at the lucky magic power notification in front of him, unable to help but exclaim, "Oh my god." Ningfeng smiled warmly and said, "I'll explain this later. For now, we need to prepare to quickly take down the boss." Upon hearing that, Muqiu said nothing more, simply responding with The demonic beings in this secret realm were once again frantically reporting to their great king. "Great king, those crazed explorers are attacking again." This great king was even more helpless than the previous one. He lay sprawled on the ground, tears streaming down his face, issuing powerless orders. "Destroy them, quickly, I'm tired." Looking at the scene before him, Ningfeng smiled with satisfaction and spoke. "Finally, it has appeared. The spiritual shield book has appeared." A female student's voice rang out in the classroom. "This is the secret realm we explored last week, and it is also the first time we have encountered the legend of the divine spirit." She thought to herself that Chi De Guild's stance should not be made clear about the divine spirit at this moment. They should only report the findings from the exploration of this secret realm to everyone objectively. With Arista's experience, she believed that everyone would develop their own thoughts about the divine spirit. Next, they needed to make everyone understand that humanity had triumphed over incredibly powerful enemies on its own. This was our miracle, our glory. In the classroom below, Hanin, who was behind Ningfeng, spoke up. "It's possible to make the followers not only depend on the divine spirit but also believe in their own strength. Such a generous act, only Divine Lord you can accomplish it." He gave a faint smile. A gong, seated behind, observed from above with a slightly furrowed brow, beads of sweat rolling down his temple. The female student sitting on the podium smiled brightly and continued, "All right, everyone, take a 15-minute break." At that moment, in the middle of the crowd, a gong, who was at the back, suddenly called out loudly, "Teaching assistant Ning, there's something I want to ask you privately." Ningfeng, who was walking, paused for a moment. The two of them then moved to a quieter spot, facing each other. A gong asked, "Do you know about the trial of achieving success?" Ningfeng calmly replied, "I know." A gong's expression suddenly became anxious. He thought to himself, as expected, teaching assistant Ning knows about it. Then those around him must have already achieved success. A gong frowned and clenched his teeth tightly. Ningfeng smiled slightly and said, "It's an achievement that stands out, right? Although anyone can have the chance to achieve it, the rarity of the purple color makes it quite impressive." A gong gritted his teeth even harder, sweat streaming down his face, thinking to himself, teaching assistant Ning speaks so lightly, not caring at all that the true origin Holy Spirit granted me this achievement. Perhaps, in his eyes, this isn't even worth considering as a favor. The benefits those following teaching assistant Ning had gained really made others envious. A gong cautiously said, "Actually, I'm a bit worried this could be a way to control me, so I wanted to ask you to confirm it." Ning Feng replied without hesitation, "It's fine, this doesn't have any side effects, just wear it." Hanin appeared next to Ning Feng and whispered, "It seems like this child is a bit shaken. He initially intended to challenge you, but in the end, he was subdued by you." He responded gently, "It's a normal human reaction. I'm not surprised. On the contrary, I never trusted him. The things he can discover are only those I don't fear others knowing. If he's still willing to lend me a hand, then I'd gain something." Scene shift to the Shang Rui Guild. Ning Feng's image appeared in the thoughts of the star. He sighed, "Strange, too strange." Shenxi exclaimed, "Through these two encounters, I can sense that the omnipotent law god's strength is no longer what it once was. After all, he was severely injured in the battle years ago. If I hadn't specifically looked into it, I would have had difficulty detecting his unique energy. However, the omnipotent law god suddenly attacking and challenging my secret realm, revealing his movements, really confuses me. Ning Feng's actions are becoming more and more incomprehensible. Also, Ning Feng has strong strength, but he doesn't use any abilities beyond what we can perceive. Often, his attacks are just ordinary strikes, and the improvements he brings to those around him, in your eyes, are just insignificant and lowly tactics." Silent and with his eyes closed, Shangshi spoke with confusion, "Sorry for being blunt, but after sensing your divine might, it's hard for me to imagine how Ningfeng could possibly compare to you. What puzzles me even more is, if he wanted to conceal his identity, why did he insist on joining our training camp and draw so much attention with his actions? Doesn't he fear being discovered by you?" His gaze suddenly became sharp and filled with killing intent as he continued, "I've thought of a possibility. This person may have only received one or two treasures from the omnipotent law god. If that's the case, everything can be explained. Why, despite his overwhelming strength, does he only use basic attacks? Because the divine artifacts enhance his inherent attributes so much that in this inferior world, it's more than enough. Why, when dealing with the parasite demon, did he not allow anyone to approach? Because eliminating the parasite demon requires the use of divine gifts, and he didn't want others to know what kind of divine artifact it was. Why did he join the training? Because after parting from the divine artifact, Ningfeng really isn't that strong. He has to rely on training to gain more benefits." He grinned in a sinister way and continued, "He Xiong once said that there's an old mysterious figure behind you. Even if he's not the omnipotent law god, he's definitely closely connected to one. This person hides in the shadows, while Ningfeng takes the stage as a front." Ningfeng stood upright, hands in his pockets, gazing outside. Hanin, standing beside him, spoke up. "Divine Lord, do you think the true origin Holy Spirit has fallen for the trap? The one lucky enough to obtain the divine artifact must be a perfect cover." Ningfeng quickly responded. "Although many of the things I do are accidental, with just a little guidance, one can make others feel as if they've unraveled the secret within. In an unclear situation, the true origin Holy Spirit may not act hastily. However, once he analyzes the situation and draws a logical conclusion, it might break the stalemate. If we want to lure him out, it could be worth a try." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Mr. Feng, it's time for dinner." He smiled and replied, "Coming right now." Cut to the cafeteria, where Ningfeng was holding a tray of hot, fragrant food. He suddenly smiled, mirroring the smile as a response. As they brushed past each other, a gong unexpectedly spoke a strange sentence. "The fish has taken the bait." The true origin Holy Spirit coldly spoke. "I remember you once said that Ningfeng sometimes acts alone, am I right?" On this side, Ningfeng's gaze was just as cold as the others, and he asked, "So, is he planning to take advantage of the fact that I'm acting alone to make a move?" In his mind, he envisioned the confrontation between Ningfeng and the true origin Holy Spirit, followed by the inevitable duel between the two divine spirits. On a clear and cloudless day, with the leaves gently swaying in the breeze, Ningfeng had already been waiting at the designated meeting point and spoke up. "In order to make it easier to act, I specifically chose a secluded secret realm. That true origin Holy Spirit person hasn't found this place, has he? Han, who was standing beside him, immediately replied. Perhaps he's hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment? I've done my best with the arrangements, I hope there won't be any mistakes. Suddenly, a demon-faced fish appeared, and in front of it was a sharp, pointed hook. True origin Holy Spirit, at this moment, was staring intently at the glowing orb in front of him, deep in thought. Although I've made some assumptions based on the information I've gathered, I still can't rule out the possibility that Ningfeng is an omnipotent law god. Relying on just one avatar is still a bit too risky. If I want to make a move, I'll have to make further preparations. As for the weakness of the omnipotent law god, in another place, 5 people were holding weapons, looking up warily. Zhou Jiang Shu and X, each of them, kept their faces taut and did not blink. True origin Holy Spirit observed the situation and thought to himself. If I'm not certain of victory, I'm not planning to confront Ningfeng directly. So, while he's not here today, I'll follow his friends. The omnipotent law god places too much importance on the pawns in his hands, even to the point of being willing to face us for their sake. His greatest weakness is his foolish and excessive kindness. These people are all Ningfeng's best friends, I must capture them and use them as pawns. Even though Ningfeng is an omnipotent law god, I still have the ability to fight him. At this moment, the true origin Holy Spirit's mood was like an explosion, roaring loudly. Seeing that Ningfeng was still waiting for him at their rendezvous point, the true origin Holy Spirit thought to himself, by the time that Ningfeng reacts, it will already be too late. Ningfeng's teammates, elsewhere, were still chasing after something. A strange glowing object shot up from underground at an unimaginable speed. It turned out to be the true origin Holy Spirit. He streaked toward Ningfeng's friends, his face twisted, smiling with a sinister grin. He reached out with his hand, coming dangerously close to their faces, leaving them frozen in shock. A wave of dark, ominous energy was gradually gathering, and a black hole suspended in mid-air was opened. The true origin Holy Spirit lost his balance and, without the chance to react, was sucked into the black hole, causing him to panic. The black hole closed, and the figure of the true origin Holy Spirit was completely lost within. Standing in a strange space, the true origin Holy Spirit looked around in confusion, then exclaimed, "Is this the dark world? What's going on?" System notification, active skill, void path, forbidden curse of darkness, tearing through space to enter the dark world. Quickly travel through time and space to the target location. After a full minute, a strange figure floated in mid-air and spoke, "It's a divine spirit, and yet it only knows how to harm the innocent." The mysterious person was Ningfeng. He looked at him with a murderous gaze and continued, "Fortunately, I know your vile actions well, so I was prepared in advance." Just as I had predicted. The true origin Holy Spirit lost control, shouting, "You are Ningfeng, no, you are the omnipotent law god." Ningfeng's expression remained unchanged as he stared at him coldly. He spoke in a calm tone, "Han, do you think true origin Holy Spirit would harm those around me?" Han hesitated, then asked, "Do you mean like what they did to us back then?" "I'm not sure," Ningfeng replied, "but those divine spirits did return to reality once." Han and Ningfeng were both intently studying the system panel in front of them. Active skills, divine charm initiation, forbidden dark curse, followers were designated to receive the blessing of the divine spirit, breaking through their limits, and increasing their strength. The divine charm initiation skill had a blessing option, shadow escort. Ningfeng moved his finger to the shadow escort option, which could provide early warnings and protect followers when they were in danger. Since the one being protected was himself, he could also sense the danger beforehand. Ningfeng furrowed his brow and said seriously, "I plan to lay my cards on the table with the UNI Society. After that, I'll check the effectiveness of this blessing. If it works, then we won't need to worry about them falling into danger." Back in the dark space, Ningfeng and the true origin Holy Spirit stood face to face. He had already mentally prepared himself for a life and death battle, holding the orb in the palm of his hand. He thought to himself, "Damn it, now's not the time for random thoughts. Even if I lose this incarnation, I must test his strength."
Ning Feng spoke in a deep voice, "You are not worthy of being called divine spirits." The true origin Holy Spirit's eyes sharpened, widening as he prepared to unleash his power. He raised his hand and struck forward with an attack. Seeing the flesh of the other person disintegrate into pieces after a fatal blow, Ning Feng remarked, "This guy must be done for. This is my first time fighting in the dark world." Fearing something might go wrong, I held nothing back. Hanin also appeared right behind him, speaking after taking a direct hit from a forbidden curse. Even a god could never withstand it. Of course, you're something special. Hanin pondered a few things. He recalled what the Divine Lord had said. The last time he had accidentally entered the Secret Realm's trial, in an unprepared state, he had been struck directly by True Origin Holy Spirit's forbidden curse, and yet all it took was taking medicine to recover. It seemed that now the Divine Lord had become so strong that it was beyond imagination. Ning Feng maintained his cold, grim expression as he said, "I hope this time I can restrain him, so I have more time to continue growing stronger." The scene shifted to the Wine Monument, where the True Origin Holy Spirit, who controlled the domain of the divine world, sat majestically on his throne. Beside him were two tall, muscular subordinates, who suddenly roared and slammed their fists onto the ground. One of the subordinates, upon seeing this, immediately panicked and exclaimed, "Divine Lord!" He erupted in fury, shouting, "Get out of here!" "Yes." The subordinate next to him could only respond, stammering in fear. "Obey the command." He ran his hand over his own powerful body, thinking, how could the omnipotent law god have gained control over dark forces? I clearly didn't sense any dark power coming from his body earlier. No, even the 7 evil gods wouldn't be able to manipulate dark forces to such an extent. He gritted his teeth in anger and suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that the omnipotent law god has obtained what we've been searching for all this time? I need to contact the other divine spirits immediately. It must be done." His hand seemed as though it wanted to claw through the earth. The True Origin Holy Spirit paused for a moment and then said, "Wait, my current form must not be seen by any of you. If some bastard takes advantage of this opportunity to invade." He exploded, smashing the entire floor, cursing non-stop. "Damn it, damn it." The scene shifts to the Shang-Rui Guild, where a well-dressed man steps out of a car. He sighs, thinking to himself, after being isolated in the hospital for so many days, I can finally go back. He turned to the young man next to him and softly asked, "Xiaoxiong, while I was away, no one gave you a hard time, right?" Xiaoxiong smiled and replied, "Everything's fine." Although many people had withdrawn, everyone remained quite restrained. He slipped his hands into his pockets, looked at the building in front of him, and continued, "If they want to leave, let them go. After all, we still have the Secret Realm trial. Just put in a little more effort, and in the future, we can still rebuild." Xiaoxiong hesitated for a moment, glancing at his older brother, wondering whether he should tell him about the True Origin Holy Spirit. He was sure that his brother would be eager for him to receive the protection of the Divine Spirit, to become the most reliable fighting force by his side. Suddenly, both of their faces froze in shock. Trial of the Secret Realm? What happened? Ning Feng, on the other side, was casually drinking coffee while listening to the phone call. What? The Secret Realm trial is closed? Xiaoxiong spoke on the phone, "My brother just returned and has already had to endure such a huge shock." Hanin, who was beside him, also chimed in, "Trying the Secret Realm is essentially an expansion of the Divine Realm, and it serves as a major base for gods to spread their faith to other worlds. To actively give up on trying the Secret Realm, there can only be one reason. The True Origin Holy Spirit, after fighting with you, has completely severed all ties with this world, which means he has acknowledged his defeat. Therefore, the current confrontation between you and the True Origin Holy Spirit can be considered my victory." Upon hearing the conversation between Ning Feng and Hanin on the phone, Xiaoxiong couldn't hide the surprise on his face. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. Luckily, I didn't do anything to betray Mr. Ning, so Mr. Ning will surely remember to repay me with a favor, right? Ning Feng also spoke over the phone, "You've really been a great help this time. If you ever need anything,
feel free to come to me.
Xiao Sheng jumped for joy, forgetting that his older brother behind him was helplessly shedding tears.
We hope that everything will finally disappear. In a modern house built amidst the towering mountains, Ningfeng's friends stood in a line.
Although they had temporarily escaped the disturbance of the true origin Holy Spirit, they still needed a clear plan for what lay ahead. After all, apart from the true origin Holy Spirit, other gods would eventually take notice of this place. Ningfeng smiled and continued, "First of all, I want to thank everyone for placing your trust in me."
Standing behind him, Ningfeng's friends silently thought, "Brother, if we said it, we don't think you'd believe it.
This younger brother of yours has already been chosen by the Divine Spirit."
He wore a satisfied smile.